Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Vigilante Jackal? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. You could taste it in the air, he thought as the breeze blew two long curls out of lifeless eyes. The small body emerged, limping from the door on the rooftop. He didn't dare go through the too bright lobby or attempt an exit through the doors. So many people, so many eyes. Instead, he stood half-naked on a 3-story building in an unknown city. His thin shirt fell to his knees, soaked through with gore and viscera as he eyed the city lights beyond for the first time in what must have been years. The moon was low in the sky, a faint silver half-moon disappearing behind dark clouds, but he wasn't sure if it was rising or falling. He didn't know many things, like what year it was, or how old he was, or if his birthday had passed. He didn't know if the coming rain would cleanse him of crimson sin, or if the chill breeze would bring illness. He didn't know where he was, or where he was going. He didn't know what to do. He didn't even know his name. His old one felt too big, suddenly. Too airy. Like it belonged to someone bigger and better than him, that he could never fit into it again. What he did know was that intangible sense of something hanging in the air. That thing that dangled just above his head, out of reach. What he knew was what he could see, and he could see it in the bright streetlights, in the shine of the stars. He could smell it in the cold petrichor and the burn of gasoline. Feel it in the soft patter of rain against his skin, the pounding of his heart. It even carried on the susurrus in his mind, and the keen of his bones. Freedom. It tasted like iron. Or maybe that was the blood. He wasn't sure. Think, creature, think. He needed his wits about him to escape. He needed a sense of self, a sense of direction. Otherwise, memories clawed at his mind. Images and feelings that didn't belong to him, vague impressions of the person he'd left behind. He could see how the others had lost themselves, and how they'd slowly disappeared. How they had shut down, and how he could see their souls disintegrate from behind their eyes day by day. How the shell they left behind decayed long before it even died. Remember, something itched behind his eyes. Burned to be let out, and he felt fingers bury into old scars he didn't remember. The burn of pain carved a hole in his mind. He didn't like burns. He didn't like fire. Who was he? Where did he come from? Images flashed, racing through his memory and spinning him around and around and around until he felt nauseous and dizzy. His fingers dug deeper. Who was he? A little boy playing in the living room. His father came home, bad news. He saw the boy's toys left out, and the yelling started. His hand lifted, and his mother rushed over to protect her son. Not fast enough. The hand burned. The grown-ups were yelling. Fire spewed from his father's mouth. Who was he? Another set, his mother, sporting new burn scars, held his hand as she treated his own blistering wounds. He was crying, begging her to make it stop, make it all stop. The burns felt like fire on his skin all over again. She stands, starts to move, and then sways. Is she okay? She doesn't respond. She opens her mouth, eyes wide, begging for something from him. Does he need to get anti? She doesn't respond. She stumbles, hands reaching for him, eyes horrified. She's scaring him, he says. Please stop. Please stop. She doesn't respond. She falls, crumples up like a leaf in an invisible windstorm. Her mouth moves, but she makes no sound. Please get up. She stiffens. Please, he begs. She doesn't respond. Again the scene flips. The woman survived, they're at a hospital now, and the doctor is saying things to Daddy. Words he doesn't understand. Terminal, he says. Stage 4. They're back at the apartment, and she's getting weaker. Dying. She's the first sick person he's seen, though it's a different kind of sickness from what he knows. She gets weaker as the days go on. Smaller, thinner. She laughs at first until she doesn't. She can't get in the way of Daddy anymore. She cries more now. But Daddy doesn't bother staying. He seems to grow bored or maybe angry. He stops coming around and he stops raising his hand, but Mama is scared. Mama cries more when he stops coming home. He watches as days turn to months turn to years. She grows thin and ashen. She ages beyond her years. He looks in her eyes and he knows that she's still there. Alive inside a dying body. Trapped. He screams at night when he dreams of those eyes. When he dreams of being alive, stuck inside a corpse. She coughs and paints pale fingers red. She smiles, but it doesn't erase the pain in her eyes. He tries to cheer her up. He tells her stories, like she told him. He holds her hand and he sings to her, like she did for him. She fakes smiles and gives his hand 3 squeezes. Then one day she has to stay at the hospital. Auntie takes him in, since Daddy isn't there. He continues to tell her stories, and sing her songs, and hold her hand. She doesn't seem to notice him, but she squeezes 3 times. Auntie sits him down. She says things he doesn't understand. It's time and say goodbye. He doesn't like goodbyes. They taste like fire on his tongue, and he's never liked fire. The way it burned, desolated, and destroyed. He spent all day at the hospital that day. He held her hand and he told her stories, and he sang her songs. She breathed in out. She didn't squeeze back. Memories soared faster now. Auntie gave him away. Didn't want him. Neither did anyone else, as he was passed from person to person. Grandparents said quirkless. Foster families said worthless. Kakin stopped talking to him, started being mean. Started lighting fires against his skin. He didn't like fire. He started changing schools often. Different family, different school. Faces changed. Names changed. Words didn't, fists didn't. And then he got placed with them. He couldn't remember their faces. He couldn't recall their names. They towered over him, glowering without eyes in his memories. First they were happy and then they weren't. But they kept him. First they gave him high fives and encouragement. Then they raised hands and voices. But they kept him. Who was he exactly? Until they didn't. Until he was given away. Not to the nice lady that had promised him a new home eventually, but to someone else. But to them. Memories came faster and faster, spiraling towards a dark pit like a fiery tornado. He hated fire. People, faces, dying. People screamed. He screamed. People in pain. He was in pain. He saw them die from the inside out, and he thought of his mama, dying from the outside in. He held their hands. He told them stories. He sang them songs. They did not squeeze back. Who was he? People changed out regularly. They died, or were sold, or he was sold, then sold back. Around and around and around they went. A never-ending nightmare. A dream of being stuck inside a dead body, but this time, he didn't wake up. With a blood-curdling scream, the world stopped spinning. It was him who screamed, that boy with the mom who died on the outside and saw the people who died on the inside. The boy had screamed, and he'd fallen, and out of his cold, lifeless corpse, this creature had broken his way out. This thing. Who was he? No. What was he? His scraped knees ached where they'd connected with the concrete. Old blood mixed with new, but he couldn't bring himself the presence of mind to care about the dull sting in his palm and knees, instead mindlessly forcing himself up as he reminded himself he was alive. He was here. And some part of him, some deep, desperate part, to see the sky. Standing there in a skeletal shell that didn't feel like his own, green eyes watched the skyline as the barest hint of lavender broke through the endless blue-black ocean above. Bare feet stood on textured concrete, toes flexing against it in the cold pre-morning drizzle. He took one tentative step forward, and then another, stumbling forwards until he was running for the next building. With no care for himself, he leapt from one building to the next, letting the wind Dabi through his hair and his heart thrum with the thrill of life and death. Tumbling, collapsing onto the next rooftop, he hissed as his knees met hard concrete. He knew if he looked down, he'd see the concrete staining red. He knew it would hurt as he went for the next building. And he knew he needed to keep running. For the first time in a long time, he knew who he was. He was vengeance. He was death. And he would survive. Should it be surprising that Shouta's luck would turn this bad? No, absolutely not. He'd woken up this morning with a cold feeling in his gut and a sure sense that something was just wrong. Would he admit to being surprised later on? Of course not. He prided himself on being level-headed and having keen instincts. He constantly told his students to be prepared for anything, and he meant it. It wasn't like he didn't practice what he preached, and he certainly didn't want some brash first years or his ever-concerned husband to think he didn't. Was Shouta surprised? Also no. Even in this moment, hanging upside down from his ankle, he refused to acknowledge that a couple of petty criminals got the jump on him. All right, he muttered, eyeing the spikes laid out under him, and his capture weapon laying a few feet away. He didn't mess up. This was all according to plan. He knew what he was doing. What's your plan here? Killing a pro hero is a serious offense, and I don't think any of you want any part in that mess. You've already got assault and battery charges. You can either let me down and come quietly, lessening your sentence, leave me here until someone finds me and get caught anyway now that I've seen your faces, or try something really dumb and end up in prison for the rest of your lives. Come on, think this one through. He just had to buy some time. He'd sent an immediate SOS to the police through his comms. If he could get them talking, he could get information, and claim this was on purpose the whole time. Because it was on purpose. He was not unprepared for this eventuality. Of the three people, the youngest, a blonde in his early 20s, gave the other two unsure glances. The woman and the man looked to be twins. They had the same black hair and dark eyes, with sharp features. Only, where one had a beauty mark on her left cheek, her brother had one on his right. They appeared to be late 20s, early 30s. We should dash, the blonde started. No, the woman hissed. We don't know he's a pro. It's best we let Jackal check him out first. We can't let him go if he's lying. But if he is a pro, the boy countered, Jackal wouldn't like us leading him to them. You don't want to risk upsetting him. Don't you think it would upset him more if we caught someone who could have been the target and did nothing about it? Arita, have you sent the signal? Yes, as soon as we caught him, the twin confirmed. He should be here. Jackal? Shouta asked, vaguely interested. That's your boss? No, the woman said curtly. And we should GG him. He talks too much. Should we be saying his name? Arita mumbled. I don't know if that's a good idea, dash. Oh please, his twin scoffed. Everyone knows of Jackal. The stories are everywhere, if you know where to look. Pro hero, vigilante, villain, or criminal. Hell, even some civilians around here. She turned to the blonde man, and don't worry about him seeing our faces. A payout like this and we can get out of town. Or the country if we want. They won't chase us when our victims refuse to press charges. Now that was interesting. What makes you so sure? You beat the living hell out of them. She cast him a bored look, one that said he was nothing more than a roach under her boot. She turned and started muttering something to her brother when sudden sirens blared from just outside the dinky little alley. Cursing so violently it would put early morning Shouta to shame, she cried out. Split. On her command, the three fled, dashing out of the side street and off in different directions. It didn't help much since the police were already here, but A for effort, as Hizashi would say. Personally, Shouta would say he'd expel them all if they were his students. Atrocious strategy. Little forethought. No trust. They didn't even search him when they had him hanging, or take away his phone. They didn't even check for his pro hero license, which was still in his pocket. Also, they'd left him hanging, and now that the blood was rushing to his head, giving him a pounding headache, he couldn't help but deduct figurative points for that too. They seemed to want to catch him alive, so why hang him upside down and leave him? Granted, getting close or letting him down would have been a mistake, but... A shadow flickered overhead, and Shouta glanced up towards it. Something on the rooftops, which was odd, since that was usually his domain, but he quickly dropped it. A bird, perhaps. Or a hallucination from being upside down too long. Sharp laughter brought him back to the present, and he cast his most vicious glare at the lanky man standing in the alley entrance in front of him. You seem to be having a night, Eraserhead. Shove it, detective. He snapped. Tsukachi laughed again. This all went according to plan. According to plan? He asked, not bothering to wipe away the very annoying sheet-eating grin. What plan? You've been strung out to dry like fresh jerky? I was gathering intel. He sniffed indignantly. This was all part of the plan. It's about doing whatever you have to get the job done. Let the little fish nibble so you can catch the big ones. Now cut me down. He kept his voice level and matter of fact. Broach no room for argument. If you spoke with enough confidence, they'd drop it. At least that was the theory. Tsukachi shook his head, brushing the spikes away carefully with his foot. We've apprehended the suspects, and we have an officer addressing the victims, who were found a street over. So tell me, what information could you have possibly gotten that's so important? As soon as the space below him was clear, Shouta pulled a knife from his thigh and sliced through the snare. He flipped as he dropped, landing awkwardly on his feet in a crouch since one ankle was sore from the thin, tough string that had been wrapped tightly around it, and his leg ached from holding all of his weight for the last couple minutes. He grunted. Have you heard of someone called Jackal? Tsukachi's face sombered instantly. Jackal? Shouta just gave a mute nod, not fond of repeating himself. So Tsukachi knew something at least. The detective glanced out of the alley with a thoughtful look on his face. He's more myth than man, or at least I thought so. I hope so. It would explain why he's such a ghost. What did they say? Unfortunately, not as much as I'd like. They were hunting someone, wanted them alive. Apparently. It was for this Jackal character. They said they'd be getting a payout from him, and they were sure their victims wouldn't press charges. He stopped, thinking. They said everyone knows about him, and he wouldn't want to be lead straight to a pro hero. I've never heard of him before, myself. Should I have? No, you don't talk to people much. Tsukachi waved him off. Reports of him vary. Like I said, he's probably just a folktale. Some consider him a vigilante, who saves anyone he can, but others list him as a villain with a pretty brutal record. Shouta frowned as he fetched his capture weapon. If you're so sure he's a myth, who sent these three thugs? Someone with a vendetta. The officer turned to the entryway as more officers came wandering in the alley. When a name like the Jackal starts getting thrown around, people start taking advantage. See, Jackal commands some level of respect to anyone who knows about him. He's terrifying, a mysterious figure who comes and either saves or kills. No one knows his motives. No one's got a good look at him. It's likely multiple independent people heard of this folktale and decided they wanted to use that power to get even with someone, or to feel safer in their vigilante career. Half a dozen people with differing motives are harder to catch, and if one gets caught, the rest can just retire so as to remain anonymous. He explained evenly. This is the first time I've heard of Jackal working with anyone. Our most recent ghost must be new to the scene. He'll trip up soon enough, if he hasn't already. Shouta nodded, digesting the information. Great, just what he wanted. A dozen people playing games they don't fully comprehend. He could feel his headache worsen. Hopefully, after Jackal's lackeys were taken in, it'd scare them off. He didn't need more crimes springing up in this already shitty district. Sighing tiredly, Shouta massaged his forehead as another officer came for his statement, and Tsukachi wandered off to talk to the criminals or victims. He needed to finish this patrol. If he could get home quick enough, he'd still get 2 good hours of sleep in before it was time to get up to teach his latest batch of Hellions. Unfortunately, something told Shouta he wouldn't be getting much sleep tonight. Creeping into the apartment on silent feet, Shouta was careful to slide the door shut slowly, cursing the squeaking hinges he constantly promised himself he'd fix on his day off. After a moment of standing frozen in the pre-morning stillness, listening for movement, he removed his work boots and relished the hour of sleep he'd get before class. Unlike he'd thought, his patrol afterwards didn't go as quickly as it could have. He'd stopped another 2 petty criminals, and had to wait for the police each time, all while cursing out the slowly ticking by minutes that he could be sleeping through. Still, at least he got an hour. The tinkling of a tiny bell welcomed him, and Aizawa looked up to see a thin black and white cat walk up to greet him. Dropping his hand, the cat refused to walk any closer. It eyed him with all the fury a 23-year-old gremlin had in its body. And it was a lot of fury, if their usual early morning fights were anything to go by. With one roomy eye and ribs showing through his flanks, the cat was missing about half its teeth with one gnarly fang sticking out of its mouth. Despite Hizashi's continued insistence that the cat was still here because he loved them too much to let go, Shouta was convinced he was hanging on through spite alone, considering how every vet visit he got told that the old fellow wouldn't make it another 3 months. But they'd been saying that since he was 18, and after 5 long years, Shouta was convinced he'd never die. "Hey, hobo." The cat growled. With a barely restrained smile, he started into the house, cursing foully as the ancient beast darted under his feet, pushing into his bad ankle and nearly tripping him. Reaching out, Shouta caught himself, fell against the wall, grimacing as he jostled his shoulder awkwardly. He held perfectly still again, listening once more for the telltale sound of creaky floorboards. Don't wake up," he pleaded to the silence. Then, soft movement in the bedroom. "Sho." Cursing every god he could think of, as well as Netsu, he called back, "You should be asleep. It's hard to sleep when you're dying in the next room. Is everything okay?" "I'm fine, it's just that demon cat." Hobo was after his life insurance again, apparently. He shot a glare at a very offended-looking hobo. The blonde laughed, voice hoarse from sleep. Shouta appraised his husband as he entered the room in a garish bright orange t-shirt with his own face on it captioned, "The," and gray plaid pajama bottoms, taking in his mussy hair and tired green eyes. He hoped Zashi'd be able to keep up with his class tomorrow, since he didn't take to sleeplessness quite as well as the underground pro. "How was your patrol?" Hizashi asked, making his husband grimace. "There's some new folk legend." He started further into the house as he explained, letting the other trail after him. "They call him Jackal. Criminals are using his name to get clout. It's going to be a real headache dealing with all those emboldened idiots." Hizashi smiled. "At least you'll have something to do. Wouldn't want you to get bored out there." "I like boring." Shouta snapped. "Means I'm doing my job. You hate boring. It makes you think something very bad is going to happen," Hizashi said matter-of-factly. It wasn't fair when the voice hero used his own words against him. Shouta gave him the same evil eye he was getting from Hobo, who was growling at the both of them across the room in a low tone. If he had a tail, it'd be going wild like Hobo's too. "I'm worried about this one, Zashi," he admitted after a pregnant pause. Hey, it'll calm down in a couple weeks." "It always does." The blonde man wandered closer, rubbing his husband's shoulders soothingly. He hated to admit how effective it was, even to himself. Letting out a breath, Shouta glanced out the window. "There's a cold wind blowing tonight. I don't know what it's going to bring in." Hizashi opened his mouth as his brows shot up, but before he could say anything, Shuta's phone started going off. Grimacing at the interruption, he pulled it out and answered after checking the ID. Shaking his head, Hizashi wandered off to the kitchen. It wasn't until Shouta heard the grinding sounds of the coffee machine that he realized what his counterpart was doing, and he couldn't help the warm feeling in his chest. He had married that man for a reason. "It's not like you to make calls after hours like this, detective." "I know, Eraserhead." He sounded odd. Like he was spooked. Eraserhead didn't know a lot about his coworkers, but he knew Tsukachi well enough to know he rarely spooked. "But I need information on this case you found today. Did they say anything else about that Jackal guy?" Weirder than usual. Even Tsukachi's usually fairly strange self when he had to work nights. "Oh, just what I told you earlier. He seemed like their boss." "But I thought it didn't matter, just another person dash." I know. Tsukachi cut him off in a rush. "But I got back to the station, and they were tight-lipped about their boss. As in, unusually tight-lipped. Even the people they were mugging just kept saying they were fine and this wasn't a police matter. Then when we finally got the so-called victims to talk, it was only to insist that they didn't want to press charges. One even came to pick up the guys who'd assaulted them." Shouta rubbed the bridge of his nose, grimacing. Just like they'd said would happen. He could feel his mind race at the implications of that. It was a setup? They were trying to catch someone alive with that trap, and the victims were in on it. Yes, and not a pro-hero by the sounds of it. "So, a vigilante?" "Possibly," Tsukachi said, but Shouta could hear the frown in his tone. Shouta wandered over to a side table where Hizashi had an ever-changing array of photos. Pictures of them, pictures of their ceremony, pictures with Tensei and Kayama. Or someone else entirely. "We tried to keep the criminals at the station longer, since they had insight on the whole Jackal thing, but they wouldn't budge. One of them, Kura Daiki, finally broke his silence after an hour. The blonde man, yes. He said that he couldn't say anything. That he was more afraid of Jackal than he was of us. I wanted to meet with you to discuss the case. Are you free this afternoon? Ignoring the nagging in the back of his mind that said an officer wouldn't call on a pro-hero that wasn't directly involved in the handling of the case, he nodded mindlessly before remembering he needed to actually answer the man. My shift starts at 9. Can we meet about 7:30? That works, Tsukachi agreed easily. Then again, he knew how full Shouda's days already were. He'd be giving up a whole extra hour of sleep for this, and he tried best he could not to think about how he'd much rather take that hour of sleep. The two hung up without much more discussion, and he turned back to the blonde that came in with 2 mugs of coffee and a weak smile. Hizashi handed over a black cat mug he'd gotten Shouta for Christmas last year, cradling the white counterpart in his hands. The good and bad sides of Hobo, he'd said, like an angel and devil half. Shouta still didn't know why he thought Hobo had a good side, but far be it from him to destroy anyone's dreams outside the classroom. Crime never sleeps. And neither do I, Shouta grieved. Before he could say anything else, their alarm in the bedroom started blaring, making Shouta groan. Damn it. There went another hour of sleep. Sinking into a booth in the back of the cafe, Shouta bit back a small, relieved smile as he noticed the coffee Tsukachi had left him. The detective had texted the details of where they'd meet earlier that day, and he had to admit, it wasn't a bad choice. At least this way he could drown his sleepless brain in caffeine until he was almost at a functional level. The ruddy booth seats were just stiff enough to keep him from nodding off, too. Eraserhead. Tsukachi greeted as he always did. Shouta merely grunted, and his companion ignored it, dropping his hands to a file that was left on the table. We're putting together a case on this whole situation. You do that for stories now? He poked, folding his hands around the coffee that was as black as his mood. Funny how Jackals had already gone from a tall tale to a situation, he mused. We want all the information in one place, hopefully it will help us catch this criminal and any other copycats. Tsukachi responded evenly. He raised his eyebrows at that. This jackal, not these jackals? Shouta sipped at the coffee, regretting it immediately. Too hot, Diamin. He'd hoped it had been sitting here for a bit. Schooling his expression, he set it down quick, but the small chuckle from Tsukachi told him the other wasn't fooled. Shouta ignored it. So why am I here? We're hoping you'll help us catch him, since this likely won't be your last time having a run-in like this one. The man rubbed at his hands nervously. And if you're on the case, I can give you all the details, in case you do run into one of the jackals, switching back to one of now? Shouta had half a mind to call him on the discrepancy. If I see him, I'll catch him, he grunted instead. It wasn't like he could give any real affirmation when he didn't have the time to take on any particular case, but the other nodded as though he had anyway. Just remember that I don't catch vigilantes, so if he's not hurting someone. Now it was Tsukachi's turn to ignore him. Shouta found he didn't really care for the shoe being on the other foot. Flipping open the folder, the detective started pulling out pages to hand across the table. Not that it mattered, as he explained exactly what was on the papers anyway. We became aware of the jackal a little over a month ago. A wanted criminal had turned himself in, bleeding profusely. He wouldn't talk at first, but eventually stated he'd crossed the wrong person, and that he was being chased by someone known as the Jackal. Upon further interrogation, he claimed he'd been minding his own business when this person had found and assaulted him. In an attempt to escape, he'd turned himself into the police, begging us not to hand him over. He'd been wanted for multiple charges of theft, disorderly behavior, and most recently assault and reckless endangerment of a minor. The man was afraid for his life, enough to turn himself over as opposed to facing our ghost. Shouta scowled, glancing over the details of the case. Itoharu, age 34, multiple charges, just like Tsukachi said. Next page, Minako Himari, female, age 39, multiple accounts of theft, an armed robbery and murder. Lastly, she had an attempted kidnapping. Both came in with bruises and a minor stab wound in Ito's case. Jackal recognized the man? Tsukachi paused. We're unsure. There's no proof one way or another, but he must have. Shouda's brows knit together. There's no cases of him assaulting an innocent civilian. Not one, he noted, flipping through the pages. Assault, murder, reckless endangerment, kidnapping. All his victims had some sort of criminal offense. This seemed to give the officer pause, who stopped to think on that. That's true. You're thinking he's a police officer? Or officer affiliate? Shouta responded. Someone who decided to go rogue. Maybe a retired officer? Maybe. Tsukachi pulled out a notepad to jot something down before continuing. His next victim is stranger. She came in pale as a ghost. Turned herself in again. She had a different story, though. He turned to look back up at Shouta, eyes concerned. On the run from a robbery gone wrong, she'd gotten in touch with a man who'd asked for her to bring him a child. Any child, and he'd pay her good money for it, something she was intending to use to flee across the country. However, when she found an unattended kid, she'd lured the little girl away only to be stopped by a hooded man. The Jackal, Shouta guessed. Tsukachi nodded. She claimed he was abnormally short, might be part of his quirk. He wore simple dark clothing, dark glasses, and a scarf covering his face. Not much else could be seen. Essentially, he'd lunged to attack, and in a panic she'd backed off. Mineko-san begged for him to let her go, and he made her a deal, turn herself in and she'd live. Why would she do that? Why wouldn't she even try fighting? He frowned, flipping to the next page. It was the little girl, Ueneo, and her parents. The part that caught his eye was how the mother, Tammy, praised the Jackal as a vigilante. He was willing to step in when everyone else turned a blind eye. He saved my little girl, and we owe him so much. The Jackal is a true hero. Curious. She said she wasn't crazy stupid, and asked if we'd heard the rumors. Just like Kara. He muttered. Tsukachi nodded. She told us afterwards that he was responsible for the string of murders throughout the city as of late. Murderers, RPSTS, and kidnappers mostly. Their bodies appearing in alleyways, slaughtered like animals. At this, Shouta nodded. That he'd heard of. Granted, he hadn't thought much more than gangs getting feisty, but he'd heard of it. But if that was the work of the Jackal, that would mean he's been active for several months. 6 at least? We're searching case files now to see if we can get a rough estimate of when the murders started, Tsukachi agreed. The next page had listed victims, and he frowned worse. Kaito Enzu, male, age second-degree murder, 3 counts. Buying and selling of illicit substances, 4 counts. Multiple stab wounds, died by asphyxiation with wire. Hoshimiya, male, age assault and battery, 2 counts. SXL assault, 6 counts. Harassment, stalking. Multiple stab wounds, died by blood loss. Shina Kitamura, female, age second-degree murder, 2 counts. Assault and battery, 8 counts. Stalking. Multiple stab wounds, died by blunt force trauma to the skull. And it went on and on. But Shouta scowled, turning to Tsukachi. Not all of these are his victims, right? We assume some are typical murders that just haven't been solved yet, committed without his influence, Tsukachi responded. But we haven't been able to sort through them since we don't have any sort of motive, and we couldn't rule anything out assuming it was multiple people with multiple motives. Besides, we had to put this together in a handful of hours. He nodded. I don't think Mizui Asa or Fukuzawa Emako are his. Sakai Haru either. How can you be sure? I'm not, but he seems to be targeting people with multiple accounts of RPE or murder. Mizui and Fukuzawa each only have one, putting them in the far minority. Sakai only has a theft charge. He reasoned. Besides, Mizui and Fukuzawa have affiliations with gangs on their records. Out of however many people you have listed here 43, Tsukachi added quickly. Shouta kept going. Only 3 people don't have multiple counts of RPE or murder. He's targeting specifically the worst criminals that don't fall under the villain category. Like he's avoiding heroes. He ran a hand through his hair, eyeing the records. And it's scarily careful work. Like he knows what he's doing. Like he's done it before? Yes, but also like it's one person or a couple people with a clear goal. He sighed. Why did he only start offering them a way out now? Tsukachi grimaced. Any chance it's his conscience catching up to him? A snort. Unlikely. I think he'd have quit if that was it. He flipped through to the next page, lifting up the cooling coffee to take another tentative sip. A map with multicolored dots speckled around it. In the margins, a key told him what he was looking at, a map of areas the Jackal was reportedly sighted in black marker, as well as places he's likely killed in red. Sure enough, that followed a pattern, too, a patrol route a few streets wide, split between mostly his territory and that of another underground hero, Silvermare. He didn't know who patrolled during the day, if anyone, and it was likely no one bothered, since these streets were often looked down on for having high crime but few villains. Nothing a flashy daylight hero could work with. Shouta handed the papers back, and Tsukachi slid them neatly back into place. I'll have my guys narrow the search. Eyes drifting off, he smiled as he waved down the waitress. Keep the files clean-cut. You're right, there are too many multiples for it to be a coincidence. He has a pattern. And a motive, Shouta grunted. A false sense of justice? We assume, but nothing's set in stone. The detective hummed. All of this is still so tentative. Leaning back, the Raven pulled his coffee up to drink as much as he could before the waitress came over. Staring out at the setting sun, and the people walking by, he thought back to Hizashi, still out on patrol somewhere, and Hobo, likely napping on his favorite spot on the couch. Even his friends, Kayama and Tensei, who would be on their own patrols throughout the city and Hosu. Or maybe Tensei would be spending time with his little brother and family. Maybe Kayama was with her own cat, Blackjack. Oddly, he couldn't help wondering about this Jackal figure, such a strong sense of justice, yet he wasn't deterred by the laws or punishments against murder, even the murder of such foul individuals. He was smart, evading the eye of the police force for so long, despite having such a long list of victims and crimes. Hell, he was probably fairly charismatic considering he had people who did his bidding and those criminals that didn't sing like a canary when they were caught. And according to what they did say, he had access to money, allegedly. Or maybe he was just carrying on via lies and influence. Maybe a little of both. So, who did he go home to? Did he go home to a regular house, to a regular job come daybreak? Did he have a wife, kids? Parents that would miss him? Why was this so personal for him, leaving him to abandon everything just to take down a few criminals on his own? Perhaps he was a sociopath, left to his own devices with all the power that money and a gold tongue could reap. Shouta groaned to himself, hoping that wasn't the case. Those in power were always a pain in the butt to deal with, especially when they hid their evil behind apparently noble intentions. Tsukachi finished paying the waitress and stood, ignoring Shuta's inner turmoil. He seemed to hesitate, then turned to hand the file over to Shouta. Maybe you should keep this to look over. In case you see anything else. Shouta almost refused, still determined not to be part of the case. However, this wasn't your typical vigilante, and his mind wouldn't let him forget that. Whoever it was actually killing people, and it was Shuta's job to protect them. All of them, even the shittier parts of society. It was Tsukachi's job to make sure criminals ended up behind bars, and Shouta couldn't just let someone die because they weren't caught yet. Reluctantly, he took the file with a nod. Tsukachi gave him a smile and turned to walk off, leaving the underground hero to ruminate on jackals and criminals. People often talked of this idea of apocalypse, this strange, worst-case scenario where the whole world happened to stall overnight and chaos would reign. Creature didn't understand it much, this fascination with the worst-case scenario, the ugliest parts of people. He didn't understand people's casual discussions on what they would do and who they would trust. Nor did he understand how wrongly it could be perceived by so many. See, when Creature first noticed this term on the streets, some children speaking of a favorite show of theirs, he latched onto that word. Apocalypse. Something he might have understood once, something he might have talked about too, but something he'd lost along the way. Just another thing he'd lost. Lost in some manic fervor to regain some long-lost information he suspected had nothing to do with apocalypses and dystopias, he ended up at the library, zealously searching on a computer. Apocalypse. An event involving destruction or damage on an awesome or catastrophic scale. This is what he found. Epiocalypse. Destruction or damage. Awesome. Catastrophic. And yet, it wasn't very awesome, from what he could tell. No, this apocalypse was anything but a terrible world-ending event, or something near to it. The dead reviving. Plagues or famine ravaging. Nuclear war disintegrating. It all ended the same, destruction or damage. Family and friends turning against one another, becoming monsters in their own right. It was catastrophic but not awesome. Fear had owned him when he first looked it up. Fear of the unknown, fear of the destructive, the damaging, the catastrophic. Fear and curiosity. Surely, at the end of the world people would not turn against each other? Surely they would band together? When Creature's world had ended, when he had experienced his own little apocalypse of sorts, he had not had to worry of pain from within his own destruction and damage, but from without. You see, crisis did not breed apathy, but empathy. For better or worse, Creature could rely on his peers. They would defend him and heed them. They learned to share quick, how to coexist and to socialize even in silence. They learned not how to fall apart, but to come together. Togetherness. The state of being close to another person or other people. He liked this word much better. He found it while scavenging articles, trying to understand this thing the rest of the world did. This apocalypse, and how society would come undone. Instead, his eyes caught on article after article under crisis. Articles of unity, of faith, of togetherness. How in every natural disaster and worst came to worst, people would band together. How they would survive and jump in to help. Yes, this was it. Togetherness. It was what he found down in that hole. It was what he saw between his sisters and brothers, siblings not in blood born but blood shed. And it was what he felt, even now, staring into the dark alley as sunset bled pink and orange watercolor across the sky, staining the clouds and the sun as it leaked slowly into night. Below, she whimpered. A poor beast, a dog with a dull brown coat and a squared head. Ears torn and pelt scarred, she had what was once a patch of white around her mouth and on one of her paws, but seemed stained with soot, or perhaps dried blood. Many nights he had heard her call, desperate, wailing cries that he'd ignored. Tonight, after wrestling with the same old midnight demons, he'd felt a sort of comfort in those mournful howls and piercing keens. Almost seenness? Perhaps that wasn't a word. Perhaps it did not matter if it was. He understood it. Did the very act of understanding a sound not make it a word? Or maybe that definition was too broad. Now ums and groans and sighs would be considered words, and he was not sure he knew how to spell any of those sounds. But that was neither here nor there. Creature desperately tugged himself from wayward thoughts. He had always been too stuck in his head, so full of thoughts and expressions he could never release to the world, even before his selling. Though, perhaps he had not been so long-winded before? He could not recall. A meek whine purled through the dank air to him, like a wisp of smoke dancing from a dying flame. His eyes focused back on her, the hound limping as her hour lumbered drunkenly away. It seemed her playtime was over. Good, as much as he'd like to put the man through a wall, it wasn't Creature's style to attack without aim to kill or escape, and he only killed the positively irredeemable. Those so far gone their souls had shriveled to ash when their coal hadn't metamorphized into a diamond. Perhaps he would come back another time, and see if he had changed? Perhaps. Slowly, Creature peeled himself from the rooftop. In the uncountable sunsets, months, his mind corrected. A year, now, since his breakout he'd become quite familiar with movement. Before it had been pointless. Small rooms and cages. No privacy, no space, no noises allowed. Now he was forced to relearn movement, and go beyond his prior understanding. Where before he might walk down a street, he now taught himself to leap across rooftops, swing from balconies, and catch on ledges. He quickly discovered vertical movement and a sewer system that made for quick getaways, or a good place to hide when he was afraid. Creature even learned how to dodge and duck. Something that had been inaccessible to him before, yet mandatory now. He learned to throw things, to distract. He learned a lot. But those had always been the two things he could do without hurting someone: learn and survive. It wasn't until the door the man had left through was shut for several seconds that he made his move, swinging over the edge and scrambling down the wall like a spider down her web. At the bottom of the man-made ravine, he skirted around rusted trash cans overflowing and two massive dog bones with bouts of meat and tendons still attached. He pointedly did not look, kept his eyes trained on the dog and her broken-down, shoddy cardboard contraption that likely doubled as a home. He was careful to skirt the handful of puddles, the overwhelming smell of piss, vomit, and blood that overrode this part of town, keeping him wary. The dog herself probably accounted for half that smell as she let out a low growl, backing away from Creature's approach on three good legs. Her back one looked rather mangled. Worse than her appearance was the grating CHK from the chain around her neck. It was thick and likely way too heavy by her bowed legs. The sound alone almost sent him spiraling back to another place that smelled of rotten food and viscera. Better still than the smell of antiseptic, sulfur, and death. Creature crouched at the edge of the chain's reach, watching the beaten dog growl and whimper in turns. Her eyes held a morbid curiosity. Creature was all too familiar with, craving the touch he offered with an outstretched hand, but knowing all that would be received was a swift smack, if lucky. He only wished he knew how to assure her. Racking his brain, he remembered what the older girls had done to calm him down when it got to be too much. How they'd speak softly across the room, too scared to reach for each other in the overwhelming darkness. "Hey," he called, wincing at the hoarse sound of his own voice. He hadn't spoken much since he'd crawled out, and he found the sound of his voice ground unpleasantly into his bones. It was the kind, self-deprecating hatred that made his teeth ache, for some reason. Or maybe that was just his patchwork frame falling apart again. The groan of bones too young to bear so many break scars, of skin toughened after months of being colored black and blue. Still, the dog silenced, big brown eyes staring after him with a bitter hopefulness. So, he tried again. "Do you mind if I call you Atlas?" he asked, biting his lip hard enough to leave a mark at the pronounced stutter. The dog slowly tilted her head to the side. He gave a small smile, despite the dark cloth obscuring his mouth. "Be because, of F the myth?" He flexed his reaching hand, watching her eyes catch the movement, and her attention realign. She gave a low whimper as she stared at long fingers. Creature tilted his head, absorbing everything she did. I can take you away from here. I can take you away from here." He bit harder on his lip. That'd probably form a cyst later. Whatever, it wasn't like his inner lip wasn't riddled with a constellation of little bumps and sores. It wasn't like the first time his loose lips had accidentally called about an old demon of his. Wasn't it funny? Something whispered in the back of his mind. How time and space can give you distance, but you can still be stuck in the same dark rooms and winding corridors. The dog crept forward, crouching so low her belly grazed the dirty pavement. She paused a step or so back, eyes dragging painfully between the open hand and Creature's face with such a painful expression of want. He flexed his fingers again. Atlas took the last step, letting his fingers brush her cheek. Gently, he stroked the scarred flesh, only to elicit a pained whine. He pulled back, but she wouldn't let him, eagerly leaning into the contact. He paused, but two doe-like eyes kept him still. He couldn't say no to anyone in need. After getting out, he'd found he was a bit of a trouble magnet. Stunted and awkward in social situations, and clinging to the fringes of society where the other weirdos and psychos ran. Worse, he couldn't bring himself to leave a person in need. If someone were being mugged or assaulted, he would jump in half-ped and distract until the victim could get away, or fend off the attacker in worse cases. It wasn't in him to do nothing. Togetherness was beaten into him in regal mansions and rickety basements. "See, come on now," he murmured, letting his fingers stretch to her neck as Atlas tensed. He paid her careful attention, knowing the fear that screamed in her marrow like it was his own. Still, he found the clasp and deftly unclasped it. They both froze in place as the chain and collar slowly slid off her neck, hitting the ground with a hefty thud. Neither moved. Creature barely breathed. Then, like a spell was cast, she shook her head, and he watched her bent tail start a slow wag as she looked up at him. He gave another gentle smile, letting the invisible action hang between them. He gave her a quick scratch behind the ear before standing and backing up, and watched as she immediately started following after him, tail picking up speed. Good, she had some energy left, at least. With a glance at the chipped white entrance where the man had disappeared, he couldn't help but think it looked more like some mythical hellgate than a simple side door to someone's house or business. It felt wrathful and alive, like it would open at any minute and eat them whole. Best leave quickly then. Creature's steps were swift, covering the slight limp that he'd been left with from the night before. Atlas dogged his steps, stopping to growl and hug closer to his legs when someone passed the opposite street. Creature's heart twisted in his chest, wringing out all the happiness he could have felt seeing her freed. She would never understand why he left her. She would never understand that he couldn't feed himself, much less her. She would live the rest of her life thinking he abandoned her. But she'll live. He reminded himself. It was better than what he could give her, better than what that BSRD had given her. Creature hoped he was never given another dog, but something inside him said he'd need to be returning to that alley regularly. He followed the practiced path, having mapped the way from his territory to the shelter in a bit of a nicer area. Hopefully they'd have the sense not to adopt her out to her old owner if he came looking. Hopefully he wouldn't come looking. But that was just wishful thinking. The walk was long but quick, over with much too soon as Creature brought her up to the front door of a simple brick building. The sign in the window read closed, but the lights were still on inside. He cast one last solemn look at her. Big brown eyes stared up at him, imploring. "You're like me." They almost screamed. Broken toys can play together. He gave another small smile, but this one felt oppressive and unbreathable. Like it was a noose hung between them and the quiet, unspoken question of who it was for. Creature hoped it was for him. Leaning down, he gave her a scratch behind her torn ear, wishing he could have tied her up. But no, he'd just taken her out of chains, he wouldn't ever put her back in one. Couldn't bear to put even a rope around her. So, with a quick rap on the chipped, pale blue door, he made a beeline for the side of the building, hearing paw steps chase after him like it was a game. Instead of being caught, instead of turning around with a broad grin and boisterously congratulating her, his foot caught the sill of a dark window, his hand snagging a brick that stuck out. And, like the creature he was, he skittered back up and into the shadows, turning back to look at Atlas again. She tilted her head, barked once, then let out a long, low whine. His heart clenched hard enough to tear, but he didn't move, didn't make a sound. Instead, a soft creak was heard nearby. Then a soft, "Hello?" Atlas looked up, alarm filling her eyes. She immediately dropped down into a crouch, growling. After a moment, a tall, willowy figure stepped around the corner, and she gasped as she spotted the dog. "Oh, you poor thing. Who left you here like this?" It wasn't ideal, but little about his life was. She glanced around, eyes searching desperately. Then, she called into the building, "There's a dog out here. Can you get the lead to catch it?" "Just a dog?" A voice inquired from inside the shelter. "Seems so." She glanced around again, worrying her lip. "Please hurry, I think it's hurt." Taking that as his cue, he slowly shifted back from the edge of the roof, staying low and silent. He wouldn't dare run until they were inside, but he couldn't exactly risk hanging over the edge like that. Pausing, he listened as the two gathered whatever they needed, then approached Atlas. She growled and barked, distress evident as she started thrashing and wailing below, but still he held silent, biting down on his lip. He knew how scared she must be. How she must desperately want him to come back and save her. How betrayed she must feel, to have that shared bond broken so easily. Still, he held himself back. This was for the best. They could help her. This was for her own good. Waiting until the thrashing dog was brought through the doors, he counted to 20 before standing and turning for the next building. It was a bit of a leap, but nothing he couldn't manage. He caught the ledge of the building hard, and hissed as he felt his palms scrape. Pulling himself up and over, Creature spared one last look at the empty front garden before turning and dashing back off into the night. She was scared, but safe. And there were others he would need to save tonight. He bounced from building to building, eyes glancing to the navy-painted sky. Streetlights turned from a warm honey glow to flickering sickly yellow fluorescent as he made his way back to his own territory, breathing easy as the familiar smells of sickness and violence wafted into the air. Familiarity was always good. When he hit the rooftops across the street from a bar where a couple of guys were loudly singing, he resumed his patrol. This was his job, and he made his rounds dutifully each night. After all, there was nothing in this world for him anymore. All he could offer was a chance for those that remained, his pale carcass nothing more than a vessel for a phantom's vengeance, long left behind. It was pretty quick that he heard the sounds of a scuffle, metal and trash being forced out of the way, and quiet begs to be let go. Bile rose in his throat. He hated when they begged. Silently dancing to the edge of the roof, he peered over, being met with a woman likely in her mid-40s with dark purple hair a few meters away from an unconscious blonde man. Or possibly a dead blonde man. There didn't seem to be much blood, but it was dark, and sometimes injuries could be misleading. Interestingly, the assailants were split up. Another blonde man, this one seemingly in his 20s, stood watch at the entrance, nervously glancing back into the alley every couple of seconds with fear written plainly across his face. A newbie to the scene then. The other two were a man and a woman with inkjet hair, the man going through his unconscious victim's pockets, and the woman holding a gun to the other, eyes narrowed dangerously as she cursed the woman out and demanded her purse. Petty thievery. Well, it wasn't like tonight was going to be overly interesting, since he had no one to hunt. Still, this would be too easy for him. Even with inexperience, he held an acute knowledge of how far he would go to survive and protect. He could also harness his own feral desperation like a weapon, and did so often to overtake people bigger and more skilled than him, as they struggled on whether or not they were willing to leave hefty wounds on a child. But he was a child in nothing but name, these days. He recognized himself more in the alley cats and street dogs, or the occasional carrion birds that swept overhead. Nighttime predators with territories, a desperate need to survive, and hunger for the hunt. Glancing about quick, he took stock of the alley, which resembled a narrow crevice like a steep ravine that ran between a 2-story and a 3-story building. The 3-story held a rickety, rusted fireplace that jutted out across from him, and the walls of both were rugged brick as most were around here. There were 2 large dumpsters and an overabundance of trash that decorated the alley, both closer to where a large 2-meter chain-link fence blocked off the escape. This is what the woman leaned against as she pleaded. At the alley entrance there wasn't much. A few loose boards, some disconnected piping that was old and worn, and the stray brick. A singular streetlight flickered desperately, as though pleading with some unseen god for its life in the chilly streets. Skiing in a calming breath, he leaped, clasping on to the fire escape across from him. It clattered as he caught it, and the low creaks threatened to break the rod from the railing, but he ignored it even as the woman below gave a shot and fired 2 loose bullets. Both ricocheted off the fire escape just above his head, though the loud clangs had nothing against the manic knocking of his heart against his ribs, as though trying to remind him what a moron he was. He didn't need the reminder. Really. Cold fear making his palms sweat, he could feel his grip failing. Without a second to spare, he let go, twisting in the air and curling into a roll. The woman shouted angrily, missing another shot that batted off the old brick with nothing more than a small cloud of dust left in its wake. He used the narrow space to his advantage. There wasn't much to hide behind, so he ran for the dark-haired man who was standing and turning now. Silver flashed in his hand, a knife emerging from who knows where. Great, just what creature needed. There were shouts, but he paid them no mind as the gun stopped firing. The man's face twisted, eyes narrowed as the knife shifted dangerously in enormous hands. Creature stayed warily out of striking range, keeping the taller man between him and his assailant's mirror image. He had to stand at an angle so as not to give Blondie his back, and keep an eye on the unconscious man, or semi-conscious, as his arms started twitching and he made nonsensical sounds. No good, too much to pay attention to. He needed to take out a few opponents fast, without opening himself up to more gunfire. She could only miss so many times before she hit him by accident. The man snarled animalistically, lunging forward with a quick knife slash. With a JRK of his arm, his fingers dug into the man's sleeve, pulling him off balance as he overextended his move. A curse was heard behind him as the man stumbled, leaving him to dance out of reach once again. Now, without the man as cover, he was forced to rush the gun-wielding woman, keeping an ear out for the two men as he did so. The woman seemed undeterred, letting loose another round just as Creature reached her. An open palm was all that was needed to smack the gun away before he reached with his other hand for a swift throat jab. The woman gasped and stumbled, tripping over the victim behind her, who cowered meekly. He couldn't blame her. Despite his size, he was quick and lithe, with deadly efficiency even as he stumbled through a fight. His eyes were shadowed by his hood, a few greasy curls sticking out here and there, and a cloth mask obscuring the rest of his face. Although he was in a dark hoodie and breathes, the light could still catch darker patches of something, and he wasn't too sure she'd be less freaked to know what those splotches actually were. Hell, she could probably tell he reeked of an odd mix of desperation and deadly calm even as he went up against 3 unknown assailants. Even he could see he was more animal than man, and it showed. A rush of footsteps behind him, then a hurried wait. Creature whisked around, glaring daggers at the larger man as his companion jumped between them. "Daiki!" The larger hissed. "Please. Wait." The blond man glanced back, and Creature barely held in a snort. His eyes were blown wide with fear, like just watching a person half his age stumble through a fight was enough to put the fear of God into him. You're Jackal? Jackal? Who the hell was Jackal? Creature paused, considering his options. Clearly, this Jackal fellow held some sort of weight to his name. He could pretend to be him, and maybe get out of this without much more of a fight. Or he could put a target on his back, when this Jackal person heard about him taking out 3 thugs when he didn't. Well, Mama didn't raise no beach. He nodded. Behind him, the black-haired woman pushed herself up, huffing irritably. It's not Jackal's MO. If it really was him, he'd have just murdered us. And doesn't he only kill people that are alone? Her victim was still sniffling against the fence behind her, and the blond man laying across the alley was looking around in confusion now, slowly gaining his bearings. Creature considered them carefully as he turned the woman's words over in his head. Were they talking about his hunts? About the monsters he'd slain? Jackal? Was that him? They were calling him Jackal now? Since when? It's him. The youngest assailant, Fight insisted. He's a bit different, a mask instead of a scarf, and no eyewear him, they were talking about him. He broke the DM glasses just a few nights ago when he tripped on a rug during a hunt that took him through the monster's house, and managed to smash his face on the guy's pool table. He still had a small scratch by his left temple. But it's definitely him. We're in his sector, he's killed just 2 blocks down from here before. Yes. Kikuchi Akemi, who ran a laundromat that hid a trafficking ring in her basement. He remembered the way she sobbed and begged for mercy that wasn't soon in coming. Good times, not. So they were definitely talking about him. Probably. Who else would have murdered 2 blocks down recently? They had to be talking about him. Although, it wouldn't be the first time he'd jumped to an incorrect conclusion. No, this one was probably. Be reasonable. Surely, there couldn't be 2 murders so close together without him hearing about it. The woman against the wall hiccuped in fear, her wild purple hair obscuring her face as she stared wide-eyed at Creature, at Jackal. Poor thing, but as far as he could tell she wasn't on his list, so there really wasn't any need for dramatics. And yet his heart went out to helpless, broken things. If he is, she hissed. Then he's just going to kill us, anyway. Now get out of Arata's way. No. Please. He turned desperate eyes to Creature. Please, you've offered please to people before, yeah? Turn yourself in and you can live. But that was him. He opened his mouth. He closed his mouth with an audible snap, but the confusion was already bleeding into Daiki's face even as Creature gave a sharp nod. Arata snorted. So much for Jackal. How old are you, kid? Should you be out this late? He shouldn't have spoken. Well then, time to try a Hail Mary to get back some respect. Slowly, casually he reached into his hoodie pocket, pulling out the serrated dagger he'd taken from one of his victims' houses. It was the largest he had, with a wicked curve like a claw. Arata's and Daiki's eyes returned to their moon-like impressions as the smaller man took a few steps back. "We don't want no trouble," Daiki muttered. "Calm down, we're just shaking down a few people. Money's tight, you know?" The other tried. "It ain't like we're doing anything really bad." True, but he couldn't exactly let them continue. "Why you want to walk, Kei?" He tried to force his voice as steady as possible, hating the sound of each stuttered syllable. Daiki gave a quick nod, eyeing the knife nervously. They had a gun, which was one up on him, but he supposed the look of his blade was fierce enough to cow people twice his age who had every advantage. He wondered what they said about Jackal. He wondered what these people would say when he let them go. And he would, provided no one dies here. Turning, he eyed the woman, who eyed him back just as warily. She wasn't near as scared as the other two, but still obviously cautious. He flicked the knife from her to her friends, then watched as she circled around him to stand by her friends. "Money, huh?" He bit back a grimace. I heavy money. If you're willing to work for it." Daiki's eyes shot up. "How much?" The woman shoved her elbow into his ribs, and he let out a groan. "Why should we trust you?" He stared her down, not moving. Take it or leave it." "Now hold on," Arata jumped in. "Let's not be so hasty. We need details before we can make any arrangements." "How much? When will we get it? What do we have to do?" Just help me find a friend of mine. Catch them, alive. I don't care how or in what condition," he finally spat out. This was so much harder than it had to be. "And I don't know how much." "A duffel bag's worth each." The woman's eyes shot up. "A duffel bag's worth?" On instinct, he shrugged. Immediately he grimaced at the too casual action. DMN his inability to speak. He's supposed to be the authority here. He crawled up from hell, from death itself. He had the money, the knife, the cards were all in his hands. Yet here he was, fumbling them across the floor. Never would he try playing poker, he could already see how that would go. Some people are very generous with me. He hunts monsters then takes their sheet. Not like they need it anymore, and he could use the resources. Dumpsters could only do so much for him, after all. And our insurance? My good Grax is your insurance. The three looked at each other, brows furrowing. After a moment, they seemed to come to a conclusion. "Who are you looking for?" The woman asks, and Creature's lips curl up in glee. "Have you heard of a man named Kaneko-jun?" "Hey, Canterburn." With a wild grin, Takahashi Akio turned to his coworker. Hayashi Ichika, dressed up as pro-hero Morning Glory, was a few inches shorter than him, but they weren't all that petite. Slim, but fierce, they were quickly rising through the ranks, just a step ahead of Akio himself. They also provided a nice foil, thin, dark, and wispy, to Akio's broad, bright appearance. "Glory," he greeted his longtime friend. Their indigo eyes lit up at the excited greeting. "What's up, Kanta? Got little burnout with you today, huh?" Akio looked to his son nestled in his arms, the 3-year-old blinking curiously out at everything. He'd always been the too curious for his own good type. Carefully, he set the child down, but grabbed his hand to keep him from wandering off while they talked. He turned back to Ichika, dressed up in their black and purple suit and wilted flower mask. "Yeah, Makoto and I don't get to go out often, so I thought since I had the day off, we'd check out the new ramen stand and maybe I'll take him by the gym for some quirk training if it's not too late." "Still having issues?" Ichika asked, eyes sympathetic. "It took me several years to get mine under control too. And with a 5-point activation, I had some interesting experiences as a kid." Akio couldn't help the raucous laugh at that. He'd always been loud, and, well, there was something so terribly funny about 5-year-old Ichika repeatedly touching themselves and others, and causing acid trips left and right. "Poor thing. Your parents must have been having a time." Ichika snorted, nodding. "We still on for tonight? I want to go over some case details over that villain that keeps appearing by 4th Street. Wouldn't miss it, Glor. Keep the city safe for me, yeah? Always. I figure at least one of us has to do our job, or someone might start noticing." With a taunting grin, he shot one last, "Aha, you're not fooling me." With that quirk, I'd bet anything you're running off to every side alley for a quick breaks. Ichika laughed as the two wandered in separate directions, letting the conversation ebb away lest someone hear. But not everyone could be upstanding all the time, right? Everyone needed some leisure eventually, and a break from the good guy mold. Red Eyes turned towards his son, who, aside from his slightly leaner build and pointier face, could be an exact copy of the older hero. Makoto's own eyes were still bouncing around, his little hand tugging at Akio's as he tried to wander about. Despite their wild sunshine blonde hair and tan skin, the song hero couldn't help but think he and his son were nothing alike. Where Akio was boisterous and loud, his son was quiet and reserved. For all the stupid decisions Akio had made in his life, Makoto's sharp intelligence surprised him every day. Pride welled in the hero's chest as he watched his son's fidgeting and failing attention. "Excuse me, sir?" Akio blinked, looking up. A man waved him over to his stand, and the hero tugged his son over, smiling broadly as the man's eyes widened. "Ah, Canterburn? I almost didn't recognize you." He gave a friendly chuckle, reaching up to scratch at his jaw. "Yeah, that's me." It was still odd, being recognized even outside his work outfit, though a voice in the back of his head that sounded suspiciously like Ichika whispered, "I told you so." And well, they kinda had. Glory had tried their damnedest to convince Akio to go into underground heroics with them, but he'd been hellbent on being a daylight hero. He had a perfect, flashy quirk for it and everything. "Oh, me and my brother just love you." The man continued on, green eyes bright as he ran a hand through his hair playfully. His eyes stayed low, just below meeting Akio's. It set something off in his gut, the almost intense way the stranger stared at his cheekbones. "We see you on the news all the time. Your quirk is so cool, can you show me?" "He'd be so jealous if I got to see it in person." Akio gave a sheepish look. "I don't know if I should be doing personal shows outside of work dash." The man waved him off. Of course. But you know, all heroes show off at least a little bit. All Might uses his jump to make an entrance every time he accepts an award, and Endeavor's never been shy with his flames. "So could you make an exception for me, please? Just a small demonstration?" His grin turned a bit lopsided. Well, it wasn't like it was the first time he'd bent the law before, and the man made some good points. All right. I guess a small one wouldn't hurt." Quickly, he produced a lighter from his pocket, lime eyes following the action curiously. He flicked it open and brought the tiny flame to life, before humming a quiet tune. In response to the song, the fire flickered, then grew. It took the shape of a ballerina, dancing a routine as Akio focused on the little details and keeping the shape right. After a moment, a bit broke off, flames dancing upwards artistically before disappearing into the air. The man laughed and clapped, looking positively delighted, and then a child cried out in distress, and Akio stopped short, eyes dropping to Makoto. In his distraction, he'd let go of his son's hand, and cursed his own stupidity now as the spot beside him showed the 3-year-old had wandered off. What was he thinking? What was he doing? He knew Makoto's curiosity would make him wander. "Makoto?" he called, turning to scan the streets. In the early twilight, there wasn't much of a crowd. A handful of civilians walking between stalls, but they were all turning, looking to the now running man in a dark hoodie with a familiar blonde child in his arms. "Makoto!" Akio lunged forward, pursuing the man as his heart wrenched painfully. No. This wasn't happening, it couldn't be happening, not Makoto. His son reached out, red eyes fearful and tiny hands grabbing futilely at his father over the man's shoulder. Civilians around them scurried out of the way, a few pulling out their phones but otherwise looking unsure as the man dodged around a corner. Akio followed. The man was in shape, clearly, as he ran from street to street. He stayed just out of reach as Akio snarled, telling him to stop and calling for his son. Makoto tried to struggle, but it didn't seem to affect the man at all. Finally, he turned down an alley before slowing to a stop. Akio rushed forward. "Give him back," he hissed between clenched teeth, lunging to grab the man. The stranger twisted, and Akio barely registered concern at familiar lime green eyes and white hair, with features not dissimilar to the vendors from earlier. A hand reached up, and a strong wind swept through the alleyway, shoving Akio back on his butt. He cursed foully. Shoving himself up, he produced his lighter, humming before the flame even appeared. The stranger didn't hesitate, flicking his wrist again and sending another wave of wind to kill the flame before it could grow. BSRD, Akio snarled. What do you think you're doing, stealing a pro-hero's kid? Do you have any idea how many people will be sent after you? The man hummed, seemingly considering this. A lot, I imagine. And they'd have a pretty good chance of catching me, now that you've seen my face. Akio's eyes narrowed as the man passed him a wan, almost friendly smile. So I guess we'll have to make sure there are no witnesses? Eyes narrowing, Akio didn't comment, flicking the lighter again. With a hum, it burst to life, flaring outwards in a cloud of angry flame. The man's green eyes watched calmly as Akio's song such notes, and the flame rushed forward. This big, his wind couldn't quench it. Akio didn't even have to worry for his son, who'd inherited his father's fire resistance. What he didn't expect was the other to flick his wrist again as the fire neared him. In a second, the fire redirected, and Akio stumbled back as the light blinded him for a second. Abruptly, his hum stopped, and the fire spat up into the sky before it died out. He grimaced, jerking back to look at the man with all the hate in his body. What was that supposed to do? Fire quirks are fire-resistant, idiot. The man's smile grew. Oh, just showing my brother where we are. You know, growing up, everyone always said I had the better quirk. Flashier, you know? So good for heroics. The man hummed thoughtfully again. But I was no good at keeping to the law, you know? And hero schools don't like juvie records. Truth be told, without my brother's quirk, I wouldn't have gotten near as far as I have. Shut up, he flicked the lighter, humming again. The man glanced down at it, flicking his wrist and sending another wind to smother it. Sheet, what was he supposed to do? He couldn't get close, the man's quirk held him back just as easy as it killed his flame. He couldn't call for help, it'd take too long for them to get here. Of course, he didn't want to give the man's brother time to get here either. With a glance at Makoto, desperation rose in his chest. He lunged forward again, readying for a punch and hoping he could land one before being thrown back. He couldn't. The man tossed him back again. Now you're just being annoying. He glanced off. Footsteps rang out behind him, and Akio whipped around. The vendor from earlier laughed nervously, white curls bouncing against his head. Sorry. Took me a bit to get away from the crowd unnoticed. Thank you for the signal. Oh, don't know if I would have found you otherwise. A stone-cold lump formed in Akio's throat. Of course. What do you want with Makoto? Akio growled. What do you want with me? Because it had to be him, taking Makoto would be dumb, if they were just after any kid. This was a calculated attack against Canterburn, or even heroes in general. The vendor tilted his head curiously. So many questions. One at a time, I guess. What do we want with him? Well, Bossman will pay a pretty penny for him. What do we want with you? Pale green eyes jumped up, and Akio couldn't help but think it was odd. Up until now, his eyes had danced around his face, keeping just left or just under meeting the hero's gaze. The second their eyes met, he understood why as his limbs locked up. Well, that's simple, problems like you need to be taken care of. Akio's world turned sideways as he fell harshly. No. Not like this. His head smacked the ground hard, but he paid it no mind, eyes dancing around for any sign of Makoto. Unfortunately, his son and the other man were behind him now. The vendor's grin widened, and his eyes crunched in pure joy. Go on ahead now, take the boy. I'll take care of this for us. Akio's eyes zoned in on the man's hand as it produced something from his pocket. The item flashed silver in the dimming light, and Akio's stomach dropped at the sight of the knife. Crouching down, Keigo gave an exhausted sigh, carefully avoiding the pool of blood. The young hero's blood was dried around him by now, and police milled around looking for evidence. Red eyes stared dully up at the sky, frozen in death. He was only a year or so younger than Keigo himself. Eyes turned to watch Keigo curiously, and he couldn't blame them. Musutafu wasn't his city, by any. But But the HPSC had sent for him the second they'd heard of the murder, pulling strings to get him on the case immediately. He'd spent the last hour or so getting down here as fast as possible, feeling like a puppet being danced across a stage. Paramedic or a forensic scientist? He wasn't sure who collected bodies. Exactly, this wasn't usually a part he participated in, wheeled over a gurney and a bag, nodding to Keigo as he got to work. The winged hero stepped back, rubbing at the spot between his eyes as Canterburn was taken care of. It was a strange case, he'd admit. Witnesses spotted Canterburn off-duty, chasing a man who'd taken his kid. They disappeared, only for someone to stumble across his body the next morning in an alley several streets off from where he'd last been seen alive. It was odd, taking a pro-hero's kid. And weirder that they would then murder the hero, since usually this sort of thing happened with the direct expectation of a ransom. "Hey!" An officer snapped. "You can't be here. There's an active investigation ongoing." Overhead, crows cawed as if in mock laughter of some unheard joke. Keigo looked up and his heart sank. At the mouth of the alley was a kid who couldn't be older than 9. He was small, with dark green curls and wide doe eyes that took in the scene with no small amounts of shock. Immediately, the hero jumped into action to keep the kid from looking at the body or the blood. He doubted he'd missed it though. "Hey there," he called, sounding as jovial as he could, considering he was just standing over a body. "What are you doing coming down here, kid?" He blinked, looking up at Keigo. His eyes widened further, a light of recognition shining back at him. That was kind of surprising. He was rising fast, but he was still only a year into his career, and he wasn't rising fast enough to be known around these parts. The kid sputtered, eyes darting down in clear embarrassment. I was just on my way to school." Keigo smiled, hoping it would put the kid at ease. "You usually take this alley?" "It's quicker," the kid mumbled. The 20-year-old hesitated, eyes flashing with concern. "Are you old enough to be walking to school alone?" Apparently that wasn't the right thing to say, as the kid bristled indignantly. "I am old enough. Kid, you're like 9 I'm 12 LV. Keigo put his hands up placatingly, but couldn't help thinking that this kid did not even look 11. He was very short, with baby round cheeks. "Well, can you go the long way for me? Just for today?" The kid scowled, but nodded. Then, his eyes drew curiously to the alley behind Keigo, who immediately leaned to block the view. Kid was too curious for his own good. What's going on?" "Nothing you need to worry about, kid." Blinking, Keigo noted the light in his eyes that said he wasn't going to let this go, but he still nodded silently. The 12-year-old turned away, only for the winged hero pulled him to a stop one more time. "Kid, what's your name actually?" He cast Keigo a cautious once-over. "Midoriya Izuku." Keigo flashed him a winning smile. "I'm pro-hero Hawks. Are you going to be late, Midoriya? I can take you closer if you need." Midoriya regarded Keigo's wings before looking down the road, his mouth set in a thin line. "No, I'm Jude." He ruffled the kid's hair affectionately. It was delightfully curly, adding to the cute little brother look the kid gave off. "All right. You might want to take the long way after school too, just to be safe. Can you do that for me?" Midoriya nodded silently, taking off down the street. Keigo watched until he was a good way off, then turned back to the alley. The body was gone now, but the pool of blood remained, leaving the hero to go over the report in his head again. Takahashi Akio, pro-hero, Canterburn. Murdered at approximately 8:30 the night prior. Apparent cause of death, multiple stab wounds. No witnesses. The man's 3-year-old son, Takahashi Makoto, is also missing, presumed kidnapped. Current suspects, Jackal. Creature Jackal is rushed past the alley he usually turned down, Hawk's eyes burning holes in his back as he hurriedly turned the corner, finally letting out a breath and slowing down. It was pure luck, he guessed, that he was able to snag a mostly functional radio to disassemble and reassemble the night before. Doing so repeatedly until he understood what each component was, what it did, and how to make the device from scratch. It would be nice to listen to Put Your Hands Up radio outside of the library for once. Thus, he'd brought his mostly functional, mostly put back together radio in his worn-out bright yellow backpack, courtesy of one of his favorite dumpsters behind a supply store just outside his territory. It let him get away with his "I'm on my way to school" excuse, despite the fact that he had no idea what school he'd be going to, or if there was even one in the area. But, lucky again, of all the heroes he could have run into, he managed to find himself face to face with pro-hero Hawks, who was stationed nowhere near Musutafu, last Izuku knew. Who Izuku had seen take down a villain several hours away on the news just last night. He'd had to dig to find that channel, but he was doing a lot of analysis on new heroes as of late. Relaxing against the brick, Izuku forced his feet to move again, shaky as his knees were suddenly. He'd have to get to Dagoba soon if he had any hope of catching Present Mix afternoon broadcast today. His mind wandered back to the alley, where someone had been murdered. Izuku hadn't gotten a good look, but he couldn't help his blood running cold at the scene. Something was off about it, something other than the fact that Aizawa Jackal apparently hadn't gone after any killers last night. His fishing line had been tossed, however, about 2 days ago now. Hopefully his little birds would come back with pleasant songs to sing, though he doubted it. Kaneko-jun was nothing if not elusive. As the trashed beach came into sight, Izuku picked up the pace, slinging his backpack around on one arm so he could pull out the patchwork radio and his handy-dandy screwdriver. It was his favorite tool, so useful, so versatile. It could screw things in, unscrew things, scrape off gunk, and hack mercilessly at whatever project offended him today. Wires, metals, motherboards, it could do a pretty penny on whatever was deemed irreparable, unrecyclable, or just irrevocably evil. In seconds he was walking and tinkering, barely paying attention as the unstable piles of trash cast shadows and loomed dangerously above. Each dune was treacherously tall and tilted, but Izuku was far past his fear of death. If he was going to be taken out by the refrigerator balanced precariously on Trash Heap C, then so be it. It was probably a quicker death than he'd get anywhere else, anyway. Finding his subtle paths through the trash, he traced his way down to the rickety old dock, covered in barnacles, algae, and other such overgrowth. Ducking under the side, he found his makeshift workstation, an area mostly protected from the rain with various scraps scattered around for use in one project or another. Right now, it was mostly covered in wires for his affectionately named zap traps. Of course, more frequently he found himself referring to them as beach traps, since the only thing they'd had any success of zapping was him. He settled down for barely a moment, before returning the square piece that had something to do with tuning. He'd have to look up its name at the library later, but for now, Izuku grabbed the broken piece, growling at its refusal to work. He chucked it out of his workstation, since broken bits don't belong where he brainstorms. It's bad luck. Pulling himself back out to dig through piles of trash, he spent the better part of his afternoon on this project. Testing the radio, finding out what wasn't working, mauling and tossing the piece, searching for other radios until he came up with one that had a working version of the piece, screwing it back in, rinse and repeat. It was done by 3:40, and he ended up setting the radio up. He'd procured working batteries and everything for this. Though now he'd likely have to repeatedly find working batteries, which would become a chore very quick, on the right station, then turning his attention back to his zap traps. The process was long but challenging. He spliced wires, stuffing them into the spherical cases. Before long, the channel suched and a familiar voice came on. Hey there, listeners. It's about time for today's installment of Put Your Hands Up Radio. Today, we have a very special guest. Though she's not branched off to her own agency yet, this sidekick is quickly gaining renown, Sir Nightie's very own Bubble Girl. Yeah, Bubble Girl. One of the newer heroes on the scene, he'd been planning on doing an analysis of her very soon. He didn't typically bother with sidekicks, since most never went any farther with their career, but Sir Nightie's had a tendency to shine bright and far. He glanced at the radio as Bubble Girl spoke up. It's great to be here, Present Mike. Sidekicks don't usually get opportunities like this, and I'm so grateful that you invited me out. Most people prefer rising heroes like Hawks or Kamui Woods, and while I can't say they don't deserve it, it's always a joy to make them share with the little guys, you know? Present Mike gave out a hearty laugh. I describe you as many things, but one of the little guys isn't one of them. Didn't you lead a team to take down that gang in the West Districts a couple weeks ago? I watched that fight live, and it was a rockin' exhibition. There was a soft thud over the radio. Oof, careful there, Mike. Bubble Girl gave a little, awkward chuckle that was quickly met with Present Mick's more boisterous one. Sorry about that. I just get so excited. He must have hit her while gesturing. Several heroes complained about him doing similar when they were on his show. There was one iconic moment where Death Arms had made a haughty comment about the voice hero not needing to be so active when no one could even see him. It had led to the most awkward and passive-aggressive hour of Izuku's life, and he'd loved it. It's fine, Bubble Girl waved off jovially. But back to what you said earlier, that's exactly the problem with heroics today. As a sidekick, or more aptly, a sidekick with a weak quirk, people don't say, "Hey, it was pretty cool seeing Bubble Girl take down that gang last week." They say, "Hey, it was pretty cool when Night Eye's agency took down that gang last week." No matter who takes down what, they'll always divert attention to the most impressive quirk first, and the most impressive title second. Sir has a bit of a reputation for taking in weak quirks, but even he has issues with his work getting swept under the rug when working with limelight agencies. Oh, I've heard a lot about that. Though admittedly, it isn't a problem I personally have had before. Many of my friends and colleagues have so-called weaks or villain quirks. I've seen good, strong heroes get slammed by the media, throwing out words and claims about what their true agenda is or how they're reaching beyond their means. It's astounding how someone can make one mistake only for people to pounce on it as some sort of evidence when the only thing they've really discovered was quirkism. Present Mike chimed in. Izuku nodded along. It was true, the media was all over Vlad King for using excessive force in a recent takedown in the shopping district. The villain had 3 hostages, 2 of which were reportedly UA students, and there'd been a bomb involved. The hero was forced to take drastic action and bring the villain down quick so they could find and retrieve hostages, as well as find and defuse the active explosive before it detonated. Still, the public takedown had been filmed and gruesome, with the perpetrator apparently losing a couple teeth in the brawl. The media and the public ate up this tragic story of a man using heroism as a guise for assault. Ironic considering Endeavor's recent fight by the mall that resulted in an astounding 12 civilian casualties. It wasn't even just that, Ms. Joke, an underground hero a few cities over, and allegedly a shiketsu teacher, recently caught the spotlight when a spa day turned into an active threat situation. One of the spa workers had apparently broken up with a violent partner, and their ex had shown up spewing fire and demanding she come with him lest he burn the place down with everyone inside. Though Joke handled the situation, it wasn't before part of the spa had caught fire, and for several weeks afterwards people were discussing how she shouldn't be a hero if she couldn't handle situations like that. They tore apart everything she did, and publicized a hero that was meant to stay mostly unknown, all while pointing to her quirk and saying it was too weak for hero work. Bubble Girl, though being fresh out of high school herself, had already been a part of 2 separate controversies for her quirk. She, much like Midnight, was constantly being ridiculed for her choice of outfit, with people saying that no kid should ever look up to a hero like that. None of the male heroes in smaller costumes got that treatment, of course. The sidekick hummed thoughtfully. It really is tragic how many good heroes are shoved to the side for something they can't control. My weak quirk hasn't ever stopped me from doing my job just as well as anyone else, yet it's still not enough for people. They act like it's hubris, like we can never compare ourselves to flashy, quirked individuals. Present Mike hummed. One of my friends has always said the quirk doesn't make the hero makes the quirk. And that's an excellent point. Her voice grew loud and jubilant, almost matching the energy that Present Mike somehow managed to give off all the time. My coworker, Centipeder? He's a mutation type, and an insect mutation at that. Poor man's never been given a day of rest from some of the horrible things people say about him. Night Eye has to have the mail filtered just because of the amount of hate mail Centipeder gets, as well as hate mail for Night Eye daring to take him on as a sidekick. Centipeder is one of the best heroes I've ever met. He's Night Eye's right hand and basically runs the agency by himself whenever Sir gets caught up in another case. His quirk might not be traditionally strong, but the way he uses it makes him a force to be reckoned with. He's excellent at ranged combat and restraint operations, but no one talks about that. Twitter users are all writing instead about his appearance, saying shit like how they couldn't trust a face like that or how he gives them the creepy crawlies. Really? What are we, children? We should have left quirk racism in 2140, geez. Many of my own students have mutant, weak, or villain quirks. We had one girl a few years back with a bat quirk, and I swear, it broke my heart to see how some of the other students treated her. She wanted to go for heroism, but her own family insisted that she couldn't do it nearly blind, despite the fact that she gets around just fine. I don't understand how someone can be trusted to fly around at night and still be forced to use a cane just to get around school. Present Mike rambled. Vaguely, Izuku wondered if he should be sharing so much about the girl's personal life on air, but he'd always been a little loose-lipped with his students. He was a tad overzealous in everything he did, be it teaching, talking, and radio hosting included. Shifting, his feet sank into the soft sands. The beach would be lovely, he thought, if only it weren't covered in trash. It's so unfortunate, good heroes being wasted due to bias and prejudice. Bubble Girl sounded exhausted. Izuku sympathized. Bias had never been on his side, either. All of a sudden, there was a loud ring. Oh ho ho! Is it time for call-ins already? Well, if you have a question for me or Bubble Girl, remember to call us at XXXXMIC. The announcer's voice boomed, even without his quirk. Within a minute, they were answering a call-in. Hey there, listener. You're on Put Your Hands Up Radio. Got a question for me or Bubble Girl? Izuku always thought it was endearing how Present Mike called everyone listener. There's a clip floating around of his helping a citizen and calling them listener, only for the surly man to blow up on him, head bleeding profusely, about how he'd never listened to that sheet, and raving about some second-rate podcast. That clip gained so much traction for the look of absolutely over this sheet on the voice hero's face as he helped the citizen to safety, which was still one of Izuku's favorites. It was like looking under the veil of happy-go-lucky radio host to a much more honest personality beneath. Still happy, but not the vacant-eyed doormat certain people made him out to be. Yeah, I'm Kubo Hideo from Tokyo, and I wanted to ask Bubble Girl a question. The man started. Bubble Girl popped up with a quick, shoot. Why are you so jealous of other people getting the fame that you can't? Oh, Izuku hated this man. With a surprising amount of passion, too. Maybe if your quirk was actually good for hero work, you wouldn't need to spend all day whining about them getting recognition for the work they're actually doing while you sit here and nag? Listen here, Sir Dash, Present Mike didn't get far before Bubble Girl was snapping back. Excuse me? I spend just as much, if not more, time in the field than any other hero. And who am I nagging? I haven't even said any names. I just want people to acknowledge that I do work as hard as any other hero. That, despite my quirk, I overcame any and all obstacles, and the work I do is just as valuable and recognition-worthy. Have you ever considered that maybe you'd have recognition if you ever earned it? The man snarked. Or that maybe your quirk just is a dash. A loud crackle of static shot through the radio, and Izuku casted a worrying glance, thinking something might have come loose or worse. Whoops. Present Mike interrupted through the static. Looks like we got a little interference and the connection just dropped. So unfortunate. Sorry about that, listeners. Unexpected tech issues happen to the best of us. Choking back a laugh, Izuku had to pause before he could screw on the last piece of the zap trap. The little cylinder didn't look like much, just a mass of ugly brown, gray, and red metal and different-sized screws, but she could pack a punch. At least, she would when he got her right. His eyes flickered to his patchwork radio, a surprising amount of mirth jumping around in his bones at the man's not-so-subtle issues with interference. Even Bubble Girl was smothering a laugh in the background. He pulled out another zap trap to work on. Well, the show must go on. Why don't we take someone else's call? He invited, and just a second later they were being patched through. Hey, listener, who's this and where are you calling from? Aoki Ichiro from Hosu City. Another voice spoke up. His voice was low and vaguely raspy, but he sounded young. Hosu City, wow. Bubble Girl hyped. I spent some time with a hero down in Hosu City for my first-year internships back in high school. Such a lovely city, I'd love to come back sometime. But, hey Bubble Girl, Why do you think you're so much better than heroes like Hawks or Kamui Woods? Oki snapped. Oh boy, present mix radio show was far from new to controversy, but DMN, today's show was really getting it, huh? What? She sounded incredulous at the accusation. Well, you said you weren't naming names, but at the beginning of the show you said that you enjoyed shoving them aside for your own gain. I never said that. She snapped, fire entering her voice. The greenette hummed, screwing in another screw a little too aggressively. Hopefully it wouldn't strip. Yes, you did. You said you liked the opportunity to take the spot of more deserving heroes. I said that they deserved this opportunity just as much as I do. The poor heroine sounded incredibly stressed out over this whole thing. And do you think that's true? Hawks and Kamui have highly successful agencies and have been working for years to build up their reputations. What do you have, Bubbles? He huffed. I only just graduated. I haven't had time to make a name for myself yet. Then why are you talking about not getting the recognition you deserve, if you haven't had the chance? Wow. Present Mike cried out. The interference tonight is nuts. Weird that it happened twice, huh, Bubble Girl? Right? She sounded a lot less jovial now. Without thinking, Izuku reached for the burner in his pocket, listening to the show continue. Next caller? Who? You think you can just cut me off? The first caller's voice came back, sounding right if and mad. Just because I'm re-. You should really check your connection. Seek us that you keep getting dropped like that? Present Mike was sounding a little strained now too. Next caller, who is this and where are you from? Hi, I just wanted to let Bubble Girl know that people might respect her more if she wasn't dressed like such a who. Next caller, Present Mike let a PRT pause pass. All of a sudden, there was a crackle in the burner in Izuku's hand, and a little voice letting him know he'd connected. He didn't actually expect to get on the air, but he did hack his phone into high hell, so maybe it had messed with their system somehow? Made him skip cues or something? Well, hey, he said a little awkwardly. He cringed at how light and boyish his voice sounded over the radio. Immediately, Present Mic's voice picked up its excited tone again. Hey there, listener. What's your name, and where are you calling from? Oh, internally, Izuku started to panic wildly. A name? Musutafu. You see can call me Deku sheet. Well, it wasn't like it was inaccurate. Besides, not like Kaken would hear this and realize it's him. Deku was safe, probably. Like Dikairu? That's so cute. Bubble Girl's voice had lifted a bit already. She still seemed a bit guarded as she asked, You got a question for us, Deku? And no, he stammered. IW wanted to say that you're a huge inspiration, boo Bubble Girl. He tried to force his stutter out, which never worked, but it at least seemed a little less all over the place. Better than when he talked to Hawks, at least. God, Hawks must have been so annoyed. Oh. She sounded flattered and completely off guard. Thank you. That's so nice to hear. I don't have a strong quirk either. He admitted, feeling his face burn in a shame he probably had no right feeling right now. There was a strange dichotomy between Daylight Izuku and Nighttime Jackal, and it really messed with his head when he thought about it. It's useless for hero work, actually. And I always wanted to be a hero, and go TTU. Everyone said I couldn't. I really like seeing the little guys make big G waves, you know? I don't know if I've made big waves just yet. She sounded unsure, but there was a definite smile in her voice. You will, he said, putting all the certainty he felt behind it. I saw your debut, when you helped coordinate that attack against the smoke villain, Getaway? You saw that his quirk W wasn't actually a smoke man manipulation quirk, BB but an illusion quirk, and you managed to coordinate your team to herd him away from civilians and capture him by sending for the right hero. They said it wasn't flashy, but I thought it was awesome how you commanded the battlefield like that. All the other heroes were more experienced, but you knew what to do and got it done. That's some great observation, little listener. Present Mike said. A lot of people don't realize how important analytics and strategy are for heroics, but things like that can be life or death for heroes, and anyone can do it. And he chewed his lip nervously. Had he said too much? Would it be weird to add anything now? He felt like it would be, his input wasn't really wanted much. Speak only when spoken to. A cold shiver ran up his spine, like centipedes over his corpse at the old command. Yes? The voice hero encouraged. Now he had to say something. People get mad over what happened with Novu. Silence hung like a noose over Izuku's neck, and he chewed his lip till it bled. Eyes snapping shut, he pushed on. But he wasn't our real hero. You just showed the W world what a bad person he was, and US saved so many women from him. That one girl, she even made Ade a YouTube video thanking you. Did you see it? Bubble Girl's voice was small, and he winced at having put that there. That I did. Izuku had promised himself he'd never be that person. He might be a monster, but he wouldn't be a bully, dragging other people down to make himself feel better. Stupid, dumb death. He just wanted to cheer her up, and here he was, dragging the biggest controversy that almost ended her short career out into the open. Novu had been an insanely popular hero, after all. I think it's really brave, he choked out. Doing the right thing even when it makes others mad. I want to be a hero like that one day. A hero like you? There's a shaky inhale, and Izuku's heart drops. F him and his abysmal people skills. For all the time he'd spent with his sisters, he still couldn't talk to a real-world girl without making her cry. He snapped down painfully on his bottom lip, shame burning away the last of his embarrassment. Somewhere in the distance, a crow cries. Oh, have you read that pre-quirk classic, To Kill a Mockingbird? Oh God, what the F was he talking about now? Hello, foot, meatmouth. No, I haven't. It's about, prejudice. There's this guy Boo Radley? Anne and no one's seen him in years, and all the children make up ghost stories, and they're all scared of him. He explained. Today could not get worse. But he's not a bad guy. He leaves gifts for the neighborhood kids, and saves the main character, Scout. And at the end, they find out about what really happened to Boo, and how he's been basically a captive this whole time. He wasn't scary, or mean, he just needed a little help. He thought for a long moment before speaking again. I used to think that why you were like Boo Radley, just another victim being called a monster. But I think you're more like the Finches. Why you're the light at the end of the tunnel, helping the rest of us get out too. He wanted to die. Holy shit. What was his mouth doing right now? The light at the end of the tunnel? She didn't need his sappy bullsh. Thank you. Her voice was watery, making Izuku glare down at his garish red shoes. You promised you'd never make anyone sound like that. That you'd never make them feel like that. He winced at the voice in his head, a raspy, melodious voice of a girl he used to know. I think. Present Mike spoke up gently. That's all the time we have for call-ins. Night Eye's probably going to want Bubble Girl back at the agency here soon, and I don't think he'll like me taking up so much of your time. Oh, Izuku screwed up. He screwed up bad. He'd messed up so bad, they weren't letting any more calls through, because he'd made Bubble Girl cry. He glared more forcefully at his feet. Oh right, Bubble Girl startled, clearing her throat. Wait, before you go. Yeah. His voice had the same smallness in it that hers had a minute ago. He had no right, not after what he'd put her through. You're going to make a great hero, you know that? I can't wait to see you get into you. Her voice was soft, genuine. Izuku felt tears burst out of his eyes, but he carefully kept the tears from his voice when he spoke. Thank you. He didn't really pay attention to what Present Mike said next as he wrapped up this section of his show. He quietly said his goodbyes and left, flicking off the radio as he did. He'd catch the rest when it was uploaded to Spotify. For now, he was far too emotionally raw as he pocketed his zap traps and headed for home. Izuku watched the sky turn scarlet, reflecting the color back from green eyes as he sat nestled into the corner of a 24-hour cafe. His eyes watered tiredly even though sleep was a long time coming. He leaned farther back into the cushion, eyes dropping to his laptop. He couldn't patrol tonight. Not only was he physically tired, but he hadn't yet recovered from the radio show earlier. It was stupid. He was stupid. All Bubble Girl said was that she believed in him, and it had so thoroughly destroyed him that he couldn't patrol hours later? Pathetic. But he didn't want to do nothing. He thought back to the victim earlier today, the corpse that Hawks had been guarding like some cemetery gargoyle. No one had been there to protect him last night, and it was a failure that left Izuku's mouth tasting sour. So, determined to still watch over his city, he finicked with the earpiece he'd been working on for the better part of that afternoon, ever since he realized patrols were likely off the table. Ugly, rusted, and probably a safety hazard, but it functioned. So what if it was incredibly uncomfortable and didn't really fit in his ear all that well? Slipping it in, he flicked the thing on, listening to a worrying static crackle before voices came through. "Who's watching Sector 7 tonight?" someone asked. He sounded exhausted. "Hawks, I think," a woman answered. It took him a second to place her by voice alone, the R-rated heroine, Midnight. "Roger, Roger," came a too familiar voice. "The HPSC conned Ingenium to cover that section with me tonight too." "Ingenium? Isn't he usually a daylight hero?" Midnight inquired. "You know I am." Ingenium sounded 2 seconds from keeling over. "Yeesh, he made the first guy sound well-rested. And that called you all the way from Hosu to take a night shift? They must be really worried about this." The first man spoke up. "I think they're just trying to make an impression," Ingenium sighed. "Scare off whoever it is?" Hawks grunted lightly. "That, or make an example out of the guy. Whichever." Ingenium concurred. "DMN. Wouldn't want to be him." A quick pause. "All right, I'm off for the night. Tamakawa should be in finishing up some reports most the night if you need anything." There was a quick chorus of goodbyes from the heroes patrolling. "Isn't there a hero that usually patrols this sector?" Hawks digressed. 3 heroes seems overkill." "Yeah, but it's Eraserhead's night off," Izuku thought, suching from the hacking software that got his comms on the hero frequency to the pre-hacked city surveillance network. Okay, so maybe he was a bit of a workaholic. He fiddled around, jumping between cameras. Hawks was, unsurprisingly, nowhere to be found as he likely flew around well out of view of the cameras. Ingenium was an easy find. He was walking beside 2 of his sidekicks near a laundromat that definitely laundered more than just clothes. "Eraserhead has the night off." Midnight parroted his thoughts, making Izuku blink back to the conversation. "Wow, resident hero gets the night off, and Ingenium gets called in last minute? That's a little asus." Hawks crowed, voice light in jest. "Shut it, bird boy. Eraserhead's last day off was almost 3 weeks ago. I'll be dead if anyone takes this from him." Izuku's brows jumped up at Midnight's sass. "Talk about workaholics. Sheet, 3 weeks?" Hawks sounded appalled. "I'd quit. Why the hell they got him working so much?" Ingenium laughed. "They don't. He chooses to work any time they give him the choice, and he just took a second job at UA. What a go-getter. I don't know how some people can live like that." Hawks mumbled. "I go home and spend 16 hours periodically napping while scrolling YouTube. Then I roll out of bed, get dressed, and do it all over again." "I don't know why you're bragging about that." Izuku could hear the scowl in her voice. He flicked around the cameras in the area Ingenium was in, trying desperately to match camera numbers to locations. Whoa. Why wouldn't I brag about that? I'm living the life. Famous, beloved pro hero during the day, no responsibilities at night. Does it count as no responsibilities if you just don't do the responsibilities you have?" Ingenium mumbled. "Hey, you don't know that I'm irresponsible?" Hawks cried in mock offense. Ingenium gave him a little chuckle. "You strike me as the kinda guy that will do dishes later for 48 straight hours." Hawks made a pained noise, but Izuku reached up to tap the earpiece before he could get a response. "And why you strike me as the kinda guy that's about to stumbly over a drag deal all gone wrong. Th 3 blocks down, second A alley on your right T." He watched as the buyer's hands shot up, the dealer pulling a gun and seemingly yelling at the buyer. Ingenium would need to hurry. Dead silence. "Who the hell is that?" Hawks asked. How did you get on this frequency?" Midnight's perplexed voice rose up. "Shouldn't you be at home, kid? Getting around for bed or something?" That was Ingenium. Of course, that's what Ingenium's immediate response was, instead of handling the literal drag deal he'd warned him about. "That's a kid." Hawks made it sound like a question, But Izuku got the impression that it wasn't a question. Why is there a kid on the hero frequency? Why is there a kid on the hero frequency, presumably trying to lead Ingenium to drag deals? Midnight huffed. Trying to prevent drag G deals? Izuku tried. He heard Hawks laugh over the line. Nice try, kid, not your job. You shouldn't be on here. Midnight scolded. Izuku blinked. That was it? He commits a federal crime, hacking into the highly secure hero network, and all he gets is a go to bed and a you shouldn't be here? He didn't know what he expected, but honestly, wasn't this? No, wait. Hawks shouted, making Izuku wince at the proximity of noise to his ear. The kid's funny, can we keep him? He's a kid, not a class pet. Ingenium responded. He's probably got homework or something. Well, can he come back when he's done with his homework? Hawks asked, a note of hope in his voice. Izuku smothered a laugh at the rather strange hero. What? No. Midnight snapped. And I don't care about his homework, he shouldn't be on the hero frequency ever. I don't have homework, Izuku said because, well, he didn't. Guys, he doesn't even have homework. He can stay now, yeah? He should still be asleep. It's almost 9 o'clock, you'll be tired for school tomorrow. Ingenium chastised. This was, wow, probably the strangest conversation of Izuku's life? And that was saying something. Wow, Ingenium, I feel physically bad for you and your childhood, Hawks sighed theatrically. Poor boy, never had any fun, did you? I had plenty of fun. Ingenium snapped. Why are you patronizing me? Fun, huh? What? Your mom let you solve puzzles on weekends when all the chores were done. Izuku laughed at Hawks' pestering. He could hear Ingenium floundering indignantly in the background. He even thought he could make out a bitter, I like puzzles. Boys. Midnight caught their attention, sounding furious. Can you argue like children later? We have a literal child to handle right now. You don't know I am a child, Izuku countered, knowing full well they knew he was a child. His voice gave him away instantly. Maybe he'd need to try making some sort of voice changer? Food for thought. Yeah. Surprisingly, Hawks jumped in. We don't know he's a child, so we can leave him be. No need to worry about homework or bedtimes. Okay, what about the literal federal crime he's committing? Not my first federal crime, he bit back the response before it could leave his mouth. No need to get Midnight any more worked up or, God forbid, concerned. He's not hurting anyone. I'm terrified for what the crime rates must look like in Kyushu. Ingenium groaned. Ingenium, sir? Izuku asked, watching his screen as he flipped between cameras. Yes? Boy, he did sound tired. The buyer's getting away. Looks like he's trying to take the product without PP paying. Dealers giving chase. He has a gun and sheet. Ingenium cursed, only just remembering the drag deal. Then, oh wait, you didn't hear that, kid. Izuku rolled his eyes. 3 blocks down. Running towards his Ekkeo Street. Thanks, he sounded both grateful and wary, but Izuku flicked back to his camera to see him and his sidekicks mobilizing. The speed hero took off like a bullet, and Izuku didn't even bother trying to keep track of him. How do you know that? Midnight asked, still abrasive herself. God, kid, tell me you're not over there dash. And no. He defended. I'm, watching from the cameras. The cameras? Midnight's voice gave way to confusion. Like, the street cams? Hawks chimed in. Yeah. The street, the ones owned and operated privately by the city? Midnight hissed. Hoo boy, she sounded mad again. Was his eloquent response. Kid, I don't know how you got on here dash. Probably hacked it. Hawks crowed again. Izuku was beginning to hate his input. He sounds too young. Midnight breathed heavily. But it doesn't matter. Could get off. It does matter? Ingenium argued, sounding breathless as he returned. Shouldn't we look into this? Keep people from doing whatever he did again? If we look into it, we'll have to charge the kid with something. If he gets off now, we can pretend it never happened, and not charge a 10-year-old with a felony. Hawks informed, the wind whipping louder than usual around his mic. 12. Izuku barely kept himself from responding. He did not need Hawks to recognize him from earlier. That's the first intelligent thing you've said all night, Midnight quipped, earning a disgruntled, hey, from the background. Ingenium, was the information good? Yeah, it was. But looking to hire informants a little young, aren't you? She ignored him entirely. Kid, you're obviously not on here doing anything malicious, but if you stick around, someone's going to have to contact the police. And that is going to be a lot of paperwork for all of us, and a big headache for you when the police show up at your door and wake your parents. Not really, he could always walk out of the cafe, and they'd be none the wiser once he ditched the earpiece. Well, except for the video footage of him leaving the cafe, and if that got passed around enough. Best not risk anything. He could come back when he learned better how to disguise his IP address and such. He let out a tired breath. Fine. Good kid. Midnight seemed to relax a little. Bye, kid. Hawks called excitedly. See you around. No. Don't do this again. Midnight hissed. Seriously, stay off the network? Ingenium's voice was firm but not unkind. Okay, he'd be back. Next time Jackal had to take a night off, he'd be back. IP encryption and all. Logging off the cameras and shutting off the device with a goodbye to the heroes, he stuffed his equipment into his ratty yellow backpack, setting off for home with a clearer head than when he'd come in. It's about that time again, listeners. Hizashi boomed. He leaned over the desk to nod at his guest star. He usually had a hero or two come on whenever he had an afternoon broadcast. Very few were willing to swing by for his pre-dawn broadcasts, unfortunately. Oh well, at least more people were awake for the live call-in section, which is just what they are coming to now. Remember, the number to call in is XXXBGMI. We usually can't fit everyone, so come quick if you really want to ask a question for our lovely guest star, you dig? I'm so excited to hear back from my fans. 13 said, voice light. They sat across from Hizashi, donning their hero costume as many heroes chose to do despite the lack of cameras. They did, however, have their mask off as they sat, sipping a glass of apple juice. He didn't mind the informality. Despite his own getup, he preferred his guests to be comfortable as they chatted. That's what this was meant to be, a pleasant chat with friends. Some people didn't get that. Some people only saw it as an opportunity for fame, or a way to show off, make money, or even promote their own products and brands. He didn't always mind, but, well, Hizashi wanted this to remain a sacred place for him. One where people came in, had a good chat, and left feeling better than they did when they came in. It was also a nice excuse to chat with adoring fans. The first line connected, and a man came on, asking 13 about the construction plans they'd mentioned a few times on their Twitter. 13 positively lit up, as they had just gotten the okay to go through with the plans and mention it to their fans. Oh, the unforeseen simulation joint. I'm taking a secondary position as a teacher at UA, teaching future heroes rescue heroics. Nizu-sama was ecstatic to make my vision a reality. The USJ, we're calling it the USJ for short, is a building that'll simulate disaster, allowing young heroes to train and practice rescue heroics in a safe and controlled environment. They announced. It wasn't obvious, but Hizashi was familiar enough with the rescue hero to recognize the buzz in their body language. 13 had always been passionate about children and rescuing people in a unique and deeply personal way. This, to them, was just as big as the day Hizashi got the news that the HPSC had okayed his request to start a radio show. He smiled at them as 13 went on about what it would entail and how it would be utilized when it was finished. At about the 10-minute mark, he interrupted to let the next caller through. Again, they introduced themselves, a woman whose daughter was going to Shiketsu to be a rescue hero because of 13, who called and asked what 13 liked to do for fun. I like museums, they answered. I've visited so many now. I love the mix of science and history. It really is a place to learn and see things that you just don't get to see every day. Old new, a mix of both. I guess that's why I like documentaries so much too. Do you have a favorite documentary? The woman asked. The Rebel Gene. It's an interesting theoretical documentary on a rumored unethical science experiment that took place in the 2130s, just after quirks started becoming more common. It talks about some of the rumors regarding the alleged experimentation and breaks down what was likely to be real and what wasn't, assuming the experiments ever did happen. It's a good watch that deals with government corruption and quirk science, both applied and theoretical. The woman thanked 13 before hanging up. A few more people came and went, asking similar questions. Hizashi quipped in with his present mic voice here and there, mostly when requested, but left 13 to answer their questions. His fans got plenty enough time to talk to him. "You're on Put Your Hands Up radio. Who are we speaking to now, listener?" Hizashi glanced at the clock hanging on the far wall. 13 was having a good time, but they'd probably have to wrap up soon. A familiar voice crackled through. He lit up, recognizing the youth immediately. "I'm Deku," he greeted excitedly. Yeah, the poor kid, he sounded so embarrassed. He was such a cute kid. "Why, you remember me?" "Of course I do. How could he forget?" Bubble Girl's first time on the show was less than a week ago, and it had gone terribly. Well, not at first. Him and Bubble Girl really hit it off. They had great synergy, and she was much friendlier than certain bulky-armed heroes who he unofficially banned from his show last year. They'd gotten on like a house on fire, talking about quirks and the hero industry, but people would always take the excuse of controversy to be nasty. The call-ins had been exclusively personal attacks against the young heroine until Deku called in. Clearly young and shy, he remembered the puppy dog eyes he and Bubble Girl shot each other across the table as he spoke, silent, "Oh my god, he's adorable, and he's such a sweetheart." As he talked about her fledgling hero career. And more importantly than him stealing hearts the moment he came on, and he did, Deku was mentioned in several emails and letters sent to the station since he'd completely turned the experience around for Bubble Girl. He'd gone on and on about things she'd done that Hizashi barely remembered. He kept up on recent news, but there was just so much hero news at any given time. The older stuff was bound to be lost eventually, to the point that he'd even made her cry. But not in a bad way. She'd been so happy, looking at Hizashi with the most betrayed look when he told Deku they had to go so he could give Bubble Girl a moment of privacy. Silently, he pulled out his phone, sending an email to the heroine that Deku was back on his show. She, of all people, would understand Hizashi's excitement. "Is Deku a regular or something?" 13 asked curiously. "Not yet. Hopefully he will be though." Hizashi grinned as the kid sputtered over the line. "Here to ask 13 a question, little listener." "Oh, 13-san, I wanted to know you do a lot of LEC tours on dangerous quirks, yh?" "I do. I raise awareness on how quirks can be used maliciously, I sponsor a few self-defense courses in town, and I try to keep the public aware that it's not just villains that can hurt people. Negligence is just as big a danger as maliciousness, that's why our quirk laws are the way they are." 13 responded, smiling over at Hizashi. He gave them a grin back as his phone pinged. "Bubble Girl. To me 411, 1 minute ago." "Wait, he's on? Tell him I say hi." "Bubble Girl. The Bubble Hero. Sir Night Eye Agency. Do you have any advice for someone who's, dangerous? Like, what they CC can do to be safe so they don't hurt anyone else see?" Oh, poor listener. Hizashi's heart ached at the fear he could hear in that quiet voice. His kid was such a nervous wreck, and unfortunately for him, quirks were only getting more and more dangerous as time went on. He had no idea what the kid's quirk could be since he'd said a few days ago he had a weak quirk, but obviously that hadn't stopped some accident in the past to make him so nervous about it. And he sounded so upset about it, like he was scared of himself. Hizashi desperately wanted to give the kid a hug and a home. Well, his parents obviously weren't doing a good job, if their kid was this nervous just to talk to him in 13. They were far from the scariest heroes out there, hence lists like who had the most villainous appearance. Or who had the roughest personality. Endeavor was usually given the #1 spot, but Hizashi personally felt there was another caution tape-themed hero that deserved it more. Though Endeavor did deserve to be pretty high up there, he'd admit that to himself and his husband, even if he couldn't say so publicly. But that was neither here nor there. Right now, he was considering the likelihood of this kid needing a new home. Or perhaps getting a new one anyway. After all, it's not kidnapping if the kid is happier with him. Now, how to convince his husband? That's a very good question, Deku. 13 said, their voice soft. My own quirk, Black Hole, has immense destructive potential dash. An emitter-type quirk that SCKS in matter and crushes it down to fine dust in a powerful vacuum attack. Deku responded, mumbling almost like he didn't know he was speaking at all. Hizashi's brows rose as he listened to the kid. 13 too looked a little surprised at the outburst. The immense gravitational pull 13 can create within themselves is powerful enough to pull in anything, even electromagnetic radiation. A lot of people think that any mass that's absorbed is lost forever, destroyed, but it isn't. Quantum hair proves that information taken in can be retrieved, albeit slowly. Perhaps this part of the quirk can be controlled at will? Is the quirk entirely uncontrollable, like an actual black hole, or more like how a wind quirk user can control wind? It can still be incredibly dangerous, but excellent for removing rubble. Especially anything too big to move, or in danger of collapsing and causing worse damage or injury. Strong, but inexact and too dangerous to be used against people. Most weaknesses are self-inflicted, such as a slowness to stop the vacuum once it's created, and how it can't be used near crowds. People are too unpredictable. Here, his mumbling got distant and distorted. Hizashi had to stop himself from asking the kid to repeat himself, as he definitely heard words like quantum mechanics and quirk theory thrown around. Not only was too much information on a hero's quirk dangerous to have out in the open, but it'd probably embarrass the poor kid to find out he'd been speaking aloud. Oh, that's exactly right. You're familiar with my quirk, then? The kid let out a little, embarrassed noise. Hizashi was right. He hadn't meant to speak aloud. His heart swelled a little. Would it be wrong of him to play clips of the kid talking around the house until Shouta fell in love with him too? Was that considered manipulation? He had all sorts of less-than-legal contacts for his underground hero work. Maybe he could get someone to track the kid down for them? If they played their cards right, no one would even know it was him who did the kidnapping. Aggressive rehoming. You're pretty smart, Deku-kun. Hizashi chirped, letting the kid flounder a bit more under his clearly unexpected praise. The kid clearly needed to struggle under the weight of all the love and affection he was being denied. Operation Steel Child was already well into Phase 1. Hopefully by the time it was over, he'd have a new kid with new confidence. A lot of people don't pay that much attention to quirks. You have an interest in them? I do. The kid admitted a bit reluctantly. I like studying them, seeing how they work. That'll be a pretty good skill when you get into UA. Hizashi leaned in on his elbows. Yes, he could see it now. If his plans to indoctrinate the child into Shouda's heart didn't work out now, surely he'd fall in love with the kid when he got into UA. Maybe he and Shouta would help the kid get in when he started warming up to the idea of forced rehomization? 13 perked up. Oh, are you going into UA this year? You sound a little young. The other hero turned to Hizashi, as if he had the answer they were looking for. He just shrugged helplessly. Oh, No, I'm not. I just said I might try W and I'm old enough to. The kid stammered, and 13 nodded. You should. I'd love to see you around you. You could see my USJ when it's finished. Silence stretched for a moment, and then a quiet, like that. I look forward to teaching you, Deku. 13 added. But back to your question about dangerous quirks. A lot of it is about control and knowing your limits. As you said, I really can't use my quirk near crowds or crowded areas. I also have to be careful of what I'm using it on, making sure nothing living is hiding around unexpectedly. I have to understand how my quirk works and how to use it effectively. Most of this will be taught when you get into UA. The kid sputtered a bit at that, and 13 passed Hizashi the oh my god, does this kid need a parent? I can be a parent, eyes that he was quickly getting familiar with. He had to carefully keep his chuckle silent as he watched 13 fall in love with this poor unknowing child. He also had to stop himself from shooting her an eye called dibs, step off glare. Shouta said they looked more like I know where to hide your body where it'll never be found glares. He doubted he had such a specific glare, nor such an aggressive one, as he really wasn't the type. Although he did have a few hiding spots scoped out just in case. A ping came in over his phone again. Bubble Girl. To me 4:24, 1 minute ago. Hey! I told you to tell him I said hi. Don't you dare tell me you did. I tuned in when you told me he came on, so I know you didn't. Tell him I said hi before he gets off. Bubble Girl. The Bubble Hero. Surname. Agency. Before he could say anything, 13 was back to their spiel. If you're afraid of hurting someone, don't be afraid to go to a quirk counselor or therapist for advice. Either can take a look at your quirk and help find ways to safely manage it. Otherwise, just make sure to practice with it when you're alone, that way you won't hurt anyone, and you can learn how to control it when you're around people. Children with dangerous quirks are also more prone to quirk-related stress and even metabilitophobia or other mental disorders revolving around a poor image of one's own quirk. Remember, quirk counselors, doctors, and therapists are all there for a reason, and don't be afraid to talk to them about anything. They'll help better than any stranger over the radio can. Does that help? So I should recognize my shortcomings and try to account for them? Stay away from situations that I can make dangerous? Yes, that's a good start. 13 confirmed. Okay, thank you 13-san. Present Mike-san. You can just call me Present Mike? He told the kid. And I got a message from Bubble Girl while you were talking. It sounds like she's listening to this week's broadcast. Because she was excited to hear from Deku again after what a rock star he'd been last time. She's very insistent that I tell you hi for her. Oh hi, he squeaked. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for calls today, but come back any time, Deku. Present Mike said pleasantly. The kid gave a vague agreement, and the three swapped goodbyes quickly. Deku hesitated a moment before saying, I really liked that documentary, TT2. Teach the ideas that teach the so-called Dean Rebel G-Gene makes quirks semi-sentient WW is really cool. And bye to you too, Bubble Girl. Before signing off quickly, Hizashi and 13 shared an affectionate look. Kids were so cute. He turned back to finish up the last bit of the show, quietly plotting Operation Convince Shouta a Little Light Kidnapping Never Hurt Anyone, working title. Hizashi shut the door behind him, nearly jumping out of his skin as he was met with two roomy orange eyes. Hobo sat on the kitchen counter, where that little sheet knew he wasn't supposed to be, and stared into Hizashi's soul, looking for any weaknesses he could exploit. Hey, Hobo. He greeted politely, not letting the demon creature see his fear. He was pretty sure it'd only get stronger if it found any. Hobo let out a low growl, tail flicking in annoyance. You know the rules, Bo. If you're going to squat, you gotta at least respect our property. He reached out, summoning all his courage to remove the beast with claws sharpened on the skulls of fallen foes, only for the cat to hiss and turn around, leaping off the counter and making his escape like a bat out of hell. Hizashi snorted at the overdramatic animal. Who knew something with so little meat on its bones could still move so fast? He'd have to remember that when his ankles were in biting distance of the old geezer. Sho? He called, quickly changing to his house slippers as he went further into their home. A rhythmic thumping could be heard through the wall that split their apartment from their neighbors. Hizashi went to the living room to investigate. Shouta, his lovely, wonderful husband, sat glaring, quirk-activated, at the wall where the loud thumping was emanating. Hizashi bit his lip in amusement, knowing where this conversation was probably heading. That scared the wall's going to use its quirk on you, huh? Looking up, the brunette gave Hizashi an exasperated look, eyes fading back to black. I swear don't dash. They're murdering someone over there. Our neighbors aren't villains, Sho. You don't know that. Neither do you. They're always doing weird shit at weird times, Shouta argued. I see their lights come on every night before I leave for patrol, and turn off only when I'm heading back in. What are they waiting for me? Maybe they're just nocturnal. Hizashi suggested, like the rational member of this relationship. Really? Nocturnal? They knocked on the door yesterday, gave me brownies, advised me not to eat them, and then asked when we'd both be out of the house. They were probably just having work done on their plumbing or something, and they were being considerate. Hizashi reasoned. It wasn't automatically nefarious as odd as they could be sometimes. No, he doubted the neighbors were dangerous. The cat, however? He's pretty sure he's woken up in the night to the cat watching a static TV screen that definitely hadn't been on when he went to bed. Thing was probably demonic. Shouta gave him a positively withering look. First of all, they wouldn't set that up, the landlord would. Second of all, when I asked why, he got nervous, laughed, and then said, "Just kidding," and left. So they're a little different dash. When we moved in he asked how many toes I had, looked surprised when I said 10, and asked if I needed all of them. Shouta deadpanned. Everyone has their idiosyncrasies. His wife told me she leaves the door unlocked when she showers in case I ever wanted to steal something. That was strange enough, except then the next day she started knocking on our door to make sure I knew every time she was showering, and gave me crazy eyes every time she told me. A week after that, she told me it's a good thing I never tried to steal anything, because she keeps a wrought iron pan with her when she showers, in case she hears anyone break in. Hizashi paused. Okay, yeah, maybe there's something wrong. Oh, you think? Shouta scowled. I feel like it's irresponsible of their family or the courts or someone to let those two live alone, unsupervised. Hizashi snorted. Oh come on. Whatever's happening, it's not our problem. Shouta stared nervously at the wall. It's our problem if they're murdering someone over there? Hizashi laughed. Please leave the neighbors alone for now. I can't, in good conscience, let this go. What if they are murdering someone? What if they encouraged a little theft and got a bit carried away with the punishment? He scowled as one bang got particularly loud. That sounded like a gunshot. Yeah, okay, it kinda did, but what are you going to do, barge in there? Break into their apartment to see if they're murdering someone when we haven't heard any screams or anything, knowing that they're probably holding a gun and definitely willing to assault trespassers? Shouta's jaw set firmly, looking like the whole situation was distasteful. One of these days, I'm going to get a warrant to check that place out. You've already called the police for a checkup on them so many times Tsukachi had to ban you from doing so ever again. The police have checked, they found nothing dash. That doesn't mean there's nothing to find, he argued. Hizashi let out a long-suffering sigh. Can we stop talking about our neighbors who might be murdering someone and talk about literally anything else right now? Finally, the man turned away from the wall to focus on his husband. Like what? He grunted before his eyes focused on something in the background. Our cat, which is definitely plotting our murders as we speak? Turning, the blonde was met with a furious-looking hobo. The ragged black and white cat hissed as soon as both their eyes found him sitting halfway behind the wall. Oh my god, he's not plotting our murder. He already had their murder planned, obviously. But he was just figuring where to dump the bodies. Not that he could ever breathe word of it, couldn't let the demon cat know he was onto him. You act like he's sunshine incarnate. He's a good boy, he's just a little grumpy from all the health problems. Hizashi explained. Which, would be fair. Hobo has been in liver failure twice in the last year alone, but somehow he was still kicking. That cat had more issues than Vogue, yet somehow he kept going. Of course, Shouta only scoffed at this. The only light inside that cat is from the flames he swallowed crawling out of hell. Hizashi barely bit back a laugh at that one. He chastised, pretending to be properly offended by that. He's a good kitty. Shooting him a disbelieving look, another loud bang had them both jumping and turning back to the wall for a second. Then, the underground hero turned to his limelight husband. How was your show? You said 13 was on today? Did you listen to any of it? Hizashi asked, already knowing and mildly disappointed in the answer. It wasn't Show's fault they had such vastly different schedules, but it's still SE. No, he shook his head. I was sleeping until just before you came home, when the neighbors started murdering someone too loud for me to sleep through. Well, Hizashi purposely ignored his husband's dramatics. He spent so much time being aloof and mysterious, some people never realized just how melodramatic he could be when he was feeling suspicious and paranoid. It was a good thing he was cute, or else Hizashi didn't know how he'd deal with it, especially considering all his charitableness went to the ugly but cat that held all the same traits, plus murder. He smiled a little to himself at that thought, knowing damn well he'd be here through hell or high water, and that Show's looks were just a bonus for him. Pushing the distracting husband thoughts away, he came back to the operation at hand. Well, Bubble Girl was on last week. Shouta shot him a curious look at the mild change in topic. Still, he didn't say anything as Hizashi spoke. And we were discussing weak quirks, and villain quirks, and prejudice? Bet that went over like a bucket of ice water. Yeah, Hizashi agreed. The calls were a nightmare. He admitted, shoulders slumping a little. They started calling in, saying that she only felt that way because she'd never match up. Twisting her words. Someone even blamed her outfit. Shouta sighed, giving his best attempt at sympathy. People are terrible. Yeah, they can be. His eyes flickered as he thought about what happened next. But then we got a call from someone. Just this kid. He smiled a little as he remembered the stuttered introduction. How he'd been scared the kid would turn around and spit out all the same CRP he'd heard from the people who came before him, but both he and Bubble Girl had visibly relaxed as he stuttered his way through the conversation. Everything about the kid was endearing. How kind he'd been, despite his apparent nerves. His very obvious intelligence. Shouta waited patiently as the blonde lost himself in a sea of thoughts. It took a moment to swim back out. He called himself Deku. He was so cute, He started talking about how much he respected her, and I swear he was Bubble Girl's #1 fan with how familiar he was with her and her battles. He talked about how impressive her strategy was. Kids don't usually care about that stuff. Grinning widely, his hands started moving more of their own accord than Hizashi's. He threw his arms out wide and fast, only to sweep them back in a second later, completely oblivious to it all. Luckily, Shouta was pretty used to ducking out of his way by now. Anyway, he went on this big speech about how cool Bubble Girl was, and how he wanted to be a hero just like her. Hizashi recounted. It was so sweet, Bubble Girl cried. I probably would have too, if he was talking to me. It was so nice after everything they'd been saying. I'm glad, Shouta grunted. Hopefully he's not one of the dumb ones. It would be a waste to have to expel him. Hizashi grinned broadly at that. He's not, though. Last week, he talked like he was analyzing villain fights in a way most kids don't. Like he could pick out what made Bubble Girl's fight successful as opposed to people strong-arming a victory with a powerful quirk and nothing else. And this week he came on again. He analyzed 13's quirk and asked about how to keep control of powerful quirks. Here, his grin dipped a bit. I wonder what his quirk is, though? Last week he said it wouldn't be good for hero work, but this week he seemed afraid he was going to hurt someone with it. Shouta shrugged. Lots of quirks can be dangerous despite being labeled weak. Just because someone's told their quirk is weak doesn't mean it is. Often enough it's how you use it. Mental quirks often get mislabeled this way, if they're not automatically labeled villainous. I guess. Hizashi thought a moment before chirping brightly. If anyone could make a traditionally weak quirk dangerous, it'd be Deku. I hope he comes on again next week. What did 13 think of him? The Erasure hero asked, pulling his husband back to the radio booth while ignoring his eccentric comment. The question seemed innocuous, but he knew better. Shouta thought very highly of the younger hero and their opinion. 13 was, after all, one of the few smart ones according to Sho. He flashed his husband pearly teeth. They loved him. Of course they did, he has all the same interests they do. The blonde couldn't help but beam. He even knew about their favorite documentary. I wish he'd have said something sooner. 13 had been ecstatic when we ended the show. They wanted to know all his thoughts on it. Maybe he'll come on next time 13's on, Shouta soothed. Hizashi hoped so. The kid was adorable, and he knew it'd make 13 stay. But the poor listeners sounded nervous as hell, and Hizashi couldn't help but want to assure him every step of the way. Little, you're doing fines and it's great that you're here. Unfortunately, he couldn't show bias towards his listeners, even the little ones. Shouta stood beside him, stretching. He cast one wary look to wherever Hobo disappeared off to, and leaned in to give Hizashi a quick peck on the cheek. Off to patrol already? He tried not to sound too disappointed. As per usual, the long look Shouta gave him said it didn't work. Tsukachi's got me on District 7 until this jackal villain gets caught. He responded mildly. But his eyes were far off, and there was a worried crease in his forehead that spoke the truth. Hizashi let the topic drop as guilt crept into his chest. It made a heavy home there. After all, Shouta hated when he was assigned to the farther districts, since it often meant even less of the little bits of time they got to steal together. But duty calls, and unfortunately a prolific murderer running rampant through the streets took precedence over cuddles, according to Shouta. But in a perfect world. Hizashi bit back a smile at the thought as Shouta got his things around and ended up in the entryway. He was about to call his goodbyes when a loud crash resounded through the apartment, and cold dread filled Hizashi's veins. His beloved and valued husband was unashamed of the rare look of amusement crawling across his face. "I don't envy you," his best friend drawled, and Hizashi cast him a hurt, pleading look. Instead of sympathy, the other just shook his head, turned, and left the apartment with a soft click from the lock. With a whine, Hizashi started for the bedrooms. "Hobo," he called in warning, wondering vaguely if the murder happening one apartment over was about to be mirrored by the devil cat he lived with. Crushed stone crunched underfoot, a silhouette tracing one of the wider streets of District 7 Musutafu, on one of his rare trips off the roofs during his patrol. Unfortunately, the roofs here were just far enough apart, due to the market stalls as opposed to proper stores, to be a nuisance to cross overhead. Far from impossible, but Shouta would rather not risk falling on his but in the middle of a hunt for a dangerous criminal. The problem with Jackal's district, he decided, was that it was entirely too quiet these days. Crime had slowly but surely started to peter out as he took down massive criminal after massive criminal. There'd still been the occasional mugging or the like, but nothing huge came around. This, at first, was rather good for Shouta. And then Jackal murdered a hero. Canterburn. He'd been in Shouta's first ever class, and the man had and raised a baby while going to school for heroics. He'd been a bit carefree, but a fine hero. It left Shouta's throat feeling uncomfortably constricted, thinking about Takahashi Akio. And worse, his son. The son they still hadn't located. Personally, he'd kill Jackal for that one alone. What led the psychopath to escalate so rapidly from murdering criminals to murdering Canterburn and taking a kid? Like the time Namuri tried to buy him a nice sweater, it just didn't fit. And it left this uncomfortable itch across his skin. He knew Jackal's type, he knew his MO, it was some misplaced sense of justice. It had to be, since he'd been going almost exclusively after murders and RPSTS before. But witnesses claimed the man that took Makoto was Jackal, that he wore a dark hoodie, acted in District 7, and attacked at night. There was also the fact that no one around here was ballsy enough to do something like that in Jackal's district. The police were convinced it was him, and reopened the files of the murders Shouta had cleared him of. Tsukachi thought it might be mindless killings, but the Erasure hero didn't believe that. Mindless killings didn't catch so many other murderers in the crossfire. That was planned, that was calculated. But, frankly, since Canterburn's death, no one had any better suspects, and the police force had been a little illogical since. So, Shouta was hunting the Jackal almost every night now, among streets so barren it might as well be a ghost town. People here were terrified, and a 9 o'clock curfew had been self-issued. Only a handful of people skittered about, and most ran when anyone else showed up. Skittering around corners and hiding in alleys like half-starved alley cats. Even the homeless population was slowly migrating out to other districts. It was eerie. He wasn't convinced by any means that the Jackal did this. He did know, however, that the Jackal did murder a lot of people, and that he could have done it. He also knows the quickest way to give Akio justice and find Makoto was to bring the Jackal in, either to confirm he was the murderer or to clear his name so they could search for the actual perp. This was getting harder and harder, though, as street lights shone pale gold spotlights on empty park benches. There was next to no crime here, and Jackal hadn't shown hide nor hair, even as the days stretched on from Canterburn's death. Drawings depicting his masked face were splattered across the news like lights across the cityscape. Shouta and Hizashi had gone to the funeral the other day. People had worn black in solidarity all across Musutafu. It was commonplace when a hero died, even a lesser-known one. Hizashi had worn this broken, uncertain look the whole day. Akio's widow had sobbed uncontrollably, with only her sister to console her. All of the former Class A had gathered, mourning the loss of a friend. He was the only one of Shouta's students to die. It brought back unwanted visions of wispy white hair and flashes of teeth behind misty clouds. Nightmares of blood-stained jackets and buildings crumbling just as fast as young dreams and eager given promises. Hayashi Ichika had stood alone, refusing to speak throughout the entire funeral. Once bright violet eyes had been dull and lifeless, with the flickering of mischief replaced by a roaring rage hidden far beneath the surface. Shouta hadn't liked how familiar that look was, how it reminded him of bathroom mirrors and reflections in two clean windows. And, in that moment, Shouta had promised himself that he would find out what happened to Akio and Makoto, holding Hizashi's hand in a bone-crushing grip like they did on another Tuesday buried in the distant past, at another funeral with another young hero's coffin disappearing beneath fresh-churned earth. A shadow fell over Shouta, and he immediately slammed his back to one of the closed-up stands, eyes narrowing as dark wings descended upon him. Reluctantly, he let out a tense breath. "Hey there." The two bright hero greeted, as another young man appeared in golds and reds that made Shouta blink too hard. "You must be Eraser Guy, right? Ingenium and Midnight were saying you'd be back today." "Eraserhead," he hissed, deciding red and gold were colors he really didn't need to be seeing together right now. "And I've been back." Right, the winged hero agreed amiably. "But your first day back that I didn't have off. Yo, have you seen or heard anything? I've been patrolling for days and I can't catch sight of a mugger, much less this jackal guy." The younger hero glanced around the street, hands in his pockets and looking entirely too comfortable for Shouta's liking. "If this is a game to you, perhaps you should go home and play something else." The clipped response was far from polite, but that was Shouta's student he'd just lost, a kid he'd watched grow up. That had been a kid too young to be found killed in an alley, and his murder investigation shouldn't be led by some HPSC kid who looked bored after a couple days without a lead. Hawks cast him a wide side-eye. "Just trying to keep communications open, since you're not on comms?" Shouta was in no mood to hear Tensei chat about his little brother's latest school award, or Nemuri try to reminisce a dead and buried past from several sectors away while he tracked down the person that killed that past. And now, he really didn't want to talk to this kid either, about God knows what. "Nothing to report." The new hero hummed. "Dead for you too, huh?" He glanced off into the barely blue midnight sky. Dark clouds shadowed the last sliver left of the moon, leaving the sky feeling oddly lonely and silent. It wasn't typically how Shouta felt, even on his quieter night patrols. Hawks sighed, his hand coming up to rub lazily at the bridge of his nose. It made his tan jacket catch Shouta's eye even worse. He really needed a better outfit for nighttime heroics. "I don't know what to do, they're demanding some sort of progress, but there just isn't any. I don't think Jackal's even come out since the murder happened." Laying low, Shouta confirmed. "It's only logical." "Yeah, but," Hawks whined. "Isn't he supposed to be some maniac? The detective said he didn't go more than a few days before killing again before this. I hate to think what's happening to the kid, if it's keeping his bloodlust dash. We don't know he took Makoto." Shouta shot him down at the thought. No, this kid had no idea what they were even hunting. And Jackal isn't a maniac, he's too calculated. His early kills were weeks apart, but each kill was carefully planned and orchestrated. He'd kill people in 10-minute slots between his victims' friends leaving them and coming back. He's gotten into homes leaving everything intact and doors locked. Before this, his kill list was almost exclusively villains and criminals. Taking a kid and killing a hero isn't like him, and even if he did, I doubt he'd hurt the kid. He had to believe that. Had to believe Makoto was okay, and Jackal was just waiting until things died down before dropping him off with the police. Stopping, the other scratched mindlessly at an itch along his jaw, eyes far away. Shouta paused, surprised to see a sharp intelligence shining in his eyes as he digested the information. Unless he thought Canterburn was a villain? Immediately, Shouta waved the possibility off. Not likely. Even in street clothes, Canterburn is a popular new hero, and rather distinctive. Besides, I think Jackal would be too smart to make such a simple mistake. But Hawks paused, seeming to really weigh his words as he spoke. When he did, Shouta's blood ran cold. What if he found something on Canterburn? He obviously had information the police didn't, or else they would have arrested the victims before they became victims. What if he knew about a less heroic side of Canterburn? No, Shouta denied, immediately. It would make sense. No, it doesn't. Why not? Hawks turned to him again, brows raised. It would explain why he took the kid, too. He's probably afraid his mom wasn't great, either. Maybe she wasn't, and he knows it. No, Shouta snapped, voice firm. Canterburn wasn't Akio. Akio loved his wife and son. He was a competent hero, Shouta gruffed, glaring at Hawks. Who did he think he was, coming in here and passing judgments on people he hadn't known? You knew him? Hawks looked a bit surprised. He was a student of mine. Maybe you're too close to the case. I'm not, Shouta hissed, hating the repeat of a conversation he'd had with Tsukachi before the funeral. I just know them enough to know that, isn't it? Hawks cast him a disbelieving look. If you say so. Shouta narrowed his eyes, but the other just opened his wings, preparing to take off. Welp, I better be going. Ingenium's gonna be said if he notices I landed again. Man, that guy is too strict. Without further ado, the hero took off, seemingly grumbling to himself as he did so. The beating of red wings disappearing surprisingly easily into the dark of night. The tannin white of his jacket still gave him away, though, as he disappeared over the rooftops. Sighing tiredly, Shouta started for a fire escape on the side of a badly run-down coffee shop. These last few nights had been entirely too long, and he couldn't wait to get back home to his husband. A soft smile dusted his face as he thought of how he left him earlier, and wondered how clawed up the Hellcat had left the poor man in Shuta's absence. Served the bastard right for insisting the cat wasn't evil to the core of his dead, blackened heart. Izuku leaned back into the old booth, listening to it complain under him at the movement. This was his favorite corner of the little cafe, where the sun wouldn't get in his eyes or glare across his laptop, but the big, wide window framed him in delicate strands of light from the cotton candy and pumpkin spice sunset. The sun pooled like blood on the horizon across the sparsely filled cafe, giving him a comfortable amount of anonymity combined with a suitable amount of privacy. Slipping in the earbuds of his freshly encrypted PC, he bit back a groan as Ms. Joke and Ingenium discussed Present Mix's latest broadcast. He hadn't intended to call in. Really, he hadn't, but... Well, it was 13. And he'd always loved heroes and, well, Izuku didn't get many chances to do things for himself. He'd loved being on call with Present Mike and Bubble Girl, as horribly as it had gone. He had spent the whole time on call drowning in his own awkwardness and anxiety like a child in a bathtub, and this time had hardly been different. But it had been fun. And he got to talk to 13. They had given him advice on being dangerous. Izuku hoped he could follow it. See, he knew he was the Jackal. He recognized it, he remembered it. It wasn't a separate identity disorder or anything, at least he didn't think so, but he didn't really feel like Jackal during the day. During the day, he was usually anxious and scared. He was himself, the boy he used to be. A shadow on the wall that no one wanted to look at, one that scared even himself. But at night, when he was Jackal, that was the thing he saw when he looked in the mirror. That was when he wasn't feeling himself. There was a certain apathy in his bones, a separation like a glass observation wall between him and the rest of the world. Jackal did bad things, but it didn't feel like he was doing them. Just experiencing them. And it wasn't like he killed willy-nilly. Just those that deserved it. The ones that slipped through the cracks, or that had been caught and released by incompetent police or heroes. He wasn't a monster. Was he? Because, honestly, he felt like it. He felt like the boogeyman in the closet. Like the man with sharp claws that stalked people's dreams looking for a vengeance he'd never get. He hated it, hated feeling that coldness. It made his skin burn, as if he were a man going through electroshock therapy. It was wrong, it felt wrong, he knew it was wrong. And yet, he was doing it anyway. Sometimes, he didn't know if he was the man in the chair or the one pulling the lever. Somewhere outdoors, a lonely crow called out to an empty sky. The low keens of engines could be heard in the distance, and quiet muttering, like what you'd expect at the beginning of a funeral, echoed through the cafe hollowly. Isn't Mr. Brave being moved over? Ingenium asked. Next week. Ms. Joke answered cheerily. This whole case has really got the commission freaked out, huh? Hawks thinks they're trying to head off any other hero killers gaining popularity. They've been working day and night to keep Stain's ideals under wraps as is. Ingenium breathed, leaving Izuku with a harsh chill up his back. Whoever this murderer was, he would need to be caught soon. They couldn't be left with another hero killer, even if Izuku maybe sorta kinda understood where the guy was coming from. He didn't, however, agree with all his choices for unworthy heroes. It left him wondering what kind of research went into his kills, and how reliable the sources were. The Jackal would never kill so recklessly, instead often holding himself up for days between kills to properly research the next. But that wasn't the problem with the gritty villain self-proclaiming vigilante, no. The problem with the hero killer was that, if given too much attention, he could properly take down hero society. And not in a good, gentle way. He'd leave it to crumble thoroughly with no one left to bear the burden of this broken world. Even All Might himself couldn't do it alone. And Izuku knew what would follow. Riots, obviously, increased crime and villain activity, of course, but also more people with crumbling embers in their eyes. Shoulders slumped as the fire inside them smothered under the weight of their fear and their despair. More people holding hands in bath. More people like him. More villains rising just to take down the number of other villains. More people foregoing a good and honest life that had been long since robbed from them, taking up his goals, encumbered by his curse. More people who knew. Who understood. He didn't want that. He couldn't bear the thought of meeting someone who understood him. That thought alone was heavier than all his demons, even when it was late at night, and they were desperately grabbing, scratching, pushing until his head slid under and he wondered if this was it for him. So many heroes being moved over. Ms. Joke cried, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts. We'll be stepping on each other's toes all night. At least we'll catch him quick. Then we can all go home. I know Eraserhead'll be excited to finally put this whole case behind him. Ingenium sounded a bit reserved, and Izuku focused back on pulling up the cameras. It didn't take him long to locate the heroes. Ingenium was patrolling the eastern border of District 7, right on the cusp of 8. As per usual, he had a couple sidekicks with him, but neither were on comms. Strange, perhaps he couldn't get clearance for them to be on the Musutafu frequency for some reason? Or maybe they were interns. Ingenium did love taking on interns. Did interns get comms rights? Maybe it was personal choice. Ms. Joke was closer to the center, between the Biartle and a crusty old bookstore that hid a popular underground bar under it. There were a few locations just like it in this sector. She actually wasn't all that far from Izuku's current location. That's right, Canterburn was one of his students, wasn't he? I don't know how the man can stand being on active duty right now. Ms. Joke sighed. Was Eraserhead a teacher? Izuku didn't know anything about that. Humming to himself, he started sifting through camera feeds, trying to find crime again. He was too unstable to run the streets right now, just like before. He'd been far too unstable for a long time now. It felt like things up here happened far too fast. Things were often stagnant and repetitive in his old life, and the pain and suffering became second nature. But the kindness in Present Mick's voice? The way 13 so kindly tried to give him advice when he knew he couldn't be saved? That he'd always be dangerous and a murderer. After all, you could ask for forgiveness when you speak out of turn. You could heal scars or wait out bruises and bumps, but to kill someone? Death was forever. Some sins couldn't be washed away so breezily. And he'd made Bubble Girl cry too. And people were afraid of him, some that he'd murder them when they'd done nothing wrong, and others that he'd turn into another Stain and tear the world apart. Even Eraserhead, who may as well be Izuku's idol these days, wanted him caught. Granted, it was because of a murder he rather surprisingly didn't commit, but still. Even getting framed was causing people issues. And that was the crux of it all, wasn't it? That Izuku caused issues. Wherever he went, whatever he touched, decayed. The prettiest rose could fall in his lap and it'd be ash in seconds. He was a killer by nature and no one could change that. It was like a force beyond anyone's control. The wind whipped and the sun rose and Izuku killed. He destroyed everything he touched, from his mother to his father to his brothers and sisters. Now he was destroying Canterburn's chances at justice, and wasn't that just great? Even now, after all he'd done to help, he was still hurting. Movement caught his eye, and Izuku stilled. There, on the corner of Tsukashi Street, MMS Joku? He called, listening to the soft static crackle as both heroes fell silent. Kid. Ingenium sounded like he was scowling. What are you doing, didn't we tell you before dash? Miss Joke, he said more firmly, cutting off the speedster. There's a man provoking a couple women on the corner of Tsukashi. Can you go break them up? I'm afraid he's looking like he might get violent. Tsukashi? She asked, and he kicked himself silently. Of course she didn't know Musutafu streets, she was only just moved over here. Stupid. Itsum? He paused, thinking about the streets he'd walked every day. Several were missing street signs, so he'd have to talk her through it carefully. If you follow our Keikakizati to that BB blue building on the C corner? That's bisa. Take that dashed, he gave as clear instruction as he could, nearly biting his own tongue at one point. He was so clumsy, in speech and action, it was a miracle he could do anything right, even if that one thing was being a problem. Or maybe his clumsiness was just another way for him to cause problems. It probably wasn't easy for Ms. Joke to understand him. Guilt coiled uncomfortably in his stomach, like a hissing viper leaking its poison into a watering hole. He imagined venom would be a painful thing to die by. What are you doing, kid? Oh boy, did Ingenium suddenly sound very tired. Night patrols must be rough on him. Icha? He asked, exquisitely demonstrating his intrinsically inquisitive and cunning mind and natural eloquence. What are you doing, kid? Do you have any idea how much trouble you could get in for this? This frequency belongs to the government, for use by government employees. It's unsafe both for you and us to have anyone else on here. What if you overheard sensitive information? What if someone else finds out how you got in? The Turbo Hero schooled, sounding exactly like what Izuku imagined a big brother would sound like. It was kinda nice, pretending he was cared about for a minute. Sounds like an issue for future me, yeah? He tried, but it felt like his voice fell flat. On the other end, Ingenium gave a tired sigh. I hope you know what you're doing. His voice was incredibly soft here. Even though I know you don't. Izuku rolled his eyes. I know what I'm doing. Yeah, kid? Are you sure? He still didn't sound mean, or even accusing, even if the way he brushed Izuku off got under his skin like worms. He kept the soft note to his voice, with a faraway quality like he knew Izuku would regret this. But he didn't. He didn't know anything about Izuku. Lifting his chin, he shot a defiant glare at the picture of Ingenium and his sidekicks on the street through his monitor. I'm helping. A tired laugh greeted him. I guess so. Why can't you help legally, kid? Go pick up litter, or volunteer or something. That kind of thing looks good on high school applications, you know? God, Hawks was right. Ingenium probably had a very boring childhood. Jigo big O or go home me? Izuku jumped at the feminine laugh that greeted him, loud and boisterous, reminding him a bit of Present Nick's laugh or Hawks. They were all so happy, and full of energy. It left him smiling subconsciously, basking in their warmth. Miss Joke, are those women okay? Ingenium asked, a note of worry in his voice. HM? Oh yeah. Just a couple of, she paused, considering. He got the impression it was for his sake. Street workers getting harassed. Chased the dude off and sent the women home. They probably didn't go home. In fact, as Izuku flitted through feeds, he found them on the corner of Subarashi, watching them for a moment as they settled in by the rundown warehouse. Good, he'd hate for anyone to lose business because of him. He didn't know how badly they needed the cash tonight. Street workers? Ingenium sounded appalled. Why, lots of prostitutes in 7N. Izuku nodded thoughtfully to himself. Across the cafe, someone looked up curiously, but Izuku wasn't worried about it. Here, people went back to their own business rather quickly. And, besides, prostitutes in 7 was hardly a new sentence, even if he was a bit young to be saying it. Kid, Ingenium admonished, and Izuku had to bite back a giggle at how scandalized he was. Watch your language. You shouldn't be saying words like that. I don't think I care. He flicked between a few more cameras, watching in mild interest as two cats got into a scuffle on the street. The larger orange one seemed to be winning, until the small brown tabby caught him with his claws across his eye. I think they each have bigger problems, if they're prostitutes. Still. It's impolite. Ingenium snatched. All of a sudden, Ms. Joke's voice piped up, contemplation sounding through it. Vigilante, do I know you from somewhere? He blinked, frowning. He'd never met her before in his life, and he'd know. He'd spent a good portion of the last few years rotting in a concrete grave for the technically living, and every hero he'd met before that had their faces and words burned painfully into his memory. I don't think so. She hummed pensively. I swear, I know your voice. Are you sure we haven't met somewhere? You sound so familiar. F-. They'd been talking about Present Mix radio show earlier. Present Mix radio show, where he came on twice, and didn't use a voice modifier. Frankly, it was a miracle they didn't put it together sooner. He fumbled, feeling suddenly sweaty and clammy and far too warm. WWLID did come to one of your FF fan meets once. He lied through his teeth, ready to toss anything out there and hope something stuck. I didn't think you'd remember me. Oh, her voice cleared up instantly. Yeah, that's probably it. Oh, Cammy, how did he get away with that? Another couple seconds and she would have had him pegged, dead to rights. Not that he thought she could do anything with the information, but wouldn't it be so embarrassing if the next time he got on the radio show, Present Mike knew about his little nightly pastime? He'd probably try to tell Izuku how wrong it was, in an I'm not mad just disappointed voice, and Izuku didn't think he really wanted to hear that tone from the hero. Because it would be annoying. Izuku was a murderer after all, and he'd been on his own for a long time. He didn't need adults lecturing him all the time. It was not because he thought highly of the man, or had a deep-seated need to make people proud. No, he'd killed that part of himself a long time ago. Ms. Joke, Ingenium's voice sounded tense. Do you have nothing else to say? Just, you sound familiar? All right. Good job, kid. He didn't beam at that. He didn't. Izuku was a hardened criminal, with a list of victims longer than his arm. He didn't need her praise, or approval. No one was even looking at him, so they couldn't prove anything. Good job? Ingenium guffawed. He squawked like a bird, Izuku thought. A really annoying bird, who was way too worried about Izuku's future. That's it? That's all you have to say to him? But, she stressed. You should be careful. This is very illegal, and it's a slippery slope that leads to vigilantism. Vigilantism? He scowled, opening a new tab to do some furious Googling. You gotta be careful, kid. Helping people is good and all, but remember to wait until you get a proper license, okay? I'm sure you'd make a great hero or police officer or whatever else, she told him, sounding distracted. But you gotta do it legally, okay? Okay. Not that he could be a vigilante, anyway. He stared at the definition and its blaring loophole, wondering if he'd be the first to try to jump through it. Not that he was trying to jump through it. Vigilantes sounded like good people, and he was many things, but good and person weren't exactly included on that list. Besides, he was busy enough being a renowned murderer and all. Mentally, he went back, letting himself think on her words for a long moment. It was fine to help people as long as it was legally? So if someone were getting hurt in front of him, he should do nothing? Sit back and let an assault happen while waiting however long it took for the police to arrive? That would take far too long. It was as the saying goes, when seconds count, the police are only minutes away. He hated to break it to her, but he wasn't going to sit back and eat some popcorn while watching a murder take place. The law was good and fine and all, but he wasn't going to let it get in the way of saving a life, ever. And while he knew he morally wasn't all there anymore, he couldn't help but feel like he was in the right here. What good person let another get hurt out of fear? What good person wasted a life, especially an innocent one, because the law told them to? A society that promoted control before compassion wasn't one he would ever want to be part of. It bred complacency and raised the bystander effect up like some sort of glorified trophy. No. Izuku would never be like that. Broken and crooked as he would never be that person who stood aside. Or, that creature, he guessed. Outside the large storefront windows, twilight glittered a dark purple now, like the color a finger turned after being strangled and deprived of blood, settling into cooler colors as the world bathed in darkness. He was starting to calm down, and he thought back to his jackal cases for the first time in days. Perhaps he should take on this Canterburn case? It was, after all, in his territory, and it might get the heroes off his back faster. And he was obstructing justice just by existing between the cops and the truth of the case. Didn't he owe it to that dead man? Quietly, he tucked the conversation away, getting rid of all thoughts of vigilantes and heroism. No, he wasn't that person. He wasn't kind, or the type of person that made others smile. Izuku ruined things, spreading his disease like a rat in a pantry. He flicked his mouse, watching the camera change. Oh, there's something happening on High Hinoki-ki. The sand on the beach, Izuku found, could be quite annoying. It got everywhere, and left him picking it out of his hole-filled socks and faded red shoes. Even now, he could feel it sliding uncomfortably between his toes as he climbed up to the roof of a rusted-out and abandoned garage. It held nothing more than the occasional drag deal now, but it was far too early in the day for any of that, which made it the perfect spot for Izuku to work. He'd love to be inside, but he didn't need the echo as he listened to Put Your Hands Up radio. Again. Besides, it was nice enough for mid-August, and the vines that crept up the building gave pseudo-cottagecore vibes that he liked. Inside really only had about to be mugged or apocalyptic vibes, if he were honest. Settling onto a somewhat shaded corner by what looked to be an old chimney. He pulled out the radio and set it up, letting it cackle to life as Lady Gaga's applause came on, and smiling at the sound. He had no idea what was being said, but he was terribly familiar with the artist. Present Mike loved American pop songs. His laptop made an appearance next. He had work to do, especially if he really was going to take on this Canterburn case, and unfortunately his cases all started with one thing: getting information. Usually, that'd be on the dark web, searching for proof that was easy to come by, but he hadn't heard anything about a pro-hero murder or any recent kidnappings of a kid so young in the area. So, with no real leads to look into, he found himself taking a bit more of a creative approach to finding information. He was well on his way to having less than authorized access to police files when Present Mick's voice came over the radio. "It's time yet again, listeners. You ready to rock out?" he called, voice booming until the mic crackled a little in strain. Izuku bit back a grin at that. "And we will be rocking out with one of the best-dressed heroes in all of Japan, Best Jeanist." "The best-dressed hero in all of Japan, you mean?" Best Jeanist corrected. "Ooh, but you were voted second best this year, if I remember correctly." Present Mike laughed good-naturedly, lost out just barely to the Dragoon heroine, Ryukyu. And what a close call it was. There was a long silence. Then, curtly, "Never speak of this again." Cackling out a laugh, Izuku felt the familiar lightness he felt whenever Present Mick's radio show came on. Poor guy couldn't go more than 3 sessions without making a faux pas towards another hero. Hopefully this one wouldn't lead to an obscure rivalry that Present Mike brought up vaguely while making passive-aggressive remarks nigh weekly, even months after the fact. The man was kind and honest, but he was also socially awkward and tended to hold a grudge like no one's business. Anyway, Present Mike stumbled through his words. "Let's get this show movin' and groovin', you dig? We've got a lot to cover. You've had quite the quarter. How's it feel to be in the top 10? Izuku was in. He immediately started searching files, looking into Canterburn and his death. The file didn't tell him much, just that Jackal was the suspect due to how he died, stab wounds, and the area he was found in. It was a weak connection at best, especially since, as the Jackal, Izuku had killed many different ways. Stab wounds were a recurring theme, sure, but it was hardly new for him to deviate. It made him wonder who else they'd wrongfully put under his name. He almost wanted to look up his own file just to see. But alas, he had work to do. "I wouldn't have made it so far if it wasn't for my recent success against Flashback," Jeanist answered, sounding more relaxed now. "Such a prolific criminal and long-lasting case is of course going to garner a bit of attention, And I was very lucky for the opportunity to work on the case after it had been passed around for so many years. Villains like that need to be handled quickly, lest they spread their poor ideas like a split seam if it's not sewn up quick. I was very fortunate to be able to stitch up loose ends. Izuku blinked at the radio, frowning. Luckily, Present Mike seemed to have the same thought as him. Villain? Isn't it a little harsh to label Flashback a villain? It's what he is. He used his quirk against the law. To save people, the voice hero reasoned. He was a vigilante, not a villain. Izuku sighed, pulling an analysis journal he'd brought out instead. No use ruminating genus ideals. After all, Izuku was well aware that his own worldview could be a little skewed. The police files he'd found had nothing new, so what did he personally have on the hero? At first, it was all the same. Quirk, Songfire, standard voice-activated fire manipulation. He could multiply it but not create it, which was rare. It's the same thing, genus dismissed. While vigilantes are a more honorable sort, they're still villains. As a hero, Mike, I'd think you the type to advocate for upholding the law. Of course. The law's important. Mike agreed hastily. I just think that vigilantism is a bit different than robbing a bank, don't you? And he'd had multiple interviews where he referenced drag use. About being young and dumb and having fun with friends. In his most blatant, he'd even listed what drags he thought were okay, and which ones would f you up. Bold, especially for a limelight hero like him. He loved to be loved by everyone, families and children included. But it did give Izuku an idea. Oh, crime is crime. Our laws are in place for a reason. What if people start thinking they're unimportant in the face of their own opinions on right and wrong? Genist argued. He'd always stuck harshly to his morals. It was one of the things Izuku respected most about him. You should be careful, Mike. Saying things like that is how you make vigilantism popular. You don't want people running around and putting themselves and others in danger because they couldn't be bothered to get a hero license, do you? These things need training and proof of qualifications. Returning to the database, he thanked whatever god was out there that he hadn't closed the window when he shut his laptop. He immediately started searching up gangs in the area that dealt drags, cross-referencing with ones that Canterburn was most likely to use, and which ones were most likely to get him in serious enough trouble with a gang to leave him dead and his kid kidnapped. He wondered if they trafficked the kid to get their money back, feeling his stomach roil uncomfortably at the thought. Well, Present Mike started awkwardly. It's not like I'm saying everyone should do it, but most vigilantes did try to become heroes, and were denied. Many have at least partial training and an understanding of the job. Isn't it more of a flaw with society that we let so many heroes slip through the cracks? Instead of worrying about the people who slip through, shouldn't we be worrying about people who were in some way determined to be unqualified for heroism, seeking out a thrill and deciding to follow their own laws? A group known for their cutthroat brutality was on the rise. It was more a drag empire than a gang, but it did fit. They sold throughout most of Musutafu, and had a wide variety of wares. And under known affiliates, he found a file to their pseudo-ring leader. That was bound to find him something. Present Mike was quiet for a long moment. Few vigilantes do it for the thrill, genist. My husband works hand in hand with vigilantes frequently dash. Best, genus scoffed. He should be turning them in. He's married to a pro hero. He shouldn't be playing fast and loose with the law. Dabi. Quirk. Blue flame. Interesting, it must run at higher temps than regular flames. He wondered if it took more out of Dabi to use it than a normal pyrokinetic. He must have a creation quirk and a manipulation quirk, or else it'd be pretty hard for him to get his hands on any lighters that created blue flames. Could he manipulate other flames or just his own? Could he control the temperature of his flames? Now Izuku was really getting off topic. He flitted through files, finding a few other gangs and names that might be linked to Canterburn. Dabi was his most promising lead so far, though he couldn't be too careful. Suddenly, the heat hidden behind calm words had Izuku snapping back to attention, really focusing on the discussion at hand. He'd never heard Present Mike sound so commanding before. Usually he was all smiles and laughs, but here Izuku could really see the pro-hero beneath his public hero image. And he would be the first to say that any vigilante that's still on the streets after a month is clearly qualified for heroism. Flashback included. That man saved lives. Many lives. Didn't you receive angry messages and mail from people saved by him? He was the first on the scene during last spring's landslide in Hosu. He spent several months in Esaha City a few months ago where he reportedly stopped a number of armed robberies, attempted murders, and even took down their largest drug trafficking ring. His most notable case, however, was his debut in Jaku City. He saved a little girl who was kidnapped by her intoxicated father as he took her on a high-speed car chase through the city. The chase ended when Flashback was able to swing himself off a building and onto the car, pulling the girl free just before he crashed the car on her side. The father got away with a few broken bones, some serious jail time, and the knowledge that he almost killed his own daughter, which is a slap on the wrist for what it could have been. Present Mike responded evenly. Would you call that unqualified? He swung off a building from rope loosely tied to a weak fence. He could have easily miscalculated the swing, or gotten himself or the girl injured with such a stunt. What he did shouldn't be romanticized. So instead we should pretend he's nothing more than a villain? That all he did was hurt people? The man saved lives, he should be recognized for that. Mike defended, spewing fire. Best Jeanist huffed, annoyed. The thought behind his actions was honorable, sure. But he shouldn't be celebrated, Mike. He still broke the law, he still caused property damage he never got charged for, he risked lives trying to save them. It takes more than a good heart to be a hero. Present Mike was silent for a long moment. That was true. Izuku had to concede there. As much as he attempted to downplay property damage himself, there was always some, and he couldn't exactly pay it back. Most of it went unnoticed due to the generally shitty upkeep of his part of the city anyway, but it was the principle of the matter. And then, quietly, I disagree, anyone can be a hero. Yes, the damage he caused was bad, and the risks were sometimes close calls, but that's inevitable even for a pro. Heroes, they aren't born. It isn't some exclusive club. Anyone can be a hero, all they have to do is try. Izuku stopped, eyes staring at the radio for a long time. Silently, he closed his laptop without waiting for the show to conclude, knowing he wasn't going to get much more work done today. Even though the gears churned restlessly in his brain. Alone, he understood the words, but put together. He had a lot to think about. Rain poured down around the lean figure, but they didn't mind. To be honest, they hadn't been feeling much of anything lately, anyway. Dark boots clicked a quiet beat onto the sidewalk as they approached the tan house, wary indigo flickering about as though the shadows would launch out at them at any minute. Slowly, they made their way up the path to a familiar green door, knocking brusquely. She didn't take long to answer. Ichika? Takahashi-san asked, her green eyes wide and reddened from tears. What are you? Why are you here? The words were rough, but they didn't take offense. Everything had been rough since Akio had. Since they'd lost the boys. I wanted to check up on you, Ichika mumbled, barely coherent. Make sure you're okay? No. She whispered hoarsely, and tears came to her eyes. I'm not. My husband was buried a week ago. No one can tell me where my son is. Did you think I'd be okay? No. Ichika responded in kind. I'm not okay either. As if Ichika flipped a SWH, the waterworks started. Silently Takahashi-san stood aside, and Ichika wandered in as if lost in a daze, hands finding their pockets. When had they gotten so cold? They felt like ice. Sluggishly, the sobbing grew quiet. Muffled noises took their place as she tried to silence herself. Finally, it was silent again, eerily so like it had been before at the funeral. You're dripping wet? Takahashi-san mumbled hoarsely after her tears stilled. Sorry. Ichika wasn't. Takahashi-san didn't comment. Perhaps she didn't much care either. What did something as stupid as the floors matter anyway, at a time like this? Instead, slender fingers reached up, running roughly through knotted brown hair. Have you eaten lately? She asked. You need to keep your strength up. No. The pro-hero admitted. Have you? She just shrugged. You're still patrolling? I have to find him. Takahashi-san's shoulders tensed, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she found a rag and started scrubbing at a mirror that didn't seem to have a speck of dust on it. She scrubbed furiously at an imaginary spot. If Ichika squinted, they could almost pretend they could see it. Sound fell away for a long time. Only the quiet squeaks of Takahashi-san's violent abuse of the glass could break through the pounding barrier of silence. Finally, she threw the rag on the table and shot Ichika a frustrated look. Well, what? Ichika's eyes never moved from her face as she worried a tender lip between her teeth. You're here for a reason. If you're going to ask, then ask. Stop wasting my time. Like she'd be doing anything anyway. Takahashi's sister had mentioned she'd spent all of yesterday in bed when Ichika saw her at the market. But maybe it wasn't their place to point that out. Do you know anything? Ichika's voice rose a bit higher than before, but wavered. Frail as a sakura blossom in the wind. Anyone who was mad at him? Anyone who might have shown an interest in Makoto? They slowly leaned against the wall, hands coming out to pick at their nails mindlessly. Oh, I already told the police that. Can you really think about it? Ichika begged, desperate now. Anyone, anything that might have been off? There wasn't anything off. Takahashi-san snapped. It was a totally normal day. Akio had the day off, so Makoto stayed home from daycare. I went out to the office. When I came back, we finished up some cleaning together, and Makoto wanted to go outside, so Akio decided to take him out for a bit. I was supposed to go eat with my sister, so he said he'd take Makoto to get ramen, since it was his favorite, and dashed her eyes welled with tears again. And dash. A sob broke her voice until there was almost nothing left. Quietly, so quietly she breathed, and then they didn't come home. Ichika glanced down at their nails. Jagged now, and rimmed with red from picking at them. Once, Aizawa-sensei would have scolded them, giving an impromptu lesson on the importance of one's hands and handing over a fidget toy. But Ichika was a grown adult now, and there was no Aizawa-sensei to look out for them. Perhaps if there was, Makoto wouldn't be missing right now. Perhaps Akio would be. Well, enough of that, then. That's all? You can't remember anything else? She sounded so broken as she tried to piece herself back together to give an answer. Oh. It's all I can think about. If I was going to remember something, I would have by now. Ichika frowned. I see. If you remember anything else, dash. I won't, she stressed again. I am nothing but that memory now. It's not going to change. Are we done here? 'Cause I guess so. Please leave. The force in those words startled Ichika. Takahashi-san had never been anything but kind to them before. Things were so rough now, so different. The whole world was a broken slate of glass brandishing jagged edges. What? They muttered dumbly. Green eyes spat fire. Please leave. She glanced down at her feet. I'm afraid I can't bear to look at you anymore. Silence thrummed through the room like a funeral drum. Seconds stretched out before them, until at last Ichika stood, nodding a bit too sharply. I see. Goodbye then, Takahashi-san. Have a good evening. You too, Hayashi-san, she whispered, following Ichika to the door. They were barely outside it before Takahashi-san was shutting it abruptly, and Ichika was alone again. With a sigh, the hero stepped off the little porch and back into the pouring rain. It seemed even the gods grieved this day. You showed up. He sounded genuinely surprised. Dabi scoffed, pallid blue eyes darting to the figure. He sounded dumb? Hell, he looked dumb. But he was a pro-hero, so dumb was probably half his identity. A-hole probably took up the rest. Of course I showed up, idiot. You said you had money. So? Large red wings twitched, as though unsure. Around them, the vacant garage groaned like a ghost, the rain outside evidently wearing on the halfway to toppling structure. A lantern sat on an old oil-stained barrel in the corner, providing wan lighting that lit up the dumb blonde's stupid face. Dabi kept his back to the light, hoping his face was given at least a bit of anonymity in the stretching shadows. So, I like money, he explained, fighting back the urge to speak slowly and enunciate to PSS the BSTRD off. He really hated heroes. I could have been setting up a sting. He scoffed disdainfully. No one sets up a sting with someone who publicly and wholly hates heroes by telling one of the quickest rising heroes to send them a text out of the blue, starting with the words, "Hey, Hawk's here." You'd have to be stupid to try something like that. He shot the hero a dry look, waiting for offense to be taken. Instead, the hero gave a quiet, "Oh, I guess so." Maybe he didn't realize it was an insult. Dabi doubted he understood much of what was happening at this point. "But it's not like I knew you hated heroes." "I mean, who hates heroes?" He flashed Dabi what was probably supposed to be a winning smile. All he was winning was the increasing odds that Dabi turned him into a roast, honestly. "I'm a criminal," Dabi deadpanned. "And everyone knows I hate heroes. It's how I know you did little to no research before contacting me. Who even gave you my number, anyway?" He needed to torch someone for that. He bobbed his head, looking oddly reminiscent of those bird videos Dabi saw on YouTube sometimes. "Yeah, I mean you got me. I definitely wouldn't have put in that hole. We'll talk about autographs later part if I had." Dabi had a headache. A 170 centimeters tall headache, standing about 2 meters in front of him. "This better be worth my time." "Oh, it will be," Hawks assured. "I have money. Lots of it." Reassuring. "Everyone I know who has money likes to say shit about all the money they totally have," he drawled, rolling his eyes. This guy was a character, wasn't he? I'm a pro-hero," he responded, confusion dappling his Predaboy face. "I have money." Dabi raised an eyebrow, waiting. Birdboy stared back, unperturbed. Several moments passed by. Dabi let out a disgusted noise. "Are you going to show me?" "Am I supposed to?" "Honestly?" Dabi was starting to get the feeling he was being F-ed with. "Yes. You hand over the cash, then I start talking. That's how this works. But what if you don't answer any of my questions? Then I take the money as payment for you wasting my time, and to ensure I don't turn you into fried chicken. Got it?" Hawks scowled a bit. Okay, got it. Then, you don't have to be so aggressive." Turning to stare dead straight into Hawk's soul, Dabi attempted to find any sort of intelligence in those vacant, lifeless eyes. He couldn't. "I am a known drag dealer and arsonist. Okay? And I'm a pro-hero?" No. "You're an idiot." Hawks blinked a few times. The light flickered, making his eyes dance between tan and gold. "Why are you being so rude? This better be a lot of money." "Oh, it is." Hawks flexed a wing, and a few feathers flew off. They came back a moment later producing a duffel bag from God knows where. Dabi gave Hawks his most exasperated "Are you f***ing serious right now?" look he possibly could. Unsurprisingly, Hawks didn't get it. "What? Could you have made this look any more shady? I mean really, a black duffel bag? That's what they use in the movies." Changing tactics, Dabi attempted to glare some sense through that thick skull. "If I cart that thing around, I'm basically screaming, 'Hey, look at me. I'm up to some illegal shit. Come search me, pro-heroes and cops.'" For some reason, Feathers for Brains stared at Dabi like he was the idiot here. "You're a known drag dealer and arsonist. Won't they search you anyway?" It took Dabi a long time to answer him. "Maybe, Einstein, I don't need any more reason for them to search me. Maybe my face is already recognizable enough." Hawks looked down at the duffel bag contemplatively. "Oh, I guess that makes sense. Deep breath in, deep breath out." Dabi couldn't torch him yet. He hadn't gotten his money. There was no way in hell he was going to put up with this sheet just to not get his money. He's gone too far, sunk too deep. He couldn't just not take the money after having put up with this moron for so long. "Hawks." "Dabi? I want you to know I'll console your wife at your funeral after I effing murder you." Hawks tilted his head a bit. "I don't have a wife." "Your sister?" Well, I guess there's Miruko. Good luck with that one, though I don't think she'll be all that torn up. Then we'll get PSS drunk and desecrate your grave together. Honestly, good for you too, keeping your spirits high even after I'm gone." He responded almost happily. This couldn't be real. People like this couldn't exist, Dabi decided. He was too dumb. "That's it? That's all you have to say about it? I threatened to murder you, and that's all I get? Good for you?" Hawks shrugged. "You know, I have tweets set to go out ahead of time. How freaked out do you think my fans will be when news breaks of my death, but I'm still tweeting 72 hours later?" Dabi didn't respond, letting the silence hang until Hawks felt some kind of embarrassment for his dumbassery. Instead, Dabi felt a bit stupid staring into those big, dumb eyes and realizing Hawks didn't have that kind of self-awareness. Dabi sighed, holding his arms out. Bag, Themis. Startling at the sudden movement, the winged hero handed it over, and Dabi opened it to inspect the cash. Well, it was a decent bit at least, even if he didn't like trading in black bags filled with cold hard cash. It did ensure he'd have access to the money for dealing with this moron sooner, which didn't feel like much of a consolation. But it was a decent bit of money. What do you want? He was going to regret this. Honestly, he should just torch the bird and go, but he really did like money. If Hawks wanted to toss obscene amounts at him to deal with his dumb blonde energy, then fine. Maybe he'd toss more money at him before he inevitably flew into a window and died. Perking up, the other flashed him another award-winning grin. It was no wonder he was popular with teen and tween girls. He was a natural-born pretty-boy. It was a shame he didn't have the intelligence to back his looks up. Have you heard of the Jackal? Yes. Is that all? No, Hawks scowled at the brusque brush-off. What do you know about him? Allegedly, he's a monster, and not one you want to be dealing with. Dabi frowned. Kills a lot of people around here, mostly murderers and pedophiles, but murderers and pedophiles make up a good portion of this district. Not that they'll be all that missed. Hawks nodded. I know that, but then he killed a pro-hero. Yep, then he killed a pro-hero. The arsonist's eyes flickered around the little abandoned garage. This conversation was inane. Blonde eyebrows furrowed. Why? Dabi shrugged. Anyone's guess. That hero probably stuck his nose where it wasn't welcome. You gotta be dead stupid to mess with a guy like that. Do you know anything at all about his reputation? No. That's why I'm here. Hawks sounded exhausted, and, honestly, Dabi was glad he could give back a little of the pain and torment he'd had to suffer through. After all, it's like they said, if all you are is drop-dead gorgeous, then maybe you should just drop dead. Letting out a slow breath, he started. The Jackal's been around for a few months now, but no one really knows who he is. People have seen him, jumping over rooftops and climbing fire escapes mostly, but all they can say is he's incredibly short and wears all black. No one minded him at first, just another do-gooder taking out trash in back alleys and side streets. It became clear pretty quickly, though, that he wasn't someone to be ignored. Dabi shifted, frowning. He's gotten away with some impressive stunts. Some people think his quirk helps him hide or escape. Alleyways are one thing, but there have been times where people spend most their night in a group, leaving for all of 10 minutes to PSS or shoot up, and by the time they get back their friends are dead and cold on the sidewalk. He only kills where there aren't cameras, and he's very good at what he does. You only know about the kills that are reported, but a number of people don't report these things to the police. It's easier and cleaner to just dispose of the body themselves than risk their own crimes coming up while the police snoop around. Especially in light of the whole Jackal hysteria. No one wants to piss him off. 10 minutes is a long time, Hawks mused, voice even. It's not that impressive, but it's not like that's it. There are reports of people finding his kills in their home, with him quickly escaping out a window. Windows that were closed and locked beforehand, no sign of forced entry. He shows NTMT knowledge of his victims, and his kills are typically quick. He's not called the Jackal for no reason. Feathers, both quick and clever. He's a known opportunist. He marked out a territory, and he hunts at night. He's small but fierce, and more importantly, he's more animal than man. Dabi rubbed at his neck awkwardly. He wasn't too worried about Jackal, although he had been known to kill as well. Jackal was focused more on the people who murdered innocents, and Dabi spent most his energy on killing the little druggy sheets that tried to pull one over on him or rivals that attempted to take him out and steal his empire. It was more likely Jackal wouldn't waste his time on Dabi, and if he did, Dabi was more than capable of torching him. He'd killed scarier, he was sure. Cut the dramatics, Hawks waved him off. He's a murderer, that's implied. You don't have anything else? His appearance, any rumors on his quirk? Dabi blinked at the note in Hawk's voice. The hero had gotten down to business, and a new light had entered Gold Eyes. He looked competent? Was he actually FING with Dabi earlier? Oh, that set him off. His jaw ticking irritably, Dabi gave him a dry stare. Come on. I want to show you something. Hawks frowned, blinking slowly. Then he nodded. Dabi took him out the back, where a rusted-out door gave way to a dirty alleyway. Rain pounded from the sky, the storm showing no signs of abating all these hours later, washing dirty walls and pooling around trash bags and used needles. On the far wall, Dabi nodded to the graffiti sprayed up there. Looking unimpressed, Hawks gave him a dry look. So he's a street artist too then? He didn't make this. People tag walls with Jackal logos to show where he's killed, mark out where he roams. It's a warning, Dabi explained, eyeing the shadowy Jackal's head silhouette on the wall. Some people avoid these spots entirely, claim it's bad luck. Some people really seem to think he's some angel of death, a harbinger of sorts. That when people send too many people to the afterlife, whatever deity is out there sends the Jackal to get rid of them. Real hokey-pokey shit. Hawks snorted, eyes lighting up with amusement. I'm not here to talk myths. You wanted to know about him, I'm telling you all the gritty details, Dabi drawled, waving at Hawks to follow him as he took to the streets. A couple blocks over was a little broken-down cafe and a few ma and pop stores he'd like to show the hero. Some people don't think he killed that hero. Others say it's a sign the hero was a killer himself. We're considering that, Hawks admitted. We can't find more than a few recreational drug use charges when he was younger. I hate to say Eraser was right, but it's looking like he was fairly clean-cut. Dabi shrugged. Maybe he holds heroes to a higher standard. Or, like I said, maybe Canterburn was just getting in the way. The thing about the Jackal is that he is incredibly feared around this district, but he's also respected. Respected? Hawks shot him a look. He's a murderer. Yes, but he only kills scum. Dabi reasoned. I certainly never mourned for the people he killed. Fact is, around here, people will take any sort of justice they can get, even if it's a bit more merciless than usual. They were still people. They were rats. Dabi gave him a long look. Disease-ridden rats. Jackals love hunting rats. I don't know why I'm debating morals with an arsonist. Hawks rolled his eyes, irritated. Dabi only shot him a sheet-eating grin. You know, I don't know why you're trying to make a good man out of me either. His eyes flashed and he glanced off into the pre-dawn dark. The rain plastered his typically wild hair down and painted the blonde beside him a dishwater brunette. That said, people do respect him. People rely on him. I even heard an old woman say she was praying he'd hunt down her son's murderer next. The Jackal is as much a ghost haunting these streets as he is a guardian angel protecting it. He brings people some sick amount of hope. He stopped now, nodding to the little brickwork shop with large windows. Beside him, Hawks stopped and stared in. Is that merch? Charms, mostly. Dabi laughed. People use them as some sort of ward against evil. Like saying the Jackal protects this place. I doubt it works, but they seem to believe it does. So, that's it? Hawks sighed after a long moment of staring at the Jackal pendants. Some were full bodies, others were Jackal heads or even skulls. In one window, an all-black Jackal pendant hung off a curtain, no price under it. The store's very own Jackal ward. He's short, you know nothing about him, and people think he's some sort of god? Dabi shrugged, waving one hand for effect. Like Anubis reborn. But there is one more thing. He led Hawks down the street to the cafe on the corner, where a howling jackal hung off the doorknob. Around the corner on the wall, a massive jackal was painted. A silhouette like before, it was a man in a long coat with his hood up and a jackal's snout poking out. Around his feet, jackal skulls were painted with flowers growing out around them, poking through the eyes and the cracks that ran through them. Hawks whistled. Well, they have talent. If this whole street artist thing doesn't work out, they could probably become a graphic designer or something. When Jackal started gaining popularity, Dabi breathed, ignoring him. He didn't have a name at first. But a few men came forward. They said they'd seen him, that he'd gotten in the way of their drag deal. That's the thing about Jackal, he really doesn't bother with lesser crime, but he's an opportunist. If he sees something, he'll chase people off. Up close? There was no missing the hope in Hawk's voice. And maskless, Dabi confirmed. Hawks sed a breath in sharply. They said he was a kid with dark hair and deathly pale. That he looked lean and sickly. They didn't recognize him, because no one did back then? So, probably a 17 or 18-year-old, Hawks mumbled to himself, thumb flicking over his lower lip as his brows furrowed in deep conversation. He wasn't watching Dabi anymore, instead staring off into space. For some reason, Dabi got the impression that Hawks had never been paying more attention to him than he was right now. His eyes flashed as he watched Hawks, gain his reaction. There's no proof this tale is real. But a lot of people have accepted it. Seeming to understand the gravitas of the situation, Hawks paused. What happened next? They told the kid to scram, he didn't. 3 adult men against a tiny kid. Apparently they beat him down. One chained him to some pipes and he freaked out, tried to break loose. He pulled a knife, lashing out, but they stayed back. Then, Hawks frowned. You know what they say about jackals, yes? Dabi hummed. Hawks didn't respond. They say that if a jackal gets caught in a trap, it'll chew its own leg off to escape. You mean? Hawks scowled. He was trapped, Dabi blinked slowly. And, allegedly, he sawed his own hand off. Right there, no hesitation. They said he ran at them, and that they darted after that, not that I blame them. I'd have run like hell if some demon sawed its own hand off and immediately tried to run me through with the same knife. You can't do much against that kind of crazy. Hawk's brows furrowed deeply, his eyes staring off distantly. After a moment, he looked back up at the graffiti, and Dabi noted the shine of a knife under his sleeve, red dripping off of it and onto some of the flowers below. From there, it dripped down to one jackal skull, trailing down over one of the vacant eye sockets. The jackal made an imposing figure, be it in stories, presents, or even just graffiti. His name carried weight, and when he spoke, people listened. Even if he didn't do so with words. A kid, missing a hand, Hawks mused. I wonder what led him here? Doesn't matter, Dabi drawled. He's here now. Quietly, if only to himself, Dabi wondered too. What's all this, Tsukachi-san? Tamikawa asked, stepping into the detective's office. From behind his desk, the older officer sighed deeply. Papers strewn around haphazardly and a half-drank cup of coffee chilling beside him, Tsukachi hunched over as he stressed relentlessly. We're not getting any closer to this jackal guy. Is working yourself into the ground helping? Tamikawa asked, cat ear twitching. His wide eyes watched silently, and although they felt like a judging weight on Tsukachi's shoulders, he knew better. Tamikawa's eyes watched everything impartially, taking things in and doling out only the truth. The truth, something Tsukachi was intimately familiar with. He hated being lied to, almost as much as he hated when Tamikawa pointed out he was lying to himself. Plus, he always knew when someone was lying to him, just like his companion always knew when he was doing so to himself. He thought it was slightly more impressive when Tamikawa did it. It's helping me feel better about the whole thing. He sighed after a long moment. Tamikawa merely gave him a slow blink, and for some reason, this was worse than anything he could have said. Awkwardly, Tsukachi found himself trying to break the silent pressure that seemed to build in the room. Oh well, at least I know I'm doing all I can. Someone like the jackal we can't leave on the streets for long. Or someone's. Tamikawa leveled an even stare at Tsukachi. We haven't ruled out the multiple people theory. In fact, after Canterburn, I believe it's more likely than ever. Yes, but after Hawks got that lead it seems to suggest one person. Lots of people have reported a short person in black, and now we have an age range and a distinct characteristic. Has Hawks revealed his source yet? No, the detective let out a harsh breath. But we've been trying to get him to crack. He insists they remain anonymous, even to us. Then we can't verify this information easily, or even confirm it's from a credible source, Tamikawa reasoned, walking further into the office. His eyes wandered down to the pages on Tsukachi's desk, incident reports from each body found. I guess not. But it's better than nothing. Tsukachi's eyes dropped to his papers. The words stared back up at him mockingly, as if saying the clues were all there. He was just missing that one puzzle piece. Hoshimiya, male, age Shina Kitamura, female, age Kaido and Zu, male, age it was all here, it had to be he just needed to find it. Some clue, something that would lead him to a one-handed teenager. Tamikawa let out a deep breath. Or it's worse. You're looking too deep into what could be a false lead. At least it's a lead. Tsukachi pleaded, dark eyes jumping up to his friend. At least we have something. We've had so little for so long. What am I supposed to do? Not look into this. Cat eyes slowly looked up to meet his gaze. Send someone else to look into it. Send me. A fresh set of eyes will do the case good, and while I look into it, you can get some rest and work on other cases. For a moment, he let the quiet breathe between them. He was right, of course he was, but that didn't mean Tsukachi liked this conclusion. But at 33, he was far too old for this sort of denial. A tension he hadn't noticed released from Tamakawa's shoulders, and his ears dropped just a centimeter or two. Thank you, Tsukachi-san. Tsukachi scowled at the golden feline. His answer was curt. For your trust. Send me the files, I've cleared my schedule. And then he retreated, closing the door behind him. He'd cleared his schedule already? He had half a mind to curse the demon feline, but truthfully Tsukachi was grateful. He really needed the privacy and quiet right now. If he so much as heard something that rhymed with jackal, he'd be back on the case in a heartbeat. Turning back to his computer, he took the files he'd already compiled for Eraserhead and Hawks, sending them off to Tamakawa for review. He even added the cat-like man to the group chat, letting the others know he was getting a new set of eyes on the case. Eraserhead didn't reply, but Hawks sent a thumbs up and a smiley face with a little halo over it. Tsukachi would never understand that man. Clicking back out of his email, a new one caught his eye. It was marked urgent with the title reading the Apollo case. He frowned. He had no cases named like that. Most of his were just titled by a string of numbers, so he knew none of his coworkers sent this. Furthermore, the sender's email was unfamiliar. Icarus 6112129147. First of all, the string of numbers was obscenely long and he could only imagine the migraine it was to remember. Perhaps more importantly, this definitely wasn't anyone he recognized, not even a consultant. Slowly he clicked the email. It was a compiled list of information. This one, much like Shouta had suggested, pointed out the inconsistencies between the Jackal's usual kills and Canterburn's death. It compiled information based on that, and it had far too much information for a civilian. Records of his death, when and how. His civilian identity, various interviews he'd done, known associates. This was a lot. More than they'd compiled, as such details had been waved off as irrelevant thus far. It was just Jackal escalating, they'd thought. Nothing personal, so his personal details didn't matter. Icarus had another idea. He pointed out various instances where he mentioned recreational drag use, and more importantly, the drags he used. It seemed to start with his friend, Morning Glory's quirk, but he'd done more than that. It seemingly died off in recent years, what with him having a wife and kids so young, but Icarus suggested they continued their recreational drag use in secret. There was a side note asking for an interview with Canterburn's wife on possible drag use, along with a small list of possible dealers or gangs he could have gotten mixed up with. Tsukachi felt his finger twitch, a sudden desperation to look into this. He should be sending it to Tamakawa, but it was something. A lead. He'd been looking for days, and all he had was a possible description from an unknown source that Hawks swore was good. It followed the evidence. It showed the trail. And Tamakawa had a lot to look into already, see if he could find anything there. And, yeah, he was making a coworker work on outdated information, but Tamakawa already had a lot to do. And Tsukachi's day had just cleared up. And he really wanted to look into this. Reaching over, he picked up the phone to place a call. Detective, the voice sighed. Eraserhead. I'm sending you some files I want you to look over. Is there any chance you can come with me for an interview in the next few days? Shouta let out a breath, a slight chill nipping at his exposed face. It would be getting colder soon, as August slowly moved toward September. Though the 2-day rainstorm hadn't done the temperature any favors. It had washed away the heat, the usual criminals that would be wandering around in spite of recent events, and even the seeming root of said recent events in a single torrent. Hopefully by Christmas, this whole Jackal issue would be sorted out. Rubbing at his head tiredly, he thought back on the files the detective had sent him earlier. He wasn't a fan of interrogating Akio's grieving widow again, but at least this was less of an interrogation and more a few quick questions. He was glad in some ways, as he could rush the detective out. Tsukachi tended to try to fix these things, but much like a glass vase chucked off a balcony, some things couldn't be fixed. Some had to be remade. He stopped short as he went to jump to the next roof over, blinking as he heard a door open from an alley nearby. The sound was barely audible even though the rain had died down to a light pitter-patter. This side of town was near deserted, especially after all the Jackal shenanigans. No one should be out, especially this late. And if his comms were anything to go by, it wasn't Hawks who was overhead somewhere, likely making a nuisance of himself as he bothered Mr. Brave, who was a few streets over, sounding exhausted to be dealing with the winged hero. So it was quite the surprise when he heard a voice, a young voice, call out, "Hiss," into the dead of the night. Then a sound like a trash can tipping over, a series of clangs and bangs ringing out clearly. Shoyuta walked over briskly, peeking into the alley below. There, a boy, who couldn't be more than 9 or 10, sat cross-legged, holding out an open can of cat food to a small tortoiseshell cat. Her sides were wide, clearly a Piargenanti Molly just days from giving Biarch. Her patchy fur was darkened and flattened to her sides by rain, and she perched on rain-soaked, rusted-out piping that followed the second story of one of the buildings. The kid, who had a mess of curly green hair and an oversized hoodie that had seen better days, kept his eyes focused on the mama cat eagerly, slowly waving the tin can. "Piss, piss, piss, piss," he called again, and this time Shoyuta recognized it as the universal, "Get over here," cat call. The cat herself was perched precariously, little paws likely seconds from slipping, while eyeing the boy and the food. Presumably, she jumped from the tin can rolling noisily down the alleyway. "Espy," the boy sing-songed. "Come here, kitty. I know you're hungry. PS. Shoyuta fought back a small smile at that. Part of him debated jumping down to catch the cat and bring her back to her apparent owner. He knew how wayward they could be. The heathen hobo never came near them unless it was to make an attempt on their lives. This cat seemed a bit more tame, though, as she made an impressive leap across the alley to land just as precariously on a thin windowsill, making Shoyuta tense up in fear of a fall, and from there, pounced onto the kid's shoulders. Luckily, he seemed prepared for this kind of assault, as he merely held the can up for her to inspect as she balanced on his tiny shoulders so casually. Ever so slowly, she started nibbling the food until hunger won out. After a short moment, she ate with as much aggression as he saw in Hobo's eyes whenever he came home from patrol in the twilight hours, just to see him staring over Hizashi's sleeping form with uncontained malice. He didn't know how that man saw anything good in the rabid beast. The kid laughed as she showered him in bits of cat food, for some reason taking massive bites and then shaking the excess out of her mouth. Shoyuta definitely didn't give in to the urge to smile at that. Of course not. He was a hero hardened by years of underground work, and something as simple as a kid taking care of his cat would never affect him. "You all right, kid?" He called softly and the kid stilled. Worrying that he would freeze instead of jump. The kid craned his neck up. Fine. Weird, he didn't stutter a second ago when he was talking to the cat. He chose not to comment on it. "What are you doing out here so late?" Feeding my sea cat." He gestured to the tortoiseshell. "Spidey, as it were. It's almost 2 in the morning, the hero scowled. "Shouldn't you be in bed for school? Do heroes keep saying that to me?" The kid snorted. "What, is staying out this late and getting found by heroes a recurring thing for you?" "And not quite." He shook his head. "Usually it's closer to dusk when they say it." "Well, let's not make it one then. You should be inside. It's well past curfew." The kid's brow drew together, looking curious. "CC curfew?" He frowned at that. "Anyone under 18 has to be at home by 11. He responded. The kid seemed surprised by this, leading all of Shuta's red flags to wave. "Oh, I'll go home, once Shash's done." He couldn't just let some kid walk home at 2 in the morning alone. He also couldn't bring himself to not talk to the parents about letting their kid wander the streets in the middle of the night where a serial killer, who was possibly escalating, hunted. "I'll take you." It seemed to spook him. The red flags waved harder. "And no. You're busy, sir. I see can get H home." The rain pattered between them for a second while Shouta debated what to do. He jumped down into the alley, keeping a bit of distance so as not to spook the kid further. Still, he didn't miss the way big green eyes tracked his movement with a startling amount of precision. "Listen, kid," he sighed. "I'm a hero, all right? My name's Eraserhead. It's my job to make sure you get home safe." The kid furrowed his brow. "Why don't I need to?" "I'm going to," he insisted. The kid looked down at his lap a moment as the cat finished eating. He dropped his hands to his lap, fiddling with the empty can mindlessly. Shouta barely kept himself from chastising the kid. He could get cut on the edge of that thing. Really, the cat shouldn't be eating out of it either. "Itch how much?" "What?" Shouta scowled at that bizarre response. "How much what? How much money do you want, T? T to leave me alone." Was this kid seriously trying to bribe him right now? "I don't want your money." Fear flashed across the kid's face for a brief second, before he stilled his features. "I'm not offer fearing anything else, se. Oh God. No, I don't want anything from you." He snapped, watching the kid's shoulders tense. Well, he was definitely walking him home now. He didn't know what the kid meant by that, but the implications, well, they weren't pretty. And he was some 10-year-old running the streets at night, not understanding what a curfew was. In Sector 7, to boot. This was hardly a kid-friendly part of town. The kid eyed him warily. The cat leapt easily off his shoulders, finding her way back up to the window ledge, then leaped higher to the next window up. Shouta frowned at that. "I can get your cat dash. Don't bother." He waved off the notion immediately. She'll spook if you go after her. "Aren't you taking her home?" Shouta frowned. The kid merely shrugged. She's an alleyway cat. IJ just takes care of her." So the kid was out here at this god-awful hour looking after a stray cat? Shouta sighed. He'd take care of the cat later. Surely Hizashi wouldn't mind getting another? Hobo was getting up there in years and his vision would probably fail soon anyway. He could use a friend. Might help the little psychopath chill out a bit. She was heavily PRGNT, though, which Hizashi might mind. And more importantly, he wasn't sure how he felt about letting Hobo around kids. He'd be a bad influence at best. Well, they did have a spare bedroom, he reasoned with himself. She could stay there until they could find the kittens a home. Hobo didn't need all that space anyway. He only ever used that place as an impromptu war room to plot his ambushes and get his alibis straight, or the occasional nap in the late afternoon sun that shone in through the window. "Come on, kid." He nodded to the end of the alley. "Where do you live?" "I'll take you there." The kid looked like he wanted to bolt. "Are you sure?" "I wouldn't have offered if I wasn't." He hesitated. And there's nothing I see can do about it?" Shouta snorted. "No, I'll hunt you down and drag you back if you run, and if you refuse to tell me, I'll take you down to the police station." The kid stopped, a look of pure nervousness crossing his face. After a second, his face morphed into one of deep thought before Shouta even had a chance to backtrack and reassure him he wouldn't actually hunt him down. The kid's pupils jerked this way and that, as if he were mapping out any possible escape route. He wasn't worried, though, because there was nowhere the kid could go he couldn't follow, unless he could teleport. Maybe he could, maybe that was his quirk. After a long moment he conceded with a slow, unsure nod. Seems that making a mad dash around a seasoned pro hero apparently didn't pan out how he wanted it to, even in his mind. I live down by the apartments on ditch the corner of blocks Mepuru and D Nichibatsu. Thoroughly surprised by the honesty, Shouta kept his expression schooled carefully. No little brats needed to think they got one over on him, or else it'll turn out that he's one of Shuta's students' little brothers, and the whole of his class will know within a week. That was just his luck, 20 little idiots guffawing at the thought of him being surprised by a 10-year-old, even for something this mild. He led the kid out of the alley, keeping an eye on him as they walked. The second they were under the pale yellow streetlight, he finally got his first good look at the kid. And it wasn't good. The light hit his skin tone a bit, making him look a sickly yellow. It reflected so easily off too pale skin, Shouta realized. Though his face was made of soft features and he was short and underweight, his cheeks were sunken a bit. His eyes were large and green, but with deep shadows under them that made Shouda's own look lighter by contrast. His hair was dark, but the exact color was hard to make out as it was plastered to his head despite the slow-falling rain and how little time he'd been out here. His clothes were dark and ragged, a painfully thin hoodie with a few holes and a dark stain over one shoulder, and breathes that were positively mangled around his lower thighs and knees. And those weren't purposeful, stylish tears like he sometimes saw in Nemuri's clothes, either. It looked like the kid tossed them into the tiger exhibit at the local zoo before putting them on. Shouta tipped his head slightly, observing the kid quietly. His mannerisms, too, were just plain odd. His eyes would unfocus, and he'd walk seemingly blindly for a bit, lips moving silently as if he were speaking to himself. Then, every few minutes, he'd seem to get his bearings and his head would swivel around, scanning the streets with a sharp glint in his eye. The whole time, his hands fidgeted, tugging at each other and picking at frayed sleeves. He was hardly the first kid Shouta had dealt with who had a fidgeting habit. Briefly, he thought back to Ichika at the funeral, picking at their nail beds bleakly. "Stop," he commanded, watching the kid go rigid and fall back a step. "Your hands. Stop pulling at them, you'll hurt yourself." "Tease, Katie," he muttered. "I don't mind." Shouta sighed for what had to be the 10th time tonight. "Well, I do. Hands are very delicate. If you hurt them, you could spend the rest of your life with impaired movement in your fingers." The kid chuckled, eyes crinkling in a strange way. Like he was laughing at a joke only he would find funny. "Tease okay. I have a really good doctor. They can't fix everything. They can fix a lot." Shouta frowned. Could this kid even afford a doctor? He looked like his family didn't make much, or at least didn't spend any of it on him. But Shouta put that aside for now. "What were you doing in that building anyway?" The kid turned to look at him, eyes showing nervousness before it dissipated behind a blank wall of green. I wasn't in an ABU building." "Yes, you were," he scowled. "I heard the door open, and you were sitting in front of it when I looked down. You weren't wet when I first saw you." The kid's eyes did that thing again, looking away and then his pupils sweeping around for an exit. He almost asked if he was okay. Maybe it was a quirk or something, and he had an analytics quirk or something that made him fidget, like a speed quirk. He'd hedge his bets it likely wasn't teleportation. Again, his eyes settled and he looked like he didn't like whatever he saw in that head of his. Sometimes Spidey gets in there when it rains. IW's just looking for her. He'd bet anything that was a lie, but he couldn't prove it. You shouldn't be in abandoned buildings like that. They're very dangerous. "Wirus so concerned Ned for me?" The kid wore his own frown now, squinting up at Shouta. "I'm a hero." A snort. Heroes are just glorified V-villains. "Well now, wasn't that concerning?" Shouta shot him a side eye, but the kid dropped his gaze to stare off into the distance so he couldn't gauge more than a rather casual mood from the kid as he spoke. "But anyone that hurts someone else is a monster. Doesn't matter if the government says it says okay why. Heroes protect a lot of people. Only SSS go for RJ jobs that TT tell you to punch people." He felt a tug at the edges of his lips, but forced it back down. "Isn't that a big word for you?" The kid gave him a positively offended look, and he had to concede that maybe it was a little patronizing. "It's just not a word I hear most 10-year-olds say." That look of pure offense doubled on his face. "I'm 12. Whatever," he dismissed. "It's just not something I hear children say often." The kid cast him a haughty look. "I'm smarter than other kids my age. I guess. So, an analytics quirk, then." Once again he almost said something, but bit it back in the end. He'd been a hero for too long to think that the easiest answer was always the right one. Maybe the kid was just smart, and maybe he didn't have some speed quirk, and maybe he had fire resistance. Or the ability to change the texture of his skin. Or venom or something. He looked up, letting the kid fall back a bit. The kid's apartment building should be just around the block. He was all too eager to get there, check it out, and hopefully get back to patrol after his fears were assuaged and the kid turned out to just be a little weird. "I never caught your name, kid." Silence. "Kid." He turned, and, what the F dash? He hadn't even heard the kid stop. He'd been positive he'd heard his footsteps over the rain a second ago. One eyebrow twitching, Shouta swung his capture scarf out, taking to the rooftops to scout for the problem child. He'd stopped talking to him for all of 30 seconds, he couldn't have gone far. A quick search of the surrounding alleys proved fruitless. Nothing but a mangy stray dog and a few tipped-over trash cans seemed to be anywhere near him, and Shouta was incredibly convinced that analytics was not the kid's quirk, but some sort of invisibility or distraction quirk. Maybe the teleportation theory was right. He narrowed his eyes, letting out a tired sigh as he pressed down on his comm near Mepuru Street. There's some 12-year-old kid wandering around. I tried to see him home, but he gave me the slip. Gave you the slip? Shouta didn't stiffen, or react in any way, to the sudden voice of the younger hero. Turning, he narrowed his eyes at the sunshine blonde. He only needed one sunshine blonde in his life, really. Losing your touch in your old age, Eraser? It's Eraserhead, and I'm only a few years older than you. Isn't that why the senility is so concerning? He leaned in, inspecting Shouta's face with faux concern. Oh yeah, I'm definitely seeing some extra wrinkles. Expelling kids constantly must be aging you. No, but dealing with knuckleheads like you might. He quipped back, watching the hero's face light up in amusement. Ouch, Eraser. That kinda hurt. You always so merciless with the kiddos? I do feel bad for whoever has to put up with your grumpy hide in the mornings. Hawks flashed him a radiant grin, and Shouta felt the inexplicable urge to punch him right in his overly bright mouth. Who the hell told you I was a teacher, anyway? I definitely never mentioned that, and I doubt you have nothing better to do than keep tabs on your coworkers 6 cities away. That'd be illogical. He laughed again, like this was a good night for him. How was this a good night for him? How was he happy during the day and during the night and all the time? It was exhausting just sharing the same air as him. Ingenium and midnight talk. Damn it. Yamada Hizashi and his stupid pretty face and his stupid pretty smile and his stupid pretty laugh. If it wasn't for him, Shouta wouldn't even have friends. He wouldn't ever have to deal with Midnight or Ingenium and their big mouths, or the omnipotent rat and his maniacal, Machiavellian mind. If he didn't know him so well, he'd think his husband was plotting against him, passing him puppy dog eyes whenever he wanted to have a small get-together at the apartment, or giving him a kicked puppy look whenever he threatened to quit the job Hizashi wanted him to get in the first place. Forcing himself to stop grinding his teeth together, he leveled a hopefully blank look at Hawks. You've been here all of a week and you're already gossiping with the locals? First of all, a week and a half. Second of all, bold of you to assume it took me anything over 24 hours to start gossiping. Honestly, it took around 12, which is a new record for me. You should congratulate me on my self-restraint. Congratulations. My expectations were already low, but you still managed to miss the bar entirely. Despite the deadpan answer, the blonde seemed as cheery as ever. He gave a short laugh, eyes staring off into the distance. Yeah, I do everything quick. Fastest hero and all that. I could probably outrun Ingenium, don't ya think? Or outfly him, whatever. You think next time he's on patrol he'd race me? Probably not. It'd be really embarrassing for the turbo hero to lose a race. But, then again, he is a fun guy. Maybe I can convince him, since it's in the dead of night? Maybe we should take bets. Hawks rambled, seemingly unaffected by Shouta's dry stare as he attempted to tune the other out. This was such a long night. And he still had to get home and navigate the minefield of traps Hobo no doubt left for him in the form of toys and cat scratchers dragged all around the poorly lit apartment, as he did every morning. It was like a really unwanted welcome home, except instead of welcome home, he got angry cat scratches because he stepped too close to Hobo's current napping place, which Hobo took incredible offense to. Demon cat. Demon thing could barely groom himself. Hizashi had to help brush him half the time, but he could still give a well-timed FU to any unsuspecting ankles in striking distance. Hawks, is there a reason you're here, again, and not patrolling? Shouta frowned. He would really like for the hero to turn around and head back to the skies where he belonged. That's how it should be. Hawks in the air, Shouta on the roofs, anyone else on the ground. It gave him a comfortable distance from pointless conversation. Oh yeah, he looked like he just remembered that he wasn't, in fact, here to chat about racing ingenium. Did Tsukachi update you on the Jackal case? You mean the anonymous tip from Icarus? Hawks blinked at him, slowly. What? Eraserhead scowled. Someone sent an email with case notes to Tsukachi today. Their email was just Icarus, with a string of numbers after it. They left a few theories and possible leads to look into. What? Why wasn't I informed of this? Hawks frowned. I'm the lead hero on the case. Shoyuta reminded him. Okay, but I was appointed by the HPSC-. And I'm the senior hero with more experience as well as being on this case longer than you. And he wasn't being outranked by this kid. He could barely stand teaching idiots, much less being led around by what may as well have been a headless chicken, wings and all. Okay, fine. He frowned. But I still should have been updated. I'll forward the files after patrol, it's nothing huge anyway. We're going to interview Takahashi's widow before we do anything. He informed him. What were you talking about then? The information I sent in, of course. Hawks nodded. Ah yes, the handless 17-year-old. Gold eyes narrowed. You don't sound too impressed with my sleuthing skills. I'll have you know that was the first clue we've had in well over a week of investigating nonstop. I've been out almost every night, and no one's seen the guy. Scratch that, he hasn't even killed again, so no one's even seen a body. Shoyuta gave him an unimpressed look. You sent a description in from an unconfirmed source. We can't trust it. It's good information. If not the informant, at least trust me. I don't, not by a long shot. Shoyuta raised a challenging brow. As far as I'm concerned, you're a daylight hero. You don't know how the underground is run, what the protocols are like here, what risks to take. You may be a popular hero, but fame doesn't mean shit here. It's only a liability. Why do you hate me so much? The winged hero frowned, wings opening just a bit. Whether to catch the night breeze or in preparation of leaving, Shoyuta didn't know. Don't take it personally, I hate everyone equally. He glanced around, mind wandering back to the kid that was still on the streets where a killer could very well be walking. Even if it wasn't Jackal, someone had taken Makoto. Well, whatever. We still have to work together. And I'd think you'd understand the importance of source anonymity. Eraser, I know that not all your friends are exactly law-abiding citizens. That piqued Shuta's interest. A vigilante? You contacted a vigilante? He asked. Hawks hesitated, and the look on his face made the older hero's stomach drop. His next words were accusatory. A criminal. Fight fire with fire, yeah? Hawks chuckled awkwardly, eyes squinting stupidly on his face. You contacted a criminal. To give you information on a criminal. Shoyuta couldn't believe this. And you still trust this information? Money talks, he shrugged, meeting Shuta's eyes evenly. He took a deep breath through his nose. Hobo did something similar when he was asleep and dreaming of murder. You paid a criminal, instead of turning him in, to give you information on another criminal? It seemed like a good plan. Criminals want him gone too. He does murder them all the time. Shoyuta rubbed the bridge of his nose. What else did this criminal tell you? Or just that we're looking for a 17-year-old with no hand? Which, by the way, Tsukachi can't find medical records for any handless 17-year-olds in the area. Of course not, obviously he went to an underground doctor. Hawks waved off, which, fine, may have actually been a good point. But since it was so bogged down by all Hawks' earlier bad points, Shoyuta couldn't really bring himself to give a shit. Didn't Tsukachi tell you? He said that was the only important part, and he didn't want me focusing too much on details that could be meaningless. Not that I think handless 17-year-old isn't meaningless too, but clearly no one listens to me. If you haven't noticed, dark hair and pales describes half the residents of 7. He'd literally just seen a kid that was dark-haired and pale. And he was abnormally short too, but definitely couldn't be mistaken for a teenager, for more reasons than just him being bite-sized. Also, Shoyuta had definitely seen both the kid's hands. For good reason, you beach a lot. Shoyuta hated this guy. Maybe more than your average dumb hero too. He finally understood what Hizashi had against death arms. Hawks walked easily towards the edge of the roof, looking down into the alleyway below as he responded to Shouta's actual question. Just that he's not entirely feared. A lot of people have started making some sort of symbol out of him, like some sort of demented protector of Sector 7. That he's a kid, and short, and doesn't have a hand. Apparently not all his kills get reported. Typical of 7. Shouta dismissed immediately. That's nothing that'll help us. No, not with what we know now. Hawks blew out a slow breath, flexing his wings. But maybe when we know a bit more, yeah? Hey, I gotta get back to the skies, look for this kid you misplaced. Catch you later? Shouta didn't respond as Hawks took off, debating whether or not to include a lengthy letter on how dumb it is to include criminal information from a still unconfirmed source to an investigation and how badly that meeting of his could have gone. He turned away to look for the kid again. There's no way he could have gotten far. Izuku didn't breathe easily until Eraserhead's shadow flew by overhead, scarf whipping around him wickedly. He wondered what it was made out of. Then he wondered just how strong it was, how far it could reach. Just how much control did Eraserhead have over it? Was his control partly due to the minor telekinesis that held up his hair? Well, he didn't know for sure that was minor telekinesis. It could be a minor gravity quirk, but still. Slowly, he pushed the broken storm drain out, replacing it as he crawled back onto the street. It was just large enough for him to squeeze through, since this part of the street sunk pretty low, and tended to collect a lot of water quickly. Little rills of rain trickled by, soaking his hands and knees as he abandoned the sewers. It was entirely too wet down there after the rains, or else he might have stayed there longer, just to be sure. Glancing around warily, he made quickly for the edge of Sector 6. It was a long walk from here, but Eraserhead had headed northeast and Hawks seemingly went south, so Izuku was going straight west. But first, he did have one more stop to make. His target should be near the coffee house soon. He'd need to be laying in wait when he got there if tonight would go well, and Jackal had been itching for a hunt for a bit now. He flexed his left hand as he walked, eyes catching on the jagged white scar encircling it that slipped from the sleeve like a pale bracelet. It ached when he thought of it, remembered it, but it was no different than any of the others, now. Another unfixable injury he'd had sewn up like it was nothing. At least this time it was on his terms. Izuku carefully pulled his hood down, reaching for the mask in his pocket. Sorry, Eraserhead, no going home for me tonight. The body wasn't found until just before noon. Eraserhead cursed, turning down the alley it had happened in. Shigeru Riri, a woman in her 30s and an affluent member of the Red Scepter gang that hung around sectors 7 through 10. She'd apparently been busy last night, as she'd had several bloodied weapons and a decent bit of cash on her. He couldn't help but wonder if this was Jackal's way of saying he wasn't Canterburn's murderer, and he was still hunting criminals. Even if that wasn't the case, the long silence had been stifling, and it was an abrupt reminder that he was still around hunting, stalking. Especially since Nichibatsu was one of the most walked blocks in all of 7. Hell, the half-rundown cat that she'd been killed next to was a popular stop, and had been open for hours already. And still, no one noticed the body left out in the open until a couple of kids went to tag a wall back there. Speaking of tags, Shouta's eyes dragged from where the body had been earlier to the large mural painted on the wall. It depicted the jackal in silhouette, surrounded by jackal skulls with spindly red flowers growing from them. The blood dripping down felt incredibly ominous. Now, there was a sudden crackle in Eraserhead's calm. Are you looking at the mural? A kid's voice popped up, a bit stat-icky but overall understandable. Is that one SSS my favorite? Shouta stopped, looking around the alley. It was near midnight. Who the hell? Kid! Tensei shouted. Stop coming on here. What are you doing? TT talking to Eraserhead? This kid sounded familiar. He hoped not. Most the kids he talked to were at UA, and wouldn't that be a headache to find a UA brat hacking the hero frequency? But he sounded a bit younger than that, which honestly wasn't a good thing. And how did he know Eraserhead's name? Or that he was in the alley, looking at the mural? He frowned, tapping his comm ingenium. Who's this? Tensei sounded exhausted. This kid that keeps hacking the frequency and city cameras. Me, Ms. Joke, and Midnight have all tried to convince him to get off at one point or another. I'm Jay just trying to help P. The stutter, it was on the tip of Shouta's tongue. Do you have a name, kid? He asked, knowing he probably wasn't going to be dumb enough to hand it over, but hoping anyway. Instead he was met with resounding silence. Kid. Maybe he got off dash. Tensei was cut off by the soft crackle of a third comm. Call me. Call me Apophis. What? Apophis? His brow was raised pretty high at that one. The kid paused. Cause I see come with the N and night. Everything in Shouta's body said that this kid had stumbled for a fake answer. Is Apophis like a vampire or something? Tensei asked, and the kid snorted. No. He's a serpent. An Egyptian deity, an embodiment of chaos. He chases the sun through the SK sky. Embodiment of chaos, Eraserhead sighed. Yeah, that checks out. The kid gave a little giggle over the comms. He really sounded much too young to be doing this. You said this is your favorite mural, kid? Yep. He gave a good long look at the bloody mural of a serial killer that terrorized this district. Why? He sputtered a minute. It's really well done. It makes the jackal look I'm imposing. And the flowers. They're a nice tea touch. You like flowers, kid? He asked, eyeing the spindly things covered in hemoglobin. I guess. I can know a bit tea about them but that's all. The ones you're looking at are CC called spider lilies. Interesting. Native to Japan, or something? They were introduced to Japan. They're native to China and Korea. Why? Just wondering why spider lilies in particular, I guess. Usually he'd expect a more common-looking flower, or perhaps an array. Oh, they're good funerary FL flowers. They symbolize the death and sad memories. They mean goodbye forever. Holy shit. The kid just came out and said that with so much zeal. I see. Why do you like a mural of the jackal so much? Tensei broke in. I'm assuming you mean the big one by the cafe? Oh, this is just... I don't know. He seems alright, I guess. This kid concerned him. He seems alright? Eraserhead scowled. You know he's killed people, right? Yeah, but the kid hesitated. Only bad people? What about Canterburn? Tensei sounded personally offended. The kid's voice grew small. I don't think that was him. Yeah? He asked. Why not? Silence held for a bit, Shouta wandering out to the street before launching himself to the rooftops to gain a good vantage point. Then, Ichichi goes AF after criminals. Everyone knows that he kills kidnappers. Why would he kidnap a kid? And not all violence in 7N is caused by Jackal L. Fair, but there's no evidence either way. There's evidence he's the only known serial murderer in 7 and a body showed up. Tensei pointed out. That's circumstantial at best. God, this kid had a big vocabulary, didn't he? Where the hell did he... Kid? He asked, waiting for the quiet hum in response. I met you last night, didn't I? Silence. Well, he exhaled, trying to rub the annoyance of his forehead with the meaty part of his hand under his thumb. At least I know you weren't killed. Should I be worried you wouldn't let me walk you home? And more lies that... Shouta was extremely concerned, with reason. So, you tend to jump on here at night when you're not feeding strays? Speaking of, he still had to look for that cat. After everything that happened between then and now, he hadn't gotten the chance to bring it up to Hizashi. It's just a hobby. A federal crime isn't a hobby. Good point, Tensei, good point. Shouta started off towards the northern part of 7. Are you off the streets, at least? Weiss, Eraserheads. Well, he hoped he wasn't being lied to, but it didn't seem like the odds were in his favor here. What are you doing, problem child? He mumbled to himself more than the rogue child running amok on his life for the last 24 hours. Then, louder, you should be getting off the comms and the cameras, you could get in a lot of trouble dash. If they catch me, he snorted. There was a sudden crackle over the comms before he could reply. Hey! Oh no! Glory? He called to his former student. No. He'd had enough of problem children for the week. His students were enough of a handful. What are you doing on here? Shouldn't you be at home, resting? Restless, came the tired-sounding reply. I want to help with the investigation. Absolutely not, Tensei shot out. You're still grieving. And no one should be put on a case they have personal ties to. Eraserhead has personal ties to this case, Glory snapped. No one has a problem with him being on here. I was on the case before he was killed, and I was put off it for a week to grieve and for evaluations to make sure I was still fit to handle it. He drawled matter-of-factly. Where's your paperwork saying you're fit to come to work? Who gave you permission to sit in on this case? A frustrated breath over the line. I can't just sit still anymore. I have to do something. Go home. Spend time with your friends and family. Shouta grimaced, careful not to say much. The kid was still listening in, and he didn't know if Hayashi even realized the kid was there. I can't. Their voice broke. They don't get it. They think they do, but they don't. You can't stay on here, Glory. You're on leave. Shouta let a sharp note enter his voice, one Hayashi would be intimately familiar with from their time as teacher-student. Please, Eraserhead, I need to do something. Just stop a mugging, or dash. A sharp twist in his chest made Shouta soften his voice to his student. Hayashi was suffering, but that was only more reason to send them away. How hard had he worked to hammer it into their head not to work when their emotions were high? There aren't many muggings happening lately. Go home. There was a soft, defeated noise before a set of comms clicked off. He'd have to keep an eye out to make sure Glory wasn't wandering the streets anyway. Reluctantly, he turned his attention back to the other issue at hand. Please tell me you got off too, kid. Course not, he felt the grimace return. You're awful eager to break the law for someone with such strong views on right and wrong. CC can't break K what's already broken N. Smartest. And he wasn't wrong, a lot of laws these days were broken, helping no one but still staying up for the sake of consistency. People thought there was safety in doing the same thing over and over, even if people got hurt. At least they were used to it. So, you don't like heroes for beating people up, but you're fine with the Jackal for murdering people? He wandered off down another side street. Tensei let out a startled noise, but the kid only hummed thoughtfully. I don't like heroes B because they lie. Interesting. The J Jackal never are pretended to be a good D guy. He's not T pretending to be nice C, or S saying he's right T dashed, the kid cut off, like he'd stopped himself from saying something else. Do heroes lie to you a lot, kid? He asked, appreciating Tensei's silence. The other hero seemed to understand the importance of this conversation. All L heroes S lie. I never lied to you. You pretended D to carry. Who says I don't care about 12-year-olds wandering the streets at 2 a.m.? The kid hummed thoughtfully. You don't T. I am not T your problem. As long as you're wandering the streets at 2 a.m., or breaking into the hero frequency, you are, in fact, my problem. The kid scoffed, then fell silent again. He was just looking for a way to start conversation up again when the kid called out. I ingenium. There's a S street fight 2 blocks south of FU. I can't see you, Eraserhead D, but there's a pickpocket back CK on MEP Mepure. Tensei sighed. I got it, kid. Thanks for the tip. Shouta shot a glare into the air, like he could somehow make the kid feel it just by intensity alone. This isn't over, kid. You shouldn't be on the hero frequency. But he'd let it go for now. No use pushing these things too hard, especially with the kid's beliefs on heroes. The kid hummed in his ear, and he turned towards Mepure Street. What does the guy look like? Girl? Came the casual response. BR brown jacket T, long hair. L looks young. Maybe homeless? I don't recognize her. The last part was said quietly to himself, Shouta barely listening as he took off back over the rooftops he'd just come from. I've got visual. Shouta shouted, turning down the street. It was unusual for Jackal to be out so early after a kill, but for the first time they'd spotted him. A small, dark figure slipped around another corner, hood drawn low. He was sure it wasn't anything too suspicious until the figure had darted when he'd called out to him. He was exceptionally good at getting out of sight, which was unfortunate for Shouta's quirk and overall ability to catch the little sheet. He slid around the corner, shouting, "You're being surrounded. You can't outrun Hawks. Kid, give it up." The speedy little sheet ducked down another alley, and Shouta moved to pursue. Hawks hissed in his ear. Where are you? I'm at Toki Street. We're over by AKA. He barked, once again dodging around the corner, only 4. It was a dead end. A brick wall sat about 4 meters in front of him, the alley mostly barren aside from a small collection of trash and stale food. The pseudo-villain semi-vigilante was nowhere in sight. What the hell? Where did he? A clatter overhead. Shouta's head jerked upwards, just as Hawks called out, "He's on the roof." Snatching his capture weapon, he swung for a pipe he prayed would hold his weight as he swung himself up to the rooftop. Now, the Jackal was in Shouta's territory. Izuku shook, cold and terrified in a way he hadn't felt since coming here. These emotions had become so familiar, they'd almost faded away in him now. They were nothing but a peaceful ambience as he fought to survive each day. A brush ran roughly through his hair, soft hands working at a particularly bad knot Izuku couldn't care less about. Behind him, the man hummed softly. "You're one of my favorites, you know," he commented, and Izuku's mouth felt dry. "So curious, so inquisitive. And you have such a cute, youthful face. You know that?" His hands fidgeted nervously in his lap. Normally, he'd try to be as still as possible, but he doubted it really mattered. The man would treat him like a pretty little doll either way. "You know who you remind me of?" The man cooed. It raked down the boy's spine like 1,000 shards of glass. "W?" His voice was small, and he'd rather not speak at all, but the other wasn't exactly known for patience. He only hoped his little contribution would be enough. The man hummed again, ignoring the incorrect response. "Chris. Do you know who Icarus is?" He almost shook his head, but thought better of it as the man dug at another knot. Honestly, he could just shave Izuku's head at this point. It wasn't like he took care of it, or, like it wasn't falling out anyway. Icarus. He paused, letting the name stretch for a moment in the air. "He was a curious little boy like you. Son of Daedalus, a talented inventor. When his father fell out of favor with the king, they were imprisoned, but they didn't despair. No, Daedalus instead crafted 2 sets of appealing wings out of feathers from passing birds and wax from their candles. When they were finished, the 2 took to the sky, but Daedalus warned his son, 'Don't fly too close to the sea, or the spray will wet your wings and you'll fall. Don't fly too high or else the sun will melt the wax and you'll fall.' Icarus promised he wouldn't, but curious little tyke he was, wanted to get closer to the sun. Apollo, the sun god, saw this little mortal boy fly up towards him in the heavens. This would not do, mortals do not belong in the skies. So, when he came close enough, Apollo shone bright, letting the kid gawk in wonder, and he melted his candle wax wings. The boy fell into the sea where he drowned for his hubris against the gods, for no mortal should ever be seen in their realm, or privy to their business." He paused, humming. "Isn't that a nice story?" Why, he lied, terror gripping him with corpse-cold hands. His heart was racing, his palms sweating ice. He couldn't stop the tremors that racked his body, like little earthquakes. Did he play with all his victims this way? Was Izuku about to fall into the sea? "You're kind of like my little Icarus, you know that? I gotta keep you locked up, or else you'll fly too close to the sun." Izuku's eyes dropped low. "IWW won't. The Sissons too be bright it hurts me eyes. Pretty things like the sun didn't shine down on dirty little creatures like Izuku. Only the shadows filled the cracks he called home." He laughed like Izuku had told a joke. "Oh kiddo. You don't get it, do you?" The tall man leaned forwards, letting go of the brush to pet Izuku's head like a prize dog. "I am the sun." Izuku bit down on his ragged lower lip until it bled, forcing his eyes to stare forward at the wall. A painting was hung up, a lovely meadow scene with a mama deer and her 2 fawns. The sun shone like lustrous gold, reflecting off a nearby stream. One of the fawns was standing, grazing by the mother, while the other lay a bit off. It was half hidden, curled up in the high grass. The man moved his hands to give Izuku's shoulders a firm pat. "Now what were you doing in the office, Izuku? And remember, don't get too close to the sun." He hesitated, debating. He wanted to grab a book." "A book?" He didn't believe him. Why yet? The one about architecture?" His eyes darted to the corner where it lay, blueprint pages sticking out, likely the blueprints of this very labyrinth. And what were you going to do with it? His eyes dropped. I was just gonna get tea out with it tea. The man sighed. Knowledge isn't good for little flowers like you. It gives them ideas, big ideas, dangerous ones. His fingers dug into Izuku's shoulders, and a warning crept into his voice. And you don't want anyone to get hurt now, do you, little Icarus? And abruptly he let go. That's good. You've always had such a heroic little heart. Why don't you run along now, and don't let me catch you doing anything like this again, got it? Oh, he wouldn't. Izuku would bet his life on it. They dealt in nothing less here. I understand, D. He stood, stumbling for the door hurriedly. The man didn't bother following him, letting him find his SRT waiting outside the door. It wasn't until they were halfway down the hall, guard a few steps ahead of him, that Izuku discreetly grabbed at his breaths, where he'd made an impromptu pocket near the seam. Inside, he could just barely feel the cold metal of the little brass key. Today, Icarus soars. Izuku thought, eyes darting up to the back of the woman in front of him, letting the key go. Izuku dropped off the roof as soon as he saw deep crimson wings, hissing as he landed awkwardly. No time, no time. He darted into another alley, which annoyingly only led to the open street. He'd have to risk it. The rapid beating of wings overhead matched his heartbeat. Damn it, damn it. He wasn't even doing anything suspicious tonight, just some personal scouting. He should have known better. That anonymous tip to the lead detective was sure to get people on edge, never mind last night's little adventure. Fuckity, if. He ducked behind a corner as hawks swooped close, the hero hissing and cursing as Izuku made for another alley. Cool air brushed at his neck like long, elegant fingers ready to wrap around and squeeze. Luckily, the hero had seemingly crashed into the street during his dive, and took a moment to right himself. Only the dramatic pounding of unbalanced wings told Izuku he was gaining the lead. Around another corner, onto another side street, over another fence. The chase continued, hawks suddenly disadvantaged by unexpected turns and alleys too narrow for his broad wings. He was a fool to chase Izuku. The Jackal of Seven knew these streets better than he knew himself. Some outsider could never dare catch him. A shadow swung off the roof, grunting as he landed. Fabric shot out, attempting to tangle Izuku's legs. Right Eraserhead might still be an issue, though. Pushing off to the side, he narrowly avoided the ghostly fabric, which rerouted in an instant. Desperate, he wheeled around, leaping and slamming through the nearest window. Eraserhead cursed colorfully behind him. Izuku paid him no mind, shoving himself forward as glass snapped underfoot. He was in a small kitchen. They must be in the lower end of 7 now, heading to 6. That was where most residences were. Darting into a little living room, barren aside from 2 chairs, a small TV, a picture or two, and a plethora of dirty dishes and glass bottles. He snatched a bottle quick, pulling his sleeve down over his hand and tucking the bottle inside as he broke through the front door. Behind him, he could hear Eraserhead in pursuit. His scarf, too, would be less effective in close quarters like this. Too easy to lose sight of Izuku, too easy to smack into anything else. That was good. Izuku could picture all too well the fabric wrapping around him, contracting until breaths came bread and he became a mummy of a man. Captured at worst, dead at best. Once outside, Izuku ran left before launching himself off a dumpster and over the dark railing of the small upper balcony. He dropped low, more collapsing than anything, forcing himself to still completely, listening as Eraserhead stepped out and paused. Footsteps. He was examining the scene. Izuku could see it perfectly in his mind's eyes. The hero would have heard the bang of his foot off the dumpster, and went to explore that first. Sure enough, the lid squeaks as he opens it, inspecting. Then more footsteps as he rounds it to check behind. Here he'd look around the alley. The balcony was small, with a railing that would make it hard to get over, unless, of course, you leapt flawlessly over it. It held a small table and a chair, and the whole place smelled of cigarette smoke. It would be small enough that Eraserhead'd likely assume he couldn't miss anyone on it, and pay it no mind. But. Izuku was also abnormally small, and very good at ducking and hiding into impossible spaces. sometimes even right out in the open like now. Another curse was heard below, then the footsteps retreated farther into the alleyway. Hawks, he heard Eraserhead call, no doubt over comms with the other hero. I lost him. Swing down by the boutique store on the corner. I'm checking the alleys. Izuku waited and waited, skiing in air as silently as possible. His sides burned, his hands shook too much. It was all too much. He didn't like this at all. He was used to ambushes, sure, but usually with him being on the other side of it. And usually one-on-one. This whole pack hunting thing was very unfair, he thought. Not a tactic he would ever use himself. At least Eraserhead was kind enough to send Hawks down by the boutique a few streets over. He'd not have been able to pull this little disappearing act off with an aerial point of view in the mix. Slowly, Izuku pushed himself up. He was careful to inspect the streets for Eraserhead. The underground hero was nowhere in sight, and no sounds could be heard. Good, Izuku was ready for this song and dance to be over. It was like a cha-cha slide from hell. Gently, Izuku jumped down, his boots making a soft sound as they hit the pavement. Tensing nervously at even that tiny bit of noise, he stopped, listening again for any sign that his pursuers were coming back. There, a soft rustle. Izuku whipped around, looking up as a mass of crimson dove down, sharpened feather like a blade in hand. Nice trick, Jackal. The hero growled, eyes locking on to Izuku's hands. He couldn't see anything through the darkness, Izuku was sure, but he waited for gold eyes to flicker up to his face and the man to step forward cautiously, menacingly. Stand down. Eraser's already on his way back, you can't run from us. Come peacefully, and it'll be easier for you. Oh, words Izuku has heard before. Didn't the little birdie know Izuku didn't sing on demand anymore? Slowly, deliberately, Izuku released his tense stance, carefully raising his arms in surrender, but letting them hang just shy of upright, gravity keeping his sleeve lowered over one hand. He kept a near-crushing death grip on cold glass. The hero didn't relax, but stepped closer. He pulled out cork-suppressant cuffs, and got just a bit too cocky. Good now, Dash. Izuku arced his hand, letting it and the glass bottle slip from his sleeve as his grip slid down to the neck to crash it over Hawk's head. It wasn't a direct hit, but it got the hero to collapse with a shout as it rained glistening shards. Turning on his heels, Izuku darted for the next building over, quickly hoisting himself up on windowsills until he could leap for the roof. F-, he really hated heroes. Stop! Hawks shouted, seemingly coming back into the chase. He shouldn't do that. A glass bottle to the head could probably cause some serious damage. Izuku whirled over the edge, ready to drop onto another balcony when his feet suddenly stopped falling. Oh no, oh god, oh shit. Hawks was carrying him. And they were rising fast. Now, you're going to sit still and stop struggling, basically, or I'm going to turn your butt into a pancake? F-. What did he have in his arsenal? A few knives. It wouldn't help, the fall would kill him. Time to switch tactics. Izuku looked up, letting his hood fall away. Since he wasn't technically jackaling tonight, he'd foregone the face mask, something that had set him off earlier when the chase started, but would work in his favor, now. He let the terror he was feeling show on his face, ramping up the ante with a few tears that were easy enough to produce. He'd always been a quick crier. It had been an urge he'd had to learn to curb. There was no missing the shock on Hawk's face, or the blood dripping down it. He really shouldn't be flying right now. Pee-pee please, he gasped. Why are you chasing me? A look of horror crossed Hawk's face. You're not the Jackal? Jackal? He gasped around tears, getting just a tad hysterical. Why would you think I'm the Jackal? I dashed. Hawk's eyes could not get any wider. Suddenly, they were descending. I'm so sorry. For a brief second after his feet hit the ground, Izuku debated running again. But if he did that, they might figure out it was him, and then they'd know his face, and that, well, nothing good could come from that nightmare. So instead, he collapsed on wobbly legs and tried to quiet his sniffling. It actually was a bit of a chore. Apparently his tears weren't so fake after all. Hawks hovered awkwardly nearby, hands held up like he didn't know what to do in this situation. Are you okay, kid? Hawk's voice was suddenly much softer, deep with remorse. Why me? He gasped. This was as good of a time to get information as any, especially since the hero wouldn't realize it was an interrogation. Why did you think I was the Jackal? Well, you ran dash. It is the middle O of the night T. He defended, wiping at his eyes. That the other G guy just came up to me, asking who I was and what I was doing G. That's never a good D thing in a 7. Hawks looked suddenly worse. That's my partner, Eraserhead. He's a hero. We just thought you looked a little suspicious. It's so late and all, and you're wearing a dark hoodie dash. It's 7. The kid shot the hero a betrayed look, which the other shrunk back from. Good, keep him on the defensive. A lot of kids are out late here. And I'm wearing a hoodie B because it's cold D. It has been raining for days. It was kind of fun watching the blonde shrink into himself, like a puppy getting scolded. You kept running. You smashed a bottle over my head. You were strangers. Chasing me. Hawks rubbed the back of his head. I'm sorry about that. The hero looked away, muttering to himself. Shoulda known. Yeah, he cast a look down at his hands. Why you shoulda? You scared me so much? Sorry. The hero shifted awkwardly on his feet, looking back up at the kid. Suddenly he seemed to remember he was a hero. What are you doing out here, anyway? He didn't think of that. Remember, Izuku, remember, the best lies are the easiest ones. And if all went wrong, keep lying until it was too unbelievable to be false. They'd either believe him or think he was hit crazy and leave him alone, and he could work with either. I was looking for my cat. Hawks gave a weak laugh. This must have been a rough night for you, huh? Why you have no idea? He frowned, but Izuku just glanced off. Can I go now? He lifted a hand to his ear. Hey, Eraser. Oh God, he sounded so awkward. Izuku barely kept the smile off his face. He even looked awkward, with a little half smile like he was incredibly nervous about having this conversation. About that Jackal guy, we may have had the wrong person? His voice went falsetto at the end. A brief bit of chatter no doubt filled the soft void between sentences. Yeah, we might have been chasing down a 10-year-old dash. 12, he was getting sick of that. 12-year-old, Hawks corrected, who lost his cat. He was, a little scared when I nabbed him off the ground. If Izuku listened real hard, he thought he could hear Eraserhead get a bit louder on the other end, but he couldn't make out much. Hawks winced from the verbal lashing he was no doubt receiving. Hey, it's not like I meant to scare the kid. I definitely wouldn't have threatened to drop him if I'd known. I thought he was the Jackal. You sounded so sure. Chatter, then, well, you're the one who started this whole chase, Mr. Lead Hero on the case. Hawks seemed offended now. Eraser must have hissed back a reply. Oh ho ho, as if this is my fault. Who mistakes a 12-year-old for a mass murderer, Eraser? This kid couldn't take out a spider in his kitchen. You think he's running the streets ending high-profile criminals. That's right, keep the other team on the defensive. Eraserhead snapped back. Protocol? You're really lecturing me on protocol right now? At least I didn't lose him when he was right next to me. Another break. Oh, sod off, Eraser. At least I didn't splat the kid. Izuku let out a little distressed noise, and Hawks went pale. He gave Izuku a nervous grin and dropped his finger from the comm link. Not that you were in any danger of that. It was just bluffing. He hurried. Just, 1 second. He tapped the comm again. Look, I gotta take care of this. Just, get back to your patrol. I'll rendezvous with you after I'm done here so we can confer, okay? And get a better attitude while I'm off. I'm sick of your current one. He didn't know if Eraser had responded, but he assumed so by the irate look that briefly passed Hawk's features. It passed well before his eyes made contact with Izuku though, and he looked a bit exhausted. Why don't we go find your cat, and I can take you home, okay? Sheet, not this again. I don't need an TSSE. I CC can get T home all alone. Kid, Hawk sighed. As much as I'd like to get back to patrol right now, I cannot, in good conscience, chase you across half the district and just run off on my merry way while you make your way home in the dead of night with a serial killer around. Jackal doesn't scare me. Hawks raised a single feathery brow. You one of his fanatics? F fanatic ISIS? Yeah, you know. He waved his hands vaguely. The ones that walk around putting jackal charms up as a ward against evil or whatever. The people that like him think what he's doing is right. Falling silent for a moment, Izuku really contemplated this. Were people really making jackal charms now? He had noticed a variety of dog-like jewelry popping up, but he hadn't really paid attention to it. People thought what he was doing was okay? No. He said at length, turning away from the pro so he couldn't see his stony features. I don't think what Hei's doing is right, T. That's good. But you should still be careful, kid. We don't know near enough to say he isn't a threat to you. Hawks ran a hand through his hair as the late-night wind ruffled it. But I do think it's necessary. He squinted up at the hero, whose face showed shock in the low light. Necessary? Even though he's killing people? It's not ideal. And a poorer solution, but at least it is a solution. He hummed to himself. Someone has to get those people to stop hurting others. Jackal doesn't exactly have the means to rehabilitate, and the law refuses to, so, yeah. Necessary. Hawks seemed particularly bewildered by the sudden outburst. Izuku wondered if he could see the subtle change in him, his sudden shift to jackal. He was still lightly hunched, but his hands stopped twitching and fidgeting. His heart had slowed to a dull thrum, barely there at all, as if he were dead already. The biting chill had abated just slightly, leaving only the marrow-deep one that seeped into his bones whenever the jackal came out to play. He could feel it rush in his blood, the whisper that shut off his guilt and led him to protect. To save everyone, save everything. Even from himself. It was a modest goal, really. Hawks blinked. Who are you anyway, kid? Izuku stared at him. Last name? Hawks tilted his head a little. Sheet, don't hesitate. Yusatsuki. His eyes narrowed. False? Your last name is False? Izuku bit his lip, nodding. I swear, it's just unfortunate elk. Hawks snorted. It's too bad of a lie to be fake. Oh, thank whatever sadistic power that happened to be on his side right now. It was definitely a lie. Izuku was a terrible liar. Thank Kami or whoever, no one suspected the 12-year-old. And thank goodness he hadn't said Jacker. He would have died, maybe even literally. Hoping his lie would hold out, Izuku stepped back subtly. So I can go now? Not a chance. I'm not leaving you out on the streets alone, kid. You could get hurt, or worse, run into Eraserhead again. We don't want that now, do we? Especially not the Eraserhead thing. He flashed Izuku another easy grin, tilting his head a bit in an oddly bird-like way. Really, kid, I think he might tear your head off for being out here. Maybe. Still debating. A voice grumbled, another figure climbing up the roof. Izuku jumped, turning wide deer-in-headlights eyes on Eraserhead's dark visage looming closer. What the hell are you two doing up here? Conspiring? No. We're good, law-abiding children, I swear. Hawks squawked out while Izuku kept trying to move unnoticeably farther from the two. We were just about to hold hands and make flower crowns or something. Izuku snorted at that. Hawks gave him a back-me-up-here look. He shook his head at the hero's shenanigans. IW is just inventing Hawks-san to my community service. I think he needs to build CC character. Hawks cracked up. Eraserhead only rolled his eyes dramatically. Funny kid. What the hell are you doing out here again? Why you said to stay off the e-hero frequency? Eraserhead gave him the driest, most done-with-your-sheet stare Izuku had ever seen, and honestly, if Izuku were a lesser beast, he'd cower. But he did still have blood crusted under his nails from yesterday, so. I was just about to walk him home. Hawks announced. Eraserhead made a disgusted noise, turning to Hawks but pointing at Izuku. Careful with that one dash, and honestly, they really should have been expecting it. Izuku had gotten a small amount of distance from them, and Eraserhead just turned away. And Hawks turned to Eraserhead. It was honestly their fault at this point. Spinning on his heels, he dove over the edge of the building, Hawks giving a startled shout as he did so. He thought he heard a few curses from Eraserhead as he dropped onto the balcony below. Wasting no time, he spun, grabbing the window and praying for luck. This trick worked about every 2 out of 3 times. 7 was so run down windows were either dumbly left unlocked or had their cheap locks broken long ago. It slid open near silently. Perfect. Izuku climbed in, shutting it as quick and quiet as he could before ducking under the window. Here, he let out a cool breath, glancing around to make sure he didn't startle a family or something. The room was far too dark to make out, with only a shine of purple-blue light shining in from the window. It darkened briefly twice as Eraserhead and Hawks took off after him, searching for a ghost of a boy they'd never find. It was nice of them to care, but there was no room for such luxury in Creature's life. He carefully muffled a snicker. They shouldn't give him time to sit and talk. It calmed him down and got him thinking, didn't they know how dangerous a jackal could be when it had time to connive? Izuku grimaced, looking at what was once his house. An old, broken-down trailer with more holes than walls and an ugly gray-brown paint job that was covered in dark splotches of mold. It was never pretty or even all that functional, but it kept the worst of the winds out and tricked him into thinking he was mostly safe. The whole thing was soaked through now, rains having caused flooding in this part of 7. It displaced a number of homeless, and there was suddenly a lot of aggression and competition between them as they fought to settle into the nicer parts of the sector. Izuku hoisted up the 2 bags he'd managed to save, not that he really had all that much in the first place, and started in towards the shadier bits of 7. With the increase in heroes and patrols through there, Izuku would have to be careful where he made roost. It would be all too easy for Eraserhead or Hawks to accidentally spot him walking home one day, and that wouldn't be good for anyone. Especially if they found anything condemning. Not that he thought they would, he was very careful. He tended to keep work and home very separate. It was important for his quickly declining mental health. So, he trotted off to where the nightclubs and bars were, a few shiftier, technically illegal basements holding bars and nightclubs for very specific clientele, if you knew where to look and what to say. It was noisier here than he'd like, but at least he wouldn't have to fear his stuff getting stolen by the other homeless, just by druggies or general muggers. He also might get shanked in his sleep. Oh well, what was life without a little risk? Even during the day, the neon signs and cracked windows glowed faintly, advertising all sorts of business. Izuku turned his attention away from the scantily clad women and the half-starved children running the streets, one of the kids in nothing but a dirty pair of underwear. Guess he'd have to get used to that. Passing one particular back alley, he swore he saw a guy selling organs. He had a couple of small coolers with him and was showing the contents to someone with a cigarette who looked bored at best. He wasn't even fazed by the seller's blood-stained hands. Izuku would have to look into that. There, between the theater and in the voodoo shop sat a little business selling SEC toys and the like. It had a couple silhouettes in the windows holding merchandise, sexily. Izuku only had eyes for the broken upper window, not paying any mind to the people on the street as he scaled the wall to check it out. Sure enough, the attic here seemed sealed off and forgotten, 3 stories up and dusty as hell. Reaching through the broken window, he unlocked it, sliding in. Leave it 7 to have a kid break into someone's attic in broad daylight and have no one bat an eye. The attic was small, but usable. He'd have to do something about the dust, but that was a problem for later. He'd also have to go through all the chests and boxes that were left to rot, and figure out where that awful smell came from, but again later. Curiously, there was a life-sized mannequin and a few busts sitting around, covered in exaggerated and eccentric lingerie that Izuku chose to ignore. First, he scoped out a better way in, which came from the only other window up here, on the back wall. It led to a dinky little alley where someone was shooting up, but had a locked chain-link fence on one side and a wooden one on the other, affording him a bit of privacy. He quickly unlocked the window and shimmied it open just a tad to let the air flow through. Turning back to close the other, he noted there was an old, abandoned church for some religion or another across the street that looked like it hadn't been touched by anyone who wasn't on meth in the last half-century at least. He snorted. Nice of them to try, but come on. This was 7 no gods came here. He went about tidying up for the better part of his afternoon, attempting to dispel some of the dust, but mostly just getting it all into the air. The boxes and chests were full of positively ancient toys, and a few old photographs. He decided to leave it all be. Instead, as twilight fell, he headed out with a pocket full of cash to buy some things. He'd been thinking of this for a while, and it was about time he gets started. For his own personal safety, he pulled a scarf around his face and wore his hoodie up. Please, please, don't let him get tangled up on another chase. Hawks and Eraserhead were ruthless, and he had a feeling he wouldn't get away so easily again. Eraserhead especially was probably sad at his two great escapes. And so, Izuku found himself wandering down Mepure. His usual haunt was just a street away. The little coffee house beside the Jackal mural would likely be his last stop before heading home tonight. They made these little donut round things that he'd fallen in love with while talking to Eraserhead and Hawks the other night. He remembered watching the dark hero walk right by him, the hero on the street outside and Izuku sitting in a back corner. He'd swung onto the roof as he left the mural and all Izuku's cameras behind, but he'd never seen Izuku. Funny how he hadn't realized just how close they'd been. Izuku had basically breathed on him. But tonight Izuku was in a cheap fabrics shop. He'd never sewn before, but he was a quick learner and self-taught in many skills, so he wasn't exactly worried about it. No, what he was worried about was the frankly abhorrent clothing selection offered in Sector 7. Izuku knew 7 wasn't great. It was one of the oldest districts, technically, and much of its infrastructure was still standing from 7's prime, which was well over 100 years ago now. When Musutafu was initially constructed, it had been made up of 3 districts, which later grew to 6. They'd had roughly 20 blocks each, and at the time their placement had made sense. The first district had the first 20 or so blocks, the second district had the next 20. But a little over 100 years ago, the wars following the appearance of quirks had grown particularly bad. Musutafu, once a sprawling and lively city, had quickly fallen to disrepair, leaving behind the opulence it had once held and marketing itself as a classic city with a high quirkless population and little development from after quirks had appeared. After that, it became one giant drag den as much as the history books tried to glaze over the fact. Musutafu had even been considered the crime capital of Japan for some 40 years. During this time, it started falling apart. Quirked populations rose rapidly, as with everywhere else. The infrastructure it once prided itself on fell apart, all while drags and gangs ruled the streets. The self-appointed mayor during this time had redesigned the districts based on the gangs, identity, and crimes within them. One district was home to a few gangs, another was big on trafficking. Another still was more of one giant black market, and another for the displaced homeless population that were ramping up rapidly. Hence why Sector 7 had District 2 directly north of it. It was why Sector 6 was right between 7, 12, and 3. Granted, after those years the city had been reclaimed by the Good Samaritans, and it had returned to opulence as a little school decided to set up shop here, what would later be known as UA. As the school grew in popularity for its unorthodox teaching methods and success in churning out contributing members of society, Musutafu had rapidly shifted into a city of the future, sprouting many technological advancements and growing lush with multi-storied buildings with more windows on a single building than all of Sector 7 sported. Now, only this little patch of 7 served as an oasis into the past. And a little bit of 6 and 8 too, but they were mostly poor but not trashy. Even they looked down their noses at 7. But 6ers and 8s, Izuku never could tolerate other districts much. 7 was a lot already, somehow still managing to be cleaner and less effed up than where he came from. The others could afford such luxuries like morals and ethical debates. But for Izuku and 7, it was all fight or flight, do or die, kill or be killed. Which is why, despite having the money to shop in better districts, Izuku absolutely refused. He'd take the shitty fabrics offered here instead of the high-end stuff he could get over in 2, even if they itched, or were made of brittle materials, or had some strange mystery smell coming off them. Okay, Izuku slid that one back into place. The smell in his apartment was going to be enough to deal with on its own. Wandering over to the counter, he looked up to a bored-looking man working the counter. He had a couple of piercings, one of which looked to be infected, and a half-shaved head. No loitering, he drawled as Izuku walked up. "Did you have anything better in Bakke?" A lot of stores here kept the merchandise they had for pricier clients, mostly high-end drag dealers, in the back, so as to prevent theft. Everyone and their mother was a thief here, after all. He gave Izuku a short look. We only offer those to people who can pay. I have money, he offered. The man didn't look impressed, so Izuku produced a handful of bills. He didn't really have any concept of money, so he'd grabbed a quick stack and made for the streets. Money was either something he never touched as a kid, or he had plenty of thanks to his time as Jackal, so he'd never really had the chance to learn what it was worth. The guy's eyes bugged a bit, so Izuku figured it was enough. Thanks to Seven's attitude on not giving a shit where money came from, nothing else was said as he led Izuku around back and into a smaller side room. Thank Kami, some decent fabrics. They weren't perfect, but they didn't itch and would work as somewhat effective protection, so he selected a couple different colors. Mostly bright red, black, and green, taking a few yards of each. He paid and left quickly, not liking the way the cashier's eyes followed him. It was on his way to the cafe that he saw it, the charms Hawks had been talking about. It was a little knickknacks shop he passed often but didn't pay much attention to. He'd seen a few dog charm necklaces here a week or so ago, but today its windows drowned in them. There were jackal dream catchers and little stone jackals to sit on your porch. There were necklaces, bracelets, loose charms. It even had a few matte black jackal skull replicas. It even had one without a price tag hanging in the corner, jet black with a silver speckling on its back and little, likely fake, diamond eyes. The little pendant was of a sitting jackal staring out into the street, but some of the others came in different poses. Sitting, standing, crouching, pouncing, some with heads tilted or turned or straight forwards. Others howled or snarled. It was thud. But what really caught his attention was the dark mask that sat unassumingly between a box of colorful stones with jackals etched into them and a jackal-themed doorstop. Points for creativity, he guessed. Izuku grimaced, fighting back bile. Did they think he was good? What he was doing was okay. Didn't they know he was a monster? He killed because he had to, because he was a predator, and that's what predators did. He may not hate the jackal per se, but he hated himself, and he was the jackal. He couldn't understand how they could make all this, decorate their homes and their lives with paraphernalia of a serial murderer and just accept it as okay. Accept him as okay. He wasn't, didn't they see that? He wasn't okay. He didn't deserve their love and devotion. Why couldn't anyone see that? Izuku was bad. Did he have to shout it from the rooftops? Breathing heavily, he snapped his eyes closed. This was a lot. A lot of charms and pendants. A lot to take in. Just a lot. He had half a mind to turn himself in, just so they could look at little, puny, quirkless Izuku and realize he wasn't good. He wasn't useful or worth anything. He was just a scared little boy who'd been drowning for too long and decided to grab at the ankles of the people who were holding him under. He wasn't helping, nor was he saving people. He couldn't. He couldn't even save himself. But he was doing his best. So, with a deep, calming breath, Izuku found himself walking into the little store. The chimes sounded and an older woman calling out a cheerful greeting as he selected the jackal mask off the shelf, heading over to pay. She chattered at him about the jackal stuff, maybe, but he wasn't paying attention. Instead, his eyes stayed glued to the snarling jackal necklace around her neck as he thanked her politely. Now that Izuku had noticed the jackals, he couldn't unnotice them. 7 was a little shithole district of Musutafu, where the worst people congregated to make shady dealings or struggle on the lowest rung of poverty, but miraculously, a number of its denizens had come together, wearing hoodies with painted-on jackals of cheap necklaces from thrift shops. It was like Jackal had gone from a serial murderer to a popular boy band overnight. And Izuku absolutely hated it. He couldn't remember a single time in his life he'd ever been this sad, or seethed in his quiet fury for so long. They didn't get it. Why didn't they get it? How could they not get it? They needed to get it. The jackal was bad. He was a murderer. He hurt people because he didn't know what else to do. He killed because he couldn't capture. Why didn't they get that? Why didn't they understand that murder was bad? Growling low to himself, he slipped on the bright red hoodie he'd put aside for leaving the house. Apparently, dark ones were recognized as jackals, and while Izuku wanted to go out anonymously, hiding in the shadows, he definitely didn't want anyone recognizing Jackal when he wasn't even doing that tonight. No, tonight Izuku was going out for information. He needed tact and finesse, and while Jackal could finesse certain situations, these were not the kinds of missions he excelled in. Besides, Izuku was mad. He was angry in a way he hadn't been in years. He didn't go out as Jackal when he was like this. Jackal needed a planned sort of apathy, a carefully constructed distance from his emotions. It kept him alive. So, dressed in dark jeans, a red hoodie, and a black cloth mask gold goggle combo, which he'd found helpfully in the alley outside his new home. They were only mildly cracked, which he kind of liked, since they gave him a manic kind of look. Izuku took off as soon as it turned dark. Hopefully he wouldn't be stopped by any more annoying pros. It was getting to be problematic just how much he'd seen of Eraserhead lately, although maybe that couldn't be helped considering how many pros they had walking this one district alone. Despite how it took him in the exact opposite direction he needed to be, Izuku headed down towards Itachi Boulevard. It was the lower end of the business part of 7, where they started to fade out from little mom and pop stores and into residences. It was also the street where he often found Spidey. The little devil had been a solid 5 months old when he'd found her wandering. She'd been an energetic cat from the start, even half-starved and untrusting. Anytime he came across her, she was in some new impossible-to-reach area, sitting on chain-link fence, crossing electrical wires. The one time he'd found her on a light post, and not knowing much about cats, he hadn't realized the little tortoiseshell cat was a Molly and named her Spidey. It seemed rather apropos at the time. He'd spent the better part of the last 4 months befriending her, and she was just as excitable as ever, even heavily PR'd in tea. That had been a surprise in and of itself. Izuku had only realized a week or 2 ago that she was not, in fact, a tomcat. Today he found the little Molly exactly where he thought he would, the most unexpected place for a heavily PRing queen, perched on a cloth awning with no obvious ways up. Peace, he called as he saw her, knowing she'd recognize him. She had no problem running up to him when he was in his jackal gear, after all. Sure enough, her head swiveled over to him in seconds, and she let out a little mew. Standing up and checking over the edge before she leaped daintily down to the ground like it was nothing. He'd be more surprised if he hadn't seen her make these impossible jumps before. Spidey had always been a natural gymnast. From there she trotted over with her tail swaying in the air behind her, crying out for food as if she were starving. Maybe she was. He only saw her once every day or 3, and she was getting quite round. He'd have to bring her extra food next time. Producing the Ziploc bag he'd brought over, he dropped the cat food on the sidewalk, letting her tuck into it as he started petting her spine and scratching her head affectionately. "Hey girlie," he murmured. "I'm sorry I haven't been around much, but I had to go house hunting. I have a new place now." She was purring against his hand, paying him no mind as he kept talking. It was nice telling her about his day even if she didn't care or understand a word of what he said. She was his only friend after all. "Maybe you can come stay with me soon? That way I don't have to worry about you and the kittens, and you can start eating properly." He watched her for a quiet moment, letting the soft sounds of early twilight carry. The restaurant she'd made her perch on seemed to be closing up for the night, and a few stragglers were hurrying home. It was odd how deserted the streets seemed to get these days. When he'd come here, he'd been so overwhelmed by the sheer volume of people around always. Or, not around, per se. He'd always been surrounded by people. It's just now everyone was always doing something. Making noise, and he didn't know half their faces. They were talking and chatting and laughing and living their own lives, and it was a bit disconcerting. It reminded him of before, living in home after home and watching the world through a thick pane of glass. It was where he'd first learned not to try calling for help, not when there wasn't any point. Whether or not he did, he was still behind that glass and they were still happy and laughing and walking down the streets across from him. It was much the same now, but instead of him suffering, he was the one doling out the pain. He didn't know how he felt about that. "All right," he murmured to her. Spidey was still munching away, doing her typical routine of taking a bite too big for her and shaking out the excess. She was making quite the mess of the sidewalk. "I've gotta go, Spids. I'll try to find you again tomorrow, okay?" She merely kept purring, giving her head another big shake and pelting him with little brown bullets. He gave a soft smile at that. "Good night, be safe." Standing, he headed back to the streets around his house. He cut through quite a few back alleys, picking up his pace until he emerged at Kokatsuna, then diagonally to where he'd find Subarashi. From there, he just had to make his way over to Reito, where he'd find the library. Swinging around to the alley that hid the back entrance, it led him to a technically illegal basement door. It was the place several criminals and vigilantes congregated, a little bar where booze flowed as easily as people's personal details. He'd never had to make use of this alley of information yet. Usually police reports and a little digging through the dark web would get him enough to catch his prey, but for once the person he was hunting was going to survive the encounter. It was a bit of a momentous occasion for him, if Izuku really thought about it. Entering the old, half-rotted wooden back door, he descended the narrow concrete steps to the next much less rotted, painted bright red back door, the little corridor barely illuminated in the dim yellowish light. When he entered, people noticed. As much as he didn't like it, he expected it. He was child-sized, after all. It was moderately filled, round-polished with tables matching the resin-covered wood bar, giving the whole place a cohesive feel. The back wall was muted brick, while the others were a dark, fading burgundy that matched the chairs. It was a pretty nice place, if a little worn, but it was the best you could really get in 7. The people were mostly criminals, he expected. Vigilantes were a rare find, and almost exclusive to sectors 1 through 6 and 8, although there were probably less than Izuku had fingers on his hand. They were mostly older, and more women than men, he noted. The bar was even being tended by a 20-something and a mid-30s woman, who were eyeing him curiously. Neither asked him to take off his mask though, and he got the distinct impression that they didn't particularly care who or what age he was. Making brusque, purposeful steps to the bar, he made a show of sitting off in the corner, trying to get the other clients to realize he didn't particularly care for the attention. They all went back to whatever they were doing quickly, which he was grateful for. When he felt the last of the eyes wander off his back, he flagged down one of the bartenders, the 20-something with bleach blonde hair and cyan tips adorning a simple bob. It was honestly quite pretty, he thought. "What can I get for you?" she asked, a silver piercing flashing on her tongue. She looked bored as hell as she glanced towards the clock. "I'm looking for someone," he responded immediately, before jolting. He hadn't stuttered? He was talking? Like a normal person? He only ever did that with Spidey. What had brought this on now, of all times? She lifted a thin brow, unimpressed. "Okay? Am I supposed to read your mind or something?" "Oh shit," he'd paused a bit too long. "Damn it. He goes by Dabi," came the response, Izuku fighting to keep his voice even. He was a known and for some reason respected murderer, but the second he slipped up once in front of someone older, he got all kinds of embarrassed. "Dabi?" She snorted. "You're looking for Dabi? What are you, like 9? 12? He snapped on reflex, wincing and cursing himself the second it came out. Dimini Racerhead and Hawks, they'd conditioned him. A subtle "it doesn't matter" would have been so much more respectable. "12? Oh well then 12. My bad. You're so mature, I can't believe I'd get that wrong." She looked devilishly amused now, and it was doing nothing to improve his mood. "What's a 12-year-old even doing here? How'd you find this place, Pipsqueak? Kiddos can't drink until they're 20, you know? Someone is literally selling crack in that booth back there," he deadpanned. "Do you really care about serving alcohol to a minor if I have the cash?" "Fair. So do you have the cash?" She lifted another eyebrow challengingly. "You got enough allowance left over from buying the new All Might figurine?" "I'm not here to drink, but I do have cash." He slipped a few wads out of his pocket, not really knowing if he grabbed enough. At least he could play it off as a haggle, and not the money blindness it really was. "Where's Dabi?" Her eyebrows shot up at the sight of the cash, taking it and counting. Was it enough? Did she think it actually was some childish allowance? "Holy as it's, where did you get this, kid? Does it matter?" He challenged, regaining himself again. She just nodded, then turned towards one of the far tables. "Dabi!" she shouted. "The child's looking for you." And everyone was looking at him again. That beach. A man swiveled around to look, his face marred with horrible purple scarring. It had mentioned them in the police file, but seeing them was an entirely different thing. If Izuku wasn't used to seeing uncomfortable things, he'd have probably reacted violently. Cold blue eyes found him. I don't deal to children, he called out, turning back to the two people across from him. The woman cast a what-ku look over her shoulder and shrugged, wandering down to another client. Izuku hissed a sigh. This was going to be another long night, wasn't it? Dragging himself off the bar, he headed over to the man. Half the establishment tracked his movements with interest, whether because he was a child or his business with Dabi, or perhaps both. This was going to turn into a show. Izuku could feel it, and he didn't like it. This was supposed to be totally recon, but this night was quickly turning into a jackal night. Dabi gave him a bored glance. Go away. No. At hearing Izuku's voice, he looked back, brows raised. Jesus, you are a kid. Shut up. We have business. I don't have business with any kids, Dabi retorted. He didn't look up, even when Izuku refused to leave. I told you I don't deal to babies. I don't want your shitty FNG drags, Izuku hissed. They were rapidly drawing eyes, and the two across from Dabi seemed particularly unimpressed. Scram, kid, one of them sneered. The adults are talking. Izuku turned to him, producing a knife from his hoodie pocket. He held it loosely with his left hand, not taking his eyes off the two. Their eyes widened, staring at it in indecision, like they couldn't decide if he would actually use it or not. He was hoping they went with yes because, well, he would but he wouldn't. Enjoy it. And this? This was his favorite knife, and she was a wicked thing. Nearly 15 centimeters, with a curved tip and a serrated edge, she made a mean sight. He'd had her since his escape so very long ago, and held her close to his heart. He hoped he wouldn't have to share that sentiment with these two gentlemen. He didn't think they'd find their relationship with her nearly as long or rewarding. Even the bartenders were watching now, he noted. Izuku turned to Dabi. Come on, we have business. I don't dash, Dabi scoffed, uninterested in the knife. Unfortunately, Izuku could not stab him until after their conversation. So he pulled out the backup taser and jabbed Dabi in the neck. With a foul curse, he went down and he went down hard. His chair clattered to the side noisily, barely managing to rebalance from the weight drop and not topple over on its side. He turned back to the two now very startled-looking men. Sorry, I'm borrowing him a moment. The adults can talk when I'm done. One, with short brown hair and a bit of messy stubble, looked nervous and complacent, relaxing back into his seat with no fuss. The other, an older graying gentleman, stood abruptly, face going red. Now you can't just come in here and dash. Izuku stepped around the table, deftly missing Dabi's cursing and recovering form to get a better shot at the man. Maru! The older bartender snapped. You bleed on my floors, you're cleaning it up? Someone made a distressed noise. The hell? The kid's doing the stabbing. Well, I'm not telling him to clean it up, she scoffed. Do you want to try? To help her point, Izuku turned to the table the voice had come from, bringing his knife back to finger it calmly. Do you have something to say to me? Another mid-30s woman looked a bit unsure, shaking her head slowly. He turned back to the graying man, who was weighing his odds. Izuku really didn't want this to turn into a bar fight. He was terribly outnumbered, and no doubt everyone here had weapons of their own. In truth, he was running this whole gambit on the hope his insanity would keep them in line. Dabi pushed himself up, grimacing. It's fine. Maru, sit down. I'll only be a minute. Maru looked like he wanted to argue, but eventually sat back in his chair. Izuku turned back to Dabi, who was eyeing him warily now. Izuku was a threat. It's about time they realized that. He jerked his knife at the door. Go on. Dabi snorted, turning and heading out. Izuku followed after, waving at the bartenders. The younger looked a bit surprised by his antics, but the older just waved back. Same sheet as always, it seemed. When they were out in the pseudo-privacy of the alley, Dabi stopped to appraise him. Izuku quietly pocketed the knife. For now. What the hell are you doing, kid? Dabi frowned. Causing a scene like that, in this sort of place. You know half those people wouldn't have thought twice about killing a kid, right? Izuku shrugged. Is that sort of thing shocking for you? He shot an irate look back. Kid, if you play fast and loose with your own life, that's exactly what it's going to be. Ah, words of advice from the arsonist drag dealer. Thanks, but no thanks. You're not exactly what I want to be if I get older. He rocked back and forth mindlessly, watching Dabi frown at him. He wondered if that felt weird, pulling at his stapled-together face just to emote. And his face was stapled together, he could see it now, even in the dark. Slim silver brackets reflected off-white from the streetlight. Kid. The older man sighed, looking like he was trying to find a way to explain it to Izuku. What are you even doing here? You're like 10 at most? 12. Izuku snapped on reflex, watching genuine surprise cross Dabi's face. No sheet? You're really short for a 12-year-old. He tilted his head just slightly, black hair jostling at the movement. Still, you're a fine baby. I don't like dealing with babies, you know, so you better make this quick. I don't even know how to change a diaper, and if you start crying I will shake vigorously. Izuku barely muffled a laugh at that. It was a little refreshing. Most people didn't talk or joke around with him, even morbidly. Not a baby, a-hole. Now are we going to talk, or are we just going to skip to the part where you get acquainted with my fun knife? Your dash, Dabi frowned. Your what? He produced the sleek black steel blade from his pocket again. Dabi looked mildly disturbed. You call that your fun knife? She is my fun knife. We have lots of fun together. Do you want to have fun with us, Dabi-san? He joked, watching the sudden unsurety cross Dabi's face as he glanced back towards the door. It only made Izuku roll his eyes. Oh, save it. If I wanted to stab you, I'll do it in there just as easily as I will out here. You're really effed up, kid. Dabi muttered. You literally just made a joke out of killing babies. But I wouldn't look. He sighed, giving Izuku a look. What do you want from me? It's like you said, you didn't drag me all the way out here just to stab me in privacy. No. I'm here to talk about a little client of yours. I don't discuss clients, Dabi scoffed. Izuku laughed like it was a joke. I wasn't asking, so don't think you have a choice. The only thing you can decide dashed he held the knife out with one hand and pulled another stack of bills out with the other. Is how we play this game. Dabi eyed the bills with apparent interest. He shifted to take the bills, which Izuku gave willingly, hiding his knife once again. She was getting an awful lot of attention tonight. He flipped through the bills for a moment. Then, holy shit kid, where did you get this kind of money? Not important. Not important? He scowled. Kid, this is 250,000 yen. Yeah. He stared blankly at Dabi, who looked like he was making a point. Dabi scowled. Seriously? Is that too little? Or a lot? Should I have brought less? More? He looked totally blown away by that statement. Did you take this from your parents or something? You know they'll notice this. No, I didn't. Izuku let out an annoyed breath. I didn't steal it. From my parents, anyway. It's fine. Dabi made a throaty noise. It might have been a whine. What the hell do you do in your free time? Catch up on sleep, mostly. Oh, and I'm teaching myself Giselle. He shrugged before waving a finger between the two of them. Can we get back to this now? The look on Dabi's face said he was reluctant to do much of anything with Izuku. Sure. He made no move to put the money away, holding his hand away from him like he was waiting for something bad to happen. What do you know of Takahashi Akio? He asked. Nothing? He's not a client of mine. Or at least he doesn't use that name with me. Dabi snorted. Kid, I think you got the wrong person. What about Canterburn? Morning Glory? Izuku asked, throwing out alternative names. He wouldn't hand out Glory's real name, since they were alive and an undergrounder, but still. Hopefully he'd know something. His luck didn't hold out. Never bought from me. He shrugged. What are you doing looking into them? What are you, playing vigilante? Izuku's blood ran cold at that. I'm no vigilante, right? Dabi gave his outfit a disbelieving look. What's all this for then? Hide my identity, came the automatic response. Duh. So, you're a single entity acting outside the law, dressing up in a costume and trying to solve crime? Vigilante. His dismissal was quick, but he didn't get it. He didn't get anything. I'm not a vigilante. Izuku huffed. Had me fooled. I'm not. Sure. I'm not doing this for fun. Izuku snapped. I'm not some good Samaritan trying to help. I'm here because I have to be, okay? Dabi gave him a weird look. You could go home right now. No one expects a kid to solve this. It's not like that, I have to solve it. I have to help. I owe it to him. Izuku shook his head, feeling suddenly off. Owe it to who? The dead guy? Dabi frowned. I'd say he'll live, but honestly I think that ship has sailed. Can't do much worse to him now, can you? Of course I can. I can drop the case, leave it unsolved. The police, they're looking in all the wrong areas. I have to help, I do. It's all my fault they're not finding his killer. I owe it to him dash. Wait if dash. Dabi looked completely overwhelmed, and Izuku could sympathize. He'd gotten too carried away, said way too much. What if he'd done that yesterday, with Hawks and Eraserhead? He needed to keep a better hold on his tongue and his quickly rising emotions. Them looking in the wrong place isn't your fault, kid. You can't help the incompetence of the police, and jumping in every time they F up is only going to give you a headache. More of those BSTRDS are crooked or lazy than the ones that are even okay at their jobs. You can't expect yourself to make up for the mistakes of 80% of this shitty city's shitty police force. It was his fault though. But Dabi didn't know that. He didn't know Izuku was the Jackal, and that was a good thing. He couldn't explain it to him, even if he wanted to. That would be a long explanation on what got him here, and he didn't touch those memories with a 3-meter pole. You're kind of like my little Icarus, you know that? I gotta keep you locked up, or else you'll fly too close to the sun. He hated that thought. Izuku decided to never have it again. Chewing his bottom lip nervously, he appraised Dabi for a long minute. I don't expect you to get it. The man gave a long-suffering sigh. Whatever. Still a vigilante. You shouldn't be getting mixed up in all this shit, you know? You're just a kid, and we don't know who the killer is yet. Like you said, they're all caught up on this Jackal guy. He paused at that. You don't think it's him? Could be, I guess, he shrugged. Doesn't really make sense though. People like Jackal don't go after people like this catnip burn guy. He's clearly got a vendetta, and if he's never come after me he definitely doesn't give a shit about some limelighter with an apparent drag problem. Why did you think I dealt to him, anyway? I didn't even know he smoked. Smoked, snorted, a few other things. Izuku breathed. He apparently didn't much since he left high school, but it's a better lead than anything. I didn't know for sure it was you, but you seemed the most likely due to location, product, so on. He waved his hand in a vague gesture. Dabi hummed. He might have taken from one of my other dealers, but they're only supposed to take on pre-approved clients. I doubt they'd cop that they didn't to me, because I'd kill them. Izuku let a little warning creep into his voice, shooting the dealer an unseen glare. Careful. Murder is something that'll get you on Jackal's list, supposedly. Only repeated murder, and usually ones against innocents. I don't really consider my dealers to be innocent. Dabi shrugged, looking completely careless. I'm not scared of him, anyway. If he comes after me, I'll cook his butt into Jackal tacos. Izuku snorted. Cannibalism ain't cute, Han. Isn't cannibalism. He's a dog. Dabi smiled smugly, eyes lighting up. Sides, he wouldn't hurt me. It's what I bought this for. And then, in what was possibly the worst part of Izuku's night, Dabi pulled on a little silver chain around his neck, showing off a little silver jackal skull pendant. What the F is that? It's a ward dash. I know what it FING is. Shut the F. He gave Dabi the most exasperated look he could, hoping it translated through the mask and goggles. You're a Jackal fan, really? He shrugged it off with an easy grin. I don't much care about the guy, but a lot of people believe that the pendants offer some sort of protection. I wear it mostly for the joke, but Jackal paraphernalia also tends to put some of the more jittery clients at ease. It's like they think he's going to come crawling out of the shadows if I'm not wearing it. He raised his eyebrows. What, don't like my accessories? This whole Jackal worship is so stupid, Izuku hissed. He's a murderer. Who murders murderers? It's like the saying goes, kill a killer, and the amount of killers in the world stays the same. So kill two. Dabi narrowed his eyes. I didn't take you as some goody two-shoes. You know he only kills scum, right? But there's still dash. Hey, what's going on here? Dabi and Izuku jerked, looking up at a green-haired woman walking carefully into the alley. Unfortunately, she was someone Izuku recognized. The F do you want, hero? Dabi scowled. We're just talking, dot. Just talking? Miss Joke asked, laughing. Dabi, a known drag dealer, holding a wad of cash and just talking to some kid. Come on. He's way too young for you to be dealing to him. Both parties turned to look at where Dabi was still holding the cash out. He quickly slipped it into a pocket. That's not his. I don't do drags, Izuku sighed. We're not doing anything illegal. She jerked her chin at Dabi. I'm still going to have to take you in. Like hell dash. Dabi stopped suddenly, a fit of laughter overtaking him. It was half psychotic sounding, but he almost doubled over from the crazed belly laugh as Ms. Joke made a couple quick strides towards them. Izuku rolled his eyes, sighing at the useless arsonist. Unfortunately, he couldn't exactly stand by and let Dabi get arrested after they'd done business. It wouldn't look good, especially not if her ever wanted to drop by the outpost again. And besides, Izuku did feel a strange kinship towards this other 7 resident. Someone who understood what it was like to have no good choices, it seemed. Someone who didn't think Izuku was a bad person for what he did. And Izuku had to prove him wrong about that. Yes, exactly, he needed to prove Dabi wrong. This wasn't about some strange ideas on kinship, or that Izuku was incapable of leaving someone in need. No, this had to do entirely with his need to show Dabi the difference between right and wrong. To show him what a bad guy Jackal really was. That when all was said and done and Izuku either incarcerated or dead, 7 would be that much better off without him. Pulling his hand out of his hoodie pocket, he reached down to pull something out of his jeans. Ms. Joke was fully focused on Dabi as she approached, barely even sparing him a glance as he rolled the 3 little Frankenstein spheres around in his palm. He prayed silently that this would work before tapping the release on one of them, then chucked them at Ms. Joke. Unfortunately, because they still didn't work quite right, he felt a sharp burn just as they were leaving his palm, the beach traps going off a bit too soon. They did, however, last long enough to hit Ms. Joke, and she gave out a strangled cry as they hit her, arcing electrical spires dancing across the dark alley chaotically. Dabi, released from the quirk, stumbled back in shock as he gasped for air. Come on, stupid. Izuku snapped, snatching at his sleeve before tugging him around the quickly fading electricity to make their escape. Ms. Joke was gasping on the ground, and Izuku made a quick mental note to downplay the electricity in them. The two darted from the alley without another word, Izuku leading him straight out of 7 and into 8. Hopefully, it would make it that much harder for the heroes patrolling 7 to find and catch them, rather than running into the district and risking running straight into them. Dabi was the first to speak as they slowed. What the hell was that? You just electrocuted a pro-hero, kid. Didn't think you'd mind, since she was trying to arrest you? Izuku stopped fully, turning to look back at the wheezing man. You're like 4? Blue eyes shot Izuku an incredulous look. You shouldn't be electrocuting heroes. They'll arrest you. That's hardly the most illegal thing I've done. Izuku waved him off, Dabi passing him a look of mixed shock and seemingly concern. Izuku ignored him, glancing off into the distance as he began thinking. It should be her, Mr. Brave, and Eraserhead in 7 tonight, Izuku muttered. They should be easy enough to avoid. Mr. Brave and Ms. Joke are new here, they don't know the streets or alleys, and Eraserhead barely leaves the red light district. He's so focused on catching Jackal. And how? Dabi gasped for precious air. Must be out of shape. Do you know all this? His face started to heat up as he tried to think of a way to explain that he spent several nights chatting with and assisting the heroes to catch criminals and villains, several of which were Dabi's own men, and that he was quite familiar with the routes and skill sets as a defense for when they inevitably crossed paths as he was out hunting. His mind raced for a solution. Watch a lot of hero videos? Hero videos, huh? Dabi scoffed. A hero fan. No wonder, with your guilty conscience and holier-than-thou ideals. My what? He was completely taken aback by that. Hero fan? No, he hated heroes. 13 was a little cool, okay, and Bubble Girl had seemed nice, and Present Mike had always been fun, but he knew better. They would definitely let him down if he got too close. That, or he'd break them. Dabi cast him a dry look as he recovered a bit. Well, you are super against the Jackal, who's been more successful at cleaning up these streets than any cop or hero in the last half-century. And you blame yourself for things that are not even a tiny bit within your control. which correlates directly to the hero ideals of self-sacrifice and self-righteousness and whatever other bullshit trait you're modeling to an unhealthy degree. I bet you want to be a hero when you're older, too, huh? He did, once. No, He blinked back tears suddenly. When had he gotten so emotional? Perhaps faking crocodile tears at Hawks the other day hadn't been good for him. I see could never be a hero. Because you're not good enough? Dabi snorted. Lots of reasons. The silence hung like a fog over them, and Izuku fought to calm himself back down. Dabi's cocky attitude seemed to ebb away as he awkwardly watched Izuku bring himself back together. This was exactly why he couldn't go out as Jackal tonight, or even very often. He'd be a sitting duck if the heroes caught him now. Dabi let out a tired sigh. Give me your phone, kid. Izuku looked up at him, blinking hard a few times to clear his eyes. He gave a startled, strangled noise in question, but Dabi only rolled his eyes at that. I'm giving you my number, all right? He snapped. That way I can ask around about your Canterburn guy, and you can text me when you get in over your head. I owe you one, for, back there. He gestured vaguely to where they'd left Ms. Joke. Izuku tensed. Oh, that's okay. You don't have to. This is how it works here, duh. None of your noble bullshit. Just give me your phone. He held his hand out expectantly. Izuku shifted awkwardly, but made no move for his pockets. Dabi looked increasingly annoyed. Your phone, kid? I don't have one? Izuku fiddled with his hands. Sorry? A positively dumbstruck look crossed Dabi's face at that. Kid. You're walking around town with 250,000 yen in your pocket, casually handing it out to strangers for nothing, and you don't have a phone? What if your parents try to get a hold of you? Then Izuku would be very worried. He did not particularly want to see his father again, truth be told. In fact, if that man tried, he'd probably become the Jackal's next meal, so I'm not too worried about it. I don't think they'd try, anyway. He responded. Something etched itself across Dabi's face for just a moment. Confusion? Something else, something a bit softer. It looked too foreign on Dabi's patchwork face to recognize, though. He pulled the money out of his pocket suddenly, counting out a few bills and handing them back to Izuku before pocketing the rest. Here. Why don't you take this and go buy yourself a phone? We can meet up back at the outpost next Monday, and I'll give you my number, okay? Izuku stared at him. Why are you doing this? He tilted his head. I'm not your kid. I'm not your problem. Dabi seemed to consider Izuku for a long moment. Maybe not my kid, but everything and everyone that passes through my district is my problem. Wayward vigilante babies included. Not a vigilante, Izuku snapped. And I'm not a baby, and I don't need your money either. It's your money, technically, Dabi pointed out, but Izuku just shook his head. Technically, it's some overly rich FS that spent a little too much time boozing down by the Lotus. One who had been a prime target, and his extremely predictable habits made the whole thing quick and easy. I have my own. The arsonist seemed to think about it for a moment, then slipped it back into his jacket with the rest. Hey kid. Izuku tilted his head in question. Got a name? Now it was Izuku's turn to consider. Skoll. Like the bone. Dabi frowned. Like the wolf, was all Izuku said, not intending to explain anything. To his surprise, he didn't need to. Dabi snorted, Where's Hattie, little sun chaser? Izuku blinked, shrugging. Guess you're my Hattie, The other only rolled his eyes. Get out of here, wolf boy. I'll see you next Monday, okay? You better still be alive. Izuku started to back off, grinning behind his mask. It felt weirdly foreign on his face. Didn't he used to smile so much? No promises. Lots of people to stab between now and then, you know? You little weirdo. Dabi frowned, but Izuku was already running off into the night. Dabi was a bit of a weirdo too, he thought, debating whether or not to even show up to next Monday's appointment. Izuku was happy. And he didn't know why. It was actually kind of concerning. He wasn't used to this rush of excitement through his veins. He knew the bone-weary sadness, the heart-hammering worry, even the brain-numbing emotionlessness which he actively tried to recreate, since it was familiar. Even the relatively new teeth-grinding anger was something he felt often. They overshadowed his day, just as integral as the weather was to the trees. He didn't bat an eye when those emotions followed him throughout the day, but right now he was playful. He was laughing and smiling and free-running just for the thrill of it, not even dressed for a jackal patrol. Actually, he was in such a good mood, it was why he'd felt confident enough to put on the costume he'd been sewing himself for the last few days. Painstakingly hand-stitching and then rest-stitching it as he messed up, which he did a lot. Originally, it was meant to just be a bodysuit of dark green and black, with his bright red shoes as well as his mismatched one red one black gloves being the only splashes of color. However, after his little foray with Dabi, he'd spent some time experimenting and found he didn't stutter so much, sometimes not at all, when he wore a mask anymore. This led him to add one to his patchwork vigilante suit. It was a strange development, since he definitely used to stutter even as the jackal, but at least it provided him a nice barrier of anonymity if he was caught by Hawks or Eraserhead again. When he was caught by Hawks or Eraserhead again, he'd seen the two while out and about several times, and listened in to them over the hero frequency, though he didn't intervene again. All the crime they stopped, they noticed first. Probably because Izuku was doing deep dives into local gangs and police files trying to narrow down his next target instead of focusing on the cams, using the heroes' voices and reports of takedowns as a sort of background noise. He had ended up using his time quite wisely, though, as he now knew which streets were hit with the most criminals and at what times each hero would be in which part of the sector. The commission had started having them spread out among sectors 6 through 8, 1 in each N district and 2 heroes in 7 at all times. It seemed the heroes had been stepping on each other's toes as much as they were Izuku's. Tonight, Mr. Brave and Sir Night-Eye, the newest hero the commission strong-armed over, patrolled 7, with Eraserhead in 6 and Ingenium over in 8. So, since Mr. Brave would go from 9 to 16, then swing past the cafe and over to finish his patrol in the red light district over on Block 20, while Sir Night-Eye would start in the red light district, head down to spend some time where the abandoned houses and warehouses were, Izuku's old neighborhood, then come back around to the cafe where he'd end his own shift. And thus, Izuku started his patrol by the abandoned garage between the business center and the abandoned sections of 7. It was nice, since no one really patrolled and yet it had the second highest crime rate in all of 7, as well as being generally quieter than the red light or even business centers. He followed the blocks backwards, starting on 28 with the warehouses. This was probably the most dangerous part of 7, even if people rarely came here. The privacy of vacant lots combined with the wide open interiors of the warehouses made this a relatively common congregation point for villains, who liked to plot or bring victims back here for privacy. Homeless people rarely made their homes anywhere on this stretch for that exact reason. Luckily, tonight it was fairly quiet. He trekked by the old mall that was half falling apart, staring in at the cracked and stained windows as well as the rotating door that was missing half a panel of glass. It looked creepy in the dark of night, gray clouds gathering behind the immense building while an inky blackness leaked from the inside. Even from the street, a cold shiver ran down Izuku's spine. He could feel the inside of it creak and groan, like the darkness itself were a sentient mass ready to reach out and pull in unsuspecting victims. He turned away, hopping over and plopping in a dark puddle from the evening's light rain to distract himself. The water reared back then up, slapping his red shoes like little tidal waves. With a little giggle to himself, he started over to Block 27, where simultaneously his least and favorite spot in this part of the sector was. 27 was for old business buildings, and saw a decent bit of crime. All were empty shells, except for 1 or 2 that had ragged figures camping out inside with dull flashlights and as many frayed blankets as they could get their hands on. The one building that Izuku took careful note of was an apartment building near 28. Small and so worn down it was actually a safety hazard to be inside of. Izuku had spent a good bit of time living in one of the upper apartments, until the floor had collapsed out from under him one night. It was the one building that you didn't fear the people inside when you entered, as the structure was more likely to kill you than anything. But consequently, he'd also learned some of the basics of free-running jumping over gaping holes and puddles that were brought in from the rain. The entire top 3 floors no longer had stairs leading up to them, which is why they'd felt so safe at the time, and Izuku had to get creative to get home every night. It had been a lot of fun, trying out new and inventive ways to reach his goal. Granted, it also posed a challenge if one of your hands wasn't functioning at 100% for a time. He entered the building again now. It didn't see too much crime, due to the danger, but there was often someone partaking in some drag or another on the ground floor. Normally, he wouldn't bother, but the apartment was incredibly dangerous, so he chased the 3 young men he found in their back out to the streets. They seemed spooked by his getup, and he wasn't sure if it was the design itself, or if it had more to do with their altered mental state, but he supposed it didn't really matter. Probably didn't help that he was giggling and bouncing the whole time, though. The rest of the patrol through here went relatively quiet. He trekked past the trailers and the park on the other side of the block from it, then back to another street with an old warehouse and broken businesses, where he investigated the little garage set on the corner. As the moon crept further into the sky, all was dead. Eerily so. Izuku passed his time humming to himself, considering the stars and his place below them. He thought about how nice it was to be given just this little reprieve to exist without consequence or crime. It was a quick walk after that to the residences, where Mr. Brave would have likely vacated by this point. He was only a street in when noise caught his attention. He heard a scuffle and a startled shout, and Izuku turned the corner to see a young man getting cornered right on the street by a washed-out yellow house that contrasted horribly with its Victorian-esque neighbor. His first quarrel of the night, it seemed. He was only a couple of years older than Izuku, with black hair and blue eyes. Honestly, he reminded Izuku of Dabi without his scars, although his eyes were a bit darker and his hair lacked the unnatural opaqueness of the arsonists. He opened his mouth, exposing 2 cat-like fangs and hissing at the larger man, shoving him back against the condo walls behind him. He took a quick second to consider them. They were on the street, with little to no defense. It was far too open, and there wasn't really anything that he could use as a weapon, except maybe the metal trash bin if it wasn't too heavy or bolted down. He was also dealing with an unknown quirk. The odds weren't in his favor. He circled around until he was behind the assailant, catching the victim's eye just a second before pouncing. "Hello," Izuku greeted, his voice unnaturally light and airy as he slammed into the man's back, feet first. The voice changer had been a recent idea, something he'd put together last minute. It didn't work perfectly, the sound of his voice coming out a tad staticky and scratchy, but it was functional. Luckily, the victim had narrowly scrambled out of the way as the older man dropped with a heavy huff escaping his lungs. "Are we having a party?" The man on the floor scrambled for a bit, grunting. "The F are you? Get off." The victim gave a confused, terrified gurgle in the back of his throat. He watched Izuku with wide eyes as he flattened himself against the wall, ears flat. Fair, since he did model his mask after a demented jester. "I'm a vigilante." He gave a staged giggle as he turned his attention back to the other, waving off the man against the wall. "The idiot still didn't run. Everyone kept calling me one, so I thought, what the hell? May as well give it a go." The man growled, "Get off, you undersized sack of flour." "That's not very nice, criminal-san." Izuku laughed again, his giddiness rising at the taunting and teasing. He felt light and bouncy, and wanted nothing more than to chase the feeling. It made him want to laugh and run, and act like the little kid people kept mistaking him for. It let him pretend for just a moment he wasn't a monster wearing human skin. It was like a breath of fresh air. He didn't get to play with his food much as Jackal, and he found it quite fun riling people up. This sort of thing made him feel powerful, in control. All of the things he craved but couldn't quite touch. The man growled like an animal before getting his hands under him. Izuku tried to prepare as the man bucked his body up, but he was right about one thing as much as Izuku hated it. He was undersized. Izuku fell back on the concrete, grunting. The sound came out mechanical and wrong, and Izuku immediately attempted to push himself up. By the time he was on his feet, so was the assailant, who'd turned to face him. Izuku didn't notice anything off at first, not until he felt himself sinking as a burn sizzled at his feet. Lunging out of the way, he felt the concrete grab at his feet, following for just a few seconds. A boiling quirk. Was it touch or sight activated? What was the range? Did he only boil concrete, stone, or anything around him? So many questions, so few answers. Izuku was dying to ask just a few, but he doubted the man would be very forthcoming. "I'll broil you like a fish, moron," the man snapped, drawing Izuku back to the fact that he was in a fight with burned feet. He needed to get his head in the game before it cost him worse. Izuku tilted his head playfully, feeling his jester ears flop to one side. "We can have some fun, and you can dance for me. I'll let you go if you do." Honestly, he kinda just wanted to see if the man would do it. He doubted it, but would it be funny? This earned him an incredulous look as the man reared back. "What? Dance for me?" Izuku clapped his hands together in delight. "Dance for me, and we can forget about this whole thing, 'kay?" The man frowned deeply, looking suddenly unsure of Izuku's mental state. Again, it was a fair judgment to make. Izuku wasn't feeling entirely there right now, but did he feel so good. "That's no fun. You're no fun. We don't like unfun toys now, do we?" He tilted his head to the victim, who shuffled back further. Still no escape attempt, he just looked totally lost at how to respond. "And you know what we do to unfun toys, yes?" Tilting his head straight again, he leveled a look of sick excitement on the man. "We break them." "Psycho motherfuck dash," the man muttered, slamming his foot against the ground again. Nimble and deft from months running this broken sector had him dodging the liquefied cement. His quirk wasn't quick, and took a second to melt and bubble, as well as not having too much range, he realized. If it did, then Izuku would be having a much harder time as the whole of the sidewalk melted beneath his burned feet again. Izuku landed with a stumble, feet keening painfully at the use. The man wasted no time lurching forward, a slash of silver appearing in one clenched fist. Izuku barely managed to dodge back, feeling the whoosh of air against his cheek as the knife scored the wall next to him. The man swung again before Izuku could recover, catching his brow just barely. Izuku hissed as a small rill of blood made its great escape into his eye. He managed to dodge the next swing and leap back into the street at the next. But he could do this. Just because the man was clearly older, more experienced, and had a knife didn't mean anything. Izuku had weapons, too. The man had rushed him again, and Izuku hadn't been paying attention again. His eyes darted to the knife, but it didn't swipe. No, instead Izuku was caught across the left side of his face, the man's fist connecting easily. Izuku hissed as the man grabbed him by the chest, yellow eyes narrowing dangerously. "That'll teach you to meddle in others' business, eh? 7 don't take to vigilantes much, kid." Now, the man shoved him back against the ground, and he fell, uncoordinated and lacking the bulk of the assailant before him. Izuku whimpered. He couldn't let this happen. Sure, he wasn't typically the vigilante type, but he'd faced down worse than this man. Granted, that had been a carefully plotted out ambush that resulted in a death, and Izuku went into each kill fully prepared for it to be his last, but still, he was a fighter, if nothing else, and he always came back swinging. So, he'd just have to come back swinging. After all, unexpected attacks were what Izuku excelled at. He'd only lost the upper hand when the man had time to throw him off. Izuku reached down, grabbing a smoke bomb from his tool belt and tossing it as hard as he could. As always, Izuku's aim was spot on. The man cursed and stumbled as the small hunk of metal hit him square in the back of the head, and Izuku lunged at where he'd been as the street filled with ashen smoke. He felt the broad back of the man as he shoved into him full force, their feet giving way under him. Izuku had him pinned again. Shoving himself up to his knees, Izuku regaining his senses first. Jolts and JRKS were par for the course with his lifestyle choices. He didn't give the other a chance to come back to himself, using all his strength to drag the man onto his back before dropping knees first onto his stomach. There was a pained, wheezing grunt, but it was paid no mind as Izuku returned what he'd been given. Winding up a punch and slamming his fist straight into the man's face, his nose crunched, and his head cracked as it was bashed back into the cement. Izuku didn't relent. He slammed his fist down again, then again, until slowly his hand started coming back bloody. The man's face was an ugly mess of blooming bruises and crimson rivers. As Izuku got a good solid 6 hits in before he calmed down enough to stop, the older man looking somewhere between unconscious and totally out of it. He let himself sit a moment, breathing heavily. The smoke would clear soon, and he could hear the skittering of the victim. He crawled off the body, feeling a lot less light than he had before. Izuku didn't want to play anymore, just finish this stupid patrol and go home. And nothing was less appealing than sticking around to make small talk with the idiot that still hadn't made a run for it and called the cops, like any sane man would. At least it gave Izuku a chance to escape before they got here. He turned and sprinted off before the smoke thinned any more, hoping that the man on the ground would be too out of it to try to run. Head throbbing on the left and split open on the right, Izuku brought one glove up to wipe away the blood discreetly. It blended in with the red on his left, but his black-gloved hand was coated enough for the warm red ichor to show. Hopefully it'd fade as it dried. Izuku kept his mind on his little attic and a good nap. Just as soon as he finished here and with his appointment later, he could sleep off anything else. He really wasn't wounded that badly. He could probably do a jackal patrol in the next day or so to de-stress, even. Pausing a few streets over, Izuku leaned against a wall to examine his shoes. He let out a disgruntled sound at the sight of them, mangled and melted, and sat down on the sidewalk to cut them off. They were entirely gone from the middle down and sticking to his aching skin in some places. Beneath, his skin was bright red and blistered, making it no wonder he'd been struggling so much with jumping to and fro. Usually, he was a tad more graceful, but it'd be a few days at least before he'd be okay enough to do any patrols now. DMN boiling quirk. He flicked his wrist to toss the cut-up remains of shoe when he'd managed to get it detached from his foot, heading off again. He'd survived worse injuries than this. He was barely a few streets over and 10 minutes out from his last when he caught another incident. 2 women were hassling a few street workers, demanding whatever they had on them. Izuku grumbled a bit, making his way to them. Couldn't it be quiet here too? He was tired, he just wanted this night to be over. It wasn't fun for him anymore. The 2 muggers were young but grizzled. Time hadn't been kind to them. The 3 ladies behind them were a bit older, but had likewise been time-worn beyond their years. Tired eyes darted to Izuku as he wandered closer. Though he was probably stumbling on his injured feet and giving himself away, he couldn't help cursing his luck. So much for stealth. "I'm not in the mood," he grumbled. "Kindly F off so we can both go home." His eyes darted around. The street was wider here, and just as empty as the last. His odds had only gotten worse with the change in location and parting gifts from the last BSTRD. One of the muggers turned on him, sneering. "Piss off. He was too tired for this sheet. You're making me violent." "Just fucking do it," the other said, and Izuku noted that they were likely sisters. Both had the same dirty blonde manes and rounded faces. Hell, even the knots nestling in their matted hair matched. He gave an irate sigh. "I don't particularly like hurting people, you know." Please, off so I can too." "You can F off any time," the first snapped, voice hoarse and rough. It was an odd dichotomy between her soft features. He took a few steps forward. "Not until you let this go. They don't have anything for you." Problem was, he didn't really have a plan for this, seeing as he was outnumbered and wounded with no cover, and the ladies they'd been attempting to mug looked entirely uninterested with the whole affair. They were leaving, sure, but they were walking off at a slow, steady pace, like they couldn't give a damn. The smaller sister kept glancing off impatiently after them. God damn it, this night wasn't any fun at all. He went to consider his surroundings, but they were out in the open street, and these 2 seemed like they didn't want to give him time to plan, which SCKD but? "Look kid," the older hissed. "You just cost us our job. How rude of you. Now, you gotta pay us back." "No money," he shrugged, which was true. For once he decided to forego a handful of cash before he headed out, since he didn't think he'd need to bribe anyone. So much for that. The girl snorted a sick laugh that he decided he didn't like being on the opposite end of before she pulled an old-looking handgun from her jacket pocket and aimed it straight at his chest. "You'd better find some fast." PNG hell, he wished he had his jackal getup on. People effing ran when they saw anyone that looked even a little like the jackal. He had a name that carried weight and commanded respect. But Izuku, in his infinite wisdom, wanted to try something new. Have some fun and try this whole vigilante thing people kept accusing him of. Try doing something that was actually good for once, and command respect from a name that didn't bring in any fear. He just, above anything else, wanted to try to be good. He wanted to try being the person people kept mistaking him for. He wanted to look in the mirror and not hate what he saw. And now he was going to die for this paltry dream. How pathetic would it be if the Jackal died here? Gunned down in the dirty streets of Seven, dressed up as some useless vigilante kid. They'd whisper about him for years to come, no one ever sure what happened to him. Just another myth swept away by time. A cold dread filled his stomach as he thought about it, taking a few steps back. He couldn't die here. If he did, no one would ever go looking for Kana or Miyoko. They'd be forgotten and ignored, like so many before them, with not even Izuku to carry on their names or their memories. They'd be left there, forever. And what about him? He couldn't die like this. Death was cheap, it was the coward's way out. A slow death was not a fit punishment for what he'd done. He needed to finish his business, and then do as much good as he could until he was inevitably caught, and spend the rest of his life behind bars for all he'd done. That was right, that was good, that was just. He needed to run and regroup, even if it cost him some reputation. He couldn't die here, and he was woefully outclassed in this situation. He took a few steps back. What? Still nothing? She'd sked, her eyes turning bright with mirth. Guess we'll have to do this our way. Sorry about this, kiddo. He watched her finger drop to the trigger slowly. Izuku didn't want to leave. No part of him wanted to run home. He wanted to save the next people these women went after, to help someone. If he didn't, he was no different than he was before, standing by, letting people get hurt. Hurting people. There was a sound of footsteps down the street. Is something wrong here? Oh sheet. Oh sheet, Sir Night Eye changed up his patrol route. Oh sheet, oh god. Izuku watched as the two women turned back, gun swinging to face the three heroes that rounded the corner. Sir Night Eye and his sidekick stopped, eyes narrowed, but they'd done enough. They gave Izuku a chance. Forcing himself forward, Izuku ran straight for the girl with the gun, the other turning and giving a surprised shout as she saw Izuku approaching. The first whirled around, gun going off wildly as she did so. Izuku paid the stray bullets no mind, tackling her and taking her hand in a bone-crushing grip until she released the weapon. Her sister backed off, looking entirely spooked at the sudden turn of the tides. Snatching up the gun in one black-gloved hand, he used it as a bludgeon, smashing her over the head with it twice in quick succession. The girl gargled in sudden fear, Izuku finally stopping and listening to his own ragged breaths. He shouldn't be that out of breath. He didn't spend too much energy in either capture, and he watched, mesmerized, and spots of wine red dropped onto her coat, staining it. Blinking, the buzzing in his head gave way, and Izuku became suddenly aware that he was in pain. A lot of pain. He dropped the gun, groaning out a whine in an awful hybrid sound. Oh shit, kid. He heard a familiar voice say, Bubble Girl, one of Sir Night Eye's sidekicks. He grimaced, realizing the predicament he was in now. Staggering off her, he stood, his other glove swinging up to put pressure on the wound. It cried out in protest, but he forced it back down. Really, a gunshot had nothing on sawing your own hand off with a serrated knife in a dirty back alley. Bubble Girl started rushing over, eyes blown wide in shock and horror. Are you okay? He only snarled, Stand back. She startled, stopping. Behind her, Sir Night Eye started forward slowly, taking in the scene dryly. You must be the vigilante that took down the criminal on 10th. Stand down, you can't get far with a bullet in you. Want a bet? Izuku hissed, knowing his blisters had probably popped by now. He'd leave a trail of blood after him, another problem to account for. Sir Night Eye's gaze darkened to a tarnished gold. Stand down, dancer. We don't want to hurt you. Dancer? He asked, disgusted. Were they naming him already? Jesus, he should have just named himself, spray-painted it on the wall or left a calling card or something. Please, God, don't call me that. Anything else? Come in, kid, Bubble Girl said softly, leaning in with unbelievably kind eyes. It's your first offense, they'll let you off. This was definitely not his first offense, but he wasn't going to tell her that. Instead, he pulled the same trick as he did on Ms. Joke the other week. He'd hate having them connect him with Skoll, but oh well. It didn't matter so much in the end. Pulling his zap traps out, rather painfully, as the closer arm to his belt was the one connected to his bleeding shoulder, and tossed them haphazardly towards Bubble Girl. She yelped as they went off, significantly more successful and less damaging than last time. Whipping around, he darted off, listening to Night Eye bark at Centipeder to stay with Bubble Girl and the muggers. Great Night Eye had future vision. How the hell was he meant to escape when the hero could literally see his next moves? He forced himself to breathe, relying on his small, quick frame to take him through familiar alleys even as his feet screamed. Think, Night Eye's quirk was a powerful one, but one that he tried not to use so much anymore. Chances are, he'd only look as far as he had to, an hour or so, Izuku guessed. He didn't know exactly what the hero saw. Was it through Izuku's eyes, or more third person? It only showed Izuku's moves, whatever it was, so he likely had little awareness of what was around him at any time. Good. Turning, Izuku darted out into the street, well aware of the hero still on his tail. His arm would hate him for this. Izuku ran for the nearest manhole, chipped, and worn, and heavy, but not locked. He grabbed and twisted the cover until he could roll it out of the way. Stop. You can't escape my quirk, sheet. Night Eye saw him, time reset, most likely. Izuku dropped down into the sewers. He'd had to use this as a personal highway system a few times, but he hated it. The sewers were dark, and they smelled, and the labyrinthine tunnels all looked one in the same. Twisting and turning with no rhyme or reason, they were typically Izuku's backup plan. They also worked perfectly for confusing a quirk like Night Eye's. The long, echoing corridors and low visibility would make it hard for him to pinpoint Izuku without his quirk, and even if he could follow Izuku's movements exactly, he had 1 hour to do everything exactly right and catch up to him. 1 hour that Izuku intended to spend moving with his eyes straight down, limiting Night Eye's visibility farther. Even his bloodied footprints would either be washed out in dirty puddles or totally invisible in the dark. It was remarkably easy, after that, to lose Night Eye. Just 2 tunnels over and his footsteps faded out. He took to walking another tunnel over, occasionally listening as the man's footsteps picked up and then disappeared. He ducked and hid to catch his breath whenever this happened, but he wasn't ever found. He waited and waited until his hour was up, then started following the tunnels at random until he could find a way out. It was closer to 2 hours later when he pushed up another manhole, crawling into the bright streets of 22, several heads turning to stare in shock at the little jester crawling from the sewers and covered in blood. He gave people a friendly nod as he caught their eyes, sliding the manhole back into place. At least he was close to home. Breathing and groaning, he found his way to the private back alley and scaled up the wall one-handed to the window he'd left open. Thank God he did that, otherwise getting in would be an absolute nightmare. Thlit dropped, more like an hissing as he pulled off his mask, shoes, and gloves. God damn it, it was so late now, he didn't have time to get fixed up. He had an appointment to keep, first. You could just skip it, the sane part of his mind rebuked. Then you bought the phone for nothing. The frugal part of it shot back. True. Besides, Dabi would be a useful connection, if he decided he could trust him. Better keep this appointment and stay in his good graces, for now. And so, Izuku shimmied out of his suit and voice changer, ripping up an old shirt to wrap his wound as he aggravated it, and it started to pour out blood again. From there, he quickly realized getting the hoodie over his head was a no-go, and opted instead for a simple lime green shirt and black jacket. With no extra pair of shoes, he tied up more loose strips of shirt to tie around them, picking out pebbles and dirt as he went. Next came his goggles and face mask, making sure to grab his phone and a stack of cash on the way out. He didn't pay attention to how much he grabbed. He never did. Luckily, people paid him no mind as he made his way back down to 23, the little dead-end alley he'd attacked his first hero in, feeling several degrees colder than the rest of the street. He paid the temperature no mind, heading down to the outpost. Much like last week, it was decently filled, people chattering to themselves. This time, as people took note of him, there was a certain air of distant respect to it. Like no one was going to ask him where his parents were, or any other snarky comment. The same beach blonde bartender gave him a wide-eyed look as he spotted Dabi sitting at the bar, making his way over and sliding down beside the older man. He hoped he didn't notice the heavy way he'd done it, bracing just one hand against the bar as he went down. "Hey," Dabi greeted, looking up. "Glad to see you're not dead." "See, cut it close a bit," he grunted. His shoulder was really starting to throb, and the bar was just as chilly as the alleyway. He bit into his lip in an attempt to distract himself from the wound. Get out. He only needed to grab Dabi's number real quick, then he could get fixed up. He'd be fine. He was fine. Dabi snorted at him, eyes shooting him a curious look at the stutter, bringing some colorful drink up to his lips. It matched his eyes, Izuku noted absent-mindedly. "Course you did, psycho. At least tell me you didn't taste anyone else." Izuku gave an awkward, wheezy laugh. Dabi shot him an incredulous look. "Really? Again? How often do you need to taste people?" "It's, happening more than usual," he responded, fighting to keep an even tone. In an effort to progress the conversation, Izuku pulled out the phone he'd bought, tossing it in front of Dabi carelessly. Without a word, Dabi snatched it up. He was putting his phone number in seconds. "You know, you should really put a lock on this, so it's more secure. What if it gets stolen?" "I don't give a shit," he muttered. "I don't use it." Dabi shot him a more suspicious look. His voice must be giving him away, sheet. "Are you dashed?" His gaze dropped, and before Izuku knew what he was doing, he was shoving the jacket out of the way. Izuku's gaze dropped and he was bleeding through his shirt. "You're hurt?" Dabi sucked a breath in. "What happened?" "Got shot." This, evidently, was not the right thing to say. Dabi jerked his head up, eyes blown wide. "You got shot?" The whole of the bar looked up at them, and Izuku hunched one shoulder. He felt incredibly exposed without his designated Skoll hoodie. "It's not a big deal." "You're bleeding." Dabi gestured at his shoulder. "Everywhere. You could bleed out. This is very much a big deal. What the hell are you even doing here? You didn't seem like you liked getting stood up," he grunted. "Sides, I'm getting a doctor after this." The barista was giving him an odd look again, and he wished Dabi would shut the F up or at least quiet down a bit. "I think I can deal with it, considering you've been shot." He sounded exasperated and concerned. He turned to consider the arsonist, who definitely looked concerned. What the hell? Why did he give a shit what happened to Izuku on his free time? They'd literally only met once before. "You're making this seem worse than he is." "I think you're downplaying it, actually," Dabi frowned. "Come on, I'm taking you to a doctor." He stood up, grabbing at Izuku's good shoulder in an act of familiarity he did not appreciate. Izuku stood after him, wiggling out of the hold. "No hospital." He shook his head slowly. He was beginning to feel a bit dizzy. They whined at the continued assault, but he had a feeling if he brought attention to them, Dabi would carry him. The arsonist shot him a heated look. "There's no way I'm not taking you to a hospital, kid." "Am not going," he whined stubbornly. "Have him own doctor." Dabi looked like he was going to argue a second, putting his hand gently on Izuku's back to guide him towards the door. Izuku didn't really like that either, but he didn't fight it. Dabi grimaced at him. "You're getting pale. Come on. If you can show me where this doctor is, I'll take you there." "No." He snapped suddenly, mouth feeling oddly cottony. "Can't. Not as supposed to bring people." With a concerned side-eye, Dabi pulled him into the narrow stairway up. "Well, you can either deal with it and tell me where they are or let me take you to a hospital. I'm not leaving you alone when you're swaying on your feet." "Am not dash," he stopped, glancing down. Was he swaying? His shoes did appear to be moving side to side. Fine, he relented at last. "BRL on 19. Room 203. BRL?" Dabi gave him a look. "Your doctor owns a BRL? There ain't real GD," he grunted. Dabi didn't protest again, but still looked uneasy with the situation. He let Izuku lean on him when his knees started to feel a bit weak though, so that was good. It felt like forever until they reached 19, which realistically wasn't more than a street or so away. They entered the BR, the inside themed red and purple and about as plush as Seven got. The good news was that no one in a BRTHL gave a shit who came or went, so they didn't garner any attention and didn't get asked a single question as they headed towards the back. Dabi pulled Izuku along, grimacing as they went immediately to the halls where the rooms were. Each door had a number, and he was pretty sure Dabi was reading them, which is good because Izuku wasn't. At a familiar mahogany one towards the back, Dabi slammed his fist against the door. Izuku grimaced but waited as someone shuffled around inside, swinging the door open. "I told ya I ain't workin' tonight." The woman on the other side was a familiar sight. In her 40s, she had dark purple hair and rose gold eyes, though that wasn't what caught people's eye when they first met her. Dressed in a short pink gown, her arms were exposed, showing off buttons and stickers and pins, all seemingly melded into her skin. Izuku reached a shaky hand up, pulling off his mask and goggles. He could feel more than see Dabi staring at him as he did so, but paid him no mind. "Hariko," he grunted. "I got money." "Jesus Christ, kid." She frowned. "What did you do to yourself now? Tell me you're not missing something I like last time." "Nah." He gestured to his shoulder. "Just shot." She frowned, her lips curling downwards like an ugly, jagged gash. "You get into a lot of trouble for a little guy. Can we hurry this along?" Dabi sighed. "I'm afraid he's going to bleed out." "He says you're a doctor?" She laughed. "Hell no. Come inside, lay him on the bed." She stepped aside, letting Dabi haul Izuku in as he started muttering under his breath, sounding all kinds of sad. Izuku wanted to tell him he didn't have to come, but he didn't particularly have the energy. "Take his shirt and jacket off," she commanded. "I might accidentally fuse them to him if they're too close to the wound." Dabi moved to obey. "That's your quirk? You fuse sheet together?" She said drolly, wandering over to her lang. She touched it lightly, and the thing flickered, then dropped dead. It didn't light back up until she let it go. "I take light energy, electric or solar, and I can use the kinetic energy to fuse organic carbon-based things together, or with others." She glided more than walked back over to the bedside. "Kiddo, this is important. Did you get the bullet out?" "No." She sighed tiredly, moving away to where he knew her dresser was. She returned to his side a moment later with a pair of tweezers, which she promptly handed over to Dabi. "What the F is this?" he asked, no doubt scowling. "Tweezers." She responded. "Okay." He frowned. "Why are you giving them to me?" "So you can dig the bullet out, duh." She rolled her eyes. He shot her an incredulous look. "What? No. You have to. I can't fuse the skin together with the bullet still in there." "Shouldn't you do it?" "You're the doctor." "No, I'm not. And I can't, because tonight's my night off, which meant I was in the middle of my recreational activities when you so rudely barged in." "Here," she waved off to a corner, and Dabi's face turned comically upset. Weird the dealer was upset to find out someone was actually using the drags he sold. "I'm entirely too shaky to do it, and I don't think the kid is there enough to do it himself, if he even could. It's gonna hurt like hell sticking those tweezers in there." Dabi said in a sharp breath. "You're not going to drag him or anything?" "I don't have anything smaller than hardcore psychedelics after earlier. Something tells me we shouldn't give those to the 10-year-old with a bullet in him." "TWLVE. S fineness, just do it." He gargled. The two barely paid him any mind. "See? He's okay with it." Hariko waved at him absent-mindedly. Dubiously, Dabi stared down at the tweezers, and Izuku wasn't sure if he was imagining it or not, but he looked kinda sick. "Are these even sterile? We can't stick them in him unsterilized. If you have any peroxide on you, you're welcome to use it," she informed him. "Are you serious? What kind of doctor are you?" "Not a doctor," he growled. "I'm going to take him to a hospital." Izuku protested. Hariko shrugged. "You're welcome to it, but good luck. Ambulances take their time coming to 7, and I don't think the train's going to get you there fast enough." Dabi turned, considering Izuku for a long moment. He wished the charcoal man would just effing do it already and stop whinging like a child, but his tongue felt thick and heavy, and it wasn't worth the energy to get it out. After a second, Dabi winced, leaning in with one hand resting on his upper arm as he brought the tweezers close. "It's all right," he murmured, in as soothing a tone as Izuku had heard in years. Weird that it was coming from Fing Dabi. "I'll be quick, okay?" And then a sharp, blinding pain dug sharp teeth into Izuku's shoulder, and he couldn't help it. He screamed, fingers digging desperately into the satin sheets as he writhed. God damn it! The tweezers shifted deeper, Dabi's other hand pressing his shoulder down more forcefully as he dug into the open wound. Izuku shrieked bloody murder as it probed around, poking and jabbing. His shoulder cried out, his body jerked involuntarily, and Izuku felt awareness slipping away from everything but his shoulder, the tweezers, and the bullet. Tears leaked down his face, and his throat felt raw from abuse. It was barely a dull ache in the back of his mind compared to the little pair of tweezers. Quietly, Izuku thought maybe he should have gone to the hospital, body shuddering violently. And then finally, blissfully, blackness enveloped him. Wait! Tsukachi hissed, grasping Shouda's arm as he went to knock. The gray-green door stood like an impossible barrier between them and their goal, and Shouta wanted more than anything to get this over with. But Tsukachi had always been more the avoiding type, at least when it came to matters as delicate and personal as this. Are we sure this is a good idea? I mean now? We need to talk to her, you know we do. Aizawa grunted. What's this about, Tsukachi? The man sighed, looking tired beyond his years. What are we supposed to tell her? We got an unknown email by an unknown source that suggested she might know something? That it's their own fault this happened to them? It's not their fault, no matter what they were doing, Shouta scowled at the uncharacteristic words. They didn't ask to be murdered or have their son kidnapped. That's not what I meant, Tsukachi grimaced. I mean that's what she'll hear, one way or another. Shouta breathed out. Then we'll have to take this carefully, like we were planning. We can't put this off any longer, it's already been well over 2 weeks since we got the tip. Maybe, but there are still so many unknowns. What's she going to think when we come in saying we're here on the word of a complete stranger? That we're considering every option and looking at the case from a new angle? That we're doing everything we possibly can? Or that we're grasping at straws? Tsukachi's brows drew together. I mean, how would she react if we came in saying we got this tip from the kid over the hero frequency? Or from that vigilante, dancer? What if we got it from the Jackal? If it was from the Jackal, we'd send him a notice back asking that he please come down to the station and stop resisting arrest as it's very illegal. Shouta leveled a dry, pointed look at the detective. It didn't work. Ha, Tsukachi muttered. Very funny. I'm just worried about all of this. Tsukachi, the erasure hero, ran a hand through his hair, tired already of this conversation. They were both tired and stretched thin, especially with how quiet things had been. We're doing everything we can. Almost a week ago, Sir Night Eye had come in contact with a new vigilante. Unfortunately, but very likely inspired in some way by the Jackal, though there wasn't much proof aside from the odd sense of hero worship that floated around the name in Seven these days. It was an odd mix of reverence and pure terror. Since the vigilante had shown up, got himself shot, and managed to escape Sir Night Eye's future vision, he was the talk of Seven. Every night there was another call swearing that he was seen here or there, and each time he was either not there at all or gone before the heroes found him. Night Eye thought they had some sort of mirage quirk they used to distract people and make their way down the streets, with how some reports listed him simply vanishing around corners. It made Shouta wonder if the vigilante was related to a certain little troublemaker he hadn't seen in a few days. It should also be noted that said troublemaker hadn't been on the comms in well over a week from what he could tell, and that sightings of the Jackal had also risen in proportion with Dancer's recent debut. Notably, no one called the Jackal in. To be fair, no Seven resident really called in Dancer either. Often tips were gotten from online forums swearing they'd seen them, or the occasional person passing through. Hell, a few people came to Seven just to see if they could catch sight of one or the other. It was the same with Jackal as it was with Dancer. They got a tip they came to see, they'd either just missed him or it had just been some addict who was a bit too short in a dark hoodie. It was driving everyone off the edge just trying to keep up with all the non-starters. Ms. Joke once said she was pretty sure Dancer or the Jackal was making half those posts just to F with them. It might have been funny if Shouta wasn't starting to believe it. Tsukachi let out a soft sigh. I don't know, Aizawa. Whoever this guy is, he's gotta be some super genius. He's killed so frequently but we still don't have any concrete evidence. Just a couple of tips from criminals and anonymous emails, which isn't exactly solid. You've caught more kids out past their bedtimes than you've even caught sight of the man. It's like he's a ghost. And Shouta had caught a lot of kids. Hawks, too, which was honestly kind of concerning considering he'd threatened to splat one really nervous 12-year-old if he didn't stop struggling. He hoped the up-and-comer hadn't actually dropped anyone in the time before or since, though his interactions with the man left him less than hopeful. It was just a little unheroic for Shouta's taste. Not that Shouta himself hadn't been convinced the kid was the Jackal. It was almost amusing looking back on it, thinking some well-meaning kid with too much time on his hands and a weird thing for breaking into a secure communication network for heroes had the time or means to run around as an infamous serial killer taking down well-known criminals and villains. But that was neither here nor there. You're speaking like you're beginning to believe that he's a god of death thing. The officer gave a humorless chuckle. Maybe I am? It seems to have the most evidence pointing towards it at this point. Say, you know anywhere I could buy one of those fancy jackal things everyone seems to be wearing these days? Don't be illogical. Lack of evidence does not act as evidence. Shouta scowled. He'd never taken Tsukachi as the illogical type before. He must be a few days too far out when it came to sleeplessness. Tsukachi only grinned a bit bigger. No, I'm serious. This teenage girl came into the station yesterday wearing a jackal hoodie. I think it'd look pretty good on me. I don't think law enforcers should wear the merch of lawbreakers, he deadpanned in response. It's bad form. The detective laughed at him, eyes lighting up like they hadn't in several days now. You gotta wonder where all that money goes, though. Joke says Jackal's running his own merch, making a secret fortune off it, and that's why we haven't actually seen him. He's run off with his millions. That one, at least, Shouta didn't believe at all. People like Jackal weren't monetarily motivated, and therefore didn't stop when they got it. No, Jackal was motivated by twisted morals and a love of killing, and that was what made him so dangerous. He needed to be caught, and soon. Beside them, the door swung open, making both men turn in surprise to one Takahashi Zuri, who looked a bit too tired, but better than he'd last seen her, if not by much. She wore her hair up in a messy bun, instead of half-tangled and down, giving them wary eyes as both realized just how unprofessional their impromptu doorstop conversation was. Detective, Eraserhead. What are you doing here? Chatting on my doorstep instead of knocking like a normal person. It was unsaid, but it may as well have been verbalized with the way Tsukachi flushed with embarrassment and Shouta set his jaw at their incompetence. Ah well. We came to talk to you, actually. Tsukachi broke the ice. We were just discussing a few things. First, she stared at him a long moment, as if trying to discern the truth. I already told you everything. Yes, well, that may be, but we have a few new questions to ask. You won't be interrogated, I promise. We just need to know some things about you and your husband's recreational lives. Her brows stooped low. Recreational lives? Like our hobbies? Yes. Exactly. I don't see how that would help. She frowned. But if you think it will? Takahashi-san stepped aside, allowing the two in. Shouta let Tsukachi step in first, knowing the other would make the appropriate compliments about her home or looks so he could avoid the inane details. It was only a few minutes before they were settling in the living room, Tsukachi making one comment or another about a vase that hadn't been there last time he was here. She merely frowned at him. If it's all the same to you, detective, I'd rather we just get this over with. Shouta could understand that. It was here he leaned forwards, taking control of the situation that was more to his preference. Takahashi-san, he said informally, as if he hadn't been to her wedding. As if they weren't at the same funeral just a few weeks ago. We'd like to know about your husband's use of illegal substances. Her jaw slackened just so before wide green eyes narrowed dangerously. What does this have to do with anything? Apologies, Takahashi-san. We believe your husband might have run afoul with someone while purchasing. We aren't here to get you or anyone else in trouble. He watched her reaction, but she seemed no less stiff. After a second, she relented, turning to a line of pictures on a nearby shelf. Her and Akio at their wedding, on their honeymoon, on vacation with little Makoto last year. Some were her and her sister in high school, or on their senior trip. A few had Ichika in them, up to their usual shenanigans as they photobombed every picture they could and added bunny ears over Makoto and Akio's heads. He didn't do stuff like that anymore. We decided to settle down when we had Makoto. Shoyuta breathed out slowly. He hoped this wasn't true. If it was, they were back to square one. Is there any chance he relapsed? Or never actually stopped? Is there anyone else we could talk to about it, other than you and Hayashi-san? Zuri pursed her lips. My husband was no liar. And even if he was bad enough at it I would have known. He and Ichika only ever used their quirk. They hadn't bought since high school. Besides, what drag dealer would kidnap him? Her voice cracked and broke, eyes watering. Shoyuta shifted uncomfortably as Tsukachi leaned forward, eyes soft. I understand this is hard, Takahashi-san, but it's a possibility. If anything that conspired was accidental, they might have grabbed Makoto-chan in a panic and not considered the consequences. Maybe he was Tsukachi started, but Shout leapt in to cut him off. There are several possibilities. Until we know what happened that night, nothing's for certain. It would be a disaster if Tsukachi got stuck in his detective brain and accidentally told a grieving widow and mother that her son very well could have been taken and sold into a trafficking ring to pay off her husband's debts. And as long as they didn't know what happened, they didn't need to poison her with possibilities. Yes. Tsukachi looked a bit ashamed as he realized his almost slip. He cast Shoyuta a grateful look, who returned the smallest of nods. This was why they came together. Do you think he's Her voice broke, tears spilling over. Her mouth opened and closed a few times, eyes searching for words. Do you think he's still Rest assured, Takahashi-sen, Shoyuta leaned back against the couch. Whatever has happened, we'll get justice for your husband, and return Makoto-chan to you if possible. He didn't dare think about how unlikely it was. That over 80% of kids who went missing were already gone after just 4 hours. That very few made it back home regardless of their status. He especially didn't think about how it was getting increasingly likely that this was just a random kidnapping that Akio and Makoto had been the victim of. It wasn't something they wanted to consider since Akio was so high profile and cases like that often went unsolved, but the lack of evidence was beginning to look like evidence, despite what he told Tsukachi. Is there anything else you can tell us? Tsukachi reached. Anything new? Something you might have forgotten? She shook her head mutely, tears still streaming down her face. After a second, why haven't you arrested Jackal? Pardon? Tsukachi looked taken aback. Jackal, the murderer, she wheezed out a little breath. Everyone here knows it was him. He kills all the time. Those people down in 7, they don't want to admit it, but we all know. Why haven't you arrested him? There's no proof Jackal killed him. Tsukachi grimaced towards Shoyuta, who shared the sentiment. In fact, it seems a little out of his style at present. He only goes after criminals. He could have gone after Akio for his past, she argued. He's killed dozens of people. It's him, it's obviously him. Why haven't you arrested him yet? Shoyuta hated each and every time that DMN name was brought up. He decided. The Jackal's an elusive entity, it's how he's gotten away for so long. We are in the process of locating and bringing him in for questioning, regardless of this case. However, we can't close our eyes to any other suspects, either. Green eyes turned dark and her pale mouth formed a thin, rigid line. I hope the new vigilante catches him soon. It would be nice to see someone actually doing their job for once. Takahashi-san. Shoyuta held up a hand to Tsukachi, letting the other fall silent as he was shot a questioning look. Shoyuta looked away, trying not to betray his own thoughts as he stood. It seems we're done here. We'll get out of your hair if that's all, Takahashi-san. Yes, was her dead response, eyes fixing off into the corner. Shoyuta rose, Tsukachi dogging his movements, and started for the door, knowing the detective would get the hint and follow him. We'll see ourselves out then? There was no response, not even the slightest shift or movement as they found the door again. Hizashi was kinda worried. It had been quite a few days since he'd heard from his favorite little listener, and Deku had been coming on near daily before. At first, it had just been a bit disappointing. He rather liked talking to Deku, but he'd disappeared for 2 or 3 days before popping back up. It happened, life happened. Hizashi got that. But it had been so long. And Hizashi really missed him. And he was worried. He couldn't even tell Sho, because his husband was off worrying about the actual murderer and wounded vigilante that had dropped off the face of the earth as well. It made something uncomfortable curl in Hizashi's gut, this nagging feeling that something was just off. Something was going on, he knew it. All of these kids disappearing within days of each other? Yet there weren't any more or less kidnappings being reported. It wasn't right. Something was going on. Something big. He tried to gently bring this up to Shoyuta, but his husband brushed him off. Jackal had always been touch and go when it came to appearances, and people were still seeing the vigilante. Apparently, he was likely just staying off duty after being literally shot. They hadn't seen any hard evidence of him, though, and no kids had been admitted to any Musutafu hospitals with a gunshot wound. And they weren't it. Shouda's Apophis kid wasn't around either. Though his husband tried to pretend it didn't bother him, Hizashi knew the man well enough to see just how on edge he was, staring off into space more often and losing his train of thought in the middle of conversations. It was all typical of a worried Sho, even if Namuri and Tensei teased that he was just getting older and losing his edge. So he was stuck worrying about half a dozen missing kids with a husband that was too far up the Nile River to realize something was very, very off in 7. Well, more off than a 17-year-old chopping his own hand off and starting a side murder business for sheets and giggles, a seemingly 15-year-old vigilante, based on how he'd acted according to victims, who was running around demanding criminals dance for him and he'd let them go, or the tween-aged kid that kept seemingly hacking the hero frequency, or getting someone to do it for him to play hero. Okay, so 7 had already been a very odd place, at least in recent months. Hizashi would be more suspicious of Apophis, but he wasn't Deku. Deku was incredibly nervous and polite, but according to his husband, Apophis was pretty sassy. He couldn't imagine his Deku breaking any rule for any reason, much less the law, but Apophis was often up till the early hours of the morning chatting with Tensei. Tensei, who was also raving near constantly about the kid they couldn't get off the frequency. He tried asking him about the recent quiet spell Apophis had gone under, disappearing just a week before Deku did, but Tensei waved him off. He said the kid had probably gotten caught and grounded, and if they were lucky he'd learned his lesson and wouldn't come back. Secretly, Hizashi was hoping to God they came back. Something had to break soon, and he hoped it was the radio silence and not a new police case. He tapped distractedly at the table as Sir Night-Eye sat across from him, droning on about patrols and his sidekicks and other unimportant topics. He nodded along, mumbling affirmations, but he wasn't paying attention and Night-Eye didn't seem to care. Glancing up at the clock, he gestured to the phone for Night-Eye. The other hero fell silent, giving him a curious look. "Ah, sorry, Night," he said sheepishly. "That was really interesting about the agency and everything, but we gotta move on to call-ins. I'm sure people are dying to talk to you." Which was good, because Hizashi was in a very broody mood today, and much preferred handing off the discussion to Night-Eye. Of course. Night-Eye nodded, and Hizashi gave the quick intro to calling in, barely done speaking before the first caller came through. He settled back in his chair, ready to let Night-Eye handle the man that gave his name and location until he spoke. "Rumor has it you were moved to 7 to help with the Jackal case. Is that true? Is there anything you can tell us about it?" The air dropped several degrees, Hizashi's eyes snapping to Night-Eye who looked intense and thoughtful all in one. "I have been moved to Musutafu's 7th district to aid a hero here with a case. I cannot give information on ongoing investigations." Right, the man said distractedly. "Can you tell us anything about Jackal? Do you really think he took that kid? My wife's cousin swears he's just protecting people, but I dunno about that. What about that new vigilante? Reports said it was you. The Jackal is a known criminal acting outside the law. Though it is believed he is chasing some form of justice, this is at current only a theory. I would like to remind everyone that what we do know about this Jackal is that he is killing people, and until we catch him, we won't know for sure who or why." Night-Eye interjected, his jaw setting. "And we don't know if the vigilante is a vigilante yet. He has not been caught saving people more than the one night, and due to his recent lack of appearances, he's believed to have already retired upon realizing what a tasking career vigilantism is. This is for the best. It's a shame, the man mourned. I was hoping he'd catch Jackal, since everyone is having such a hard time of it. Me and my brother had a bet over who would catch who first, the vigilante getting Jackal or you getting the vigilante. Hizashi winced. Views like this were getting more popular, and many heroes didn't appreciate the negative press. Hizashi sure didn't, since his husband was one of those people that couldn't catch Jackal. It hadn't even been that long since they started looking. Most cases took a bit to solve, especially with so little evidence. Though with so many murders, there really should be more evidence. Both the Jackal and the vigilante will be caught eventually. It's merely a matter of finding the right evidence. I dunno. My brother says that this guy's the real deal, been running everyone around for months. The man mused, leaving Hizashi to tense up. It's not uncommon for criminals to get away for the first few months. Especially people like the Jackal, he found himself piping up. But he won't get away forever. Sooner or later, everyone gets cocky. Everyone slips up. Right? Night Eye agreed, reclining back into his chair. His willowy form made Hizashi's chairs look about twice as broad as they actually were, and gave the man a king-on-the-throne feel. This is no different than All Might's own fights with the likes of some of his smarter villains. It had taken nearly 2 years for him to be caught, but he was caught. Jackal is no different. Maybe, but that's All Might. Can't expect you to do what he could. The man dropped their claim immediately. Hizashi felt his face curdle into something nasty. The look Night Eye shot him said it wasn't a pretty sight. I'm sure we'll be just fine catching the Jackal ourselves. Night Eye's voice was frigid and unyielding. A brittle thing of pure frostbite. The man seemed to realize himself here. Ah, well, nothing against all of you. You're doing your best, it's just, he's the real deal, you know? And the heroes assigned to that case are also the real deal, you dig? Shouta was an excellent hero, better than Hizashi himself. His capture rates, especially for people like the Jackal, were higher than anyone else in the underground. When he'd decided to catch the Jackal, his fate had been sealed. Not even retirement could save him from Sho. Right, yeah, the man agreed, sounding a bit cowed. Meek and complacent suited him better, Hizashi thought. Oh, it's probably time we move on to our next caller, he announced, loudly. Thanks for coming on, but we have a whole line of people waiting. The man muttered out a quiet goodbye before Hizashi ousted him from the call, smacking the end call button mercilessly. It felt good, even if Night Eye was giving him that look again. After a second, another line clicked on. Hello. And who are we talking to now? Hi. Hizashi tore himself away from his chair, wide awake as he slid to the edge of his seat. Deku. It's been so long. How are you, little guy? Deku? Night Eye sounded intrigued, as he well should. You're the kid who spoke to my sidekick, Bubble Girl? There was a soft noise over the other end, then, white. Shy. Night Eye nodded a bit. It's rare to see anyone give my sidekicks their due appreciation. Good for you. It seemed a bit standoffish, but Hizashi knew the man better. This was a praise, a recognition of Deku's intelligence. There was a noise on the other end, like a scoff. Then, from an annoyed-sounding Deku, shut up. Pardon? Hizashi blinked at Night Eye, who looked a bit offended. And not you. The kid sounded a bit panicked. Hello. Another, deeper voice crawled through the line. Hizashi bit back a laugh. Ah, got someone over there with you, little listener? Won't he go away, why? The kid muttered, sounding put off. Night Eye gave a little snort at that, looking significantly less amused by the whole situation that was unfolding. Is that your dad? No. Came the immediate reply, the kid sounding exasperated. Hizashi merely nodded. Your brother, then? No. Came at the same time as a quieter, more distant, yes. There was some muted mumbling over the line. I hate him. Deku's brother burst out laughing over the line, and Hizashi started to as well. There was so much venom in that little voice. I get it, I had a sister. Sorry to hear that. The kid muttered, and Hizashi stifled any remaining chuckles. He was so cute. Is there a reason you called tonight, little listener? He prompted at last, listening as the line went silent. Then, more mumbling over the line between the two. He waited patiently for the kid to come back, Night Eye crossing his arms and looking a bit bored. After a long pause he did. Night. USC a lot. It was a statement, and one that came out apprehensively. Night Eye snorted. You could say that? Deku's voice was low. How do you live W with it? The hero didn't speak, just shifted in vague discomfort. After a second, Deku spoke again. Just W and you've seen a lot. How do you know what's your fault? Is it your fault if, USC something but you don't say anything? W what if saying S something just makes it WW worse? Hizashi jolted, frowning deeply. His immediate instinct was to ask what he'd seen, because he was a pro hero and a teacher, and he knew a kid in trouble when he heard one. But he couldn't very well ask while on air. It was probably why Deku asked now. It was safe. It was anonymous. He could gauge a reaction. So Hizashi had to react right. In the end, Night Eye spoke first, his voice soft and incredibly lonely. It was a tone he'd never associated with the man before. I don't know, kid. I feel like I've only ever made the wrong choice there. He gave a humorless chuckle. With a quick look to tell Night Eye he was unimpressed with him, he turned to the microphone. Just a reminder to everyone out there, you can make anonymous tips to the police. If you see anything suspicious, or anyone you think needs help, report it. The silence was deafening. Night Eye looked lost in thought, far away from the radio station now. The only sound in the room was Hizashi's own heart, which was pounding furiously, screaming at him that he needed to get there, to help. But first, Deku needed to come to them. Thank you. There was a click, and the booth was engulfed in that awful silence again. For a full minute, Hizashi didn't think he could breathe. He cleared his throat. Right, well, I think we're going to cut today's session a little short. Feet stomped across dried leaves and brittle twigs, warm summer air rustling against stardust hair as an uncaring moon hovered above. The world was painted in its pale silver light, a distant, fickle thing that offered none of the warmth or comfort of the sun. Hands fisted at his sides, the boy threw a fireball carelessly to the side. Who did she think she was? Asking him dumb questions like that? Do you even want to be a hero? Her voice mocked, so soft, so broken. It whispered into his mind, carried on the susurrus breeze. Of course he wanted to be a hero. Just, maybe not like this. Maybe not like him. The boy shook his head violently, dispelling the traitorous thought. He wanted to be a hero. He was going to be a hero. No matter how he had to get there, he'd be a hero. In fact, he was going to be the #1 hero, and shove it in his stupid father's face and prove that his shitty little brother wasn't anything special. He'd been told he was special too, you know. Every day for years, he'd trained day and night to meet his vast potential, only to be tossed aside the second Shudo got some shitty temperature quirk. His flames weren't half as hot as Tuya's. He could burn the little ankle biter to the ground. But his father had been pulling away from him for a while, giving him cold looks whenever his flames left another blister or burn. He turned away when Tuya's flames flickered out of control, eating up a curtain or chair. The distance just hadn't been so personal before Shudo's quirk presented that the fiery BS30 started insisting he was too weak and going to hurt himself. Everything had been fine before Shudo's quirk came in. Climbing up the steep slopes of the mountain, he made his way to the little glade he'd spent so long training at. The other day, his father had suggested he take Shudo with him to show him the place, since Tuya wouldn't need it as much. His blood boiled with the heat of blue flame, scorching and simmering and smoldering. And then his mother had gone and suggested he try out different careers? She acted like it was what he wanted, like it was for the best. As if it would make him happy, like anything would make him happy other than smashing his father's and brother's faces in their own words. He snarled, hands aching as blue flame lapped hungrily at them. They didn't know anything. They didn't know the first thing about Tuya, and they hadn't in a long time. They didn't know him or his quirk, how strong it was, how it devoured. They were clueless to his true potential, mother, father, brother. None of them knew him. He started sending his quirk out in practiced moves. Fireballs, first, then streams of heat and fire. Blue flame was not a quirk of careful control like Hellfire was. It couldn't form spears or anything of the like. It was wild, untamable, and it would gnaw away at anything given to it like a teething puppy that could convert human bone to ash and dust in a matter of minutes. Todoroki Rei didn't know how much Tuya wanted to be a hero. She didn't know how he spent every moment of everyday training, learning, planning. Todoroki Rei knew her son was unhappy, but she didn't know he was angry. She didn't know how the fury and indignant ate at him with the same ferocity as his own quirk. She didn't see how lonely he'd been when his father pulled him away from Fuyumi and Natsuo at just 4 years old. The years of isolation, the time he'd had stolen from him in the name of his father's dream. She didn't feel the weight placed on his shoulders when his father demanded excellence or perfection from him. How it bore down on them with every glare and smack. She didn't know how it made Tuya feel so small when his father called him his creation, or how he forgot Tuya the second he was done with him for the day. How he'd talk over Tuya, chastise him for questions, and make an art out of pretending he wasn't there. What she especially didn't know was how much worse it was when he'd been tossed aside like old garbage the second precious baby Shudo came along with a half-decent quirk. Todoroki Enji knew even less. He didn't know how much Tuya hurt after each and every training session, how his muscles ached and his skin screamed. He didn't feel the groaning of burnt bones, or the sting of broken blisters. He didn't know how Tuya begged his mama to take them away so they'd be safe from that monster, no matter how many times she had insisted he was their father. He didn't care when Tuya's blisters weren't caused by blue flame, but hellfire, or how sometimes the little bubbles of heat and pain would burst. He didn't look when Tuya and Rei treated his weeping wounds, or when he cried from the pain of it all, or when he begged for just a short break so his skin would stop smoking and scorching. And Shudo. Todoroki Shudo was perhaps the worst. Too young, too innocent, he stared at Tuya with all the trust in the world. He didn't understand Tuya's private nightly breakdowns, or why he'd suddenly lash out. He didn't get why Tuya sometimes cried and pulled at his hair, or know what it meant when Tuya cursed his existence and begged for Shudo to go away. He was too young to see that Tuya was mad at him, that he hated him, because his father had taken one look at Shudo and his stupid perfect quirk, and he'd thrown Tuya away. Because, in their father's eyes, Shudo was better than Tuya. Shudo could create ice and fire, and Tuya could only destroy himself. Tuya hissed as his nails dug painfully into his palms, and he held them up to inspect. Just a little bit of blood? He would no doubt get worse if he was training with his father right now, instead of stupid perfect baby Shudo. It served him right. Let the little sheet have a bruise or two, it'd teach him what that perfect quirk cost. Flexing his own quirk factor, he watched as the blue tongues of heat drag up and around his hands, dancing in the dark light. His quirk was fine, he told himself, not believing it as he sent it out in plasmic rivers of heat and hunger. His quirk was perfect for what he needed it for, anyway. Sure, it burned a little, but Tuya was used to pain. The fire caught around him, eating at dead trees and fallen leaves. Caught like kindling, stretching, searching, smoldering. His quirk was perfect, he told himself. Shudo's was defective, his flame wasn't half as hot as Tuya's own. If they went head-to-head, Tuya could take out both his fire and his ice like it were child's play. And one day, he'd show his father exactly what he could do. He spiraled the flames out around him, letting them devour the world around him. Letting them shield him like walls as they snapped from one branch to the next. Everything they touched disintegrated. Soot and cinder cascaded in an ashy snowfall around him, pale sparks hissing and spitting and catching and clawing. Just like Tuya, they were hungry, and he was more than willing to let them feed. Father would see soon. He'd see that Tuya was a good son, a great son. That he was everything he'd ever wanted and more. At last, Tuya would make him see. The crackle of flames grew, and the heat became abrasive. Tuya blinked, stumbling back into reality as he took in the sight of the blaze. When had it grown so large? He hadn't even noticed. He tried to command it to extinguish, but it only raged higher. Sheet that happened sometimes. He shifted, ready to find higher ground the second he got a chance. Blue fire glowed with an ethereal quality in the light of the moon, full and round. Like a familiar set of eyes. It watched him with the same emotionlessness he'd seen 100 times when he used his flames and hissed at the lingering burn. It was like the moon was just as unimpressed now. His breath stuttered as his tongues crawled closer. They clawed and scraped at the earth, howling into the air as they demanded more. No, no. Extinguish! Extinguish! The blaze roared in response, the night's wind catching it and swirling it around him mockingly. He forced himself back, commanding again for them to die out as they refused, ravenous. They continued to scour the forest floor, decimating anything in its path and leaving only trails of black and charcoal. There was a tree off to one side, a massive cedar. He considered it an escape route until one blue finger trailed over the roots, and the thing was up in flames in minutes. The dark trunk was a mass of pale blue, charred leaves still alight as they drifted down. In seconds the thick trunk was eaten through, horrible creaking as it fell, Tuya jerking out of the way. In a much smaller pen, Tuya tried to turn, to find a way out, but he was fenced in like cattle. The fire surrounded him, and any trees he could use to climb over it were burning already. He whipped around back and forth, looking for a chance. That's all he needed, one chance. It was all he'd ever needed. His foot caught, on a root or a branch he wasn't sure, and he felt himself stumbling to the ground while his ankle wailed in protest. For several long seconds he lay there gasping desperately, the heat rising with plumes of smoke, the air becoming thick with it all and scratching at his throat delightedly. He didn't have any fire resistance, he thought. He didn't have any fire resistance, and they weren't stopping when he told them to. He pushed himself to his feet desperately, ankles sobbing as his own fearful tears broke out. He couldn't die here. He wouldn't. Tuya turned to face a ring of lapping azure tongues slowly encroaching on him, desperate to find something, anything. He turned and weaved and searched. The flames crawled closer. He demanded and shouted and forced his flames down. They grew higher. He begged and pleaded and prayed. No one answered. Tuya coughed, the wet thing racking his body as the flames finally reached him. This wouldn't be the end, he thought while stumbling back onto the ground. This couldn't be his end. He had too much to do. His hands scratched themselves against stone as he tried to crawl away only to hiss as another blazing hand caressed his back, and his heart started to hammer as the situation settled in. I am going to die, he realized, pain bursting up his ankles. The fire crawled closer, and he shrieked as the tongues lapped hungrily at his legs, his skin melting and baking as he kicked and writhed. He couldn't escape it, it was everywhere. He tried again to tame it, but it snarled hungrily as his knees started spasming under the loving attention. The next thing he knew, he was up. Quivering legs of liquid and charcoal moved as if of their own accord, and he was racing for the river. I can't die here. I can't die here. The crazy little sheet had really outdone himself this time, Dabi thought, carting a hand delicately through the kid's hair. It was green and soft, and perhaps a gesture too familiar for practical strangers, but he allowed himself a little leeway after having pulled a FING bullet out of the kid the night before. He glanced over the kid's exposed face. He really did look soft and young, way too small for his apparent 12 years. He had an uncommon spattering of freckles, and looked much too pale. Waif-like and thin, he couldn't help but wonder why he was so tiny when he clearly had the money to feed himself, dropping hundreds of thousands of yen casually. But Skoll, for as fierce as he'd seemed back at the outpost, a kid that handled a taser like no one's business, a kid that walked around bribing criminals, one who walked around with an open bullet wound, he seemed so very not laying here. In his sleep, he was a delicate little thing. Tiny and fragile, with a sunken look to him like the world had asked too much. Dabi let his hand settle in the kid's curls, breathing out to expel his own worries. Skoll had been unconscious since the whole bullet fiasco a few hours ago, mended but taxed from whatever had led to him showing up at that bar bleeding and shaking. His knot doctor had said they had till first light, and then she needed sleep for next night's clients. Granted, he might be a bit more upset over her casual use of words like throw his lazy butt on the street than anything, but still. Skoll was just a kid, and a wounded one at that. He couldn't understand how someone could just toss his out so carelessly. Okay, actually, he could understand it a bit. He'd never been all that fond of Shudo, since they'd been practical strangers for 4 years until the BSDRD had replaced him overnight. In some ways he understood it wasn't Shudo's fault, But the irrational side of his brain reminded him that Fuyumi and Natsuo didn't replace him when their quirks came in. And unlike their BSTRD father, no one else had forgotten him so easily until after he'd died. But Skoll was different. He'd disregarded the kid the second he'd set eyes on him, sitting in that dumb get-up like he was hiding anything with his solid 120 centimeters. Maybe that was a bit of an exaggeration, but DMN, the kid was small. Was he eating enough? He shoved the thought away. He wasn't Skoll's mother. But Skoll didn't have a mother, did he? At least not one that cared for things like that. He didn't even seem to have a Ray in his life, or even the closest thing to a good part of NG Dabi had ever seen. No one was telling him he was perfect, his quirk was perfect, that everyone else was beneath him, and he needed to focus on realizing his potential. No one to hold him, to worry about him, to ask what he really wanted, not what someone else wanted for him. Tuya had seen it the second he'd mouthed off and the kid pulled FNG taser on him. In the middle of a pub. At some god-awful hour of the morning. He was totally unrepentant about it all too. It was then, dragging himself up off the floor with a jittery feeling still tingling through his limbs, that he realized this kid wasn't Shudo. He was a little Dabi. Another Tuya. Maybe even a bit of Fuyumi, from what little he could remember of her before his quirk came in. Skoll was ruthless, arrogant, and resilient. Every bit the sun-hungry wolf he'd named himself for. And Dabi thought that if anyone could, Skoll would be the one to devour that fiery beast. The kid shifted under his hand, and Dabi held his breath. He seemed so small like this, so fragile. It was a startling jolt from the larger-than-life boy Dabi was used to. He wanted to help him, he thought irrationally. He wanted to see him grow into that little menace he'd seen before. Slowly, heavy green eyes opened, dilated eyes focusing on Dabi's face as he took his hand away gently. There was visible confusion on the kid's face, and he was struck all over again with how impossible it seemed that this kid was 12. He really did look young, even for his age. Skoll looked around, grunting curiously. "You're at that quack doctor's house." He corrected. "The BR hell you told me to take you to. You were shot. Do you remember?" For a second, Skoll just kept looking around. Then he turned back to Dabi, giving him a hesitant nod. "Why?" The kid croaked, and Dabi lifted the brow. "I don't know. I wanted to take you to a hospital. You wouldn't go." Skoll snorted, rolling his eyes at Dabi. At Dabi? Dabi, who haunted District 7, owning the streets with his widespread business and keeping people in line with those savage, traitorous flames. "And no," Skoll mumbled, voice rough from screaming. And God, he'd been screaming so bad. Dabi'd almost dropped the tweezers when his cries had come out so wild and desperate. It reminded Dabi of his own screams back then. Skoll shifted as if trying to get up. Instinctively, he reached a hand out to stop him, watching Skoll give him a weird look. "You still here?" he asked, and Dabi blinked. Skoll had a stutter? He hadn't been stuttering any of the other times they met. Maybe it was from lingering pain? He'd never heard of anything like that causing a stutter, though. "You were out and that beach fed off the second you were healed. Probably getting more drags." "Probably," Skoll agreed. Dabi didn't like that he agreed. "Esichi let me stay?" Dabi scowled. Why did he seem surprised by that? He didn't like that Skoll was surprised by that. "Oh, she wanted us out, but I told her I'm not carrying an unconscious 12-year-old out half-dressed and with a barely healed bullet wound." The little wolf had the audacity to look amused at that. Worried about what they'd say? Worried about being caught by whoever shot you in the first place. Who was it, by the way? His hand flexed mechanically under the bed, hoping the kid didn't notice the note that entered his voice. All he needed was a name, and then he could take care of it. He couldn't very well have some sick F walking around shooting kids, after all. The little wolf waved him off. "Was an accident. I charged them." "You did what?" Dabi frowned. "And you saw the gun before you charged them?" "Yeah." He stared deadpan at the kid, desperately trying to understand what he'd been thinking. And this was a good idea, because they were gonna shoot me anyway. Got distracted. Took my chance. Oh, Dabi didn't like the sound of that. Not at all. "So it wasn't an accident?" Skoll seemed to think for a moment. G guess not? But they wouldn't have shot me if I wasn't in their way. And it doesn't matter. Seen by a hero. They were probably arrested. Who knew, a hero who can actually do their job. Someone should give them a medal or something, Dabi hummed sardonically, and surprisingly, Skoll laughed a little. Or maybe unsurprisingly. Even with the hero worship, the kid was still a resident of 7, and heroes had a reputation here. A more honest one, in Dabi's experience. He considered the kid a moment. So is this like an everyday thing for you? Tossing people, getting shot and so on? Am more or less usually it's stabbings, and I am not the E1G getting stabbed. What the hell? His brows shot to the ceiling. Your fun knife? Skoll didn't look at him, which was telling enough in Dabi's opinion. He remembered the way the kid had swung it around so carelessly the night before, threatening Dabi like he couldn't body the kid by breathing on him too hard. Kid, you're too young to be committing casual assault? Who said it was as assault? Honestly, Dabi couldn't believe someone like this actually existed, walking around unmonitored. Some psycho child just wandering 7 stabbing, tossing, and getting shot all willy-nilly, and he hadn't been caught and put in a proper home yet. Maybe it had been too soon to suggest giving that hero a medal, seeing as someone wasn't doing their FING job. Typical. Well, if no one else was going to help the kid, Dabi would. Even if he was vaguely hinting towards past murder, though Dabi was sure he was just being cute. Kid looked like he was 35 kilos soaking wet. He doubted the little sheik could take out a rat in a back alley in his current state. Look, kid, just promise me you're not going to go out and commit any more suspicious assaults and or murders that end with you getting shot? Oh, of course is he not. Learned my lesson. Good. I won't get shot next tea time. Dabi shot him an unimpressed look but didn't comment. Kid liked pushing his buttons, clearly. Can you stand? That goddamn swindler already took every fucking dollar out of your pocket, 600,000 yen by the way, what the hell, and fixed your feet when we saw they'd been pretty messed up too. Which we assume is why you came in wearing bits of torn-up t-shirt instead of shoes. With a disapproving glower, he hoped the kid would feel some form of bad for walking around in that shape, but the kid looked completely unabashed. And needed something to see cover them. Shoes melted off. Dabi ran a hand over his face, letting out a slow, steadying breath. I'm not even going to comment. So stand? In response, the kid pushed himself up and hopped off the bed with an easy grace. Good as Eninu. He appraised Skoll, deciding for himself if the little sun chaser was really good as new. He was shirtless in front of him, his jacket across the room and shirt having been cut off and tossed out. His feet were bare as well, the bloody rags he'd used to cover them trashed with the slashed-up pieces of shirt. He seemed healthy, no suspicious blood spots, just the well-bloomed bruise that miscolored one side of his face, as well as the red-pink skin puckering on his feet and shoulder where he'd been healed. There had been a shallow slice along his brow that had disappeared with the quack's quirk too, but he couldn't so much as find a trace of it now. Okay, he nodded to the kid approvingly. Get your jacket, and let's get out of here. I hate the smell of res. The kid cracked a playful grin. Been in man many? He threw the little psycho a withering look. Oh, I just said I hate the smell of it. How often do you come here? Whenever something needs mended. Little sheet shrugged, unbothered. Yes, the twice, and now. And last time was when you were missing something? He inquired, remembering the doctor's words from the night before. He doubted she would have spared him any details if he asked, not that he particularly wanted to. As much as he begrudged her for leaving, it was like a breath of fresh air when she had. He didn't like the feel of her, like her soul itself was soiled. Skoll shrugged. She overreacts. Was just a little pound of flesh. Simple Proctor. Dabi snorted, arms crossing in what he hoped was a commanding fashion. Skoll was a kid, he'd listened to someone who pushed authority on him. Conveniently, Dabi forgot that the first time he tried to push authority on him, all he'd succeeded to do was get himself tossed. And the second time, insisting on taking the little moron to get his wound looked at, ended with the kid wailing in agony, not a doctor high off her but as she watched, and Dabi himself pulling a bullet out of a tiny little hole in a spasming shoulder with dirty tweezers. Overreacts, huh? Isn't that what you said I was doing last night? Another shrug. Kid actually looked a bit as he admitted, dunno. Don't really remember. Of course he didn't. Likely story. Except Dabi did kinda believe him. He had no idea how long the kid had been walking around with an open bullet wound, and he'd seemed pretty out of it and dropping fast by the time he'd gotten to the outpost. Once again, he found himself letting it go for the kid's piece of. The arsonist didn't like how easily the kid was wheedling his way past his defenses. He really was a smaller, slightly more insane Dabi. Get your jacket, he exhaled, feeling like a broken record, and watched the kid's mouth turn down. I'll take you back to your parents? Why you don't have he? With a sharp look, he motioned dramatically towards the jacket, watching as the kid finally listened and went to go get it. Nah, kid, I let you out of my sight and there's a 50-50 chance you get hurt again. And probably an even better one you maul some poor, unsuspecting victim. An unsuspecting? Maybe. Poorer? Hardly. The kid was brazen, he'd give him that. Shithead needed to learn to mind his manners. Dabi would teach him himself if he wasn't mildly afraid of whatever Skoll would do in retaliation. Still had a reputation to keep, though. Don't sass me. My tolerance for little annoying mutts is growing thin. He shot the kid a warning look, but knew as well as anyone that the kid would lip back the second he got a chance. He was like a shark sensing blood in the water, except the blood was Dabi's rising levels of stress and worry, and the kid was only hunting for another chance to drop a vague statement that made the other itch to know what the hell he did on his weekends. The Boy Scouts must have changed a lot since Natsuo used to go, or maybe they hadn't, since Dabi never knew his brother more than peripherally. Whatever it was he did, it was probably bloody. In fact, almost certainly bloody. Fine. Jay just dropped me by TW20? You live on 20? He thought of the street, narrowing his eyes. He'd have to lie better than that. Dabi may not have been born here, but he was just as familiar with 7 as the natives. There aren't any apartments on that block. I'm not leaving you there to walk all the way to the far end of 23. Where's your house, kid? Skoll looked annoyed. It was kinda cute how his freckled cheeks flushed and his eyes darkened just a tad. And if he felt just a little vindicated for his previous struggles with the kid, so what? The kid wasn't exactly sympathetic himself. On 20, Dabi's eyes narrowed further. Dangerously so. Where on 20? The kid looked away, cheeks puffing just slightly. I swear to God, if it's that crack house church dash. It's not. He yawped indignantly. It's, AC across from there? Across dash? Kid, across the street from that church's? A sex shop. He grimaced. You're not living there. I'm living above you there. He was squatting above a sex shop. Goody. Never mind, Dabi shook his head, feeling far too tired for a 20-year-old. We're going back to my place. You can stay with me until I'm sure you're not going to tear anything. The kid pretty obviously didn't have anyone to return home to at this point. Someone needed to be there for him. Dabi knew all too well how lonely it was to be left alone after you'd been hurt. I don't. The kid returned, eyes widening. I get hurt a lot. I see can take care of it. He pushed the kid towards the door, keeping a firm hand and eye on him. Not reassuring. The kid deflated. Wyrud doing this s? It's not a punishment. He frowned at the kid, whose hand was tangling nervously in green curls. But I can't exactly leave you alone when you're hurt. But I'm not. Not anymore. But you were just a few hours ago. Dabi shook his head. I'm not leaving you to fend for yourself less than 12 hours after getting yourself shot. That's something Endeavor would do. Tuya had to tend many of his own burns and scrapes, before and after facing his own personal perdition on Sakoto. Something tugged painfully at the thought of dropping the kid to crawl into a sad little hole above a sex shop after such a traumatic event. As much as he hated it, Dabi wasn't that person. He would never be that person. Skoll pulled him off towards the back, which Dabi didn't protest. He assumed they were dipping out a staff entrance, which was for the best, since 12-year-old boys probably shouldn't be seen leaving BRs, even in 7. It would draw far too much attention for Dabi's tastes, and likely the sun chasers too. I'm fine. You're not fine, And you don't have a choice, kid. Dabi gave him a fierce look, hoping to cow him yet. They stepped out a door, which Dabi had been right, it was a back entrance, and into a little alley with a couple of workers standing off to the side, eyeing them a second before turning back to their smokes. I know where you live. You're going to come stay with me for a few days, or I'm going straight to your house to ransom your sheet for you. The kid hesitated, looking like he wanted to argue. A silent debate seemed to rage in the kid's head, and he watched as his eyes started darting around quickly, back and forth as if bouncing between thoughts. At long last, he relented, although he looked none too pleased about it. Fine. Only a few days. Dabi nodded, relaxing a bit. He even forced himself to drop the kid's shoulder, although he didn't take his eye off him as he led the small, accident-prone boy towards 23. A little trust went a long way, but he had no delusion Skoll would stick around if he saw a way out. Kid was too smart for that. By the way, Skoll frowned, tilting his head up at Dabi as they went. What the fuck eye is that? Dabi followed his gaze down, biting back a smile. He held his wrist up, where a little black ring of jackals encircled it. What? He asked innocently. You don't like my bracelet? If looks could kill, Dabi would be dead again. Maybe for real this time. What is that? Dabi frowned. Radio. Kid responded, screwdriver in hand as he messed with its insides. He tilted his head to get a better look, but the thing was mangled beyond recognition. Had he ever had a radio? Where did you get it? Skoll pointed towards the door in the corner. See closet. Fing. Who gave you permission to search through my sheet? Not that he particularly cared about a radio that was probably non-functional, anyway, but it was the principle or the matter. The kid stopped fiddling with the thing, giving him a droll stare. Why, like hell he had. I don't remember doing that. It was implicit when I said I was bored, and why you said I couldn't leave yet t? Oh, is that how this goes now? He passed the kid an unimpressed look. Why is it that you're willing to put your nose only in the cabinets I don't want it? After all, they'd gotten into multiple fights over Skoll eating his food, which Dabi personally didn't mind, but the kid completely freaked out over. He acted like it was a cardinal sin just to be offered soup when Dabi was already making some for himself. It wasn't even hard, he microwaved it. Everything that Dabi tried to cook on the stove was more crime against nature and less edible. Skoll had said so himself when he tried to make spaghetti, and the kid found some real creative ways to tell him that just because he had a fire quirk didn't mean he had to eat literal charcoal, which Dabi didn't appreciate. The little wolf started flipping through radio channels, two big black shirt hanging off one shoulder awkwardly. He'd absolutely refused to let Dabi near his home, so he'd had to offer his own clothes for the time being. Skoll didn't really like that either, but he apparently found it more digestible than the thought of Dabi stepping foot in his attic for even a minute. What are you doing with it? Do they have a Sesame Street radio show now? He cracked a lopsided grin, though Skoll didn't even look up. Why you can listen to whatever you want when you have either radio, Dabi? Shithead. What are you doing with it, then? The kid waved him off, glancing up at the clock. Present Mike. I'm a little late, but dash. Dabi made a face. Gross. Skoll gave him an irate look. So is your face, but I wasn't gonna say any nithing. This whole living with some snot-nosed kid thing was honestly overrated. If this is what having a sibling was like, Dabi was better off alone. Even if it was kind of funny. Just a little bit. He grimaced distastefully. Why you like this? Who hurt you? The kid gave a soft chuckle and kept fiddling with the radio in silence. The arsonist sighed as a text came in, chiming abruptly. He bit his tongue to fight back a groan as he pulled out his phone, contact name lighting up with the screen. Effing bird. Hey, it's me again, Hawks. Do you know what's up Jackal lately? The thoughtful emoji afterwards left him grimacing again. Why the F are you texting me again? Our business ended with the last payment. Skoll looked back up at him. Who are you texting? Client. He grunted. The kid didn't say anything, but continued looking at him for a long moment. Dabi looked up, eyebrow raised. What? The kid shrugged, looking away. And nothing. There was a little ping. Bird, I have money. Dabi gave a little irate sigh. I don't know shit about the Jackal. What's he doing? Effing bird, nothing. We don't know what's happening. The last message was followed by a little exasperated face, making Dabi rolled his eyes. Why you sure as seems said with them. The kid was looking at him again, eyes narrowed contemplatively. What ditch they not paying, or something? What are you, a cop? Dabi snapped. I don't discuss clients. Now shush. He turned back to his phone. Isn't that a good thing for you? Thing bird, no. We don't know when he's gonna show up again. That's rough, buddy. Hope you find your serial killer. There was a disgusted noise from Skoll. What is in your ear? Huh? He asked distractedly, looking up at the boy while reaching for his ear with his free hand. He found a little earring he'd put in earlier today. Oh. He shot the kid a grin. Like it? No, the kid deadpanned, face unimpressed. He didn't figure he would be, since it was a little silver jackal skull with a few small red gems forming a spider lily in one eye socket. Dabi laughed. Get with the times, kiddo. Jackals are in. I'd rather be a pariah. He muttered, turning away from Dabi. The older merely snorted as another message came in. Why you're popular tonight? Fingbird, wait. So you don't know anything? At all? No, and I'm busy. I'll get what you owe me soon, so you better be good for it. Guess so, he breathed. He really effing hated heroes, especially dumb ones that texted too much. Fing bird, so rude. Okay, bye. Have fun with your drag deal or we. A little waving hand showed up at the end, and Dabi dropped his phone back into his pocket. Fing heroes. Fing birds. Two of the dumbest assholes this world had to offer, all wrapped into one dumb person. Skoll's radio crackled to life, a voice droning on about a recent patrol and one of his sidekicks. Dabi made another face but didn't say anything. The kid had done nothing but mope and argue since he got here, and that one time he found out Dabi's frankly ancient coffee machine didn't work, tore the thing apart and then somehow put it back together in working order notwithstanding. The whole thing had taken him less than 2 days. So, well, if listening to a couple of idiots yap about asinine things made him happy, then Dabi could suffer through it. Just this once. At least it'd keep the little cretin away from the appliances. Dabi really didn't want him tearing apart the broken blender he had laying around somewhere to fix. Kid might hurt himself. And he had a right to be bored, Dabi had to admit. He'd been here almost a week now, and by all means he was ready to go home. But Dabi couldn't stomach the thought of Skoll going back to a tiny little apartment with no plumbing or electricity. And, well, he also kinda didn't want the kid to leave. He hadn't cohabitated with anyone since he was 2 ya, and the company, if a little degrading, was nice. Dabi found he rather liked taking care of the kid, all things considered. Maybe it wasn't something he'd care to do permanently, but it was nice for now. For the first time in years, he was spending less time working and more time checking in to make sure the kid was eating, and not tearing apart the communal washing machines or something. Or finding any of his supply hidden around. Although he got the distinct impression the kid had already found and was ignoring his caches, odd as it was. It was so domestic. And it almost made Dabi feel like someone would notice if he got himself lynched tomorrow. Rumor has it you were moved to 7 to help with the Jackal case. Is that true? Is there anything you can tell us about it? Dabi blinked, rolling his eyes. The whole world seemed to revolve around Jackal these days. At least the kid had the intelligence to look a bit annoyed with the question too. The probably hero on the other end gave some answer about being moved to Musutafu and not giving information on new cases. Dabi gave him 10 minutes before he cracked. Right. Can you tell us anything about Jackal? Do you really think he took that kid? My wife's cousin swears he's just protecting people, but I dunno about that. What about that new vigilante? Reports said it was you. The Jackal is a known criminal acting outside the law. Though it is believed he is chasing some form of justice, this is at current only a theory. I would like to remind everyone that what we do know about this Jackal is that he is killing people, and until we catch him, we won't know for sure who or why. Dabi cackled at the peeved note in his voice. He shot Skoll a look. I guess he doesn't want to admit the kid's doing his job better than him. He snickered. Skoll shot him a miffed look, but didn't comment. His face flushed with second-hand embarrassment for the hero. Kid is a vigilante yet. He has not been caught saving people more than the one night, and due to his recent lack of appearances, he's believed to have already retired upon realizing what a tasking career vigilantism is. This is for the best. Guess your run of the streets is uncontested, Dabi hummed. Skoll snatched the remote off the scratched-up coffee table and tossed it at his head, which Dabi dodged. He had pretty good aim, though. It smacked against the back of the couch and fell, the arsonist picking it up to find something to watch. Since everyone is having such a hard time of it. Me and my brother had a bet over who would catch who first, the vigilante getting Jackal or you getting the vigilante. Dabi barked out another laugh at the slight, Skoll shushing him. Maybe the kid was right, these shows could be a lot of fun to listen to. Both the Jackal and the vigilante will be caught eventually. It's merely a matter of finding the right evidence. Poor guy, getting called out for his shitty police work. Must SCK to have the general populace realizing what Seven already knows. Heroes FANG SCK? Dabi snorted. They'll never catch the Jackal. They will. Skoll argued. Eventually. He's a villain. All 6 villains get caught eventually. He's only a villain in the legal sense. The older pointed out. You can't deny he's done a lot of good in Seven. The Sun Chaser scoffed. He's killed people to do that good D. So, T2 wrongs don't make a right T. Dabi rolled his eyes. Where the F did you learn that, kindergarten? Jackal is acting outside the law. He doesn't exactly have many options. I may be sick of hearing about the guy, but he's the closest Seven has to an actual protector. If he has to kill a few assholes to keep trafficking and murder down, then at least someone's putting in the effort. Isn't it better he do it than leaving it for the heroes? They're more concerned about Jackal keeping the streets clean than they are cleaning them up themselves. He shot Skoll an exasperated look. I don't exactly hate him for having the ball to actually do something. Skoll only shook his head, in that very typical, you just don't get it way. It felt incredibly patronizing. Especially coming from a 12-year-old. He was about to say something else when the louder host of the radio show spoke up, announcing the previous caller's departure and asking for another. To his astonishment, he watched Skoll pull out his phone. Isn't it a little late to call in? There's probably a dozen people ahead of you. Skoll merely gestured imperviously. Confoundedly, he connected immediately. Dabi frowned at the back of Skoll's head, hoping it'd give him an answer. He expected a Heroes radio show, especially Present Mix, to be a bit more popular. Hello. And who are we talking to now? Present Mix. Dabi was pretty sure it was Present Mic. The hero's voice was everywhere when he left. Seven voice crepitated over the static of the old radio. Hi. Dabi bit back a grin. All things considered, his kid could be so endearing. At least when he wasn't threatening to stab you, or tase you, or getting increasingly insulting about your cooking, and your outfits, and every choice you made in a day. Shithead. Present Mic's voice boomed to an uncomfortable degree. Deku. It's been so long. How are you, little guy? Dabi raised a brow. Deku? Deku? You're the kid who spoke to my sidekick, Bubble Girl? Ah, so you're a regular on here, Dabi drawled. Fucking hero fanatic. Fucking Jackal fanatic, Skoll, or Del maybe snapped back, covering the phone with his hand. Then he turned back, addressing the two heroes. Or they were probably both heroes. Dabi wasn't really sure, and he didn't really care either. Why? Shy. It's rare to see anyone give my sidekicks their due appreciation. Good for you. Dabi scoffed loudly. What d dash dot? Shut up, Skoll hissed. Pardon? Dabi bit back a grin. Skoll's eyes lit up in horror. And not you. He cast a dirty look over at Dabi. Dash. Hello. Dabi called loudly, standing up to walk over and bug him further. Skoll's glare went from dirty to positively foul. Dabi's grin split his face now. Ah, got someone over there with you, little listener? Dabi snorted. Little listener, huh? Sun Chaser sounds better. Skoll ignored him. He won't he go away why? Nah, this was too much fun for him. Is that your dad? Skoll looked completely taken by surprise, but Dabi figured it was as good a guess as any. Especially with his rougher voice. No. He passed a can you believe this? Looked towards Dabi, who just shrugged. Present Mic didn't miss a beat. Your brother, then? Oh, absolutely. No. Skoll gaped, but Dabi was already leaning closer. Yes. The betrayed and scandalized look was worth the rough shove he got from the kid. Geez, he was packing a bit of muscle for an emaciated child. It still wasn't a lot, but more than expected. What are you doing? Skoll hissed under his breath, covering the phone's mic. Are not be our brothers. Dabi shrugged. Do you want to explain that you're staying in a stranger's house because you got shot, kid? He shot Dabi a scorching glare. Are not brothers. He enunciated, making Dabi roll his eyes at the kid. He was acting like it was a death sentence. The kid removed his hand. I hate him. Dabi laughed. Present Mick's voice came back after he was able to mostly silence his own laughter, though the mirth was still there. I get it, I had a sister. Green eyes were absolutely venomous as they turned to Dabi, voice dripping with droll acidity. Sorry to hear that. Dabi flashed him his biggest sheet-eating grin. He didn't realize being a sibling could be so much fun. Is there a reason you called tonight, little listener? Skoll hesitated, and Dabi snorted at him. Did you not have a question? Did you really just call them? The younger slapped a hand over the phone. Shut up. He hissed. I didn't think about it. A little hero fan like you, I'd expect you to have plenty of questions for them, he mocked, watching the kid roll his eyes. Maybe he was a bad influence. On second thought, the kid was running around stabbing people well before him. Maybe he wasn't the problem in this equation. I already asked Present my questions. He defended. And the other guy? Skoll's eyes darkened a bit peculiarly. It was almost guilt? Shame? He couldn't quite tell with the carefully blank look that painted the rest of his face. I don't really want to talk tonight right now. Weird. Because he's on the Jackal case? It didn't really make sense, but it kinda did, if he squinted. Something like that, the kid grunted. He pulled his hand back again. And I USC a lot. He stopped, seeming to think a moment. Who Dabi assumed was Night. I snorted. You could say that. The kid looked, well, he looked oddly grim. How do you live with it? He was met with an oppressive silence. After several heartbeats, Skoll leaned in, words struggling to form on his lips. Just. And you've seen a lot. How do you know what's your fault? Is it your fault if, you see something but you don't say anything? What if saying something just makes it worse? Holy shit. Dabi stared at Skoll, really considering him. He desperately wanted to ask to push for details, but now wasn't the time and it was killing him. Because, realistically, there was a lot Skoll could have and probably did see. He was living on the streets of 7, for Christ's sake, no mention or sign of parents, and his house was squatting in an attic in a place children really shouldn't be. Hell, he walked around with a taser and a knife, which should be concerning, but when Dabi had seen them his first thought was, thank God, he's being safe. And the whole getting shot experience, was that when he saw something? Was that when something happened and he was holding it in? He was just a kid and a scared one. He looked, in that moment, like Tuya would have, waking up from a 3-year coma. I don't know, kid. I feel like I've only ever made the wrong choice there. There was a dark, broken chuckle on the other end. What the hell? What was this guy's baggage? That was not the right thing to say to his brother. Just a reminder to everyone out there, you can make anonymous tips to the police. If you see anything suspicious, or anyone you think needs help, report it. The other hero spoke up, and Dabi rolled his eyes. Yeah, like they'll do anything, he muttered, but Skoll was staring dead set at the wall ahead of him. His brows were furrowed as if the gears in his head churned desperately. Thank you. The click that followed was so soft, yet so loud. Dabi sat there for a moment, letting the tension breathe. The air was thick with it, hanging like smog between them. He thought back on the kid he'd seen, staring him down as he whipped out a taser in the outpost. He thought about his little comments about his fun knife, about how usually, he wasn't the one getting stabbed. He'd never explicitly stated he was the one doing the stabbing though, now did he? Worrying his lip, he remembered Skoll's comment about how he wasn't a hero. How the kid had felt incredibly guilty, and it had all revolved around one thing. Did you see the Jackal? Dabi asked, heart pounding as his palms broke out into a chilly sweat. It was quiet for a moment, and then a dry chuckle. I see him every day. Have you seen? Skoll leaned back, closing his eyes. His mouth twisted like an ugly, gnarled wound. It gave him this feral edge, like any disruption would end much the same as their little confrontation at the bar down the street. Dark brows had deepened their scowl, a stressed line appearing across his forehead that aged him terribly. He didn't look 10 anymore, or even 12. Instead, he reminded Dabi of that old story of Benjamin Button, a little boy in an old man's body. Finally, he whispered, "He makes me watch." Dabi was brought back to the past. He remembered days with a hero who'd seemed so much larger than life in the worst sort of ways. Massive hands had dropped heavily onto little shoulders too delicate for their weight, and he'd been carted around like some prized trophy. In those days, he'd seen lots of things. His father kept company with only the worst sorts of people who would turn a blind eye to anything that they might see between father and son while still praising the man and claiming to be morally righteous. From a young age, Todoroki Tuya had been no stranger to violence. He'd been hit, he'd seen others get hit. He'd seen gambling, watched people ruin their entire lives for a quick thrill. Hell, he'd been privy to XPLCT stories, and sometimes even videos passed around. From a young age, Todoroki Tuya had seen too much. But murder? He didn't hate the Jackal for what he'd done to those people. They were scum. They were a blight that ran through the streets of Musutafu. But for what he'd done to Skoll? Dabi reached up, pulling out his single earring. Where is he now? I don't know. The kid mumbled, fingers twitching. He disappears in between. But he can find you? He knows where you live. Skoll gave a weighty sigh. Yes. Dabi thought for a moment, desperately jamming the pieces of the puzzle together, hoping they were in the right spot and not all at once. He hasn't killed in the last few weeks. Hasn't been able to get to me. So he only killed when he could show Skoll? The arsonist didn't like that at all. His stomach churned uncomfortably. That guilty conscience was beginning to make a lot more sense now. So he can't get to you here. You can stay, if you want. Please don't leave. It'll be worse if I hide. I can help you. No one can help me. Dabi's heart snapped at the broken little tone. His words were soft as a summer breeze, and as delicate as a sakura blossom. I can. Dabi insisted. I will. Jackal tacos, remember? At least the kid laughed a little. I think if I brought him to you right now, you wouldn't see it coming. He shrugged, turning a horribly blank look on Dabi. He's a liar. A good one. It says why they haven't caught him. They're not looking in the right place. But you could call the police right now. Dabi argued. You could tell them where to look. I can't do that, he mourned. It was only now that Dabi noticed the tears leaking into his eyes. Why not? Because? His voice drifted helplessly. It was as if the words he wanted to speak vanished into the air. Then, with just a hint of terror, because he's not done yet, Dabi stepped out onto the street, breathing out heavily as he stared up into the starless sky. It was peaceful, he thought, as the moon stared back. It mocked him even now, 8 years later. It called him weak and helpless, and all the words he hadn't heard in so long. The ones he hadn't listened to before. Because Tuya was weak. Tuya was powerless. Tuya had died 2 deaths, and finally been set to rest. Maybe not in peace, but at least he'd gotten out. And Dabi was not Tuya. He was stronger, now. Even with his mangled flames, even with the doubt he felt each time he wielded them. With every question he asked himself, would this time be his last? Would it be like Sokoto Peak all over again? He'd still been strong. He'd known his limits and he'd overcome them. He was Dabi, Seven's local arsonist. He ran what would one day be a drag empire if he played his cards right. He fought and killed to get where he was today, and the first body that had fallen had been his own. But now he felt like it had all come to nothing. He was still that powerless little boy who couldn't save Todoroki Tuya. A powerless little boy who couldn't save Skoll. He'd waited until the kid had fallen asleep to slip out. He didn't want to leave him when he'd been so upset, and he really didn't want to risk the kid slipping out when he wasn't there. Which he hadn't done yet, but that didn't mean he wouldn't. Especially after that conversation. Fishing around in his pocket, Dabi pulled out his phone. He wasn't Tuya anymore, he reminded himself. He wouldn't be that helpless little kid again. Resolutely he pressed dial. It wasn't until the third ring that it was picked up, and the other person gave some inane greeting or inquiry that he paid no mind to. Same place. Midnight. Tomorrow. Dabi breathed. You better be there. I'm counting on you. Keigo swept through the sky, watching the moon carefully as it rose higher and higher. A handful of orphaned stars scattered around, shimmering faintly in the dead of night. He'd always preferred looking up when he was in the sky. It was far more peaceful, with wings touching the clouds and nothing but the pull of wind on his wings to distract him. But tonight he had a mission. The winged pro dropped his eyes down, searching for his target among the cityscape below. Old buildings teetered, cracking and leaning this way and that. It was almost ominous, how they curled over on the streets that ran between them, taunting anyone below with their precarious dispositions. A shadow flickered on one of the buildings, just a flash of dirty white surrounded by black. There he was. He swooped, the wind sweeping past his face and tugging at his hair as he dove towards the roof, the ground rising and rising and rising to meet him at near impossible speeds. Quickly rotating until his feet faced the ground and his wings opened, he caught the wind and slowed his descent. He landed lightly, the other whirling around with hands raised to his scarf as Keigo's feet touched down with just the smallest of scuffs to show for it. "Hey, Eraser," he greeted cheerily, putting his hands in his pockets and leaning back with a lackadaisical grin. The man rolled his eyes. "Eraserhead." Came the correction. It was automatic and expected, he was pretty predictable like that. Well, at least his hands let go of the scarf he'd grabbed threateningly, which Keigo appreciated. He'd only gotten tangled in the thing once, but it was a nasty thing. Hard as hell to get a feather out to cut through too. Right. 10 minutes. That's how long he gave the undergrounder until he started twitching. "Got anything tonight, Razorhead?" The older hero resolutely kept himself from saying anything, face blank aside from the droop of his eyes and the heavy, ever-present bags hanging off them. "Oh, you?" "As a matter of fact, I have a meeting. Tonight? During patrol?" Eraserhead gave him a disapproving look, and Keigo thought it looked a little ominous with the backlighting from the street lights. "Shouldn't you schedule those for when we're not looking for Jackal? He's not out tonight anyway, and besides, I didn't set this meeting up. Other guy did, and he didn't give me much choice." Keigo dismissed, eyes darting back up towards the moon obsessively. Still not quite midnight, but he was getting close. His companion looked less than pleased with him, which was honestly pretty much normal for anyone dealing with Keigo. He had a reputation to maintain and all. "Is this another criminal you're trying to get to give you a tip?" "The same one, actually." He scratched his chin with a lopsided grin. "I asked him about Jackal yesterday and he said he didn't have anything, but I guess something changed since he called back with a time and a place." "A time and a place?" Eraserhead scowled. "That's all he told you?" Keigo shrugged. "That's all I need." He gave off a confident grin to accentuate his point, rolling his shoulders back a bit casually as well, but it only managed to earn him an apathetic look. "Tough cookie tonight. Unbelievable. You're running out to meet a criminal because he sent you a time and a place. Your forethought astounds me each and every day." He laughed. "Don't give me too much credit, Eraser." Eraserhead was always standoffish with him. At this rate, the only person that really appreciated his genius was that Apophis kid, and unfortunately he hadn't been around in some time. Now that Keigo thought about it, he was kinda worried for the kid. He hoped Ingenium hadn't corrupted him with his boring, goody-two-shoes ways. That kid was a lot of fun, and no one else indulged or appreciated him near enough around here. As fun as it was messing with people, nothing beat a partner in crime. It's why he liked Miruko so much. She was like a 2-in-1 special. A harsh scoff split him from his thoughts, Eraserhead looking caustic as usual. "So what's your plan going into this?" He flexed his wings out, lolling a lazy grin as he rolled back on his heels. "I don't need a plan. My wits and good looks will carry me through like always." He jested just to get under his skin. It's got me this far. Eraserhead gave him a long, blank look. I'm going with you. Keigo's wings dropped, sputtering at the statement. You can't do that. One eyebrow raised. Why not? Trying to keep the integrity of this anonymous source. Yeah, but also no. It's just that he really doesn't like heroes, and he's probably already taking a shot with me. I don't want to scare him off or anything. He screwed up his face. He is doing us a favor. A paid favor, but still. You're not going there alone. He's walking you into a trap. Eraserhead glared. I doubted it. I got the call just a few hours after I sent the texts. It feels too last minute for a trap. He waved off. A few hours is more than enough time. And he had more than that, if he set the meeting up. His glare narrowed dangerously. Awkwardly, Keigo scratched the back of his neck. Yeah, but I trust him, Keigo admitted. And he did, sorta. Dabi didn't seem like the kind of guy to go through all that trouble without cause, and he knew Keigo could and would pay for his services. Even if he maybe tried his best to wheedle the arsonist in return. Even then he tolerated a lot of Keigo's shit, so props to him for that. And he was funny when he insulted the winged hero, which was more than most people could say. You trust him? Eraserhead frowned. He's a criminal. Don't be a fool now. A criminal who helped us before. We don't know that. We don't know his information was good. He could just be calling you around to poison the well further. Keigo shot him a dry look. I don't think so. He doesn't seem the type. I hope, Hawks, you're right. For your sake. The undergrounder sighed, crossing his arms in displeasure. But I don't think you should go alone. No choice. He pointed up at the moon. The meeting place is across the sector, and it's too far for you to get there in time, even by rooftop. Then show up late. He's not the type to appreciate a late arrival, I don't think. He mused. In fact, I'd bet he'd be gone in under 5 minutes of me not showing. Eraserhead snorted, but looked away, relenting. Just keep your comms on, and let me know when you get out. Ah, Eraser. Keigo cooed. I didn't know you cared so much. Don't. Was all he got in return, the other hero wandering off to scope out one alley or another. Keigo glanced back up at the rising moon before checking his phone. Yeah, it was time. I best be off then. I'll see you on the other side. Or not. He waited for the other to give a half-butted grunt to open his wings, taking off for the little garage. It took him less than a minute to arrive, landing delicately in the back alley. Surprisingly, as he slid open the rusted-out door, Dabi was inside, pacing. He looked not great. The garage was just as he remembered, a little empty space filled with scrap metal, rust crawling up the paper-thin metal walls that were washed in the familiar lighting of the little lantern. It was still sitting on that oil-slick barrel, which had to be a safety code violation. Then again, the whole building seemed to be held together with nothing more than a few loose screws and a hefty amount of hope. There was a faint dripping sound coming from who knows where, and a few new water stains patterned the cracked concrete floor. It smelled musty, rusty, and dusty, and not one of those things was pleasant. Hey, Keigo greeted, watching Dabi turn to scowl at him in lieu of greeting. Please tell me this is about Jackal. It'll make my night if you have something. No, that's not why we're here. Dabi frowned. It was the first time he'd gotten a proper look at his face, since last time he'd been positively encased in shadow. He was surprisingly handsome for a guy who looked like he picked a fight with a box of matches and lost spectacularly. Pale blue eyes glittered with a stony toughness in the candlelight, shivering in the corner like the cooling atmosphere bothered it too. Keigo's own smile dropped, giving Dabi a discouraged look. It's not? I was really hoping dash. You were hoping for nothing. I told you I didn't have anything yet. Keigo lifted a brow, intrigue coloring him. I want in, he said, jerking his chin forward as he stared challengingly at Keigo. It was not what he'd been expecting. You want in? And on what? The case? Yes, of course. What effing else would I be talking about? Dabi glared at him balefully. I dunno, but I don't think I can let you help take down a serial murderer. Just legally and all? Dabi snorted. If you can get tips from me, you can recruit me. I really don't think I can. Like Marley, learn to kill the guilt. Dabi brushed past him, pacing. Keigo narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Why are you doing this? Huh. Dabi didn't look up at him. Doubly suspicious. Something was definitely up here. Okay. What happened? What changed? Changed? Dabi looked up now, feigning boredom. It wasn't working with the way his hands was twitching restlessly. Nothing's changed, I'm just striking a deal with you, like before. You keep me in the loop, I'll keep you in the loop. No. Keigo shook his head. That's a FING lie. Last time our deal was I give you money and you might give me answers. This isn't. This is too generous. Why do you want in on the case now, Dabi? What happened between our texts and that call? Dabi was silent for a long moment. Then quietly. I don't know the details. Okay? Keigo leaned in. I can't help if you don't tell me. There was another snort. Yet, preaching to the choir there. He looked off distractedly. Jackal's got this kid with him. Makoto? He asked, interest piqued. Jackal was tugging around a kid, which meant they had a lead. It meant they had a connection, finally, between Canterburn's death and Seven's ghost. I don't know. Dabi frowned. He's just this kid, no parents. Carries an absurd amount of money on him at all times, habit of tossing people. Sound familiar? No, Keigo frowned. Makoto's a toddler. Not the same, then. Dabi shook his head. This one's bordering teen. Damn it. He'd thought they'd been close to finding him for once, bringing Makoto home. Dabi continued. He's a hostage from what I can tell. I don't know why, but Jackal totes him around. Shows off his kills to him. What? What the F do you mean, he shows off his kills to him? I dunno. The kid says that Jackal makes him watch, when he goes hunting. That the reason he's been so quiet is because he's been with me for the last week. The last week? Starting when? Keigo inquired, wings twitching. Monday. He was silent for a moment, counting backwards. We haven't heard anything concrete about the Jackal in like 3 Fridays. So, he couldn't get to him for a few weeks. I don't know why, it's just what he said. He let out a very stressed breath, hand on his hair like it'd keep his eyebrows from floating straight off his face. He seriously doubted it at this point. And you trust this kid? You didn't see the look on his face. All right. Keigo grimaced. So we just have to keep the kid away from Jackal, then. Can you keep him at your place? I'm doing my best. He's trying to bolt, says that it'll be worse if he tries avoiding Jackal. I don't like the sound of that. Join the club. Dabi tilted his head a bit, eyeing Keigo. I don't want this sheet spread hero boy. The kid, he's antsy. I don't want any of your little friends trying to barge in and ruining anything. I'm trying to get him to trust me enough to tell me, or call someone, but he says we can't help him. He said the Jackal isn't done. Nothing about this was good. Keigo almost wished he'd taken Eraser head up on his offer, since the older hero probably had more experience with this stuff. Granted, it would probably also lead to him kicking Dabi's door down, arresting the criminal, and taking the kid into Child Protective Services, which could very well ruin any trust both Dabi and the kid had right now, but at least it was a plan. Dabi leaned forward, a surprisingly open look crossing his face. So what do you guys know about Jackal, then? I can get in contact with some people, see if I can trudge anything up on my end as long as you keep your word. I want in. Promise you'll keep me up to date on the case. He really shouldn't be dragging a third party into this. Yeah, I will, DMN him, but there was a kid involved. Multiple kids, maybe. In short, we don't know sheet. Our best lead was what you gave us before. About the hand and sheet. About the... Dabi stopped, looking off. He came back a second later, grimacing. Forget about the one-hand thing. I'll bet you anything he got it reattached. Reattached? Like hell, we'd have a medical record of that. Not if he went to an unlicensed doctor. Dabi looked somewhere between sick and said, or an unlicensed not doctor. I'm pretty sure if they're unlicensed, they're already a not doctor. Like, that goes without saying. Dabi just shook his head. I might have a lead, but I doubt it. She was probably too far gone to remember sheet. Alright, who's this mysterious not doctor that reattaches hands? Keigo watched Dabi shoot him a wary look, only to make a disgusted noise back at the a-hole. Hey, it's not like I'm going to get her arrested or anything. I'm just curious and it is my case. No matter what Eraserhead said. He was too close to it, anyway. We agreed to keep each other in the loop. I won't arrest anyone without your say so, okay? Dabi watched him for a moment. He gave a small, approving nod. Keigo couldn't help but think he won something here, like just the smallest amount of ground had been taken. This quack beach the kid took me to. She can meld anything carbon-based together. A sheet. Yeah, that'd do it. Any chance I can tag along? Dabi looked amused, eyeing him up and down. Mr. Big Shot Hero? Mr. Public Figure? No. I want answers, not a bullet in my skull. Then, Keigo sighed, alright well, tell me how it goes then. And keep the kid safe. I will, Dabi said, a determined look in his voice. What about you? What are you ? His calm cackled to life in his ear. Hawks. Eraserhead cursed over the line. Hawks, tell me you haven't been murdered. He frowned, holding a finger up to Dabi, who looked a bit suspicious all of a sudden. What's going on? Getting a call from another hero. You're wearing a wire? Dabi looked all kinds of said. No. It's just my comm, it's not picking up anything we're saying. Now give me a second. He tapped the device. Bad timing, Eraser. I'm in the middle of something. Worse for me. He's here. Keigo's blood ran cold. What do you mean by that? Who's here? Where are you? Dabi essayed in a breath, starting for the door. Keigo was on his heels in an instant. Jackal. It's him, it's really him this time. Where are you? Keigo hissed, repeating the address down in the residential area of 7. But Dabi didn't head that way, and he didn't look like he was going to. What are you doing? We should . I've got to check on the kid, Dabi responded, eyes sharp. Ask your partner if he can find a kid anywhere around there. Eraser. Hawks snapped. Can you see if Jackal's got a kid with him? A long moment of silence, then a grunt. Doesn't look like it. You better not think he'd bring Makoto out here. No, long story, Hawks sighed. We'll be there in a second, okay? Hold on. He didn't comment, turning back to Dabi. Where's your apartment? Not far. And it wasn't. Just a few blocks over and they were bustling into a tiny little apartment with lights on and flooding out into the street. Keigo actually had to stop to take in just how small it was, a kitchen/living room that they barged through, Dabi knocking desperately on one of the 2 doors. Keigo's eyes zoned in on the open window over the couch, however. The whole place was a drab little thing, with off-white walls that looked like they weren't supposed to be that color. There was a little gray cough with a scratched-up coffee table and an ashtray on it, but not much else. A small TV, no table, just the bar attached to the dirty island counters separating the living room and kitchen. No. There was no way, they were like 3 stories up. Unless he had a flight quirk. Kid, Dabi shouted, banging against the wood with his fist. Please answer me, Skoll, this is serious. No one did. Dabi opened the door, ducking his head in, then went to go check the other. He came out looking all kinds of distraught. Dabi hissed, opening a smaller, seemingly closet door to one side of the room. He pulled out a worn-down radio, cradling it in his palms with an oddly tender look. It's just a radio, Dabi, Keigo frowned. Why are you looking at it like you're about to propose? He got a venomous look for that. He's been attached to the thing since yesterday. Okay, well, we can't just stand around. It looks like he took the expressway down, he said, jerking his head to the window. Dabi followed the motion, nodding as he saw the window. So we gotta get over to Eraserhead now. If Jackal's there, then we know where the kid is. We can still get to him. We can still. Yeah. Dabi agreed. You said down by 13? Yep. Keigo confirmed. Apparently by the little red house. Eraserhead's engaging. Good. It'll keep the BSTRD busy for us. Get over there, bird boy, I'll meet you there in a few. Dabi whipped around, black coat flaring a bit as he stalked for the door. He'd never pictured the drag dealer as the sentimental type, but as he watched the other put the radio down on the counter, hand lingering over it like it could somehow tell him where the kid was, he realized he didn't really know anything at all about the churlish BSRD. See you on the other side, he called, ducking out the window. In seconds he was airborne again, taking off for 13. This time, tonight, they'd catch Jackal. He'd make sure of it. Dabi hadn't been out of the house 10 minutes before the itch started. It was a familiar, traitorous thing. It clawed at the back of his neck with pointed claws, snarling in the back of his mind as it writhed in his chest. This thing, this familiar creature, Jackal. He had been looking into a possible lead pretty much since he had faced off against Dabi and decided he was unlikely to be the culprit. So, he chose another dealer that ran these streets, one with a few shady connections to the underworld. He'd have it easy enough, pawning off a kid for a good deal. Meta Haruki, a man with a powerful growth stimulant quirk. It was well utilized in his business as one could imagine. And he lived right down on 13. With a short stop to get changed at home, Izuku, or rather, Jackal, was quick to get down to the unassuming two-story house shoehorned between two identical copies of itself on the upper end of Residential 7. It was a washed-out salmon orange, with weeds poking through the foundation. Honestly, it looked pretty good for 7. He couldn't spot a single cracked or broken window. He scaled up the side of a building just down the streets, following the slanted rooftops to his target. Tonight, he wanted to be quick, otherwise Dabi would notice he'd left, and probably start asking questions. He didn't know what the drag dealer's problem was, or why he couldn't just leave Izuku alone. The man was adamant about him staying over in the already too small apartment for days and regularly check Izuku's wound, which was nothing more than scar tissue now. Swinging down into the back garden, a small and overgrown thing, he landed on his toes in the mulch. Pausing so the muffled sound of his landing could dissipate, he listened. No sounds. He crept to the door, producing tweezers snapped in two. Not the best lockpick, but they were functional, and that's all that really counted in 7. In under a minute he was in. Slipping inside, he eased the door shut quietly, entering a living room. It had peeling dark blue and faded gold wallpaper, with a TV against one wall, playing some drama show quietly. He urged himself in a bit more. No lights were on, and only the silvery moonlight leaking in from the windows, painting the wood floor a clammy sort of chestnut. There was a coffee table next to a couch that looked like it had been stabbed a couple dozen times, stuffing and such poking out here and there. A potted plant sat on the table with a pair of glasses, a couple of photos, and a hammer and some nails. Pocketing the hammer, he wandered to the far side of the room, which opened up to a hallway on one side and a staircase on the other. A shadow fell in the hallway. Yeah, a miffed voice muttered. I'll get it to ya when I get it to ya. Jackal jolted. He was on the phone, sheet. He couldn't do anything when he was on the phone. Jackal's whole shtick was stealth and clean kills, and he didn't have to be told how mauling someone who was in direct communication with an unknown variable would end. Skittering as quietly as possible, he fled up the stairs. Footsteps echoed behind him, mocking him as they came closer, closer, closer. It was like a reverse hunt, he thought, not liking being the prey any more than he had during his chase with Hawks and Eraserhead. Upstairs was another hallway, 3 doors leading off to the right, each closed and scarred from time. On the far wall was a window, darkened from the absence of the moon that way, only the faint glimmer of streetlights shone through. Jackal hesitated, noting the empty space. The first step creaked, and the man laughed annoyingly. Hissing quietly, he took his chance with the first door. Please, 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 he shut the door as quick and quiet as he dared, spinning to inspect the room. It was dark, washed in shade. There were no windows, just 4 walls, a toilet, a sink, and a tub filled with black, frothy water. Grimacing, his hand dropped to the hammer in his pocket, preparing. Muffled voices as the man stepped noisily down the hall, feet thudding lopsidedly. A wounded leg? No time. Jackal backed up to the bathtub, watching the door handle begin to twist. No way out now. He turned, inspecting the tub quick. No way out, he couldn't get caught yet. Dropping into the tub, the water sloshed out as he dipped down, watching light pour in through the door before submerging. It was peaceful, he thought, the cool water washing away the sounds of the world, leaving Jackal staring up at the mold-ridden ceiling through the gold-brown foam. He watched them drift lazily from behind his mask, heart pounding a steady rhythm as he waited. Patience was a virtue, but it had never been one of his. The light played across the wall, a shadow moving around, flittering about. He watched, mesmerized, and prayed nothing was noticed. His grip on the hammer tightened. A second later, the light retreated behind the night again, and a muffled clunk told him the door was closed. Shoving himself up, water cascaded down, sloshing out of the tub and onto the warped wood floor. Jackal looked up, meeting a startled pair of gold eyes. For a long moment, no one moved, both startled and unsure. One, a child hiding behind a mask too big for his face, dripping dark water like blood from a wound, the other a criminal, staring into the eyes of the shadow of death, clad behind a jackal's expressionless mask. Jackal moved first, lurching out of the tub with his hand firmly grasping the hammer. The man gasped, phone already out of hand and on the sink side. He slammed his back against the door, hand fumbling for the handle, and if Jackal hadn't been fighting against the slip of wet shoes on soaked floors, he'd have had him. Instead, the man jerked the door open, escaping with Jackal in hot pursuit. This one might not be all too pretty. He hated the ones that tried to run, it made his job much harder. The man ran like his life depended on it, but so did Jackal. One was significantly more out of shape, the other soaked to the bone in a heavy hoodie and squelching combat boots Dabi had gotten him. Jackal raised his hammer, Maeda leaped down the steps 2 at a time. Jackal followed suit, reaching out with one gloved hand as Maeda ducked narrowly behind the corner. He was making a run for the street. Caution bead med, Jackal tore after him, hammer raising again before coming down with a sharp thud. And ichor sprayed across the door as the man grabbed the handle, falling aside heavily. Jackal paused, breathing in the darkness. Did he kill him? He wasn't moving. He hoped he didn't kill him. A wet breath rattled faintly. Dropping the hammer, he grabbed at the man's back. Thanks to his growth quirk, he was massive. Far bigger than little ol Jackal, and it took a moment to roll the man onto his back and sit on his chest, more or less pinning him. Well, not really, but at least the gushing head wound would keep him down. Maeda looked at him with a newfound fear of God, one busted lip trembling just so. Jackal tilted his head in a mechanical fashion, eyeing him. This man shouldn't be so afraid, it was just a chat. Jackal didn't kill unless they were profoundly guilty of heinous crimes, though he doubted it made much difference to the wretched thing under him. Canterburn, he forced out. Maeda frowned, eyes flooding with confusion. You're a kid? Canterburn, he chanted again. What happened to him? The man's eyes turned jaded. What makes you think I know anything? His hand slid back into his pocket, pulling out his favorite knife. The man eyed it warily, but some of his fear had been smothered. Maeda narrowed his eyes at Jackal. What, you think you're some kind of hero, kid? Canterburn. Jackal wasn't the most eloquent, anyway. I don't know sheet dash. Jackal brought the butt of the knife down over his head as he started to shift, feeling the man's body seize up as he let out a pained groan. You're stronger than you look, I'll give you that. Jackal stared apathetically down at the man, the faint yellow glow of the lights outside running down the mask like liquid. The man's eyes reflected with it just so as he stared up at Jackal. After a long moment, Jackal brought the sharp end of his knife to Maeda's throat, watching his recoil as a prick of blood swelled under his Adam's apple. I can't tell you sheet, he stammered, trying to keep his throat steady so the knife wouldn't nick anything else. Then I'm sorry. Jackal bluffed, pushing the knife down harder. A hiss escaped the man as he met her serrated edge. She really was a beauty, wasn't she? Wait. Jackal pulled back, ever so slightly. His prey looked stressed. I really can't say. If they'll kill me. You have bigger problems. Jackal leaned in again, and the man shoved himself back against the floor roughly. Please. I can't, you don't know who they are. What they'll do. Oh, kitten, he cooed mockingly, his red glove petting Maeda's face in faux affection. The man looked a bit sick. Sick and torn. I won't tell. They call themselves Seraphim. He stilled at the name. For brief seconds, his fingers shook, then he tightened his grip again, leaning down. Where? The man looked reluctant, but his eyes flickered to the knife. then back up to Jackal's snout just inches from his face. A drop of water trickled down, dripping from the Jackal's nose to Maeda's cheek. Gold eyes lost their fight. Take their meeting next week. Thursday? He gasped. At the mall 2 a.m. The abandoned one. My guy's dropping off a package for immunity? Of course. Filth traveled with filth. His eyes narrowed. And here he thought he was just cornering a little drag dealer, not a parasite leeching off bigger, nastier beasts. BSRD. Maeda watched him, shivering. The floor beneath him was staining, the blood turned black. He stayed still as Jackal lost himself in thought, waiting for the next move. It didn't come, not right away. Jackal sat, mind churning over faces and details. Go figure, all paths led back home. There was a lurch under him, and Jackal cursed as the forgotten hammer came back, slamming against his collarbone with a loud crack. Like a rag doll he was thrown to the ground, holding his knife like a lifeline. It wasn't enough as Maeda stumbled to his feet, slamming them down, once, twice, thrice down on his small, feeble hand. The visceral crunch resounded in his skull, white-hot pain scorched through him, tearing into his mangled appendage. Izuku cried out, letting go and watching as the knife was kicked down the hall. Hammer raised, Maeda's gold eyes burned, and he swung. Rolling, Izuku couldn't breathe, the hammer smashing a hole where his head had been. In a second, he was on his feet with a broken hand cradled against himself. He stumbled down the hall, the shadow of Maeda breathing down his back. He was a wraith, doggedly chasing the young hunter back to the living room. He heard the whistle as the hammer was swung again, another hole shattering into the walls. Izuku dove for the coffee table, clutching the potted plant with his one good hand and hauled it around with all his weight. Startled, Maeda didn't move in time. The pot smashed against the side of his face, and he was forced against the wall. With a furious snarl, he lunged again, Izuku collapsing back as a cold hand dug its nails into his heart. Some things scattered off the coffee table, and his good hand searched desperately for anything he could use as a weapon. Maeda was back, grabbing his hair, slamming Izuku's face down against the edge of the table. His mask cracked, Izuku blinking. A second smashed down, and he squirmed desperately. The mask cracked further. Another slam, then another, and at last his little protection snapped in half, slipping from his face and hitting the ground. He shoved himself back, expecting another attack, but he was hoisted backwards. His back hit the wall, leaving him to let out a little gasp as the air fled the room. A massive paw had him by the throat, pinning him above the floor and leaving him gulping and wheezing. So much for the little jackal, the man taunted, gleeful. Izuku grunted, airways heaving, as he spat at the man. He merely got a rough slam against the wall in return, his throat bruising. His good fingers clenched and something stabbed his palms. Something stabbed. With a wheezy hiss, he slammed the nail into Maeda's arm just as he was raising the hammer, watching the crooked thing stick out of his arm. Maeda shrieked, the hammer clamoring as it fell. Izuku was dropped, and he hit the ground hard, but he only had eyes for the little tool. Moving his body forward, he snatched for it, satisfaction leaking into his aching body as he caught it again. Pushing to his feet, he whirled on Maeda, who was holding his bad arm as he turned to face Jackal. His eyes caught sight of the hammer, widening as realization struck. Hands were raised to block, but it made no difference. The hammer came down against his arm, then his wrist, then his face. The man gargled as it connected with his jaw, leaving it hanging as Jackal worked. As the man fell, staring up at Jackal, he stumbled closer, one hand limp at his side. His collarbone busted, his throat burned, his face bruised. Green eyes met gold, merciless. Just another face, another name. He raised the hammer, dropping it with a satisfying crunch. Dropping the hammer, he collected his mask, stumbling, hacking, heaving. He moved gingerly to collect his knife, eyes lingering on the holes and the spatters of blood. Another close call. He took a second to breathe, considering his mask. He couldn't very well leave without it, now, could he? The word-carved mask was a dark oak, with a split straight down the middle. Shards and bits were missing now, but he left the pieces as he tried to find something to hold it together. He searched the house for something to fix his mask with, settling for a scarf in the far bedroom upstairs. Urgently, he tied it diagonally across the face, then around his head and covered it with his hood. It was makeshift at best, the jagged scar running across it puckered from the weight pushing the sides down. It took much longer than he'd like with his busted hand. Jackal made for the back door, slipping out as easily as he came in. Not one of the neighbors saw as he clambered up the fence, leaping for the roof. Standing, he turned, and in some sick turn of fate, he stared once again into another set of surprised eyes. Dark and foreboding, Eraserhead recovered himself quickly. "Stand down, Jackal." Jackal whisked around, scampering over the roof and heading for the next. He heard Eraserhead hiss behind him. "Hawks. Sheet Hawks, tell me you haven't been murdered." Ominous. Wonder what the hero was up to. And well, hopefully he was okay. Jackal or Izuku really liked him. Feet slammed against shingles behind him, and they headed towards 14th, Izuku desperately looking for a way out. Another day, another desperate escape from pro-heroes just trying to do their jobs. It was a little depressing if he let himself think about it. "Worse for me," Eraserhead growled, "he's here." A second of silence, nothing but Izuku, the roof before him, and the sound of Eraserhead's feet pounding against the rooftops behind him. "Jackal. It's him, it's really him this time." Guess there was no getting out of it with a few well-placed crocodile tears this time. Wincing with every step, he was glad that at least his feet were fine. He'd not had fun running from Night Eye with melted feet, and Eraserhead was going to be hard enough to get away from with his broken collarbone and hand. Eraserhead was still snapping at Hawks behind him. Izuku dropped down from one roof to a dumpster, the lid denting under him as he grunted, ankle jarring. He should have rolled, but there just wasn't enough room. Leaping down into the alley, he darted for the back as Eraserhead dropped down behind him. Jumping the chipped wooden fence that was stained with all sorts of interesting colors, he spotted a propped open side door, slipping in and kicking it shut. Leaning against the door, he took a couple deep breaths, letting his heart rate calm. Damn it, why did these things keep happening to him? He knew he wasn't a good person, but he was just trying to help before he got caught. He was okay with punishment, he knew it was coming and he did deserve it, just not yet. He could hear Eraserhead outside the alley, looking around. He was used to jackals and other kids' disappearing acts, so he'd be harder to fool. But it was fine, he wouldn't check in the house. "Jackal." Eraserhead snarled from outside. "Jackal, turn yourself in. You can't keep doing this forever." Izuku breathed out slightly, taking a few quiet steps deeper into the house. He turned a corner into a kitchen, blinking as he spotted the light on and a woman standing there with her son. He couldn't be more than 2 or 3. The woman took in his appearance, and he didn't know what she could see, but it probably wasn't good. The shattered jackal mask tied to his face was probably horribly unnerving. It was tempered a bit by Izuku only coming up to her abdomen, but he was used to the juxtaposition of his height and his deadly aura. She shoved the boy behind her. "Please," she whispered, fear reflecting in her eyes. "We haven't done anything. Please." Izuku bit back the urge to reassure her, to tell her he wasn't there for her, but it'd do more harm than good. Instead, he walked slowly, deliberately into the kitchen and turned, heading deeper into the house. The woman watched him, but didn't move from protecting her son. He took a minute exploring the place. There was a back hallway that led to a few bedrooms, one with a 6-year-old girl asleep in bed, and he shut the door quietly, leaving her there. The second he vacated the hall into the living room, he heard the woman and her son scuffle into the daughter's room to check on her. He'd have to leave quick, before she called the police and sent Eraserhead straight for him. Once he found the front door, he took off down the street. He felt uncomfortable at street level, even as he dodged and weaved into alleys, but it was better than getting on the roofs only for Eraserhead to spot him immediately. He was halfway back to the red light district when it happened. A dark shadow eclipsed him, and the hair on the back of his neck rose at the familiarity. He dropped onto his stomach as Hawks swooped for him, cursing and crashing overhead. "Where is he, Jackal?" That was a lot of venom from the hero. It made something in Izuku shrink back, like a scolded child. He really did like the hero, and he felt just terrible for causing them so much trouble, but he'd meant what he said to Dabi. He wasn't done yet. They both stood, hawks whirling around. A series of feathers were released, and Izuku dodged back, expecting an assault. None came. They fled over rooftops and through the alleyways. Searching for Eraserhead? But that didn't make sense. They were on comms. Where? Hawks hissed. Jackal tilted his head, trying to get across. I don't know what the F you're talking about. It only seemed to piss him off more. Skoll. Where is he? Skoll? How did he? Dabi. He was meeting a friend tonight. He'd figured the dealer meant a client, not. He told Hawks? He told Hawks what Skoll said? Why would he do that? Set up a meeting with a hero when the man despised heroes just to give them a tip on Jackal, who he might not like but he definitely doesn't dislike. He was also very much a 7 resident. He didn't tell police or heroes shit, even if something actually went wrong. He dealt with it himself and he never snitched. It was for cowards, he'd say. So then how did Hawks know about Skoll, and why did he think he was here with Jackal? And why did he care? Shouldn't he just try to make the arrest? Maybe he wanted to arrest Skoll too, for being an accomplice. Shit. That made a lot of sense. Too much sense. Hawks took a threatening step forward, hissing as he clicked his comms. Eraser. We're over by the cafe on 16th. Jackal's got a kid hostage, but I can't find him. Hostage? They thought. The Jackal was holding Skoll hostage. That Izuku had himself as a hostage. What? Hawks looked annoyed at something Eraserhead said, snapping back. No time. He brings this kid with him, we think. We gotta find him. He's terrified of what Jackal will do to him. Not really. Izuku felt pretty secure in the knowledge that Izuku wasn't going to kill him. Death was the coward's way out, at least for him. He needed to pay for his crimes, and Jackal was part of that punishment. He was also part of the reason he needed punishing. Turning back to Izuku, the hero glared menacingly. It seemed distraction time was up, which was rather unfortunate since he'd spent the whole time reeling instead of taking advantage of it. Overhead, feathers came racing back, sharpening and aiming for him. He couldn't win against Hawk's feathers. He looked back. He'll be lost. He rasped desperately. One good thing about his raw, bruised throat was that he didn't sound like himself right now. The feathers stopped abruptly. Hawk's eyes narrowed. What? Without help me, he hissed, I'll be lost to you. Skoll? Jackal tilted his head mockingly. Where is he? Jackal didn't respond. His feathers flicked closer, Hawks looking all kinds of sad. Tell me where he is, because it was so odd that he'd get this worked up over some kid in 7 he'd just heard about. Well, actually, they'd met several times, but Hawks didn't know that. You'll never get to him, he coughed, voice aching. Not in time. Hawks cursed, eyes blazing. For a second, he looked like he was having some inner turmoil before he relented to whatever was happening inside his head. Show me where he is. Show me where he is and I'll let you go. That was not expected. Or something he could physically do, since he was Skoll. Regardless, he nodded obligingly. With a grandiose wave, he started out of the alley, letting Hawks trail behind him. He seemed stiff, uncertain. Good, Izuku couldn't be the only one scared shitless, even if he was forcing a relaxed, calm posture. Where are we going? Hawks grunted. Jackal didn't respond. At least, give me a general location. Whereus, he retched, sounding like a demon crawled straight from hell. Kind of accurate, actually. Hawks got out his phone, shooting out a quick text as they walked. Jackal didn't say anything, letting him send out his SOS or whatever. If things went well, it wouldn't matter, not that he had a concrete plan. But his current plan had gotten him out of many sticky situations. The walk to the upper blocks of 7 was quiet, and the few people they'd passed stopped to gawk as a prolific serial killer calmly led a known hero through the streets. No one tried trailing them, though, which was good. Hawk's reputation would be shit by morning, though the man didn't seem to notice as he glared balefully at Jackal's back. When they stepped out onto the street lined with abandoned things, Izuku realized Hawks was not, in fact, sending for heroes. Dabi turned at their approach, blue eyes spitting furiously at the sight of him. Again, he almost recoiled, blatant fury was not something he was used to Dabi looking at him with. Annoyance? Sure. Pissiness? All the time. Abhorrent rage? Never. Jackal, he hissed, eyes narrowing as Jackal moved to rendezvous with the man that had insisted on looking after him this last week. You took Skoll. Was time, eyeing Dabi, he debated how close the arsonist was to lighting his butt on fire and actually trying to make Jackal tacos out of him. He wondered how surprised he'd be when he pulled the mask off and found out he'd inadvertently made Skoll tacos, too. How'd you get to him? Dabi seethed, resentment leaking from his very pores. Jackal tilted his head. Good buoy. Hey, commence when I call. The arsonist jerked, like he was about to lunge but thought better of it. Just show me where he is, Aho. He was right here, rather ironically. If Hawks wasn't here, he might have just pulled the mask off, his secret identity. But Dabi was no longer a safe person, seeing as he had an open line to the police and would share Skoll's secrets when and where he wished. A sharp pain of betrayal stabbed at him. It's not his fault. You deserve to be turned in, anyway. You're terrible after everything you did. You think you deserve friends? Part of him goaded. But he doesn't know about that, another part whimpered. His good fingers twitched to grab for something and make a run for it. He stamped that down. This way. He led them across the street to the mall, large and broken as ever. It made every part of him scream to run, but he ignored it. He was the Jackal, Seven's resident trash collector. He'd walked into a criminal bar and tossed one of the biggest drag dealers out there, the very same drag dealer he was facing off with now. He'd escaped the hero behind him easily enough, despite being the self-proclaimed fastest hero. He could handle one rotting building, even if the scent of rust and PSS flooded his senses the second he stepped through the shattered glass door. It was made worse knowing that the smell of rust probably wasn't caused by the actual rust climbing up the metal framework of the building. Dabi hissed to Hawks behind him. What the hell is he doing in here? Why is he even carting him around like this? Jackal paused in the middle of the grand hall, a mosaic painted across the ceiling that domed some 3 stories up, faded colors depicting a scene with a man and a woman in a circle, reaching for each other and surrounded by 100 flowers. Before him was a chipped fountain, the little water left pooling in the bottom green and murky with algae. A few soaked and bloated cigarette butts floated on the surface. He turned slightly, letting the shadows play across the broken mask. Punished? Dabi's brows furrowed. Punished? For what? Hey is not good. He wouldn't lie any more than he had to, and he wanted Dabi to understand. To keep away. It made his life easier and kept the others safe. He's 12. Dabi deadpanned. Beside him, Hawks raised his eyebrows at the arsonist, mouthing 12? No one's a good person at 12. He's worse. But you know what he has done? Tossed an obscene amount of people? Dabi snarked. Played with knives? I don't care. He's 12, he's still got a lot of growing to do. Whatever he did, he isn't at all who he's going to be yet. Jackal rasped a laugh. Murderers never change. Dabi scowled at that, concern flashing across his face. Good, he could take Skoll seriously at last. Isn't that the pot calling the kettle black? Hawks asked, screwing up his face. I mean. He waved at Jackal's get-up. Woho else? He tilted his head. Judged by a jury of peers? Hawks passed Dabi a look, both sharing some sentiment Jackal just didn't get. Hawks broke the silence. So where is he? Here. Here where? He asked, voice rising a bit. Somewhere. Jackal tilted his head. If you find him, you keep him. He turned to walk off, only to be cut off by feathers. Not so fast, Hawks snapped. You're not leaving until we find him. And here he'd thought he wouldn't have to do this. Jackal turned, watching them passively. They both stared him down a long moment, then turned to each other. We should split up. Keep Jackal with you, Dabi insisted. I'll start at the top floor, see if I can find anything. No, we should stick together, that way he has less of a chance to escape. It'll take longer. It'll be safer, Hawks argued. I can get Eraserhead here, Dash. No. Absolutely not. Dabi frowned. He looked around. We don't need him, anyway. It's Skoll. He knows me. He'll come to me. Let's just look around, and he'll come when he knows we're here. If he's here. Hawks shot Jackal a look. He didn't know what to tell the man. Skoll actually was here. Dabi ignored them, taking the lead with Hawks flanking Jackal, who didn't put up a fuss. Dabi kept calling out, looking into the shuttered, shadowy storefronts and shells left behind. Skoll. He started for a broken-down escalator, looking more and more upset every time he called out and didn't receive an answer. There was an ominous creak in the distance, but no response. Skoll. He won't come for you? Jackal's throat really hurt. Almost as much as his collarbone or his hand. He needed to get home. Dabi shot him a dirty look. You don't know Skoll. He'll come to me. He trusts me. Not anymore. Jackal eyed Hawks. The hero frowned at him. What? Jackal only tilted his head, making Hawks roll his eyes. They walked in silence for another few moments. Who did he kill? Hawks' voice shifted just a little bit. Reservation? Trepidation? Hard to tell. Jackal hesitated. As much as he wanted Dabi and Hawks to leave him alone, this wasn't something he really liked thinking about. But, well, it would make Dabi abandon this whole hero quest he had going on. Sis dash. Your sister? Hawks looked a bit startled. Sisters? Silence. Dabi stopped calling for Skoll to stare at Jackal in shock. He wouldn't know no. He had a reason though, didn't he? Skoll wouldn't just kill someone. Not his family, went unsaid. Personally, Jackal felt a weird mix of personally offended that Dabi didn't believe him and flattered that he thought so highly of him. Bad honest. Dabi shook his head, scowling. Oh. No, I don't believe that. We're gonna find Skoll, and we're gonna help him. Jackal still could not figure out for the life of him what Dabi's angle here was. But, well, for the first time he could ask. Dabi would probably be more honest with Jackal than Skoll anyway. Why? But, what do you mean why? Why wouldn't I help him? Dabi responded rather unhelpfully. Hey, it's just nothing. Oh, the look he got for that was positively scorching. You don't know anything about him. Jackal would have to disagree with him there. And I won't leave children in the hands of monsters. You can't know his potential, not that young, and you have no right to decide for him who he's going to be. I won't let you keep hurting him. There was so much conviction behind those words. Jackal eyed him a moment, and they continued their walk in silence. For the first time, Dabi looked a bit discouraged. How long do we have until he leaves? They were wandering over the second story, Dabi pacing next to the railing as he looked down to the first floor, searching for a sign. He didn't understand why the criminal still cared so much about finding him. First chance? Hawks frowned. First chance of what? Escape. First chance? They shared a look. That was it, his chance. Jerking forward, he slammed his hands into Dabi's side, watching the man topple over the rail. His own heart leaped in fear, but it wasn't high enough to kill him. He whirled on the bigger threat, ready to pull out more zap traps only to watch Hawks lunge over the railing after his companion. For a second, Jackal stood perfectly still, not understanding. Shaking himself, he darted away. He couldn't be caught like this, not now, not because Hawks made the dumb choice and left Jackal to his own devices. He had a clear shot at escape, just handed to him on a silver platter. Feet slamming against the cracks in the ground, Jackal promised himself that Hawks and Dabi would not find Skoll tonight. He didn't go for the stairs. Instead, he slipped down a few side halls until he was sure he had a few seconds, then pulled out his tweezer halves again, shimmying open the old lock on a store's security gate. He froze as his phone started to chime, ringing a default tone. He dropped the tweezers, quickly trying to shut the DMN thing off. Only one person had his number. The second it was off, he shoved open the gate and slid in, letting it drop noisily behind him as he started for the windows on the far wall. The hair on the back of his neck lifted, and he twisted around, freezing just in time. A single red feather dove down the hall, twitching just so as it stopped to hover here and there. It was searching, he realized, but it didn't help much when he didn't know how it worked. By all means, a feather should have no ability to find him, but he had a feeling that was exactly what it was doing now, just as it had done for Skoll earlier. Unsure what it could pick up, he hovered low to the floor, steadying his breathing as much as possible and standing perfectly still. It flittered around a few storefronts, hovering ominously before his own, then took off farther down the hall. Jackal let out a breath, turning tail and heading for the windows on the far wall. It was shattered enough he need only remove the remains and climb down, catching himself on the rotting trim and quickly jumping down as it bent far too easily under his slight weight. He hit the ground hard, hissing, but at least he was out. Sticking to the sides of the main road, he rushed for home. So much for getting back before Dabi noticed, but at least he could pass out for a few hours and figure out this mess when he woke up. Dabi shouldn't have been here. Hawks never should have found out about Skoll. What was Dabi doing? What was he thinking? He was such a wild card, Izuku couldn't understand him. He never should have been brought into the loop, a fatal error he realized now. He just hoped it wasn't too late. His phone continued to go off regularly as he made his way home, though he made sure to silence it as soon as he felt safe enough to pause. Climbing up to his window was significantly harder one-handed, and working the DMN thing open was positively a task. He fell more than entered his little abode, collapsing into a heaving mess on the ground, air wheezing through his F-ed windpipe. With the last of his strength, he tore at the jackal mask, tossing the two halves haphazardly into a messy corner that was still filled with boxes. He didn't even move to the crumpled pile of blankets, instead passing out just as he was, window still open as the last of the moonlight seeped over his face. What FING night? It's no use, Hawks hissed. He's gone. Footsteps lulling to a halt, the arsonist ran a hand roughly through his hair. Sweat and grime had started to accumulate despite the low temperatures, and it made the bite of the air that much more pronounced. Around him, broken shops rested like ghosts, staring, watching, studying them with an impervious apathy. He hated it. Hated it. Dabi rounded on Hawks, glaring with all the intensity he could muster. And given the last few hours, there was a lot of built-up hatred behind it. Steam bled from his lacerations. And whose fault is that? Hawks looked taken aback, going so far as to take a step away from the angry brunette. What? How is this my fault? We knew he was slippery. He wouldn't have gotten away, Dabi hissed between his teeth, if you would have stayed on him. You turned around. You let him go. That's not fair. You were falling. Hawks stopped, looking contemplative and unsure. There was a window overhead, cascading thin tendrils of moonlight over them. It painted Dabi in a sickly light, he was sure, but it gave Hawks a muted, ethereal quality. You? Dabi narrowed his eyes accusingly. What the hell kind of excuse did he think was suitable here? Oh, I couldn't just let you fall. His eyes weren't as big and doe-like as Skoll's, and boy did comparing him to Skoll hurt, but there was some sort of innocent naivety to them. Like he was still young and hopeful, like he honestly believed the heroes always won in the end. It made Dabi sick. He made a disgusted noise at the useless BSRD. Because of it, a serial murderer and his abused child hostage got away. Tell me, was it worth the trade-off? Hawks shot him a betrayed look, as if they were friends, and he honestly believed Dabi gave a shit about him outside of what he could do for Skoll. Pathetic. That's not fair. Oddly, it left an odd, hollow pang in his chest when he heard that. Didn't really matter, though, it was swallowed up by a righteous wave of fire and fury not seconds later. The arsonist whirled around, getting in the hero's face while his own burned with hate, anger, shame, guilt. Do you know what's going to happen to Skoll, Hawks? Do you? Because I don't. I have no idea where he is, who he's with, if he's even okay, and you know what? That scares me. I'm a known dealer and arsonist. Everyone who meets with me does so with the knowledge that I'm merciless, the feral dog of 7. I've killed people for the smallest slights, and I know exactly what would happen if it were some a-hole like me that had Skoll. And you know what would happen, hero? I'm effing scared, because there's a kid out there and I don't know that he'll be alive tomorrow. So tell me, a-hole, was it worth it? The other dropped his gaze. It was like working with a 10-year-old, except the actual 10-year-old was easier to deal with. Quote, a little voice chimed in the back of his mind, sounding indignant. It hurt. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking dash. Of course you weren't. Dabi scoffed, pacing the tile floor like a caged animal. It's just, I saw you fall and I moved, okay? I didn't think about it. I should've, but I didn't. Hawks looked off. Come on, we haven't checked down this hall yet, maybe dash? No, Dabi muttered miserably. He stopped again, kicking at a broken piece of what seemed to be the fountain they'd seen across the mall, watching it skid and clatter against the graffitied wall. The blonde blinked over at him. No? We can't give up, Dabi. We have to try dash. As far as we know, Jackal was lying. Dabi responded, feeling like all of the world was pressing down on him. His chest was thick and congested, and his shoulders were drooping with the weight of it all. But for the first time that night, he had to face reality. Skoll was not coming back. He probably led us all the way out here just to get us out of the way. He's good at biding his time, playing nice until you don't expect it. It's how he got us today, and how he's managed to stay out of sight before. Skoll even said he's a liar. We can't just give up, Hawks sounded desperate, pleading to Dabi with his eyes. There has to be something we can do. Like what? Dabi grimaced. He's not here, even if he was he'd have bolted by now. All your feathers and they couldn't pick up on Jackal or Skoll. He won't answer his phone, he isn't here, at least not anymore, and he's definitely not at my place. Where else would he dash? Dabi stopped, blinking. What? Hawks leaned in, getting obscenely close to Dabi's face, making the arsonist retreat a step for personal space reasons. I like that look on your face, it's an I have an idea look. Do you know where he is? No, but I might know where he'll go, Dabi breathed. When he was shot dash. What? He slipped up and he told me where he lives. I guess he could have been lying, but... Unsurety pulled at him, but he couldn't help the spark of hope. It might be nothing, but it sure felt like something, and even just a tiny ember seemed to burn brighter than the entire campfire they'd had when holding Jackal hostage that night. We have to check it out. Hawks chirruped, looking ecstatic. Admittedly, it did help soothe a bit of the criminal's growing anxiety, watching the blonde moron bounce back from sad kitten to bubbly dumbass puppy. I'll let Eraser know we're okay while we walk, okay? Lead the way. Dabi only nodded, taking Hawks out of this godforsaken hell-pit mall as the others started chittering at his hero buddy through his comms. It really was the creepiest place in 7, and the shadows there hung off the walls, staring at him from busted-in storefronts and pulling at the railings and fountains, doing nothing to help its public image. He fought down an involuntary shiver. Creepiest place in 7. He hated thinking Jackal had left Skoll in here alone, but it was becoming more and more impractical of a thought. It seemed Skoll had never been here, and they'd both been too eager to save the kid they didn't bother to look before they jumped. It would have been completely FNG dumb for Jackal to have done that, and it was stupidly obvious the more Dabi turned the scenario over in his head. Somehow, someway, Jackal had gotten to Skoll in Dabi's apartment. That was a fact. He didn't like the thought, but it was there and it was real. He'd gotten to Skoll the second Dabi had left, for who knows what purpose, and then taken him here just to run off to the residential part of 7, all the way across the district? No, something wasn't right there. He pushed outside into the cool night air, thinking back on everything. On how Jackal had fled, and Dabi had panicked when Hawks had caught him because he wasn't watching Jackal like he should have been, and how he'd gotten away so seamlessly. It was like he hadn't ever been there at all as the bird released his feathers to search the mall for the second time that night. It felt like they'd just been conversing with a ghost with how he'd vanished into the walls. But then again, they had heard Skoll's phone go off. Something turned sour in his mouth. They'd heard it just for a bit. It had been far off and echoing all to hell, but they'd heard it. They'd heard it. It was real. He'd really been here. Skoll had been there, probably. But nothing else made sense. Or, more accurately, nothing made sense, PRD. It didn't make sense that Skoll was here, but it didn't make sense that he wasn't either. It left Dabi questioning everything, wanting to pull out his hair as he parceled through all these non-answers. But why here? What was Jackal doing, bringing him there? Why there? There was something hidden in that, he realized. Something important. There was a reason Skoll was there, that Jackal went to that mall, but he just didn't know what it was. He glanced back at the mall as they turned off the street, the building standing with that tarish darkness leaking from its windows and doors as per usual. It stood ominously, promising nothing good or pleasant, creaking and groaning after all these years. Tonight, it had upheld that vow. He grimaced. Something was there, lurking, taunting him. An answer. He just couldn't see it yet. And then it was gone, though it hung heavy in the back of Dabi's mind like a cloud of smoke, churning and choking him. There was a fire inside. There was a fire, and he didn't want to run into it, but he had to. If he didn't, he couldn't put it out, and it would grow bigger and bigger and bigger, just like Sokoto Peak. He didn't realize he was shaking until a warm hand landed on his shoulder. The teeth-grinding anger had returned at some point in his frustration. "We're going to find him," Moron said, like he wasn't 75% of the reason he was gone in the first place. "We're going to find him, and we're going to help him." Were they? Or was Skoll right, and he couldn't help him? What if he'd only made everything worse, and Jackal was going to take his twisted frustrations out on the kid? And Jackal, God, that FANG Jackal, he wasn't anything like Dabi imagined. He'd been a bastard from start to finish, and it sounded like it hurt the a-hole just to speak. No wonder he was so quiet all the time with such a broken FNG voice. He'd had half a mind to hit him straight in the windpipe when he'd spoken so casually, so crudely about Skoll. Hopefully it was an old injury and would hurt like hell. "He's nothing," the bastard had said. "He's nothing. He's nothing. F him. What an a-hole." A tick started in Dabi's jaw and his teps grew heavier as they crunched over bits of loose asphalt. He imagined going home and setting ablaze every FING piece of jewelry he'd bought with a goddamn jackal motif on it, with all the indiscretion and violent rage a cretin like him could hold. It had been funny at the time, knowing he'd go home and wear it and little Skoll would get so upset. So overly upset, he'd thought. It had been cute at the time. Dabi's stomach churned uncomfortably. What if? He stopped, not trusting himself enough to get the words out. If he did, then it'd be tangible. It would exist. If he kept it inside, then maybe it'd stay there and die like a 12-year-old with aspirations too big for his weak body and broken quirk. Maybe if he kept it out of the sun, it couldn't grow into an ugly, resentful bastard like Dabi. But Hawks turned to him with an unfathomable understanding. His eyes shone in the light reflecting from dulling neon signs as they entered the red light district again, and he looked so sad. So sad, so lost, and Dabi knew what that felt like. God, this FANG kid. What if we go there, and he's not? What if he doesn't ever come? He whispered, tensing at the terrible possibility. Keeping things inside had never killed them before. Tuya's family had still been broken. His father had still been a bastard. Shudo had still been the preferred son. He bit his lip, praying that thoughts were like smoke. When let out, they drifted away and disappeared into the ether. They certainly couldn't be contained, like fire, and Dabi had an uncomfortable amount of experience with that. "Then we'll hunt that monster down and we'll skewer him," was Hawk's reply, equally quiet. His hand was still on Dabi's shoulder, keeping him solid. Without that hand, Dabi felt like he'd burn away. Like he'd turned to nothing but that cursed blue fire that had scorched him before. Looking down at his quivering hands, Dabi fisted them at his sides. "We'll skewer him," he agreed. "Jackal tacos. I made a promise." And if his voice wavered, Hawks didn't comment. Unfortunately, Hawks took his hand back, and the two finished walking the last few streets in silence. By the time they reached the gaudy SEC shop on 20, Dabi was quivering for an entirely new reason. Eagerness and hatred battled in him like wolves, making his teeth clench and his eyes dart around desperately. He needed to see Skoll. He needed to see that he was okay. That Jackal hadn't. He was going to skewer the bastard, that was for sure. Remembering the smashed-up mask tied on by nothing but a scarf left him tasting bile and smoke. It tasted like the hatred and anger that carried him up the mountain, and by the look Hawks shot him, Dabi bet his quirk was acting up again. The smoke he was tasting was probably literal smoke. Then, exhaling slowly, he let go of the frustration, at least for now. They had no idea how long they'd be waiting for Skoll, so he better settle down now. That anger wasn't meant for him, but he was risking the kid walking in while he's sparking. "Where from here?" Hawks asked, hands in his pockets as he looked around. Dabi nodded to the brightly lit shop. "Ah, we're here." Hawks stopped, turning to look Dabi dead in the eyes. Dabi. I know. Dabi, we're in front of Dash. I know, Hawks. This is a sex shop. Well, he doesn't live at the SEC shop. Good. Hawks let out a little breath, some but not all of the tension leaving his shoulders. Now, please, Dabi, tell me there's a nice little apartment building around the corner or something. Please. Dabi snorted. It was cute when he was being willfully dumb. Do you really believe that? My faith can be bought, Hawks responded, wings twitching. A grin cracked Dabi's features at the shared sentiment. The arsonist shook his head, then pointed up. Supposedly he lives up there. The hero followed his finger with his eyes. F-. Trust me, I know. The presumable attic had one single window leading into it, a small, cracked, and broken thing with yellowish panes. Dabi was pretty sure it wasn't tinted, just stained by how the colors splattered across it, accentuated with little brown dots of something they probably shouldn't be breathing near. Hawks was the first one up, Dabi naturally taking a second longer as he struggled to scale the building without wings. He wondered what the hell Skoll's quirk was that it let him decide this was a suitable home. At least it was safe-ish. He huffed as he climbed up onto the roof above the entrance, taking note of a few people spotting them and pointing, but overall not reacting to the sight of two grown adults, a pretty well-known hero and drag dealer, too, though he wasn't sure if either of them were recognized considering how slummy the people around here could be, breaking into the attic of a sex shop at God knows how early in the morning. Dabi, Hawk's voice was low, and dragged his attention from the street. Glancing in to where something had caught the hero's attention, he saw it, a little shape, collapsed under the only other window the attic held, still open from the kid's assumed entrance. A slight breeze ruffled some fabric laid out across boxes as it swept into the room, and Dabi became aware of how cold it must get in there. It wasn't winter suitable. It wasn't any season suitable. Skoll? Dabi winced, fumbling to get the window open so they could squeeze in. The rusted hinges were so worn, it took both him and Hawks to pry them open. The kid must have either never used this window as an entrance, or climbed through the broken part, which Dabi didn't like at all. There were so many long, thin shards poking out. He scrambled into the little space. Skoll, he called out. The kid didn't move. Skoll. Collapsing beside the figure, he pushed him over. Sure enough, it was Skoll. His soft features were marred in dark blues and purples. The splotches strangely dotted a lot around his eyes, cheeks, and nose. It wasn't like he'd been punched, but he wasn't sure what would have busted him up like that. Hawks let out a little, uncomfortable whine as he settled beside them, taking the damaged boy in as well. He's so small. Silently, Dabi nodded, reaching out before stilling his hands. Is he still breathing? Alive? Luckily for them, the hero seemed to know what to do, moving to press his fingers to Skoll's neck. It drew their attention to the bruising there, which, rather horribly, looked like a handprint. Dabi let out a little growl as Hawks checked him over. He's breathing, he grimaced. But I don't like that he isn't waking up. We should take him to a hospital. No. Hawks gave him an incredulous look. You can't be serious? Dabi, he's Dash. He doesn't like hospitals. Dabi shook his head. We gotta figure something else out. I don't think we should take into consideration his dislike of hospitals when he could be bleeding internally and seconds from death. Hawks scowled, making Dabi wince. I can't. Oh, so he's going to be sad at me when he wakes up already. This only spurred on the hero's moral stint further. So, clearly it doesn't matter if Dash. And he's going to be more sad when I strap him to my side for the rest of his life. Dabi kept going, ignoring the idiot and his interruptions. If there's any other way, we gotta take it. Exhaling irritably, Hawks leaned back on his heels to watch the other. Well, maybe. Dabi's heart picked up. Do you know someone? She's not going to be happy about us waking her up for this. He's more important, Dabi retorted. He got a snort, the bird's nose wrinkling. You're such a big brother. Shut up. It was funny, Dabi had 3 younger siblings, but this felt like the first time in his life he'd ever actually heard the term applied to him and felt like it fit. He didn't hate his siblings, most of them, by any means, but that didn't mean he knew anything about them. It was hard to love someone when your last real conversation was when you were 4. If a 4-year-old could have a real conversation, that is. No, it's fine. You're really cute when you're worried. Dabi shot him the driest look he could, trying not to think too hard on that comment. I'm sorry, are you really trying to hit on me over my brother's unconscious body? Your brother? Hawks. Right. He pouted. You're no fun. Hoisting his little sun chaser up, Dabi didn't comment on the wayward hero. This was who they were relying on to keep their streets safe. Well, Skoll was still a vigilante. Maybe they weren't totally F'd yet. Where are we going? No. Hawks looked a bit offended at the brusque write-off. Should have seen it coming with a dumb lawn like that, if you asked Dabi. You said dash. That doesn't mean I want to walk into Hero Central, Dabi scowled, feeling a bit of déjà vu for a little garage and a FING duffel bag full of money. God, I can only imagine the stink of that building. It probably reeks of failed dreams and reckless abandon for human life. Okay, ow. Hawks frowned. I get that you hate heroes, but it doesn't have to be so personal, you know? What? You have reckless abandon for human life? I didn't take you for the type. He kept his voice clipped but breezy. Flashing him a goofy grin, feathery eyebrows shot up above crinkling eyes. I didn't know you thought so highly of me. My brother is still unconscious. You won't let me take him to a hospital or a healer. What am I supposed to do? Letting out a stressed breath, Dabi thought. We could take him to his contact? But I don't know if Jackal can find him there. Maybe that was how Jackal had found Dabi's house in the first place. He didn't like that thought. The hero held up his hands placatingly. You're the boss. I can get him healed up, no questions asked. You just gotta trust me. I don't. He snapped. Not after you let Jackal go, you a-hole. Maybe Skoll wouldn't be hurt right now, if they'd caught the mutt. I said I was sorry. Hawks whined like a child. His big gold eyes looked at Dabi pleadingly, and they didn't make him relent a little. They didn't. He wasn't that weak. Pretty boy sighed tiredly. Then take us to your guy. We'll just have to stick to Skoll's side until he's healed. One thing. He questioned. Dabi's tongue pushing around the inside of his burnt cheek as he thought. I need money. Beach isn't cheap. Well, gee, good to know you respect women. I have money. You won't respect this woman either. Hawk scoffed. I respect all women. Maruko would kick my butt if I didn't. Giving him a long, drawn-out stare, Dabi snapped back to Skoll, cradling the kid closer. He really was entirely too small, too light. Even Jackal's tiny but had a few inches on him, cloaked and menacing compared to the much smaller hoodie-clad frame of the Sun Eater. Anyway, do you have any? Any what? Hawks. Dabi? The hero scratched at his cheek, looking at him with big, dumb eyes of liquid gold. He really wanted to punch him in his perfect teeth. There was an annoyed, jagged breath from the criminal. You have the attention span of a fee squirrel, I swear to God dash. Hey! Any money, dunce? Dabi shot him a glare. The hero rolled his eyes, looking just as peeved as the arsonist felt. As if Dabi had been the one ruffling that moron's feathers. It also didn't suit him, he thought. There was only room for one choleric a-hole in this tiny, dusty attic. I already told you I did. What? No, you didn't? He'd have remembered if he did. Yes, I did dash. No, you didn't dash. I did. Hawks glared. Right after I said you don't respect women dash. Dabi sneered at him, realizing he could faintly recall him saying something about money between asinine accusations. How can you expect me to hear what you said after spouting dumb bullshit like that? Half the sheet that comes out of your mouth turns my brain to effing mush with its puerility. Oh, puerility, huh? Nice big, fancy word, thorough dash. Maybe you'd know what it meant if you put your nose in a book for once? And maybe people could stand you if you took yours out of your own butt? For a second, the two stopped, staring at each other with irascible hatred. Finally, the scarred man relaxed. Then he snorted to himself. Little birdie had teeth. So you do bite back. Didn't know you had it in you? Hawks frowned, looking confused. What? He shook his head. You haven't done anything but take it really, when I snap at you. Good to see you have a backbone is all. The hero looked at him oddly. Aren't we fighting? Life's too short to fight with idiots. They'll drag you down to their level and beat you with experience. Now, how much do you have on you? A couple thousand yen? Am I about to get mugged? Hawks looked completely confused. Like his whole world had gone off kilter with the conversation. Oh, we don't have time. I'll mug you later. He stood up with Skoll, feeling a small twinge of relief as the kid twitched, although he still never stirred. Hawks gave him a look that said he wasn't so sure it was a joke, but honestly he should be more worried about the little heathen in Dabi's arms. Little Sheet would probably rob him blind in the time it took him to recover from a topic swap. But will lead the way, I guess. Hawks was almost cute when he was standing off, hands in his pockets and looking sullen. Almost. It was like a little bird getting mad at you for giving it the wrong toy or treat, or in this case, threatening to mug it. Birdies like him could just be so sensitive, he'd never survive 7 without Dabi. Paying no mind to the lowering himbo in the corner, he took the back exit out. No way was he taking the little pup out the smaller, broken window in the front, even if they had gotten it open. He came out on a slanted roof. Loose shingles slid out from under his feet dangerously, clattering over the low edge. The jump down wasn't so bad, but his ankles still protested the abuse. Hawks landed next to him with all the grace of a ballerina, and he had half a mind to point out the comparison. No point now, though. He'd only rile the little songbird and hold them up again. Surprisingly, the avian didn't break the blissful quiet until they turned onto the street they needed to be on. He could see the red neon sign of a woman lifting and lower her leg from here. So, where are we going? Beer. I'm sorry, come again? He nodded to the bright sign, with what seemed to be a drag deal going on under the glow of it. Beer. Hawks made a disgusted noise as he took in the lurid imagery in the windows. Your kid brother could have internal bleeding, and you're going to a BR. Dabi shot him repulsed eyes. What the hell do you think we're coming here for? Well, certainly not for the renowned surgeon that lives there. Hawks mocked. It'd PSS him off if it wasn't so comical. Actually, dumbass, we are. Now open the door for me. He was past a look that said he was positively insane, which he certainly wouldn't argue with, but the hero opened the door anyway. They got a few wayward looks from patrons that they hadn't last time, maybe because of the unconscious child, probably because of the hero tailing him. Almost certainly both, actually. They headed down the hallway to room 203, the corridors familiar in a way Dabi really didn't like a B'arthel being. He wasn't exactly a prude, but these sorts of establishments had never been to his taste. Ironically, he found places like this often catered more to gangsters and heroes than people like him, just trying to make a living and get somewhere in the world. Nowhere good, but that was still somewhere, technically. Hawks slipped past him, beating the door with his fist more than knocking after they'd stopping in front of it. A second later, I swear to God. I'm coming to work in a minute, calm your grotty salmon butt. The hero cast Dabi a disbelieving look as the door opened. Ratty purple hair was tied up in a messy bun tonight, brows shooting to the ceiling as she took in the sight at her door before her eyes narrowed angrily. What the hell? What's this pile of shit? She cast Hawks a cold look, then dragged her eyes to Dabi. I don't take heroes. Puff. Wait, he snapped, shoving into the doorway as she moved to close it. He jostled Skoll in his arms. He's hurt. She cast the kid a disinterested look. Neat. Get out. Beach, please. We have nowhere else to go, and I will burn this squalid shack down if it gets your ratty hide moving. He glared, feeling his face smoke in response to his rising temper. Her expression didn't so much as twitch. Typical, apathetic Beach. She really did look like a rat. A ratty, sewer-dwelling Beach. I don't deal with heroes. F off, piss boy, I got warts scarier than you. Hawks dipped into the conversation, saving him from commenting on her apparent warts in a rather unfavorable way. Hi, hello, I'm sorry, miss, but my friend really needs medical attention. I hear you're a surgeon? I sure as shit am not, now get out. Hariko? Tried to slam them in the door, but it worked about as well as expected. Dabi stepped into the room easy enough, Hawks making an indignant noise and rubbing at his bruised arm as he failed to move fast enough to evade the weaponized oak wood. Stronger than you look, he muttered, casting Dabi a look. I thought we were going to a secret, underground surgeon? We are. She is. Sort of. See, now, it's the sort of that worries me. Dabi shot him a look, trying to get across that he didn't have time for his priggish bullshit. The other only gave him a tired look. If you'd let me take him to your dash. F off, he whirled onto the decrepit corpse, watching with her own prissy expression. We have money, you crumply old shrew. She gave them both a malicious glare, leathery fingers digging into her patchwork buttons and baubles. After a moment, she let out a breath almost as ragged as her frown lines. I heal him up, you both leave. Immediately. Got it? Yeah, Dabi agreed, nodding. They could figure out where to take the kid after. The room was filled with a suspicious smoke that definitely wasn't his, anyway, or it would be suspicious if Dabi wasn't so familiar. He cast a quick look at Hawks, who still looked more or less perturbed with the whole situation. Did the straight-laced hero boy have any idea what the smoke was? He didn't seem bothered by it, which was rather shocking. He expected confusion or indignance. Set him down, she directed Dabi towards the bed, shuffling over to Hawks. Gimme the fucking money. And if you try and snitch, I'll fucking ruin you, little birdie. His name's Hawks, Dabi snapped. Use it? I don't give a shit. He shot her a pissy glower. Look, Beach, you already look like your face lost a fight with a woodchipper. You don't need to get a matching personality, trust me, it'll do you no favors. She sneered at him, and Hawks looked a bit taken aback by the rising aggression. Or like he really didn't want to be here. Dabi didn't blame him, since he really didn't want to be here either. As soon as the payment was settled, she wandered over to inspect Skoll. It was horrible, to be honest. His throat was bruised all to hell, and several new marks were blossoming across his face as well. The bridge of his nose was cut, and he had further damage on the back of his neck that extended down between his shoulders. His hand definitely wasn't supposed to be that fluid, the beach not doctor muttering about it being shattered, which couldn't mean anything good. His collarbone was apparently smashed as well, shattered at the point of impact where a bright red and purple welt had formed. A tiny cut also sliced into his good palm, but it was far less concerning than the giant handprint marring his neck. His clothes were also suspiciously damp, which they found out as his hoodie and shirt was removed and tossed unceremoniously at Dabi's face, leading Hawks to question if he'd ducked into the fountain or something on his way out of the mall. He didn't dignify that with a response. The grubby woman doddered towards the lamp, placing a hand on it and collecting energy again. After a few moments, she placed a palm against Skoll's chest, and Hawks wheedled closer curiously as the wounds slowly stitched themselves closed. Bruises dissipated into reddish patches, bones knitting themselves back together and leaving only drops of dried blood as evidence of whatever Jackal had done to him. Oh, Hawks breathed. He cast the woman a curious look. What are you doing, here? She gave him a dry look. Working. No, I mean. He frowned, feathery brows furrowing. What are you doing working here? With a quirk like that, surely you could have become a doctor, or dash. She laughed, a gravelly, grating thing. Dabi actually grimaced at how ugly it sounded, booming in the little room and mocking Hawks for his naivety. She was a 7 resident, after all. It said everything that it needed to about how she got here. Not all of us re so lucky as you, birdie. You think I'd been a doctor? Not with my family. My mother had an electricity quirk, used it teach turn off security for my father's jobs. He had the really interesting quirk, could take energy from others, transfer it, mold it. Real powerful. Could have done a lot with it, but he thought he'd go into the real moneymaker. And he did make money, he was quite the villain, that man. When me and my sisters were born, we weren't all that wanted. One followed in their footsteps, all the way to jail and back. My sisters got in a big ol' fight with my old man right before a job, and he decided to help himself to a bit of her energy. Well, more than a bit. He sapped her dry right there in front of our youngest. They never got along much, you see, she didn't have a strong quirk. Could only use her own energy to boost others, but she lost more than they gained and she could barely give you as much as a cup of coffee. So it was no real loss for them. Youngest couldn't take it, though. Right up onto one of them big fancy buildings down in 2. Ain't enough of her left to scrape off the sidewalk, they said. She shrugged. I'm just doing my best to stay off that track. Hawk's face was pale, and his eyes had turned dark and blank all at once. It was a curious expression on the face of such a carefree idiot. You couldn't get anything, He glanced around the hovel they were situated in, and she only shrugged. Sis, Ma, and Papa were always 3 peas in a pod. I used to fix 'em up when they came around after their little stints to earn my own keep. I'd also, unfix people when it suited my pa-nasty business, and I never had much of a taste for it. Kept telling myself I'd get out, get a fancy scholarship, and find a better life for himself. Instead, the 3 musketeers went and got themselves jailed when I was 14. Ma didn't make it out, but Papa and Sis did, a few years later. By that time, I'd been forgotten by the foster system and left on the streets. I tried to get work, to get into a school, but, well, she huffed in sour amusement. Guess a good life ain't for us beggars. I was turned down by everyone for my family name. Finally, they took me in here, just 15 years old. Wasn't great, but it was something. By the time Papa and Sis came out, I felt like I was being rescued, which of course I wasn't. They got themselves caught again a year later, but thought instead of going back, they'd rather leave a real mess for the rest of us. She leaned her weight back against the bedpost, considering Hawks with a bored expression. Had a real fancy bomb they'd gotten from a friend. Took them out, sure as sheet, couple dozen other people too. Innocence. So I came back here, figured I'd never make a difference in this shithole anyway. She shrugged haplessly, gesturing to Skoll. Met the brat a few months ago, crawling around half feral and covered in blood. Tore a man's throat out with his teeth. Can you believe that sheet? She shook her head like it was a fond memory, but Dabi and Hawks passed each other concerned looks. How much trauma could one 12-year-old accumulate? Jesus. I fixed him up, told him where to find me. Told him I better not see his ugly mug again, but Shithil came crawling back from the gutter some time later, towing around some of the most egregious wounds you've ever seen on an 11-year-old. Don't know how that kid gets into so much trouble. What? Dabi grimaced sickly at the thought, absolutely hating the idea that the poor kid was off getting shot in alleyways before he was there to watch out for him. Or, hell, even afterwards, for that matter. He blinked at her slowly. Egregious wounds? How egregious? Oh yeah, he definitely doesn't come from a good home, but who does, round these parts? She seemed suddenly very far off, lost in a memory. Normally I don't do much for broke, cheap sons of beaches, but he said he'd be good for it, and well, I got a soft spot for kids down on their luck. I think he's like me, you know? Rose gold eyes met Dabi's knowingly. Like us. Some of us just can't escape our parentage, you know? Yeah, he knew. In fact, he'd be a bit wigged out if it wasn't such a common sentiment in 7. Lots of people here got dragged down by shitty parents. It was almost refreshing just how ununique Dabi's shitty past was here. Hawks, however, had zoned in like a cat on a mouse. He was abused? Hariko seemed unconcerned. Probably. I don't really delve into that kind of shit with him. Ain't a therapist, yeah? Never been so good with brats. I doubt any of you really want to listen to a baby talk about how sad he is. Yeah, but Dabi had at some point decided to be his brother, which unfortunately had seemingly qualified him for the job. And a quick side glance at Hawks said he was probably preparing a comfy chair and clipboard for when the kid woke up, too. Anyway, she waved her hand, dismissing both the conversation and a bit of the smoke that still hung above them. It explained why Dabi was starting to feel so relaxed, his boiling blood soothing out to his more natural state of vague irritation. Best get the little sheet out of here. I have clients. What a classy lady, Dabi snorted. Really, does your elegance and grace know no bounds? You want me to bow for you on your way out, Highness? She sneered. In that skimpy but dress? No thanks. I don't like the smell of spoiled tuna. Hawks made the most mortified sound he'd ever heard someone make. It was almost worth the sight of the crotchety old beach. She didn't so much as flinch, just giving him a bored look. Why, not like you smell much better, half decomposed and held together by household staples. Careful, shitface, before I get curious enough to see what happens when I take 'em out. Now get your brat or I'm dropping him in the alley and charging you for the hour. He grimaced, heading over to grab Skoll. Don't you dare touch him, there are probably STDs on your hands that went extinct with the dinosaurs. Dabi. Hawks protested. Oh yeah, he'd never survive 7 on his own. After much argument, Keigo managed to convince Dabi the best place to bring Skoll was his own apartment. Somehow, it was an uphill battle, and kind of felt like trying to argue the wind into changing direction, but he won. Maybe it was because he argued Dabi's apartment was entirely too small for one person, much less 3. Maybe it's because Keigo's apartment was in a nicer, safer part of town. But it was probably the unspoken argument, because Jackal had already gotten to Skoll once and Dabi seemed anxious to find a new hidey hole for the poor kid. Keigo couldn't blame him, it was certainly why he'd wanted to drag them both back to his place when he really wasn't one for company. And boy, wasn't that kid a surprise and a half. Keigo hadn't expected to recognize Dabi's self-appointed little brother as the poor kid he'd threatened to splat a few weeks ago. The same one he'd been talking to over comms, and the very one he'd met in what was now very suspicious circumstances over Canterburn's body. Not that there was a chance in hell he'd tell Dabi any of that. Especially not the splatting thing. With the mood Dabi was in, he'd probably turn Keigo into chicken wings, and that wasn't the kind of delicious he wanted to be. He should probably apologize. He really didn't deserve that, never had he been more certain than after all the new revelations coming out about him. Hurry the F up, Dabi grumbled, not once in the whole trip over even trying to fix his god-awful personality. Well, to be fair, Keigo didn't really mind so much if he were being honest. Dabi was fun, in a very grumpy old BS dirty kinda way. It was just also fun to poke fun at his arrogant, belligerent streak. I'm going, keep your staples in, Keigo huffed, fitting the key in the door. It didn't help that Dabi had pulled out his shifty drag dealer eyes the second they got out of 7, and no amount of Keigo beaching about it clued the blistered a-hole into the fact that his constant nervous glances around and glaring at every police officer they saw was way shadier than his highly recognizable, scarred face. The lock clicked, and Keigo pushed the door open, stepping aside for his guests. Did he finally? Oscar the Grouch, whoops, he meant Dabi. Honest mistake, anyone could have made it beached. And then, because the arsonist could never stop himself from quibbling unnecessarily, he stepped into the apartment and cursed foully. Really? Are you effing serious? What? He asked, ducking in after him. Miruko's not here, is she? I don't think she has the address of this apartment yet, so she better not be. It's supposed to be my sanctuary. His eyes slid around the apartment, taking in absolutely nothing. It was empty. So why the hell was the criminal looking at him with the most exasperated face he'd gotten all day? This isn't a FING apartment, birdbrains, it's just a small mansion attached to other small mansions. You seriously effing live here? I mean for now. Keigo shrugged, looking around. He guessed it would seem like a lot for Dabi, whose entire apartment could fit in his living room twice over. Hawks took up this entire floor of the high-rise he lived in. Technically I live in an actual house, but this is one of my apartments I keep for when I'm doing business in the area. Like, the whole Jackal case or sports festival sheet. You know, it would seem lavish, he guessed, what with the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, and how his living room had a loft that led to even more living room. His walls were a crisp white with gold trim, no miscolorations to be seen, and his floors were natural hardwood. Some fancy sheet. Mahogany if he had to guess, he really didn't know. Trees weren't his thing. The furniture was plush, mainly white with gold and cyan pillows and accents. He even had a fancy black fireplace with a sleek, curved TV above it. The HPSC had made sure he'd been spared no expense, which was one of the very few things they'd ever done for him. One of? How many mini-mansions do you own? Keigo shot him a droll look. Being a hero pays good, so quite a few. Now stop looking like I murdered your dog, it's just a house. The contrary gaze said that the criminal didn't agree with him. Keigo only snorted, wandering farther into the room. If this is how you act seeing the living room, I can't wait for you to see some of the things that actually don't make sense. That seemed to pique his attention. Like what? Keigo passed him a "oh just wait and see" look. Wanna drop the kid on the couch for now? I want to show you some of my rich people bullshit. Dabi looked suddenly intrigued. Please. As soon as Skoll was situated, he was guiding the criminal through the sitting room to where a sliding wood door with no handles or buttons sat. Dabi frowned at it. How are you even supposed to open that? Like this? He snorted. Open the elevator doors, please. Dabi gave him the most incredulous look as the doors softly glide open behind them. Elevator? Keigo sighed, knowing that this he definitely deserved shit for owning, even if it technically wasn't his idea. Yeah. How many floors does this apartment have? Resigned to his fate, he held up 2 fingers. Pux. Why do you have an elevator for a 2-story apartment? I don't know, Dabi, I really don't. I didn't design it. Or pick it out. Pux, you have wings. I know, Dabi, I really do. He looked into the elevator, grimacing. Want to meet my pointless elevator AI-bot? AI-bot? Electronic Elevator Verification and Information Execution Bot. Hawks frowned, nodding to the little robot that was sitting uselessly in the elevator. It was sleek and triangular, rotating its head but otherwise sitting perfectly still. It pushes the elevator buttons for me. The look Dabi gave him was one of pure, absurd joy. He'd probably never seen the criminal so happy before in his life. No way. No way in hell you have a robot just to push a button for you. I have one that opens my fridge and turns up the thermostat as well. It's not even that the thermostat and fridge are smart, it's literally just a bot on standby waiting for me to want to get into my fridge to open it for me. Grimacing, he had to admit the way Dabi's staples stretched at least made the humiliation somewhat worth it. Their names are Ara and Terra. The rhyming made it so much worse. What do they stand for? Automatic Refrigeration Assistant and Temperature Augmentation and Reduction Aid. Dabi looked like a kid in a candy store. There's no effing way. Unfortunately, I have pointless robots all over this place. It's really effing annoying. They'd passed several, but they were small and unnoticeable. He'd point them out to Dabi, but he had always felt the most shameful. Maybe it was because he really didn't need an elevator. Maybe it was because she was the first he'd met. Either way, he really needed to get rid of the bots. It was just so much easier to ignore them when he'd thought he'd only be in town a few days, but that was looking more and more like a pipe dream as the days stretched into a month. Is this a thing you do, just collect dumb FING robots? Dabi asked, still having that sheet-eating grin plastered on his face. He was looking EVIE over in earnest, now. More or less. At least Dabi liked them. He hoped Skoll, Apophis liked them too. Whatever the kid's name was. Ironically, he'd definitely given Keigo a different name when they'd first met. He remembered, just barely, chatting to the kid about his usual route to school as he'd almost wandered onto Canterburn's corpse, but that was a month ago at least. And he'd never expected to see the kid again. Much like with fans, it went in one ear and out the other, something that was biting him on the butt now. Well, kid would tell him when he was ready. So how many rooms do you have? Dabi asked, looking around the red-white sitting room. Rooms or bedrooms? Because too many. Bedrooms. Am I taking the couch or dash? The apartment came with 4 bedrooms, 3 upstairs, 1 down. I converted the downstairs bedroom into a study and library, though, so we're down to 3. Still enough for all of us. Dabi gave him an incredulous look. 4 FING bedrooms? What, do you bring your family here sometimes? Keigo shrugged, an uncomfortable, familiar tingle running up his spine. He got this way anytime someone questioned him about his familial circumstances, but it was nothing new to brush it off, either. No family, just me. And Miruko, but she's on timeout for her last accidental remodeling project, so she doesn't know about this apartment and I haven't given her a key. Oh, but I did give her a key to my apartment down in Jaka City, but I won't tell her what it's for. It's been driving her crazy trying to find out what door or safe it unlocks in my house. She keeps sending me text updates saying she's been going through my sheet trying to find it since I left. You rich people are nuts. Can I see the bedrooms? Dabi inched towards the elevator, eyes still on E, leaving Keigo rolling his eyes and leading him in. Sure. Want to get voice recognition set up with EVIE while we're here. An hour later, they were all set up. The E-bot, and ARA and Terra bots, as well as a few of the others Dabi stumbled across, recognized Dabi's voice, and he'd chosen the white and navy room for himself and the peacock green one for Skoll, saying simply it matches with a sheet-eating grin as they lay the still unconscious kid down. Unfortunately, Keigo had to agree. The kid's hair was a darker green, but he did match the room astoundingly well. After that, Dabi left to raid his and Skoll's apartments for clothes while Keigo settled into his study to check a few things before bed, even though the sun had well and risen by now and he was dead on his feet. First was an email from the HPSC. They were inquiring about his progress on the Jackal case, and he felt himself grimacing just looking at it. He sent a quick, formal update rambling about every little thing to make it seem like things were going better than they were. The HPSC could be so overzealous. After that, he flipped through his contacts to a more recent edition, spinning in his chair childishly as he called the less fun grumpy BSRD he had to deal with. "Yo, Eraser." He greeted the other hero after the line picked up, one hand rapping at his desk with mindless abandon. "Hawks." Man, Eraserhead sounded tired. And he must be, to not correct his shorthand name like he was prone to do when Keigo was picking at him. "I was going to call you in a minute." Must be sharing a brain cell, then. "Called you first?" He crowed with more excitement than he felt as he shook off the exhaustion. "I wanted to update you on the case dash." "Me too," Eraserhead interjected. That got Keigo's attention. What happened? Did you find Jackal?" He leaned forward in his seat eagerly. If they did, if Eraserhead caught him, they wouldn't have to worry about the little green bean taking an impromptu beauty nap upstairs. He'd been worried, but that weird butt doctor, or whatever, had said he'd probably be dead to the world for a few hours, and Dabi had said something about it too, another unexplained reference to the kid getting shot at some point. He'd have to look into that later. "No, but we found out why he was on 13's roofs." "Let me guess, he was going after someone," he drawled, falling back into the chair. "Less interesting, kinda expected." It was only a matter of time before they caught him in the middle of stalking a potential victim. He was a serial killer, after all. He'd come from a body, actually. Eraserhead sounded like he was grimacing, and Keigo couldn't blame him as he gave a little, involuntary wince himself. Not unexpected, but worse than he'd been hoping for. His name was Maeda Haruki, and he doesn't make sense for a Jackal victim. He doesn't match Jackal's previous kills, just some drag dealer. Weird. Any chance he was aiming for a different drag dealer with that kill? He'd have to update Dabi later, so he could be safe. "Me and Tsukachi are cleaning it up now, but it's a mess. We think there might be some of Jackal's DNA here, since there's quite a bit of evidence left." Blood. There was blood. Looks like he went after the guy with a hammer he'd left out. It wasn't a pretty kill. Tsukachi's taking this as evidence that Jackal is escalating to people affiliated with drags. "How do you know, for sure, he was Jackal's kill?" He couldn't help but ask. He'd met the schmarmy little shithead yesterday, and, well, he did seem the self-righteous type, but he had been focused on punishing murders. Including the 12-year-old asleep upstairs, apparently. The one that might have murdered his own family. Don't act rash until you know what happened. You can take a 12-year-old if he gets a little frisky with the kitchen knives. He reminded himself silently. Eraserhead let out a long-suffering sigh. "It's the same house he was coming out of when I ran into him. If it was him, Hawks, trust me. It'd be illogical to think otherwise." "Maybe. But they'd know for certain in a few hours." "What about you? You were looking for some kid last night?" Eraserhead asked, a very clearly questioning note in his voice. Kids made things muddy in cases like these. Case in point, Skoll was some sort of hostage for a serial murderer with a hero complex for some dark shit that happened in his past. "We found him," the winged hero confirmed. "We think he might know something." "Why?" Eraserhead's voice darkened a bit in accusation. Keigo grimaced. He thought he was in over his head again. Why would a kid know anything about Jackal? "It's a long story." "Hawks." He cursed quietly. Really, right now did not feel like the time. Still, Eraserhead was, technically, the lead hero on the case. So he swallowed his exhaustion as per usual and gave his report. Keigo cleared his throat to buy himself time, seriously considering what he said next. Not too much information he'd promised Dabi. When I met with my contact, he said Jackal had this kid with him. I can't really go into details right now, but he'd been keeping him as a hostage, more or less dash. Makoto? No. Thought so. Kid's a preteen. One Eraserhead would know, but Keigo was keeping that close to his chest. The kid would explain it all when he was ready. He couldn't push these things. Apparently, Jackal's been, making him to watch. Silence. Keigo bit his own lip as he let the implications of that sink in. To watch what? You know what? After a minute. And? Good old gruff Eraserhead. Always to the point, getting the facts before reacting. Granted, Keigo could almost feel the nuclear reaction he was going to get for this, but at least he was waiting until he heard everything. He was kept away from Jackal for some time. We're not entirely sure why, but part of it was my contact housing him. The kid said Jackal wouldn't kill if he couldn't get to him. But he did. Last night, kid got out. Or was kidnapped. We're not really sure. He breathed steadyingly. Sometime last night, after Deech, my contact, came to meet with me, he was taken from the apartment. No sign of forced entry, but it's believed the kid was made to feel as if he had no choice. When we went to meet with you, I made contact with Jackal after you'd lost him. What? Why didn't you call for me? The sudden fire burst out, and while it was never appreciated, it was at least a little understood. This time, I had it under control. Keigo squawked. And we were mid-fight. I couldn't exactly ask him to stop running so I could call my buddy to come haul his butt off to jail with me. Besides, there was a kid on the line. I didn't see a kid. Keigo frowned, twirling around in the chair as he considered his shoes. We aren't sure when he got out, but he was there. At least, probably for the you-know. Anyway, I caught him. The kid. Jackal. You have the Jackal? No, I, had the Jackal. He winced at the hiss that came over the line. You effing lost him? Hey. It's not my fault, he's crafty as all hell and he had a hostage. And I've already been given the what for about it, so you can just drop it, okay? Dabi certainly didn't hold his tongue when it came to the kid's safety, he'd give him that. Eraserhead made a displeased sound, but let Keigo continue. As soon as I caught him, I sent a few feathers out to find the kid, but of course, he wasn't there. I was just about to arrest Jackal when the slimy BSTRD started talking. Kept saying we'd never see the kid again if he was caught. Eraserhead gave a low growl, and Keigo agreed. BSTRD? What kind of sick F threatened a child like that? So to save the kid he scratched at the back of his head nervously. Eraser really wasn't going to like this. Sure enough, his voice said he was very over Keigo's sheet. What did you do? Keigo made an affronted sound in his throat. You don't have to sound so sure I did something, geez. But you did. I know the sound of some dumb kid making a bad decision. Hawks, I'm a high school teacher. So he was just going for straight-up personal attacks now, all civility completely lost. And if I'm wrong, you would have said so. But a little faith would have been nice. So would a hot shower and a nap. Guess we don't always get what we want. What did you do? Keigo rolled his eyes at the dogged question. I may have made a deal with him. A little one. A deal with him? The murderer? That we're trying to catch? Just a small one though. And what kind of deal was it? I just told him that if he handed over SK the kid, he could go. Just this once. I can't believe you. He stopped spinning, frowning at his desk. Hey, it was a good deal. And the only option, given the circumstances. The kid was everything, he had information, he was, seemingly, an innocent party. Dabi was relying on him to help protect the kid. Really, there hadn't been another option. A good deal? How the hell was that a good deal? We get the kid, he can't use him against us anymore. Like clipping a bird's wings. Another good reason he had needed to get the kid, first. Hawks, that kid was the only thing keeping him out of prison. Do you really think he was going to give him up that easy? Let me guess, he sent you on a wild goose chase and he got away, and now we're back at square one. No. Well, not quite. I wouldn't let him go until we had the kid, so I had him lead me to him. I couldn't call you through comms, but I managed to send a text to my contact to back me up. Your criminal contact? Eraserhead sounded positively miserable. His suffering was beginning to become Keigo's, too, just for having to put up with it. He really didn't appreciate it. He had enough on his plate already. The one we're still unsure about? Eraserhead, please, can you not just try to trust me? Just a little? I am a pro hero too, you know. One who has made every bad choice, every chance he's gotten, Eraserhead snapped in response. What am I supposed to do with that? Keigo snapped. Maybe consider the fact that, if I hadn't gotten in contact with that criminal, we wouldn't even know about the hostage? He turned to glare off at a book on his bookshelf as if it were the one berating him. That maybe you weren't there, because you're so unwilling to bend the rules, even if it'll help catch a prolific murderer? And you know what? You weren't there, Eraser. You don't get to tell me what the right decision was or wasn't, because you weren't there. So save your FNG lecture, because I'm not one of your hard-headed students. I may not have made every decision effing perfectly, but I made them. Not you. Never you. You weren't even close to the scene, as per usual. Now can you kindly shut the F up so I can finish my report, or would you rather I let you go so you can have your hot shower and long nap, and I'll continue working this case basically alone? Certainly wouldn't be anything new. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The tension could be cut with one of Keigo's feathers, but he refused to back down and apologize. He wasn't sorry, and frankly, Eraserhead was being a bit of a patronizing a-hole. The HPSC put hawks on this case for a reason, and he was beginning to think it was because the pros around here were, as Dabi would probably say, FING terrible at their jobs. He'd chased poor Skoll down when Eraserhead had called him in as Jackal. He'd been the one to discover the kid wasn't Jackal. He'd been the one out of the two of them on the scene for Canterburn's death, and he'd been searching nonstop for clues since. He contacted Dabi, he found out about the extra kills and got a description. He'd even been the one to help find the kid, in the end. He had literally done everything he could for this case, and yes, even took a less-than-legal route when he'd exhausted his options, but at least he was looking. You're right. The tone was calm and even, and surprised Keigo more than if he'd started shouting. Go on. Letting out a harsh breath to de-stress, he did. Jackal took me and my contact to some mall. An old, abandoned one down by all those warehouses? Looked like the kind of place you'd go to be brutally murdered. I know the one, Eraserhead confirmed. Yeah. He told us that the hostage was there, and if we found him, we could keep him. We wouldn't let him go until we found him though, which seemed to put a crimp in his plans. He didn't seem all that bothered at first, but the second we turned our backs to him, he pushed my colleague off the second story and bolted. And yes, I did make the wrong choice here, but I went to catch my partner. I didn't think about it, I just lunged, so you can shut the F up about that too. It doesn't matter. There were no good options. You saved the person that was right in front of you instead of risking it all for someone you couldn't find. It was logical. Okay then. Guess Eraser was in a giving mood all of a sudden. Yeah. Anyway, I sent some of my smaller feathers out when we were looking for the kid, but they didn't pick anything up. After Jackal escaped, I was able to send more feathers out, but again, nothing. My friend even tried to call the kid, and we heard his phone go off but he silenced it before we could track it. In the end, Jackal made it out and we had to regroup. Sounds like the kid was never there, Eraserhead mused. He probably led you there to distract you. Maybe to make sure he got away unnoticed and give Jackal his own way to escape. Well, we thought so, but his phone dash. How do you know Jackal didn't have his phone? That made a lot of sense. Keigo turned in the chair, turning the new thought over. He had his phone. That's why we heard it. He was effing you with us. Of course he was effing you with us. Dropping his head into his hands, he groaned at his own stupidity. Really, what kind of hero was he? It had never even crossed his mind that Jackal had confiscated the kid's phone. No use whining about it now, Eraserhead dismissed, rather hypocritically. Keigo was ready to let it go if he really was turning over a new leaf, though. Kid's MIA and Jackal's gone into hiding. We'll review what we can later and try again next time. Right about that? We found the kid. Huh. Eraserhead sounded, honestly a little impressed. It was both incredibly patronizing and vindicating, all wrapped into one. You found him? Yeah, my friend, the criminal? When we regrouped, he started thinking about it and he said the kid accidentally told him where he was squatting, so we went to check it out and well, it wasn't pretty. What do you mean wasn't pretty? And where he was squatting? He wasn't living with his parents? Eraser, the kid was getting toted around like a Gucci bag. Do you really think he has decent parents? Or at least, ones he wasn't taken away from? Never mind the story that DMN doctor had told him earlier. It painted an ugly picture of where Keigo's own life would have gone if he hadn't been picked up by the HPSC, loath as he was to admit it. It also, however, told him entirely too much about what kind of life Dabi probably had that led to him hating heroes so vibrantly, as well as the kind of life that led to some poor kid killing his sisters and being played with by some psycho killer trying to exact some effed-up revenge or justice or something. It was all rather distressing, no matter how he looked at it. Anyway, I have the kid with me now. He's safe. With you? You should be taking him to the police, Hawks Dash. He'd never talk to them. He's a 7 resident, Eraser. If this whole ordeal's taught me anything, it's that 7 residents don't trust cops or heroes. My contact says he'll keep an eye and ear out for me, and the kid almost certainly knows something. I'm going to keep him here until I can coax him into going to the police and getting help. Besides, it's safer if the Jackal really is going to chase him down wherever he goes. Eraserhead made a considering noise. Is your emergency fostering license up to date? What are you talking about? Of course it is. Can't have a hero license without one. He shrugged. Technically, you could, but the system was purposely designed to make it hard to do so. Some heroes, such as Endeavor and All Might, never got theirs, but the HPSC thought it would be easiest and best for press if he got his, so he had one. Good. I'm going to tell Tsukachi everything, and if the Jackal isn't caught by the end of the month, you're going to let me and the detective come over to meet him. We'll get in contact with the necessary parties and get you as his legal foster parent as quietly as we can, all right? If you can't agree to that, I'm coming and taking him now. No, yeah. He stumbled over himself at the surprising amount of support he was receiving. Who knew all you had to do was call Eraserhead out on his bullshit and it wouldn't be like trudging uphill through a blizzard in 2 feet of snow just to have a conversation. But that works great. Perfect, actually. Thanks, Eraser. Just make sure he's safe and keep me updated. Will do. The two didn't waste much time with goodbyes, hanging up quick to go about their respective jobs. Eraserhead would be dealing with the crime scene. Meanwhile, Keigo had a little canary to check on. Stretching out and letting his joints crack, he let out a pleasant little sound. Unfortunately for both of them, a hot shower and a long nap was still a long time coming. Groaning, Izuku flopped an arm lazily over his eyes to shield it from the abrasive onslaughts seeping in through the window. Dim, what time was it? The light never got directly into his apartment until 12 o'clock. He rolled, stuffing his face in the pillow to go back to bed. Stuffing his face into his pillow? Jerking up, he stared down at the dark green fabric. The dark green fabric that definitely wasn't his, because he didn't own a pillowcase. Or a pillow. Or anything this clean, actually. It was silky and comfortable, and the closest he got to comfortable was a pair of fuzzy socks dotted with more holes than Swiss cheese. Pushing himself up, he took in the plush room. A large green comforter and sleek green walls. One of them even had fancy wood instead of paint, and another was just a straight-up row of windows. There was a nice couch and a chair, with a floor-to-ceiling mirror in the corner. Hell, there was TV mounted on the wall that was bigger than Dabi's fridge. He stumbled out of bed, breath hitching as he looked out onto the city. This wasn't 7. Izuku was pretty sure he'd fallen asleep in 7. The skyline here, though, was very different. It wasn't low buildings getting no higher than 4 stories. Instead, the buildings got to be 5 or 6 stories regular, and all of those were still several stories lower than the one Izuku was on. What sector was this? 2? 4? He couldn't tell. He didn't leave his little fief in the slums. Okay. Think. Izuku had been in 7 last night, and he'd gone out for a hunt. It had gone relatively well, but he'd been hurt bad. He glanced down at his hand that had definitely been immobile last night, stretching it a bit as he took in the fact that somewhere between passing out in his house last night and waking up in an entirely wrong sector, if not city, this morning his bones had unbroken. That wasn't usual, right? Bones didn't just unbreak. People didn't just wake up in unfamiliar houses several dozen stories high. So how the hell had Izuku gotten here? He remembered going home, and he remembered passing out in his dark little attic. He should have woken up there, same as always, chill air leaving him shaking and bones aching from his wounds. He should have been alone, but Izuku got the creeping suspicion he wasn't. For a brief moment, panic seized him. Was this a new symptom of Jackal? Had he managed to take over without Izuku realizing? Was he slowly separating from him? No, that was silly. Izuku shoved away the thought. Jackal had never been able to take over like that before, and if he had, Izuku probably would have woken up covered in more blood, not less. A creak sounded outside the room, making him jump slightly. Someone was out there. His neck craned as if he could get a glimpse through the wall or manifest another sound, but none came. Sneaking towards the door, he pressed an ear to it, listening as a pair of footsteps thumped down the hall, noisily. Heavy-duty boots? Probably, so he'd have to stay out of kicking range. It was unfortunate. Most of his victims didn't focus on their feet at all in a fight, and he could pretty much go into it knowing he'd have the upper hand of an extra 2 limbs to bludgeon them with. Smart criminals were always the worst. The footsteps beat a steady rhythm in the background, first meandering a bit outside, then wandering closer to the door. By how he moved, it probably wasn't a hall out there but an open room, which wasn't good. He couldn't take into account the layout if he didn't know what was in it, further digging himself into his sad little hole of being completely unprepared for this. In his defense, he really never expected to get kidnapped right out of his own home. Searching the room, he was able to produce a screwdriver from where it had been forgotten behind a nightstand. He contemplated going for the zap traps he kept in his pockets at all times, before deciding it was a no-go. It would be more effective, sure, but he couldn't risk wasting them when he still didn't know where he was, who was here with him, how many people were here, or what they wanted. Far too many variables. He needed to do this smart. He rested a hand on the intricate gold handle, keeping carefully alert to the movement outside. As soon as the footsteps passed the door, he turned the handle, shoving his way out and lunging at his guard with all of his weight, screwdriver raised. In one smooth move, a blur of red twisted around and caught Izuku's stabbing arm in one large, firm hand while using the other to hoist him up and over, dropping him heavily onto his back. Wheezing, sputtering and coughing, he desperately tried to pull air back into his lungs. Get up, moron, you have to fight. He wasn't going to die here, he wasn't ready. Oh shit. I mean geez. Sorry, kid, but you really startled me. And where did you get that screwdriver? The pause. How long have you even been awake? Izuku coughed in abstract horror. Hawks. Hey kiddo. The pro-hero beamed a 1,000-watt smile. It probably should have been relieving, but instead, Izuku could only stare non-comprehendingly into gold eyes and a high-boned face. Things had just gotten unbelievably more complicated, and he'd never simultaneously needed his wits more while having not a single thought crossing his vacant, flagging mind. Hawks, however, was totally oblivious to his dawning horror at the implications of his situation. You really shouldn't come at people with a screwdriver all willy-nilly, by the by. You really could have gotten hurt. Although, I guess given the situation, you have every right to be a little stab-happy. At least he had the wherewithal to look a bit embarrassed as he started to consider Izuku's predicament. I will say the screwdriver is a bit much though, don't ya think? Even now he gave a sheepish but calm look at the kid he'd almost bodied. Izuku, on the other hand, was internally screaming as the house around them caught on metaphorical fire. Hawks was here. Hawks had kidnapped him straight from his home. Hawks, who'd been running around 7 with him last night. Hawks, who'd chased him down in that FING mall. Jackal had probably been bleeding, he realized. He'd probably left a trail for the man to follow straight home. I mean, maybe that's understandable too? With the whole serial killer thing dash. Why haven't you arrested me? Izuku whispered, as if speaking too loud would break the spell and the police would come marching around the corner, reading him his rights and condemning him for his actions. Why hadn't he arrested Izuku? It just didn't make sense. He should have been arrested. He should be waking up in a cold jail cell, some officers staring down his nose at the little monster and reminding him how awful he was. They knew. They knew he was Jackal, and they had him in their palms. Why were they toying with him like this? Why couldn't they just haul him in? The anticipation was honestly worse than the guilt or fear. It was a terrible knot in his stomach, telling him he didn't know what was going to happen to him, and that was worse than anything. Hawks looked surprised. Arrest you? Kid, we're not going to arrest you. Why not? He frowned, glad he was laying down. His whole world felt like it was going to topple, and he didn't trust his legs to hold his weight. Because you're a kid? The hero's brows furrowed. And it's not like any of that was your fault. I can't imagine what you've been through, being played with like that. And Jackal, he didn't leave you looking good. Actually, are you okay? Do you need to lay down or something? Or, I guess you are lying down, but maybe doing so on a couch? I'm fine. He wasn't fine, he was confused. Very confused. He pushed himself up, turning to watch Hawks, who stepped back to give him room. What happened? The blonde lit up like the sign over Hariko's. Right. I'm Hawks, the pro hero? We've met before, actually. He remembered vividly. Last night I was meeting up with a friend of yours, Dabi. He told me about your, situation. And I know that seems bad, kiddo, but please don't be mad at him. He was just very worried and wanted to help. So they didn't know he was Jackal. That still raised 100 questions, leaving him floundering as he tried to piece the world back together into something that made sense. Even the way he talked about Dabi was like being trapped in some alternate reality where people cared about problems like him. Worried? Yeah, we both were. Hawks shifted on his feet, giving him what was probably supposed to be a reassuring smile. Instead, it tugged at Izuku's insides, making the familiar burn of guilt flare up his spine and dig into his stomach with a vengeance. We got a call about Jackal while we were out, and when we went to check on you, you obviously weren't there. Wait. Why were you worried? There was a moment where the two just stared at each other, two half-wits trying to make their two combined brain cells connect. Unsurprisingly, it just didn't seem to be working. Like smacking logs together and wondering where the sparks were. Because he's holding you hostage? Making you watch him murder? Hawks gave him a long look. There's lots of reasons, really. No, but why me? Why do you care at all what he does to me? Izuku snapped, irritation flaring from the stress. He could feel his hand shaking, the one with the old scarred bracelet. It often got twitchy when he got too worked up, like it remembered how he'd felt freaking out in that alleyway and half expected him to cut it off all over again. A look of understanding finally crossed Hawk's face before breaking apart into something piteous and patronizing. Izuku-Fenji hated the look of it. Oh, kiddo, of course we care. No one should have to go through something like that, and between you and me, I think Dabi's getting attached. What the F dash? The drag dealer he tossed? The bird must be on something. No, I don't think us. Hawks only gave him a patient, amused smile as he nodded. Oh, trust me, you didn't see him when we found out you were gone. He looked like he was going to burn the whole world down if it'd get you back. Kept holding on to that radio, said it'd been yours. Briefly, he thought back to last night, how the two had snarled at Jackal and demanded he give Skoll back. He remembered how Dabi had been so very angry, and so very certain Skoll would come to him when he called. He hadn't thought about it much at the time, just another person trying to recall their lost dog that said the floor, but now. He remembered how domestic it had been, staying with Dabi for the last week. How the man had opened his home to Izuku completely nonsensically, or perhaps because he was worried, and how they'd bickered but never fought, really. How open he'd been about sharing his food, his clothes, and even coming home more and more to check in on him, though he insisted it had nothing to do with Izuku. How Dabi hadn't let him leave even though he was perfectly healthy. How he'd looked at Izuku, at Skoll, when he'd told him about Jackal. There had been no denial, like he'd expected. No real insistence that he was just a kid, just making shit up. It was the kind of bull the heroes and cops used to say to him when he'd run to them, begging for help after his father beat his mother unconscious yet again. It was the kind of drivel the guards used to parrot as they gave a half-butted attempt at gaslighting their charges, whenever they cared enough to even try. But Dabi hadn't done that. He breathed, ever so softly. The hero only shrugged. Dunno. I mean, don't get me wrong, I get it. I like you too, but I can't answer that question for him. Only Dabi knows why he likes you. Or I mean probably. Maybe he doesn't know, it is Dabi. Izuku let out a cautious chuckle. He's pretty emotionally constipated. Hawk's own laugh was jovial and loud. A lot like present mix, but without the force and power behind it. It was more light and floaty, leaving a small smile gracing Izuku's own face in turn, despite the horrible morning he was having. Come on, kid, why don't I show you around? We can talk more about everything when Dabi gets back, which should be soon. He went out to get clothes and stuff a while ago, so he's either on his way back or we're going to get a call here in a minute and have to bail him out in a few hours. Izuku snorted, accepting the hero's hand as he was pulled upright. Nothing to do but wait, then. So, this is your house? One of them? One of them? Save it. When Dabi came back, he stopped dead to stare at the two people who he'd spent more time around in the last few weeks than anyone in the last year as a whole. I don't know much about curl care, Hawks hummed, brushing through Skoll's unruly mess. The winged hero was sitting on the backless couch, the kid sitting between his legs and flipping TV channels while he hummed acknowledgingly. Neither seemed to notice them, and Dabi's eyes zoned in on the dragon hero-themed brush. But I could probably ask around? I'm sure one of my coworkers would know what to do. I usually just shower and go for a flight to get the CC windswept look. A CC? Skoll tilted his head to give him a disbelieving look. ISS that what you're calling. Hawks squawked indignantly. Hey, at least I'm not a little bush baby, you look like a stick of broccoli. The kid was unperturbed. Why you just look sad, D? With a horrified look, he glanced over at Dabi for the first time, hoping for help. SCKS to be him, Dabi had never been a send the lifeboats kinda guy. More that throw things and laugh type. He glanced down at Skoll. Breaking in the new guy already, Sun Chaser? He let out a low whistle. It took you at least a week after meeting for you to start terrorizing me. Never thought you liked me so much? Skoll snorted. I tossed you. Member? Ah, that's right, he muttered. Never mind. Guess you hate me more than him. No. It was a L-love tasering NG. I only as assault the people I like. Hawks burst out laughing. I'm so glad you hate me then. Just wait, Feathers. He'll pull the fun knife on you soon, I'm sure. Fun knife? The hero asked, getting drowned out immediately. I already got him my eyes on the kitchen knives. Dabi sidled over, flashing Hawks a threatening grin. Better run, little bird. Wouldn't want him to cut you up and cook you into chicken tenders. At least it'd still taste like sea chicken, if I cooked it. He muttered. Hey! Dabi glared at the little sheet, hoping he felt the threat behind it. Being half psychopath, he didn't even seem to notice as he started pushing the remote around the table with one finger absent-mindedly. We're teaming up on Feathers right now, save your snarky comments for later. What, you can't cook or something? Hawks asked while Skoll rolled his eyes. I don't do teams. Team killer, and all that. Then, as if realizing what he'd said, his brows furrowed and he bit at his lip. Hawks and Dabi passed each other a look, and Hawks set the brush down. Hey kiddo, you know none of that was your fault, right? Hawks murmured. Dabi wandered closer, ready to sit beside the kid like he had when they'd been listening to that radio show the other day. Whatever happened? Skoll just shook his head, glancing off towards the windows. His eyes were glazed over unseeingly, and Dabi settled next to him, glancing up at Hawks uncertainly. The other, however, looked totally lost as well, so it wasn't much of a help. Skoll? He asked, waiting for the kid to hum in response. Can you tell us about what happened? Why you think that? Skoll tilted his head, not turning back towards them. The hairs on the back of his neck raised, something in the back of his mind telling him he'd seen this before, but he ignored it. He'd had the kid staying at his house for over a week. Of course he'd seen him tilt his head before. But that didn't seem quite right. Hawks's dash, the kid paused, thinking. He says you were really worried when I left T. Yeah, he didn't see the point of this, but humored the kid anyway. His response didn't come for a few moments, the only sound being Hawks breathing and his own heart beating. Why? The question was quiet, spoken like a prayer. It left Dabi frowning. Why did you think I wouldn't be worried? That doesn't answer my true question. You didn't answer mine either. Skoll stopped, letting out a frustrated breath. Because we're strangers, S? We met a week ago. It tossed you, threatened to stab you. I made you pull a bee bullet out of my shoulder. Hawks made a distressed sound in the background, his concern seeping out of him as his feathers ruffled nervously. You didn't make me do shit, Dabi scoffed. Still, it's my fault you were there. It wasn't. Kid, you got shot. That's not on you, no matter what dumb stunt you pulled to get there. I'm actually kind of glad you were dumb enough to come find me before getting it fixed. You didn't need to be alone after that. Especially not with that shitbag of a doctor you have. One who definitely would have dumped the kid outside the second he'd been healed, consequences be demanded. And not a doctor. He mumbled. And I was fine. I don't care. You were hurt, fine or not. You shouldn't have to be alone after that. Dabi dismissed. The kid looked a little ruffled by his tone, but he didn't comment. But you know what? You really want to know why I give a shit, kid? Their eyes met, and there was a certain trepidation in the kid's eyes that Dabi didn't like. As if Skoll was afraid whatever he learned here couldn't be unlearned, and he was terrified of whatever repercussions came out of this conversation. Which was weird and dumb, because while Dabi was worried about the repercussions of this conversation, it was more in line with Hawks being a nuisance about it, or the kid holding it over his head like he did Dabi's cooking. Nothing that was really terrible, just annoying. Skoll, however, looked like it was a death sentence. And it was almost funny in a watching kids fall kinda way. Well, actually, Dabi belly laughed when he watched kids fall. This was different than that, and left his laughter dying out before he could even wheeze out a chuckle. Slowly, Skoll nodded. Dabi let out a heavy breath, thinking over his words. When we met, I thought you were some snot-nosed kid getting in over his head. When you tossed me, Skoll, I knew you were some snot-nosed kid getting in over his head. And unfortunately, you'd made it my problem. He flinched like Dabi'd struck him, but he only reached over to rest his hand on Skoll's shoulder. Hawks tried to shift his leg out of the way, but they were all still weirdly close, though no one was commenting on it. And honestly, I stand by that notion. Dabi, Hawks hissed, giving him a look. Dabi grimaced, turning away from the kid that was shrinking in on himself like a fancy sweater in a washing machine. What? I'm just being honest. You don't need to be such an but. SG's, he's just a kid. Hawks glared, brow twitching. Can't you just say he's a good kid or something? What the F is this, Disney Channel? F no. He's totally F-ed. He cast a look over at Skoll, who was curled inwards and staring helplessly at the coffee table ahead of him. Something broke in his chest, staring at the guilt-ridden little sheet. But I mean I'm F-ed too. It comes with the whole 7 thing. He finished awkwardly, glancing off at the kid. He didn't move, fingers working painfully into his arms as he stared down at the TV remote. He'd hoped that was enough. He wasn't good at all this mushy bullshit. Having a kid was FING hard. Goddammit. He leaned back against the couch, running a ragged hand through his hair tiredly. You really gonna make me say it, shithead? Fine. He shifted, turning to look at the kid, face twitching in irritation. He could just see Hawks watching him out of the corner of his eye. Why the F wasn't it Bird Boy who had to do all the emotional sheet? He could already feel the migraine from Feathers ragging on him for it. But it had to be done, and Dabi was the older brother. The title felt like a double-edged sword now, and he kinda wished he would have figured that out before grabbing hold of it in a knuckle-whitening grip, but, well, F'd him, he guessed. Skoll turned his head slightly, green eyes meeting blue. Misfit toys like us. We stick together, you know? After a second, green eyes seemed to clear. He lifted his head just a tad so Dabi could see the soft look cross his face for the briefest of seconds. We stick together. He agreed, then gave Dabi a pained smile. Even so, it made him relax. Yeah, we do. Feeling better, Chaser? Skoll chuckled at him, eyes crinkling but his mouth not quite following the action. That's fair, he snorted. I guess I wouldn't be either. We're F-ked? The kid nodded. Totally F-ed. Man, you guys really are F-ed, Hawks frowned. What the F was that? Shut, Dabi hissed, already seething. He wanted to poke out Hawk's eyes, laughing sun discs that were promising he'd never hear the end of this. BSRD. Turning to look at Hawks, Skoll gave him an unimpressed look. Who's sticking W with you, Hawks? Dabi flashed a mischievous grin at his little brother as the bird crowed indignantly. That's what I like about you, kid. You're like a head injury, only funny when it happens to someone else. Skoll snorted, breaking down into giggles. Thanks, Dabi. Anyway, he stood, moving a healthy distance away to sit on the couch. It didn't really matter, though, because Skoll just stood up and followed him over. At least he gave him a respectable space. Hawks seemed a bit offended that they both left him, which was a bonus in and of itself. Skoll, do you think you could tell us about what happened? What happened? He blinked up at him with wide, bright green eyes. It was like a reptile's, like he didn't have eyelids at all. Like his irises were poisonous, just daring the world to come closer and try something. It felt awfully ominous to look into them with that blank, vacant look in them. Last night? With Jackal. Can you tell us why you left? Oh. He looked away, considering his legs for a moment. Well, I heard him call for me, so I went out. Dabi scowled. You heard him calling? He was outside. Oh. He was inside. How the hell did he get in? Skoll looked sick. That's the question, why yeah? How the hell did he get in? Good. So he got in and pulled you out and you went with him. What did he want with you? Skoll let out a subdued breath, brows furrowing. His eyes went from vacant to laser-focused on some distant, non-existent point. When he spoke, it was just as faint and dulcet in tone. What he always wants with me? A murder? He got a nod. Do you know who he was after before he ran before the hero chased him off? Maeda. Maeda Haruki. He rolled his neck, looking stressed. Dabi grimaced a heavy, ugly thing. His skin and staples stretched, straining against the motion. Drag dealer. Wasn't supposed to be a murder. You say that like he was murdered last night? Dabi. He turned, eyes catching the pro-hero that had been making himself scarce on the far part of the couch. Now, he stared at Dabi with that sharp intelligence that rarely entered his eyes. Maeda Haruki was found dead this morning in the house Jackal had been caught escaping. What? No way. In order to kill him, Jackal would have had to come and get Skoll as soon as I'd left. He certainly did and hover. Skoll confirmed. He bit back a curse at the whole thing. Had Jackal been outside while he'd left? How long had he been waiting, watching for an opportunity to get to the kid? And you saw it? He made you watch, and then he Dabi could taste the smoke again, his tongue thick with charcoal and soot. He needed to calm down, it wouldn't do them any favors to get so worked up over this. He was an adult, now. He could talk about a beating without incinerating anything. Though, maybe that wasn't so possible when it was his kid brother getting beaten up. And then he left. Out the back, up the roof. And you? Dabi prompted. What happened to you after he killed Maeda? Skoll glanced around, looking between the corners of the room. He was shivering, a soft, whimpery hum escaping in the quiet. He left me when Maeda started to fight back. The temperature in the room dropped. What? Hawks asked, shifting forward. He left you when Maeda started to fight back? He didn't kill Maeda? A suddenly wary look crossed Skoll's face, his mouth snapping shut audibly. He hadn't meant to tell them that. Jackal had left Skoll when Maeda started to fight back. Jackal had left Skoll when Maeda started to fight back. Jackal hadn't killed Maeda. He shifted forwards, tone low. Skoll, what exactly happened in that house? I need you tell me, kid. I can't help if you don't tell me. A brief pause. You see can't help me. He looked conflicted, struggling with some deep inner thought. A battle raged in his eyes and settled just as quick. He only had the faintest ideas of what he'd been thinking, and none at all as to which side won, but resignation crossed his face. People like us stick together. Yeah. People like us stick together. Could his heart hammer any louder? The anticipation was the worst part. Dabi didn't like not knowing what was to come. Skoll nodded slowly. We were looking into Cantabernent, trying to figure out who killed him. You didn't kill him? Hawks sounded alarmed. Jackal, anyway. But it wasn't you guys? Slowly, Skoll shook his head. Hawks wasn't appeased. But you were at the alley that day, when we found his body. Huh? Dabi asked, though the others didn't break to fill him in on whatever the hell that meant. On accident. I really didn't know he was there. I've been, looking into it. Just convinced Jackal to help when we found out about Yamada. He's just trying to find the kid. And Makoto? Yeah. Hawks nodded. Didn't know he was the rescuing sort. And not really, but she makes exceptions. Skoll shrugged. We got an F fine. We got Maeda pinned and started asking him questions. But Jackal dropped the hammer we'd used to down him. Maeda got it, swung B back. I hit the ground and next thing I knew Jackal was gone. He left you there? Dabi deadpanned. He brought you out to murder someone, and then left you when the tide turned? Well, not murder, just interrogate. But yeah, he does that. Skoll looked a little too nonchalant, even with the lingering horror in his eyes as he recalled the events of the night before. Jackal doesn't want to lose. He leaves when he thinks he can't help. Just like in the alley, the jackal had chewed off its own paw to escape. Disgusting. So you Hawks grimaced. You killed Maeda, because he was going to kill you? Skoll wouldn't look at them. With a sneer, Dabi stretched out his legs. And that's how you got hurt too. It wasn't Jackal, it was Maeda. This time, Skoll nodded. He still didn't meet their eyes, though, picking instead at some invisible thread in the couch. And afterwards? Hawks breathed. What happened afterwards? I went home. As soon as the chase was over, I headed home to sleep it off. Didn't want Dabi to see me. Skoll winced. Dabi immediately shot him a look. Kid, I don't care how hurt you get, or how annoyed you are with me keeping you from running off and tearing new scars open. If you get hurt, I want you to come to me, got it? The kid looked like he wanted to argue, but surprisingly he acquiesced. Oh, it felt kinda nice to have the power shifted in his favor. The kid was actually listening for once, and it was great. It might have even gone to his head a little, because his next demand wasn't one he'd really considered before. And I want you to call me if he ever comes for you again. Hopefully we got lucky and he thinks you're dead, but if not, you call me the second you know he's around, alright? The kid frowned. I can't do that. Sure you can, he encouraged, facing the kid and meeting his eyes levelly. He tried to keep an in-control air about him, and not the violent murder one this conversation was bringing out of him. I know it's scary, Skoll, but I can help you if you let me. Really. If Jackal ever comes around again, I'll scare him off for you. You just gotta tell me, okay? Tears sprung in green eyes and Skoll looked away again. A quiet hiccup could barely be heard, and Dabi turned to look at Hawks. The two older men shared a sympathetic look, and Dabi couldn't help but think back to his own days alone on the streets for the first time with a body that had turned against him. Everything had been new and worse, and it took a long time for it to get better. Many nights he'd spent sitting up at night, sobbing and wanting for someone to come and help him. No one had helped Dabi, but Dabi was going to help Skoll. He just had to figure out how. Where the hell do you think you're going? Izuku looked up, frowning. Dabi slammed the door shut he'd just opened. They were both standing in Hawk's entryway, Izuku almost managing to make an exit before Dabi had crawled out of the shadows like the hellish demon's pawn he was to ruin Izuku's day. No. Why you can't just keep me here? He frowned. I have stuff to do. Dabi snorted, crossing his arms and staring down his nose at Izuku. He wasn't intimidated. Came with the whole committed serial murder thing. Kid, you're 12. What the hell do you have to do? Glaring in offense, he snapped. Vigilante sheet. Not untrue. He was even dressed in his Skoll getup to add to the misconceptions he was no doubt forming. I sat around for a week. I gotta go dash. No, Dabi shook his head. Absolutely not. Skoll, you had 2 broken bones 2 days ago. Jackal literally just dashed, his voice gave out. eyes softening in a way that he wasn't at all used to seeing aimed towards him. And Dabi only aimed that look at him. It left a weird, uncomfortable feeling in the pit of his belly. He still felt like Dabi had no business caring about him, and that he wouldn't if he knew the truth. With Jackal still out there, I don't want you wandering around alone. He's dangerous. Not to me. He turned away from Dabi, making to open the door again. Dabi just slammed it shut again. Not to you? Not to you? Kid, he abandoned you to get beat on by an actual criminal. He would have left you to die. But that's not about me. He'd do that to anyone. Dabi gave him a judgmental look. That's not a good thing, Skoll. Izuku rolled his eyes. BBSRD. It's fine. No, Skoll, it's not. I left for 20 minutes, and Jackal swept in and got to you before I'd probably even left the street. What if we let you go and he catches you again? What if we let you out and he follows you back here? As long as he doesn't know you're here, you're safe? Dabi steamed, giving him a hard listen to him trying to help you look. He even put his hands on his hips, looking a lot like a mother hen to Izuku. It was depressingly funny how certain he was that he was safe here. Izuku gave him a doubtful look. He already knows I'm here. Sure enough, Dabi frowned, concern crossing his face. What? How? Izuku shrugged. Always knows where I am. I'd be surprised if he didn't. Is it his quirk? Dabi asked, leaving Izuku snorting. What? Nothing. It isn't his quirk. And I'm not worried about him right now. Jackal had felt awfully quiet in the back of his mind. That part of him had rolled over and given up the second Dabi had come around, telling Izuku he didn't have to be bad anymore. That if Jackal came around, he'd take care of it. And, in a way, he certainly had. It was the first time in years someone had opened a door for him, the first time in years he realized he could choose to do better, to be something good. Well, maybe it was too late for him to be good, but at the very least he could be less bad. Stopping murdering had never been an option before, in a well I've already effed up, no point in stopping now sort of deal. Maybe he could even help people, like really help them this time. Dabi snapped as Izuku tried to open the door again, once again flinging it into the wall. How can you not take this seriously after everything? Easily. He sassed back, blowing out an irritated breath. I can usually tell when he's coming. I can call you, this time. The other didn't seem convinced. You can't rely on a gut feeling. What if he sneaks up on you? I won't go with him. I'll call you. He had to believe he could stand up to Jackal. While he'd never tried before, he'd always seemed so much stronger than Izuku. So much larger than anything and anyone else. Jackal was him, and he knew that, but it kind of felt like being possessed by some ancient, vengeful deity. Jackal didn't care about him. Jackal didn't care about anyone. He was cold and distant and kept his razor-sharp focus on the goal. It was like being a puppet to himself, in some ways. I don't know about this, kid. The arsonist just looked so worried. What the hell? Who's slamming doors? Hawks called, rounding the corner into the living room and stopping when he saw them. Both turned to the hero with clear annoyance. Skoll, Dabi. The two glared at each other accusingly. In less than a second, they descended into chaos. No, that was your fault, Dash. My fault? That was why you slammed the demon door. Because you're being difficult. I'm not the one who kidnapped a kid. You need to have a home in the first place to be kidnapped, stupid. That's not how it works, stupid. Whoa. Hawks put his hands up, trying to placate Izuku and the broiled menace as he walked over. Can you two go an hour without fighting? Oh, because you're so much better, Dabi snapped. You literally tossed your phone at the wall during your last call. In my defense, I was talking to Miruko. And I'm talking to the effing Grinch. Izuku passed Dabi the evil eye, who sneered back at him. Listen here, you ankle-biter Dash. Don't cuss at the child, Dabi. And Skoll, language. Hawks chided, earning himself twin rolled eyes. Really? You're trying to protect shithead? You realize he's probably stabbed people who cuss more than me. And I'll stab you too if you don't f off. He honestly wasn't sure whether he was talking to Dabi or Hawks anymore, and they didn't seem too sure either. Dabi gave him a wary look while Hawks stepped back, holding his hands up more dramatically. Hey, truce. I just think you're a little young dash. F you. He grew up in 7 Hawks. Adjust your expectations. It was really funny how the more of them they got into any given room, the more havoc was wreaked. It was always immediate too, like flipping a SW. Hawks, Dabi, and Izuku were all more or less capable of acting like civilized people on their own, but the second one of the others entered the room, the bickering started. Then, when the third came in, it turned into full-on gladiatorial combat. Izuku was honestly kind of scared of ever meeting Miruko, as cool as she was, because he didn't want to know what the level above gladiatorial combat was. Sighing, the pro hero looked both incredibly tired and ready to toss both of them off the balcony. What's going on anyway? Why is my door getting beaten into the wall? Skoll's trying to escape. Being held hostage. Dabi laughed mockingly. Hostage? You're not getting held hostage. Stop being overdramatic. If I'm not being held hostage, then why are you saying me going for a walk is escaping? Izuku snapped, turning on Dabi. Because it's 9 at night. Curfew is in like an hour. Are you really getting after me for curfew? I'm going to 7. But you have to cross 2, and the cops here will stop your shady but dash. If they haven't stopped you yet, you overcooked brisket, I'll be fine. Hawks laughed, earning a dirty look from Dabi. Do you have your phone on you, kid? In answer, Izuku pulled out his phone, waving it in Hawks' face. His eyes narrowed. Have you had it on you this whole time? Yes? He frowned, watching Hawks consider this. Alright. He seemed to decide not to mention something. Is it charged? Full. Again he clicked on the screen to show Hawks, who took in the battery before nodding approvingly. Let me put my number in and you can go. What? Dabi rounded on Hawks incredulously, but Izuku was already handing his phone over to the hero. Deal. Hawks navigated the phone a minute and started typing in his number, not paying much mind to Dabi's theatrics. We can't just hold him here, Dabi, he'll actually be a hostage. And housing a random kid and a known criminal I found off the streets who's directly related to an open case is honestly as illegal as I want this whole situation to get. I could lose more than just my hero license for all this. He snorted as if he didn't really care about losing his license. Almost like the idea was a joke to him. If the kid wants to go, he can go. Jackal's not going to be an issue anyway, he never kills 2 days in a row. So it's fine, provided we have a way to contact each other and he comes home when he's done. At a reasonable time. He shot Izuku a look. No later than 4 a.m. Promise? Apparently, that wasn't good enough. Midnight? 3. 1. 2. 1. He shot Izuku a chastising look. It's a school night? I don't go to school. Hawks looked surprised by this, and for the life of him Izuku couldn't figure out why. Maybe Dabi was right, and he really was just a moron. You don't? Legally, Midoriya Izuku was dead. Dead kids didn't go to school. I think that'd be a little spooky. He snickered at his own joke. The other two seemed to gloss over it entirely. I'm not surprised, but you should really be in school, Skoll. What are you going to do being an elementary school dropout? Dabi was the one to speak up, which was kinda unexpected. He usually got it at least somewhat. Technically, I'd be in middle school now. And I think that the murder is a bit more dming. Well yeah, but no one's caught you for the murder, so it's fine. Dabi, Hawks gave him a disbelieving look. Dabi only turned to look at him with genuinely innocent curiosity. What? The hero glared. It's fine? Really? Murder isn't fine. It was in self-defense. It's not like he went there to murder the guy. No, but he'd definitely broken into many other houses with the specific goal of murder, so maybe he wasn't the saint Dabi kept acting like he was. And murder's murder, Izuku argued, getting a disgusted look from both Dabi and Hawks. Dude, kid, don't say that. You sound just like Jackal. He couldn't help it, he choked on a laugh. Yeah, he did sound just like Jackal, didn't he? It's not funny, Hawks told him. But it was. Izuku snorted, swallowing his receding hiccups. Really, you guys? He said something like that to us, Dabi told him, like Izuku wasn't there. I don't want you thinking that he's right about anything. It was such a shame they'd never see the humor in this whole situation that Izuku did. Don't worry. I know that he's not right. Good, Hawks gave him a feigned hard look. We'll talk about the school thing later. I have a patrol down in 7 tonight, anyway. Why don't we head down together and we can meet up before we head home? Izuku's face scrunched. I don't need a babysitter. I'm not babysitting. But we're going the same way, anyway, and it'd make me feel better to walk you home. No one will try to bother us if they see a pro hero skirting a kid home, even this late. Hawks responded logically. Izuku thought about it for a minute, deciding that it was probably a good idea. And it might be nice to have company on the walk there. He'd hate to be left alone with Jackal even if he'd been leaving Izuku alone. I guess it makes sense. Who knew you weren't as dumb as everyone says? Hawks gaped at him, looking betrayed. Who the hell says that? Lots of people. Eraserhead, Dabi dash. Okay, first of all, Dabi doesn't count, he thinks everyone is stupid. Second of all, me and Eraserhead worked out our differences. I think. Hawks was petulant, frowning at Izuku. The younger bit back a grin. You're really letting him go? Dabi looked like he wanted to start a fight over it. And he'd never realized how annoying it was to be given a sheet about. It had seemed so nice and pleasant with his sisters. Dabi just awoke the Cain instinct in him or something. Actually, maybe the Cain instinct had been around for his sisters too. Can't keep him here, I told you. Don't worry, I'll be in the area the whole time, so if you send an SOS Skoll dash. I got it. He agreed easily. You'll be there. Dabi made a frustrated sound. I'll go too. I can dig up some information on Jackal while we're out. Why don't we set up a group chat and share locations with each other, so we don't have to worry about that during an emergency? Izuku screwed up his face. No, he really didn't need them tracking him down in costume. Yes, Hawks said, shooting him another look. We won't use it until we have to, okay, little bird? Not a bird. He grimaced. I'm not going to win this, am I? No, they both said, Hawks light and playful, Dabi with his typical prissy glower. Fine. Admitting defeat was the worst part of being Skoll. Jackal never had this issue, because he literally only interacted with people when it was life or death. And it's not like Izuku had any friends to admit defeat to, so. Once again, everyone had their phones out, Dabi making a group text between the three of them for easier contacting, and Hawks walking Izuku through sharing his location. I can't believe you don't know how to do this. You're 12, aren't you? He sounded baffled. What 12-year-old can't find their contacts? I can find them now, Izuku snapped, ignoring the fact that Hawks had to show him how to get to it literally seconds ago. How were you planning on contacting us if something happened? Hawks frowned, giving him a searching look. It made Izuku feel entirely too exposed. I could have figured it out on my own. While in an emergency? The hero looked even more upset. You could have been in a really bad situation, little bird. Wolf, Dabi grumbled. He had his phone in his hand and wasn't looking at them. Hawks turned to look at him. Little wolf. You're the bird, he's the wolf. I let it go the first time. Rolling his eyes at Dabi, the blonde leaned back against the wall to eye the arsonist in annoyance. Is it really that important? It's just a nickname. Yeah, but an incorrect one. Dabi looked up and snorted, phone forgotten in the face of a looming argument. They really were terrible influences on each other. He's Skoll. Skoll's a wolf. Little wolf. What are you then, Dabi, a campfire? Izuku started to choke on a laugh, thinking about anyone calling Dabi little campfire. Really didn't have the same ring to it. Dabi only gave him a long, droll look. I'm a wolf too. We're both wolves. Now Hawks looked offended. Why can't he be a bird like me? Are you serious? Because his name is Skoll. Skoll's a wolf. Skoll could be a bird. Hawks glanced over at Izuku. Do you want to be a bird, Izuku? You're not very familiar with Norse mythology, are you? Izuku asked instead. It only made Hawks blink. Can't say I am? Why? Dabi made a noise that left no room to question how he felt about Hawks and his intelligence. Skoll is a deity from Norse mythology. He's the wolf that chases the sun across the sky every day, trying to devour it. Oh. He glanced at Izuku curiously. You named yourself after some dog in mythology that wants to eat the sun? Why, spicy, Izuku said, licking his lips. Dabi at least had an exasperated grin, even if their third was looking like he'd given up on the conversation. So is Dabi some horsewolf too? He asked, turning to Dabi. Are we all named after horse sheet? Norse, moron, and no. He rolled his eyes. You're straight up named after a bird, and when I met Skoll he called me Hattie, and since we're brothers that makes us both wolves? Hawks crossed his arms. And Hattie is a wolf from Norse mythology? What is he trying to eat? A volcano? The moon, obviously. Skoll interjected. Skoll and Hattie, they're their brothers. Then he gestured to himself. Sun chaser, and turned to gesture at Dabi. Moon chaser. Dabi seemed pleased with the comparison, anyway. He wasn't really looking at them, phone still in hand. Hawks only snorted. Okay, fine, you're both wolves, you weirdos. Are you ready to go now? Dabi shook his head, tapping away at his device. Just sharing my location now. There you are, he said, dropping his location in the group chat. Izuku dismissed the notification, something else Hawks had to show him how to do, and nodded. I'm good. Let's go. Hawks collected his keys from the side table, eyeing the dark leather wallet next to it. Dabi, you taking this? Hell no, what would I need it for? Dabi gave him a dry look. Carrying money in 7 is asking to get robbed. I'm not looking to torch some punk kids tonight. The hero rolled his eyes. You're a FING demon. I can't understand how you're so alone. You're a catch, Dabi. The sarcasm was thick on his tongue. Izuku made a disbelieving noise. WL. He is a piece of work, anyway. Dabi smacked him over the head. Shut up, Skoll. You're not part of this. Now can we go already? Acquiescing, Hawks lead them out of the apartment and down the elevator. Izuku pretended not to notice how Dabi hovered, as if something would jump out and snag him in a closed, moving box. Paranoid bestiardy. So, Hawks said as the three filed out into the street. Dabi made a pained noise. Don't talk. God, I can't stand it when you yap. Paying them no mind, Izuku let his eyes catch on the darkening twilight sky, gray-purple clouds reflecting just the smallest strips of fiery orange from the falling sun. Buildings towered over them, tall and straight and glistening luxuriously. When they passed stores, many were still open and heedless of the possibility of a robbery. It was very different from 7, Yuka thought. Here, the only things that lingered were pleasant smells, flowers and baked goods and fancy restaurant foods. 7 smelled consistently of pieces. The alleys here were clean and well-maintained, wider and with straighter pathing than 7's. 7's alleyways had alleyways. They were a very legitimate way to travel, and often the only way since the roads and blocks there were as misshapen as the buildings. Here, there was a sheen around everything, like living in some distant, false reality. One where everything always had a happy ending, and bad guys always got caught. Frustratingly, it was very hard for a bad guy to be caught in Izuku's experience. He was basically trying at this point, after all. A serial murderer and arsonist, and a pro-hero all cohabitating in one apartment, and he still wasn't arrested. He'd really overestimated the pros around here, and that was saying something. FING rude. And I'm not talking to you, so you can mind your business? He shot Izuku a look towards the end, making him bristle. I love the way you try to protect the kid. It's fugly annoying. Izuku glared at him. Hawks seemed totally unbothered by his ire. Bestiardy. He was literally pissing off the most dangerous person in 7, hell, in Musutafu. Motherfucker couldn't just write him off like this. He was deadly and feared. But then Hawks was stupid. Or at least that's what Dabi said. Izuku honestly wasn't so certain, even if the hero was giving it his best shot right now. Sometimes, it felt like he knew much more about Izuku than he wanted him to. He'd give him a look, or make a vague statement, and every bell in his head would ring. It was like he was just waiting for his prey to slip up and say something dming. And, well, he might deserve it and he might want to get caught, but that didn't mean he had to like it. Whatever. Skoll, about the whole school thing. Izuku whined pathetically. It's not that bad. You should be in school. You need to learn. Hawks frowned. When you're older, you'll need that sort of education. Job opportunities aren't great without some form of education. He screwed his face up. I don't think that'll be a problem. Why wouldn't it be a problem? He frowned. Jobs typically want their employees to have graduated from middle school, Skoll. Technically, never graduated elementary. He really shouldn't be telling them that, but he'd say anything to be contrary. It didn't kinda make moot his earlier point, though, when he tried to mislead them into thinking he'd dropped out of middle school. Maybe this would at least make them realize he was beyond the point of no return when it came to an education, though. It did seem to surprise the hero. The saddened look he developed was entirely unintentional, however, and had Izuku wondering not for the first time how he managed to gain sympathy by eating up constantly. Then you really need to get back into it. For your future? My future, huh? Izuku snorted, looking off. Yes, your future. What do you think is gonna happen when you get older? Hawk snagged. He let the silence hang for a long moment, lost in thoughts of dark cells and dark tombs. What makes you think I'm getting older? He could feel more than see Hawk staring at him. The hero didn't try to say anything, but Dabi, who Izuku had expected to understand, barked, "Why the hell do you think you aren't getting older?" Shrugging as the fierce heat of azure eyes burned into his back, he dropped his gaze to his borrowed 2 big shoes. They were pretty much strapped down to his feet, but they'd work for now. An old pair of Dabis that he'd been given after boiling his last pair to his feet. Kid, you're getting older. Dabi was forceful, sounding pissy again. What was new? His shoes scuffed the ground, becoming uncomfortable with the idea that when something did finally happen to him, he would be leaving Dabi behind now. Bad things happened to me, he whispered. We're gonna help you. Hawks sounded like a broken record. He'd heard the sentiment 100 times now, and the words had gone from sounding like a lie to sounding completely meaningless. Just a vague collection of sounds. It didn't help that they still didn't get it. I do be bad things. His voice wobbled and grew, desperate for them to let him go. It'd be easier for them all when he wasn't around anymore. We've all done bad things. Dabi snorted. But we're gonna do better. You can always do better, kiddo. I've killed people. So have I, Dabi stated casually. Hawks jerked back, shooting Dabi an alarmed look. The pro-hero stumbled over nothing on the sidewalk, choking. What was that now? As per usual, no one worked to fill them in. It was becoming a bit of a thing in their fed-up little group. Someone admitted something someone else didn't know, and then they collectively decided to keep them out of the loop to preserve the conversation. Izuku kinda liked that about their relationship. Besides, a little mystery was good. It kept them on their toes. It's not the same, Izuku argued. You kill bad people. Drag dealers and thugs and stuff. I kill good people. And bad people. He was a bit of a jack of all trades in the violent murder regard. Another difference between them, thanks to his fire, Dabi's kills were quick and relatively painless. Is this about your sisters? Dabi asked instead, reaching out to touch Izuku's arm gently. It made his skin burn. He didn't deserve this, he wasn't good enough. The older seemed a bit sheepish as he spoke to him. Jackal mentioned it the other day. No sheet. Izuku felt himself recoil violently as much as he tried not to. He'd been expecting this, but it didn't really make anything easier. They weren't something he liked to talk about, and in his jackal haze yesterday he'd thought it was a good idea to get them to PSS off, but instead they'd only become more determined and dogged in their quest to save him. Which was a wild and absurd joke, but he couldn't help but laugh internally in a mixture of horror and confusion. Seriously, could that plan have gone any worse? You don't have to talk about it, but we're here, you know? When you're ready, Hawk's voice was soothing and low. He hated it. Hated how they cared when they talked to him. Hated that they didn't treat him like the little monster he was. Dabi was right, he was a wolf, one in sheep's clothing. And he didn't deserve the comfort of a herd when he was just going to get them all hurt. We should get going, Izuku muttered. In the quickly darkening sky, the windows of the towering buildings here left him staring at his own pale, ghostly visage surrounded by near-complete darkness. He looked like a wraith or a phantom. It was fitting, he was more apparition than fully realized person. Maybe we shouldn't go out tonight, Hawks suggested, but Izuku brushed him off. I'd rather not be stuck inside right now. The blonde looked like he wanted to argue, but he didn't. Instead he just gave a little nod and let the conversation steer into other things. He started talking about Miruko first, but at some point trailed off into the more inane. They talked about things they'd seen or heard, music they listened to, anything and everything that both didn't matter, and mattered more than anything to Skoll. After they'd shown Hawks where the outpost was, they'd split off. Izuku had to waste a bit of time fixing up his costume. It wasn't too wasted though, since he had to use the time bringing himself slowly into the mental state he needed to be in tonight. His happiness had been sapped out of him, and slowly been given back with less excitement and a more content feeling to replace it? So odd. He was going through all sorts of emotions he wasn't used to. All the more reason to bring back the mania he'd felt thrumming in his bones earlier. The blood-stained shoulder was just something he had to learn to live with, but it looked a bit better with the holes stitched up, at least. It felt oddly secure and stabilizing to pull the demented jester suit out, slipping the metallic voice changer on. It had been tweaked not at all, so the scratch and static was still present, but at least it helped conceal his identity. God knows he didn't need anyone else figuring anything else out about him. And that lonely, Deku part of him, still reaching out when he knew better. It was only then that he was able to step out and take in a clean breath of air. Technically, the air was dirty and more smog than oxygen here, carrying something that smelled sickly and rancid like old eggs. Still, this didn't stop the invigorating feeling of being out and about again for the first time since his first dancer patrol. There was a lingering fear as he followed the streets at ground view that Hawks or Dabi would check his location and come find him, but he slowly relaxed as his patrol stretched on and nothing happened. Dabi had gone into the outpost when they'd split up, but Izuku spotted Hawks a few times darting overhead or swooping down to the street over the roofs. At no point did he seem to notice Izuku was nearby, which was very good for him, and made his rapid skittering behind garbage bins and benches make him look incredibly suspicious and paranoid. At least he was walking the more deserted streets tonight. The patrol actually went okay. He stopped a drag deal and scared off a few people waiting in an alley for a package deal. Whatever the package was, he was glad it didn't get to them that night, at least. Nothing good came out of the alleys of 7, he would know. Jackal had crawled from the puddles of mystery sludge that coagulated in the corners. Several times he passed little graffiti jackals. Someone looming in a dark hoodie or a cloak. He wasn't really sure when they decided he had one, but they kept painting it. One, funnily enough, gave him a hook hand and had him sitting over a bloody bear trap with a knife. It was shiny, silver, and nothing like his signature one. He snorted. He was trotting down the street side now, playing hopscotch on faded chalk outlines, bright colors washed out and split by the growing cracks in the sidewalk. The weeds growing up out of them, half wilted but still hanging on, reminded him a bit of himself. Espere, he sing-songed. Here, kitty kitty. Espied it. Hey. She should be running out to meet him. It had been well over a week since he'd seen her. Maybe he'd been gone too long, and she'd moved on to more lucrative parts of 7? Hopefully she found a nice home that could feed her. He didn't want to contemplate the alternative in a place like this. Izuku was just crossing the street to where one business still had a few lights on. There was a light above the door, tilting downwards dangerously and flickering, and the walls were covered in black gunk and algae. From in between the very bricks a dark, musty liquid dripped. It looked like dirty water, but smelled foul. He let his eyes drift over the words on the windows, listing it as a barber shop. He could see an old, hunched man sweeping the floors inside alone. How terrible a fate, to be all alone. Izuku had never much liked being alone, as comfortable as he was in solitude. He wondered what Dabi and Hawks were up to. Rather unfortunately, he didn't have long to wonder as a shadow fell over him. Acting on pure instinct, he leaped to the side, recalling the shadow of Hawks descending on him twice before. This time it wasn't Hawks. A white thread of cloth snapped against the ground where his feet had been, narrowly missing Izuku as he stumbled further into the street. No cover, no good. dancer?" a tired voice drawled. He turned to see Eraserhead staring at him, eyes blazing red in a useless display of power. Izuku lunged. The pro hero didn't seem to expect a full-on assault, as his eyes widened and he attempted to jump back, scarf flying to protect him. It was no good. Izuku had already gotten exactly what he wanted, an opening. Darting past the pro, he heard a faint cuss as he headed down the familiar paths. How many times had they done this very song and dance before? Different name and face, exact same chase. Izuku was getting very tired of the repetitiveness in his days. Luckily for him, it didn't follow any more typical trends from before. A quiet whiz was all the warning he got. Now, Izuku was fast. He had to be. He had to be quicker than Kaken and his friends. He had to be hastier than his dad unlocking the front door. He had to be swifter than his guards, and nippier than his victims. He was so fleet, in fact, that he had managed to outmaneuver Hawks twice. More or less. And, sure, he really hadn't been faster than Hawks, just smarter, but it counted. Each and every time, he'd managed to pull ahead. Each and every time, he'd succeeded. He'd succeeded because he had to, because he needed to. It raced through his veins with a startling certainty that he either moved now, or he might not ever get the chance to again. Here, in the present, he was not fast enough. Lunging to the side again, his feet slipped seamlessly out of the tangle of danger scarf winding around them. His eyes focused on the way it went still, rigid, and flew back as if giving up. Before he even had a chance to land, however, the other end of the scarf was wrapping itself firmly around his torso and ripping him from the air, which Izuku had never even thought possible before now. He landed hard on his back, gasping as the fall ejected the air from him. Are you done? Maybe. Probably not. He'd just been taken by surprise, is all. Eraserhead had only ever used one side of his scarf when pursuing him, so he'd grown comfortable in his belief that one end of it had to stay firmly by the man. Evidently, this was at least mostly false. He'd have to write about his findings later, getting a better idea of its real limitations and a proper escape strategy. For now, he was winging it. No different than the mall, at least. Ow, he whined exaggeratedly. Now, Eraserhead-sen, why would you want to go and do that? Aren't heroes like you supposed to save and protect? The only thing more bruised than my back is my ego. He let his voice rise to a playful, childish tone. The voice changer didn't exactly make it easier on the hero, who actually winced a bit. The man scowled down at him after recovering. What are you doing, kid? Now, taking a walk, of course. He let himself fall limp, eyeing the man quietly. Or I was, until you decided to smack my head into the concrete and give me an impromptu nap time. So rude. Don't be such a meanie, Eraserhead. The hero looked vaguely disappointed in him. You're committing vigilantism. Well, that's just a lie. I was doing no such thing. Walking down the street is hardly a crime, and you just came flying out of nowhere at me. I know it's you, dancer. And I know it's you, Eraserhead. He hummed. Why are you even asking me things if you've already decided you know the answer? It's not very nice to waste both of our time. The pro let out a long-suffering breath. Dancer, how old are you really? 26. That's a lie. 34. Even farther from the truth. 12. He trilled just to see. Sure enough, stop playing games. The hero glared down at him with those uncanny red eyes. He'd have to blink soon, surely, though Izuku wasn't really invested in it more than casual curiosity. Eraserhead's quirk was the only one who he didn't have a stark disadvantage against. Arguably, he had the advantage. Once again, Hiro-san, why ask me questions when you've already decided on an answer? So let me ask you, how old do you think I am? 15, 16, he mused. Young, but old enough to not make it into hero school. People don't become vigilantes until all their options are exhausted. Lazily, Izuku rolled onto his stomach. The scarf tightened as if Eraser was scared he'd run, but Izuku wasn't dumb enough to do it while he was still watching so intently. Instead, he propped his head up on his hands and kicked his legs to add that little bit of childishness and petulance to the act. It really seemed to PSS Eraser off when he didn't act his age, even if he had the wrong age entirely. And who's to say I didn't exhaust my options a bit early, Hiro-san? You didn't. Kids are hopeful, and you know my hero name. You'd have had to properly look to find that, and if you did, you either really like heroes or really hate them. Since I haven't been trapped and murdered yet, I'm hedging my bets. Mostly he just studied heroes because he couldn't let go of that little piece of old Izuku. The innocent little boy that had been a victim. Whenever he got out a notebook, turned on the news and started scribbling, he let himself pretend for just a moment that he was still worth something. That Dabi and Hawks were right, he could still be saved. It wasn't healthy, exactly, but it was his, and he didn't have much. It was also incredibly useful for figuring out patrol routes and such. Skoll, Dancer, Apophis, and Jackal all had a vested interest in this knowledge, whether it was to help the heroes or avoid them. Hell, even Izuku himself tended to try to pull away from where he knew they'd be. They were nothing but trouble for little gutter slugs like him. Bet, he responded cockily. Dancer was good for a confidence boost and a fun time messing with people, if nothing else. The hero huffed. I'm taking you in. Okay. Izuku agreed, nonchalant as ever. No resistance. Let the leash go slack. It'd be all the easier to pull out of Eraserhead's grip that way. Eraserhead looked him over suspiciously. Where are your tricks now? I find it hard to believe you're just going to let me take you in. Believe it. I don't have the energy for some elaborate ruse tonight. Lying was the most fun Izuku had ever had semi-legally. Was lying legal? Actually, he was pretty sure it was legal. It wouldn't make any sense at all for lies to be illegal. Lying to a pro-hero might be, though, like lying to a cop. Maybe that didn't count outside of interrogations and stuff, or else a lot of police could probably arrest their friends and family. He was still under intense scrutiny by the much taller, older individual. His voice was gravelly and fatigued when he finally stopped waiting for Izuku's nose to grow. You're walking in front of me, kid? Damn it. Same trick wouldn't work twice, it seemed. Eraserhead really was the real deal. He hated when people actually met his expectations. It was almost as bad as them falling short, or worse, surpassing them. Fine. Just let me text my brother and his roommates so they know I'm going to jail. That surprised Eraser. They know you're out committing vigilantism, and you're just going to text them out of nowhere that you're going to jail? I don't want them to worry. They said I had to be home by 1. They're okay with all this? There was a disbelieving scowl. Izuku gave a playful laugh to annoy him further. Of course not, silly. They don't know what I'm doing, just that I'm out. Telling them now. Over text. He confirmed, slipping his phone out and navigating to his contacts like Hawks showed him. He opened the group chat and started typing. Behind him, Eraserhead muttered, "That's irrational." He paid no mind even as the hero started to push him forward, and he let Eraserhead guide him blindly while he texted. He knew Seven well enough to get away no matter where they were headed. Hawks, I need a favor, no questions asked. The reply came surprisingly in seconds. Or maybe that should have been unsurprising. It was Hawks. Skoll's favorite hero, Hawks. That's SUS. What you need, baby bird? There was a little thinky face next to it. Izuku was about to respond when a second text came in just seconds later. Skoll's favorite hero, Hawks. Baby wolf. He bit back a snort when he realized what Thing 2 put his name as. He took a second to navigate to his contacts to correct that, coming back to a text from the other stooge. Dabi, you're on Fin VNG ice, feathers. Thing 2, I corrected myself. Idiots. Izuku started typing. Can you distract Eraserhead for me for a second? He flipped to change Dabi's name too while he was at it. Maybe not the time, but it's not like he really had anything better to do, anyway. Thing 2, I was right. Thing 2, you can count on me. Followed by a thumbs up. Thing 1, what the hell? You're not even questioning it? Izuku's and Hawk's responses were almost immediate. I said no questions. Thing 2, he said not to ask. Thing 1, I feel like this is a ask questions anyway situation. I feel like Hawks shouldn't take advice from the person whose only friend has been their literal hostage for the last week. That'd PSS him off, hopefully. He adjusted his phone with the hopes that Eraserhead wouldn't see anything, but the pro-hero's gaze was burning into the back of his head, so he assumed he was fine. BSD was really ruining Izuku's night. Thing 2. Dabi, stop holding Skoll hostage, he's a good kid, we stan a good kid. They did what now? Izuku frowned down at the unfamiliar sentence. He typed out the one-word question. Stan? Thing 2. Who are you and what are you doing in this child's body? Izuku stared at the nonsensical words. He had no idea what was happening, he just asked a question. Instead of wasting any more time, he redirected Hawk's thin strand of attention. Anyway, Racerhead. Thing 2. Write him on it and then we're gonna talk ABTUR lack of internet knowledge. A string of emojis followed. He could easily remember what they were, if not what they meant. He didn't really have a phone or anything when he was younger, so everything he did know was leached off conversations and media. Kinda hard to decipher two thinky faces, a face looking through magnifying glass, and a thumbs up. Hopefully, it meant he was really on it. One good thing about Hawks was that he didn't disappoint and he didn't hesitate. Well, two good things or whatever. It didn't matter. As soon as Izuku was putting his phone away, it happened. Your brothers had to say a lot. Hopefully they were scolding you for Eraserhead's droll cutout for a second. Really now? The pause. Hawks, I can't. I'm taking someone in right now. Yes, it's important, he's a creamy Eraser, cut him a look, and they were slowing down now. Well, he's breaking the law anyway. A scowl slowly dragged at the end of his lips. Look, I can't dash. As the hero's eyes left him, wandering to a roof nearby, Izuku took off. Making for another alleyway, he made sure to pull a trash can down behind him before he even heard the sound of the fabric cutting through the air. With a bit of a lead and a better idea of how to get out of this, he was confident he could escape. After a bit of dodging and weaving, and no small amount of throwing sheet in Eraserhead's way or off to the side when he was hiding to distract the determined BSRD, Izuku found himself getting dressed and heading back to the outpost early. Hopefully Dabi wouldn't mind some company, because Izuku got the feeling either Eraserhead was scouring 7 for him, or he was going to yell at Hawks, who would then be scouring 7 for him to ask questions Izuku already told him not to ask. Either way, he felt safer knowing he could hide behind Dabi and hope the crispy motherfucker liked him enough to protect him.